Wang Liang has been reborn, returning to the day he was engaged to Su Meng in 2014. Faced with his mother-in-law's exorbitant bride price, Wang Liang resolutely declared that the marriage would not proceed. In his previous life, Wang Liang became a figure of deep resentment. To secure his marriage with Su Meng, he fell into a quagmire of debt. After their wedding, Su Meng revealed her true nature as a parasitic sister, failing to assist Wang Liang in repaying his debts and instead depleting her family's resources. It was only when he met with a fatal car accident that he discovered his son was not his biological offspring. Initially, Su Meng had meticulously plotted not to marry him, but to exploit Wang Liang as a fallback plan. In this life, Wang Liang unexpectedly realized that his memories of his former existence were exceptionally vivid, allowing him to recall the entirety of a book or even a drama's plot, including significant events yet to unfold. Heaven had granted Wang Liang a second chance, and he resolved to begin by no longer being the victim. Chapter 1. I shall not marry. What wedding can be held without money? My daughter is a clerk in a government office, Wong Leong. Do you really think you can marry her with just a magotin? Moreover, Su Meng's father is about to return to our city as a high-ranking official. When my daughter wishes to secure a permanent position, it will be a mere formality. You, a country bumpkin without even a city residency, expect my daughter to live in a rented apartment with you? A woman in a deep red cheapao, hands on her hips, pointed at Wang Liang without reservation, leaving the matchmaker and the overseer awkwardly silent. Several matchmakers urged Shufan, let go. Today is supposed to be a joyous engagement day. Do not complicate matters for Wang Liang at this critical moment. Besides, he isn't doing poorly. He has a car worth nearly 300,000. As for the house, let them earn to buy it after marriage. Indeed, Shufan, we brought an impressive bride price of 188,000. That is quite generous from our side. Is it reasonable for you to block the entrance like this? Liangzi treats Meng well. Unmoved by the pleas of the overseer and matchmakers, Lu Shufan raised her voice. What does it mean to treat my daughter well? With her looks, who could treat her poorly? Furthermore, marriage requires a match in social standing. My daughter may become a government executive. Do you think someone like Wang Liang from the countryside is a suitable match? Moreover, 188,000 is indeed high, which I do not covet. So, let us forfeit that amount. Instead, Wang Liang must buy a house in the city under my daughter's name. Otherwise, the bride price shall be 300,000, or the discussion is off. Lu Shufan's spittle nearly hit Wang Liang's face, yet he remained unfazed. That is unacceptable. Not only must the house be purchased, but the bride price must also be given. Otherwise, there shall be no marriage. Lu Desui, Su Meng's uncle, joined in. Wang Liang's breath quickened, and his eyes reddened. At that moment, he felt utterly disoriented. He had not died. Instead, he had been reborn on the day of his engagement to Su Meng in 2014. In his memories, Su Meng's mother had demanded not only a house, but also a bride price of 300,000. During that time, the typical bride price was merely 66 or 88,000. Their demand of 300,000 had plunged Wang Liang's family into despair. To avoid ridicule, his family exhausted every means. His eldest sister even contributed her wedding funds, and until his untimely death, she and her husband frequently quarreled. Wang Liang's parents borrowed extensively from relatives and friends to gather the bride price, even resorting to usury just to bring home a wife. However, after Su Meng entered their home, the bride price was left with her family to marry off her brother, leaving Wang Liang's family overwhelmed with debt. Eventually, due to financial strain, Wang Liang's family severed ties with relatives, and his parents succumbed to despair under the pressure of debt collectors. Furthermore, despite marrying Su Meng, she turned out to be a parasitic sister, earning a substantial salary from the government yet bringing nothing home, occasionally even sending money back to her family. This situation led to frequent and intense conflicts between Wang Liang and Su Meng, and any semblance of affection faded. Had it not been for the consideration of their child, he would have divorced her long ago. Ironically, it was only after his car accident, when he needed a blood transfusion, that he discovered his son was not his biological child. Wang Liang had unwittingly raised another man's child for 9 years, embodying the very definition of a victim. Now, in this new life, he once again faced the loathsome visages of Lu Shufan and Lu Desui. Contemplating this, Wang Liang could not help but clench his fists. No 300,000 bride price, no house, and you could forget about 188,000. Raising his head, Wang Liang's expression turned somewhat menacing. What do you mean by that? Lu Desui glared at him, seething with anger. What do I mean? Not only will I not offer a bride price of 300,000, but I also find 188,000 excessive. Tell your daughter that I shall not marry. If you won't marry, so be it. Who do you think you are? A rural man, poor as a church mouse. Do you really believe my daughter cannot find another suitor after leaving you? Lu Shufan could not help but spit in Wang Liang's direction. Wang Liang's expression turned cold as he turned to leave. This left the matchmaker and overseer in a state of panic, urgently grasping Wang Liang's hand. "Liangzi, do not be hasty. Let us return first. If things do not work out, we can gather more for you." Wang Liang disregarded their pleas, storming into the next room and snatching the car keys from Su Meng's brother, Su Cheng. Su Cheng was taken aback and angrily seized Wang Liang's collar, shouting, "Wang Liang, have you lost your mind? How dare you snatch my car keys?" The 2014 Magotan was a coveted vehicle in those days, and driving it was a mark of prestige. Su Cheng had been flaunting the Magotan keys that Wang Liang had given him to his friends. Now, having the keys forcibly taken away, he was understandably displeased. Unfazed by Su Cheng's furious expression, Wang Liang shoved him aside and strode toward the exit, clutching the car keys. "If I am not marrying, then the car I purchased must be returned." At these words, everyone present was left in stunned silence, realizing Wang Liang was resolute in his decision to forego the marriage. Upon witnessing Wang Liang seize her brother's car keys and declare he would not marry, Su Meng was momentarily taken aback. Previously, Wang Liang had always been subservient to her, a quintessential sycophant, obediently following her every whim. Now, he was erupting in anger and declaring an end to their union. At this moment, Lu Shufan was also incensed, pointing at Wang Liang and shouting, "Wang Liang, you spineless wretch! Your parents should have tossed you against the wall back in the day. Your existence in this world is merely a waste of resources, and you still dare to think of marriage? My daughter would never consider marrying you." "Everyone listen. It is our daughter, Su Meng, who looks down upon someone from the countryside. We shall not proceed with this marriage." "Very well, that is your assertion. Come a time, do not let your daughter return to plead with me." With that, Wang Liang turned and walked away. At that moment, Lu Desui blocked the doorway and said, "Kid, our home is not a place you can come and go as you please. I tell you, even if you wish to leave today, you must leave the vehicle behind. My niece has accompanied you for so long. You ought to provide an explanation." In Lu Deshui's eyes, Wang Liang had always been an honest farmer. Even if the marriage were to be called off today, he still wished to claim Wang Liang's vehicle for himself. "Indeed, you cannot take that car." Su Cheng also stepped forward and shouted, "What? You still wish to keep my vehicle?" Wang Liang retorted, "You may leave, but the car must remain. Otherwise, you can certainly test me." Lu Desui threatened as he clenched his fists. As long as Wang Liang dared to drive away, he would not hesitate to take action. This scene, however, made Wang Liang laugh in exasperation. "Uncle, it seems your brain did not develop fully. Your cerebellum appears entirely undeveloped. Were you perhaps fondled on the head by Nangong when on your youth? You dare utter another word." Although Lu Desui could not comprehend Wang Liang's words, his tone sounded like an insult directed at himself. Thus, he brandished his fists and advanced towards Wang Liang. Observing the stance, Wang Liang remained utterly unfazed, pointing to his own forehead and declaring, Come, strike right here. Yes, precisely there. If you dare lay a hand on me today, then I shall demand a house and 300,000 in bride price." Chapter 2. Striking the Grand Prize. As the words fell, a palpable silence enveloped the room. Lu Deshui found himself at a loss. He had never anticipated that the typically honest Wang Liang would utter such words, leaving him in a quandary, unable to strike or refrain from striking. "Enough, Deshui. Temper your ire." Lu Shufan intervened, not wishing to escalate the situation. It was her family that had sought the bride price from Wang Liang's family. If her brother were to strike Wang Liang, it would be as though Wang Liang were demanding compensation from them. "Come now, esteemed guests, I apologize for the trouble today. Let us dine together. We cannot allow your visit to be in vain." Upon concluding his remarks, Wang Liang cast a glance at Su Meng, his eyes devoid of emotion. Su Meng remained composed, but Su Cheng was agitated. If Wang Liang were to drive off with the car, how would he ever impress the ladies again? "Hey, return the car keys, Mom. I want a Magotan, I want that car." Noticing Lu Shufan's lack of response, Su Cheng turned to Su Meng and insisted, "Sister, I don't care whether you marry or not. That car must stay." At that moment, Su Meng was taken aback. Wang Liang's reaction today was utterly uncharacteristic. The most reliable backup she had, refusing marriage and wanting to take the car along with the bride price, incited a mixture of anger and frustration within her. Disregarding her mother's words, she dashed outside. "Wang Liang, are you attempting to rebel?" she cried, hands on her hips, oblivious to the crowd surrounding them. "Leave me the car keys." She believed she could easily control Wang Liang. After all, a simple farmer had always heeded her commands. Today, however, he was resisting. Wang Liang had always dutifully submitted his pocket money each month, and even took on cooking and laundry for their family. In the past, at the mere elevation of her voice, he would have immediately backed down and apologized. But today was different. Wang Liang, without a backward glance, climbed into the car with his matchmaker and assistant, departing without a hint of hesitation. Su Meng stood there, stunned, her mouth agape, unsure of what to say. My mother is so foolish, she thought. In her haste to demand a house and 300,000 in bride price, she had inadvertently chased Wang Liang away. Did her mother not understand the implications of such a demand? But what could she do? Her condition was becoming increasingly dire. Where could she possibly find such a reliable man to take over now? Inside the car, Wang Liang's hands trembled on the steering wheel. He had been reborn. Escaping the clutches of the exploitative Su Meng family was one aspect. The other was to amass wealth. In this era, it could be said that gold lay beneath every footfall, but opportunities were abundant. As noon approached, Wong Leong guided his bewildered parents and the matchmaker to a restaurant. While he drove to a lottery station in the Zizu Garden community, he recalled that on the day of his engagement, a friend had won 800 yuan at that very establishment. Of course, that 800 was merely the beginning, as a grand prize was yet to be claimed. Entering the lottery shop just before noon, he found the drowsy owner slowly raising his head. Apart from the owner, there was another idle patron who glanced at Wang Liang before returning to his phone. Wang Liang shyly spoke, "I would like a few scratch cards." The owner, stifling a yawn, replied, "Take them yourself. If you win, I'll handle the payout. Whereas the QR code." The owner then returned to his slumber. For in his experience, every visitor to the lottery shop came with dreams of winning big, yet most left disappointed. He had grown accustomed to it, and thus lacked enthusiasm. The man beside him, however, regarded Wang Liang with a knowing look while continuing to fiddle with his phone. Wang Liang, uncertain about which day his friend had won that 800, resolved to bring home that grand prize today. Even if he had to purchase every scratch card in the shop, it would be worthwhile if it meant winning the grand prize. Grabbing the scratch cards from the table, he plunged into a focused frenzy. Initially, Wang Liang was filled with anticipation, his face glowing with optimism. Yet, after scratching off more than a dozen cards, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Among the numerous cards, he had managed to score a few small wins, the largest being merely 10 yuan. Doubt began to creep in. Had his friend truly won that 800? Was it possible that, after his rebirth, the butterfly effect had altered the outcomes, and there were no grand prizes to be found? Just as Wang Liang contemplated finishing off the last two cards, certain lucky numbers began to repeatedly surface. 10, 50, 150. I won. The owner won 800 on this card. The 20th ticket revealed an 800 yuan win. 10 yuan turned into 600. Wow, you're lucky, brother, exclaimed the man who had been idly playing on his phone, his face lighting up with envy upon witnessing Wang Liang's fortune. Not bad. You've scratched off nearly 200 and won 800. Considering the small prizes, you're around 600 in total. Not too shabby. Wang Liang scratched his head, feigning a simple-minded demeanor. 800 was indeed a substantial amount, and winning it from a 10 yuan ticket was a significant reward in their context. Upon hearing of Wang Liang's win, the owner's drowsiness dissipated, and he rubbed his eyes with a smile. Did this kid step in dog poop on his way in? The owner exchanged a knowing glance with the man beside him, who understood the unspoken cue. Brother, you've already won 800. Keep going. You might hit the big one. If you don't want to scratch, let me take a turn. Clearly, this was not their first rodeo. Normally, those who won 800 in a lottery shop would turn to leave immediately, as few wished to tempt fate further. The duo aimed to persuade Wang Liang to continue scratching, hoping to reclaim the money just won. Wang Liang, however, was perceptive enough to catch on to their little scheme, yet remained unfazed. Waving the winning ticket, he declared, "Of course, I'll keep going. This is a great start. Today I intend to buy out all the scratch cards in the shop." Energized by his 800 win, Wang Liang scratched with fervor, wielding a scratch tool in each hand. The shop owner and the man exchanged glances, clearly amused at Wang Liang's naivete. What followed was a waiting game for them to reap the benefits. It became evident that winning the grand prize would not be an easy feat. Wang Liang scratched through 30 to 40 cards without encountering any significant wins, only a few trivial prizes that hardly mattered. At this point, he had not only lost the 800 he had just won, but had also thrown in an additional 2,000. Yet the more he lost, the more exhilarated he became. He knew he was close to that grand prize. After a streak of dozens of scratch cards without any wins, an ominous feeling settled between the owner and the man. They exchanged glances, with the owner speaking first. "Listen, brother, you've lost the 800. Now you're down 2,000. Perhaps it's time to call it quits before you go too deep." "Yeah, brother. You've lost quite a bit on these scratch cards. Let me give it a shot," the man chimed in. Their motivations were twofold. They didn't want Wang Liang to lose too much in case he defaulted on payment, and they suspected something was amiss with the scratch cards. From a metaphysical standpoint, after so many losses, a big win might be imminent. They intended to halt Wang Liang's scratching and take a turn themselves, even if it meant losing a few thousand. Seeing their intent to reclaim the tickets, Wang Liang clutched tightly to the unscratched cards and tossed a wad of cash towards them, saying, "No, I'm covering all of these." You can't touch a single one. If I'm losing, I'll pay you. With that, he resumed his fervent scratching. A few more cards later, and still no wins, Wong Leong's smile began to falter. It appears that the rhythm of winning is upon us. With a sharp clap, a man beside him struck the table, his intentions far from innocent. Brother, let it go. You've already scratched off over 3,000. How about I cover your losses if you let me take these scratch cards? I'm feeling the urge. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang lifted his gaze to the man. At that moment, he seemed to grasp why his brother had not struck gold that day. In years past, a companion of his had mentioned that after winning 1,000, he continued to scratch and ended up losing 4,000 or 5,000. Initially, he had planned to finish those few tickets and leave. This had led to the other party winning a substantial prize. It seemed that this man had sensed the underlying trickery and seized the grand prize that rightfully belonged to Wang Liang's brother. Having returned from his rebirth, Wang Liang would not allow the man to succeed, thus forcefully pushing aside the man's arm. Do you think I care about that trifling sum? Step aside. I've already lost so much. I'm not concerned about this little money. Hey, brother, I'm doing this for your own good. You've lost so much already, and I'm just trying to help you out. Before the man could finish his sentence, a new scratch card revealed its true nature before their eyes. The familiar golden ingot symbol appeared, and behind it, the numbers materialized, 250,000. They had won. A $30 scratch card yielded $200,000. At that moment, the lottery shop owner gasped, and the man's breath quickened, his face flushing with excitement. 200,000. This lad had won 200,000. They had anticipated that the next scratch card might hold a grand prize, but they never imagined it would be this much. Chapter 3. Family conflicts throughout the afternoon. Driven by jealousy, the lottery shop owner led Wang Liang to the redemption center, where he collected his well-deserved 200,000. Upon returning, the shop owner hung a banner, taking numerous photographs with Wang Liang. After all the commotion, dusk was approaching. Entering his home, Wang Liang sensed a peculiar atmosphere. His parents, seated in the corner, wore complex expressions upon seeing him return. His grandparents regarded him with solemnity, while his uncle's family wore mocking smiles. Speak up, what on earth is happening? Grandmother Zhao Chunfang was the first to inquire. Su Meng's family demands 30,000 as a bride price and a house with her name on the deed. Wang Liang's gaze fell upon his parents, who appeared somewhat pale. It was evident that the matchmaker and the responsible party had already relayed the afternoon's events to them. Yet, hearing it directly from their son was still difficult to digest. 30,000 as a bride price, along with a house. For their ordinary family, how could they possibly meet such demands? If he were to marry Su Meng, it would not merely cost his parents dearly. They might be forced to toil their entire lives. At that moment, his aunt stepped forward, exclaiming, "Pa, how shameless! 30,000 as a bride price? Why not go rob a bank?" In 2014, whether in the city or the countryside, a bride price of 8,000 plus a car was already considered excessive. Even for those who dared to ask for more, it was usually just over 100,000 along with a vehicle. How could Su Meng's family audaciously demand 30,000 and a house? Grandmother coldly remarked, "You all are truly something else. You didn't even clarify the bride price before rushing to propose. Regardless, you must find a way to gather the funds. We must marry Su Meng. This matter has already been publicized to our neighbors. Our Wang family cannot afford to lose face. Furthermore, second son, your elder brother, upon hearing about Liang's engagement, skipped work to help you. You must compensate him for his labor." Observing his grandmother's sharp demeanor, Wang Liang felt a surge of anger. How could they demand payment for helping with his engagement? Noticing that his parents remained silent, Wang Liang finally spoke up. "Grandmother, I no longer wish to marry. If you insist on this, then you should contribute some money. I remember you mentioned renovating the old house. My father gave you 100,000, didn't he?" Upon hearing him request money, his grandmother's expression soured. "I have no money. Besides, didn't you get 3,000 for your marriage?" Wang Liang spread his hands in response. "So, if you don't provide any money, how can we afford to marry?" "Liangzi, you cannot say that," his aunt interjected. "Look, Su Meng's father is returning soon. He can easily secure her a job with a monthly income exceeding 10,000. You can borrow money to marry her, and afterward, the two of you can repay it." Her tone was dismissive, as if the financial burden would not fall on Su Meng's family, but rather, they would benefit from a union. Wang Liang observed his grandmother and aunt exchanging glances, their dialogue reminiscent of a past life. Ultimately, they did borrow money and married Su Meng. But that union marked the onset of suffering for his family. Wang Liang smirked. "Very well. Aunt, why don't you exchange your house with us? Su Meng's family requires a house, and you have one, don't you? I recall that house was purchased with my father's down payment. That is out of the question." His uncle slammed the table in anger. His grandfather glared at him, coldly rebuking, "Wang Liang, how dare you speak to your aunt like that? Your father's down payment was indeed used for that house, but it is your uncle who is repaying the mortgage. Moreover, that house was exchanged for the one you currently reside in. Exchanged? Upon hearing this word, a glimmer of insight flashed in Wang Liang's eyes. That house had been deceitfully acquired by his uncle's family in collusion with his grandparents, under the pretense of an exchange with the village property. In truth, it was his grandparents' favoritism that prevented his uncle's family from living in the village. Most importantly, the land deed for the house they currently lived in was still in his grandparents' possession. Thus, months later, when the village underwent demolition, his grandparents, wielding the land deed, forcibly took 2 new houses from his parents, leaving them with a mere small loft of 40 to 50 square meters. Contemplating this, Wong Leong clenched his fists in frustration. Very well, let us set aside the wedding for now. Since you, grandfather, have stated that our house was exchanged for that building, you ought to produce the land deed. Surely it belongs to us. As this topic arose, his uncle and aunt exchanged glances, falling silent. However, his grandmother was quick to anger, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Liang. What do you think you are? At such a young age, you're already thinking about the land deed? Let me tell you not to even dream about it. Remember, today is your engagement. I and your uncle's family are here to strategize for you. And yet you dare to speak such cold words. Yes, this is a matter between us and your father. It has nothing to do with you, young man. Enough, Liangzi. Since you've spoken your piece, we have nothing more to say. Come on, let's go. His aunt shot Wang Liang a venomous glare before dragging her husband out. Since Liangzi ISN, team marrying, just hand over the 18,008 so I can keep it safe for you. As his uncle's family departed, Wang Liang stood his ground stubbornly, refusing to be swayed, while his grandmother turned her attention to the bride price. This isn't right. Even if we aren't marrying, we must return the 18,008. His mother, Liang Xia, interjected. Before she could finish, she was silenced by her grandmother. You have no say here. We're simply holding the money for you. Don't think you can take it back. ISNT that right, grandfather? After signaling to her husband, he slowly replied, Indeed. We are simply holding your money for safekeeping. Should Liangzi come to his senses one day, we will return it to you. Who knows how quickly the money might disappear if left in your hands. Wang Liang's father opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Grandparents, I have deposited this money in the bank as I intend to use it to repay my car loan. I cannot spare a single cent for you. According to my parents' straightforward and honest perspective, this betrothal gift is likely to be taken away by my grandparents. However, Wang Liang will not allow them to take even a penny. This sum of 188,000, if handed over to my grandparents, will be akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, never to return. It would be of no use whatsoever. Little rascal, your grandmother pointed at Wang Liang, unable to articulate her thoughts for quite some time. Nonsense. With such a large sum of money, can you even handle it? The car loan can be repaid gradually. You must withdraw the money from me tomorrow, at the very least returning the 30,000 owed to your grandmother and me, grandfather said sternly. Wang Liang, indifferent to their complaints, turned and retreated to his room, allowing his grandparents to berate him from behind. In his previous life, he had been bled dry by Su Meng's family, and he had also been manipulated by these ravenous grandparents. In this rebirth, he intends to reclaim everything he lost. Currently, he possesses the betrothal gift of 188,000 and a bonus of 200,000, totaling 388,000. However, after accounting for the car loan and the money his parents borrowed for his marriage, this sum is still far from sufficient. It seems he must devise a way to earn more. After his rebirth, Wang Liang suddenly found that his memories of his past life were becoming increasingly vivid. He recalled a significant event that occurred in 2014. Wang Liang suddenly slapped his thigh. The World Cup. The 2014 World Cup was a massive sensation. Suddenly, a bold idea formed in Wang Liang's mind. Chapter 4. Exploding Gold Coins. Liangzi, how could you speak to your grandparents like that last night? Early in the morning, his father, Wang Jian, chastised the freshly emerged Wang Liang. Last night, his father had been preoccupied with how to lend money to his son for the betrothal gift and had neglected their conversation entirely. The demands from Su Meng's family were exceedingly high. They could not risk everything just to fund their son's marriage. After a night passed, his father gradually accepted this reality. However, when he recalled Wang Liang's defiance towards his grandparents, Wang Jian felt a surge of anger. Thus, he found himself educating his son early in the morning. Father, I was merely stating the truth, Wang Liang replied, feigning innocence. He thought to himself that his father's reflexes were rather slow, bringing up last night's incident only this morning. Truth or not, spare me your tricks. Withdraw the money from the bank today and return it to your grandparents. Wang Jian snapped, refusing to listen to Wang Liang's explanations. At this, Wang Liang felt a surge of indignation and shook his head vigorously. No, father. Have you considered how much debt we incurred for my wedding renovations and furniture? Not to mention the car loan, which is also in the tens of thousands. How can we repay all of this? Upon hearing this, his father's anger subsided somewhat, but he still insisted. Yes, we do owe a significant amount. But your grandmother did give you 30,000. You must repay her. But I cannot. Wang Liang again shook his head in refusal. His father shot him a fierce glare. Cannot? Why not? That is your grandmother's money. Why not repay her? Father, I am grown now. Some matters can be openly discussed. Yes, my grandmother did give 3,000, but my maternal grandparents also provided 80,000. Should we repay them all together? Besides, 2 years ago, my grandmother took 10,000 from you under the pretense of renovating her old house, and she has yet to return it. Why should we be obligated to repay her? Father, this 10,000 was from our family, but has grandmother's old house been renovated at all? Where did that money go? You should know better than I do. You little rascal. How do you talk back? His father, seeing that Wang Liang was still resisting, reached out as if to strike him. Yet Wang Liang showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he extended his neck defiantly. Go ahead, strike me. Even if you do, I will still say this. It's about time you wake up. Your son is getting married. What help have they provided? All they do is come here to take advantage of us. At these words, his father's hand froze midair. The truth of Wang Liang's statement seemed to peel back the layers of his father's heart, darkening his expression further. Over the years, his father understood these events better than Wang Liang. Just because his uncle's family produced a high achiever who might become an official, his grandparents had overtly and covertly favored them. Wang Jian's house, which his father bought as a down payment, had been taken from him by collusion between his grandparents and his uncle's family. Although they verbally promised his father a compensation of 50,000, that was merely lip service. Not only did the money never materialize, but his father also lost an additional 100,000. This back and forth sum of 150,000 had gone straight into his uncle's pockets. Wang Jian understood all this. He simply refrained from speaking out due to familial ties. After all, they were his own parents. What could he say? He could only swallow his grievances in silence. However, when Wang Liang brought these fragmented grievances to light without reservation, it undoubtedly pierced his father's heart, plunging him into silence. Enough, Lao Jian, put your hand down. I believe our son is right. I have tolerated your parents' favoritism towards your uncle's family. But our son is about to get married, and at this crucial moment, when we need money the most, your parents not only refuse to repay us, but also expect to take back the 3,000 they gave us. If it weren't for our son's quick thinking yesterday, that betrothal gift of 180,000 would have been taken away by your family. As she spoke, their mother's eyes turned red. Lao Jian, I have spent over 20 years with you. Our son is already 23 or 24. You know how your parents have treated us over the years. Even if you are willing to suffer losses, believing that suffering is a blessing, you cannot force our son to endure the same. Can you? What will happen to our family? Will our son even be able to marry? Lao Jian remained silent, casting a meaningful glance at Wang Liang and his mother. His gaze was laden with unspoken complexity. The mother turned to Wang Liang and solemnly advised, All right, let us not discuss this matter anymore. As for the betrothal gift, you may keep it in your card, but do not spend it recklessly. After a long while, his father sighed and patted Wang Liang on the shoulder. You are now an adult, and it is normal to have your own thoughts. I was impulsive just now. You need not concern yourself too deeply about the betrothal gift. Your mother and I will think a solution. With that, his father pulled out a cheap cigarette from his pocket and turned to leave. Wang Liang opened his mouth, intending to express his decision not to marry Su Meng. But the words caught in his throat, unable to escape. Watching his parents' frail figures, he felt a pang in his heart, his emotions twisting painfully. His parents had lived their lives with honesty and integrity. Even when they suffered losses, they swallowed their pride. It was precisely for this reason that they had been bullied by his grandparents and uncle's family throughout their lives. With this thought, Wang Liang clenched his fist tightly, allowing his nails to dig into his flesh. The intense pain brought him a moment of clarity. This time, he would not allow his parents to suffer even a hint of grievance. The money taken by his grandmother must be returned, and he would reclaim the deed to their current residence. Resolute, Wang Liang calculated the debts they currently owed. The renovations and furniture amounted to approximately 150,000, while the car, purchased with a low down payment, left them with a car loan of around 190,000. Additionally, his maternal grandparents had provided 80,000 during his engagement. Altogether, that totaled 420,000. Without marrying Su Meng, their family was already burdened with a staggering debt. Even if he used his bonus and betrothal gift to repay the loans, it would still be insufficient. However, the money could be repaid gradually. He intended to allocate the bonus and betrothal gift for other uses, as this was one of Wang Liang's few sources of startup capital. This sum was still far from adequate. He needed to devise additional means to generate income. The first step in this pursuit of wealth would be to visit his brother-in-law and strike a gold coin deal. A brother-in-law who does not go to his sister-in-law's house to earn gold coins is not a competent brother-in-law. With this thought in mind, Wang Liang informed his parents and drove out. Chapter 5. Still, it's my sister. The distance to his sister's home was not far, and he arrived within a few minutes. Zhou Cheng, what are you doing? Change your son's diaper. Come, my dear wife. Before he even entered, he heard his sister Wang Jing's loud reprimand directed at her husband. Wang Liang touched his nose, feeling inexplicably emotional. Had it not been for his singular ambition to marry Su Meng, his sister and brother-in-law's relationship would have remained strong. In the past, his sister had even sacrificed her entire wedding dowry to help him win Su Meng's hand, even taking some of Zhou Cheng's money, which led to their constant quarrels later on. Now, hearing their familiar and affectionate bickering stirred up a whirlwind of emotions within Wang Liang. Sister, brother-in-law, I'll come to visit, Wang Liang announced, carrying 2 boxes of gifts in one hand while pushing the door open with the other. Ah, Liang's is here. You didn't drive here, did you? If you did, that's fine too. We're having lunch here today. Let us have a drink. As soon as he stepped in, his brother-in-law, Zhou Cheng, welcomed him as though he were a savior. Meanwhile, Wang Jing, with a hint of irritation, said, if you're coming, then just come. Did you buy anything? By the way, I didn't go yesterday. How did it go with Su Meng? Logically, Wang Jing should have attended the engagement of her brother. Yet due to her recent childbirth and the constraints of postpartum recovery, she was unable to venture out. When his sister inquired about this matter, Wang Liang shook his head with a smile. What? You shaking your head? Is your mouth glued shut? Wang Jing exclaimed, reacting strongly to her brother's refusal. She threw a pillow at him, but Wang Liang deftly caught it. No, sister, Su Meng's family is asking for a dowry of 300,000 in a house. You know our family situation, so the negotiations fell apart yesterday. In his previous life, his sister had always given him a fierce impression. Even though they had drifted apart later, seeing her again still made Wang Liang feel a bit apprehensive. 300,000? Have you lost your mind over money? Zhou Cheng interrupted indignantly. Be quiet. A single look from Wang Jing silenced Zhou Cheng instantly. This made Wang Liang unable to suppress a chuckle. His brother-in-law remained as timid as ever. Don't laugh. I'm asking you, what are your thoughts? Are you still considering marriage? Wang Jing pressed. Sister, given the circumstances, what is there to consider? I don't plan to marry. 300,000 in dowry is practically asking for our parents' lives. Wang Jing responded, this matter doesn't concern you. Just tell me if you want to marry. Regarding the money, your brother-in-law and I will think of a solution. Exactly, Liangzi, don't worry about the money. We will help you out, Zhou Cheng added, patting Wang Liang on the shoulder. Sister, brother-in-law, let us not discuss this further. Marriage should be about following one's heart. Besides, in our vast Handan city, Su Meng is not the only woman left. If she demands such conditions, let her find a fool who will comply. I refuse to marry her. Moreover, given how things went yesterday, there is no need for me to humiliate myself further by bringing money to her. Wang Liang spread his hands, expressing his true thoughts. You always as stubborn as a mule. Have you really thought this through? Wang Jing sighed in response. I've thought it through. Back then, I was bewitched believing I could only marry Su Meng. Now, I realize that if I could truly come up with 300,000 in dowry along with a house, I would merely be a fool. Besides, if I had such conditions, I wouldn't know how many women would line up to marry me. Wang Liang replied with a smile. This statement was no jest. In 2014, anyone able to offer 300,000 in dowry and a house would indeed attract many suitors, including those with better qualities than Su Meng. Liangzi, though I think you're showing off, you do make a valid point. Zhou Cheng couldn't help but give Wang Liang a thumbs up. Are you showing off? Wang Jing shot Zhou Cheng a glare and continued. As long as you made up your mind, what do you plan to do next? Wang Jing's question hit the nail on the head, revealing Wang Liang's true purpose for visiting. He had come to seek financial assistance, thus feigning a shy demeanor. He said, Sister, I've thought it through. Marriage can wait for now. I want to engage in some business ventures. After all, I'm not getting any younger. If I can't start a family, I must establish a career and achieve something. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng's eyelids twitched, and an ominous premonition welled up within him. Wang Jing was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps she hadn't anticipated her brother would voice such intentions. However, noticing Wang Liang's feigned shyness, she couldn't help but scoff. Just say it. How much do you want to borrow? 5,000. The moment those words left his lips, Wang Liang regretted them, wishing he could slap himself. His tongue had slipped, and his sister's inquiry had caught him off guard. He had prepared numerous arguments and lengthy explanations about borrowing money, but now they seemed unnecessary. Zhou Chong, overhearing, regarded Wang Liang with newfound respect. Wow, you really dare to ask for that much. 5,000, what a concept. 5,000 in this era was no small sum. Although Zhou Chong ran a small workshop, his annual profit barely reached 70 to 80,000. Wang Liang, however, had just requested nearly a year's worth of his earnings. Realizing this, Zhou Chong glanced at his wife, silently praying she wouldn't lend the money. Sister, let me explain. Stop. No money for you. Don't even try to argue. Wang Jing cut him off, waving her hand dismissively. Indeed, she was a true sister. He hadn't even begun to defend himself before it was all over. Nevertheless, Wang Liang was not one to give up easily. He promptly slammed the car keys on the table. Sister, I'm serious this time. I genuinely want to start a small business. I just need to borrow 5,000 for 2 months. If I don't pay it back in 2 months, let my brother-in-law take the car. He spoke earnestly, but Zhou Chong's expression brightened at the sight of the keys. Wang Liang's newly acquired Magotan was a prized possession, and Zhou Chong was quite envious. However, Wang Liang had always treated the car as a treasure, so he wouldn't let anyone else drive it. After a long appraisal, Wang Jing looked at her brother and admitted, honestly, I can't quite grasp what you're thinking. Wang Liang had always been conventional, and now his sudden desire to pursue his own career perplexed her. After a prolonged silence, Wang Jing sighed. Who cares about your car? Take the keys back. What is Zhou Chong still doing standing there? Give your brother-in-law the money. Huh? Zhou Chong's expression changed slightly. We're really just handing out money like that? Shouldn't my wife think this through a bit more? At the very least, we should keep the car for a few days. As Zhou Chong wore a glum expression, Wang Liang joyfully walked away with 5,000 in hand. Before leaving, he kindly reminded his brother-in-law, in a few days, there's the World Cup match, Germany versus Brazil. Bet on Germany. It's a sure win. In his past life, he had little interest in the World Cup. But one particular news story stuck with him. A drunken Dutchman had placed a bet of €200 on Germany with odds of 6,500 to 1, leading to a significant windfall. Of course, the veracity of the news was uncertain, as such odds were not available in China. In his previous life, Zhou Chong had also been a gambler, though he seemed to have lost quite badly, considering he was aware that his sister had lent her dowry to him. Now, he merely offered a friendly reminder to his brother-in-law, hoping he wouldn't suffer too much loss. Upon leaving his brother-in-law's house, Wang Liang had just entered his car when his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, Wang Liang could not help but furrow his brow. Su Meng. Chapter 6. The difficult Su family mother and daughter. Hey, Wang Liang, I'm giving you a chance to prove yourself. My father is returning today, and you have 20 minutes to hurry to my house to pick us up. As for yesterday's incident, I can pretend it never happened. I tell you, this is an opportunity one fought hard for with my mother, so you'd better be perceptive. Once this matter is settled, we might even have room to negotiate our marriage and the betrothal gifts. The moment he answered the call, Su Meng's commanding voice echoed through. Clearly, Su Meng still regarded Wang Liang as her devoted admirer, summoning him at will and dismissing him with ease. In her eyes, Wang Liang's outburst at her home yesterday was merely an attempt to regain some semblance of dignity. She believed that with just a slight concession on her part, he would dutifully return to his role as her admirer. At that point, Wang Liang would remain firmly within her grasp. For Su Meng, Wang Liang was nothing more than a mere tool. Even marrying her would only make him a nominal partner, as long as she offered him a few benefits. He would be utterly disoriented. Inside the car, an uncomfortable silence enveloped the atmosphere. Wang Liang could not help but rub his temples. In his previous life, what had drawn him to such a self-righteous woman? Hey, Wang Liang, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? I can forgive you for yesterday, and I've even given you a way out. Don't be ungrateful. Hurry to my house to pick us up? What nonsense? Wang Liang muttered, hanging up the call. His mind was consumed with thoughts of money and the World Cup, completely neglecting the matters concerning Su Meng. However, once he had a moment to spare, he would certainly demand back the 60,000 he had paid for their engagement. On the other end, gazing at her phone after the abrupt disconnection, Su Meng clenched her teeth, her delicate features twisting into a grimace. How dare Wang Liang hang up on her? She dialed several times in quick succession, but the outcome remained the same. Hello, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. It was evident that Wang Liang had blocked her number. The realization deepened the scowl on Su Meng's face. Daughter, what is the situation? When is that boy Wang Liang coming? We can't afford any delays in our plans. At that moment, the flamboyantly dressed Lu Shufen approached, urging her on. Having not seen Su Meng's father for decades, Lu Shufen had intentionally adorned herself, donning what she believed to be a beautiful kipeo. Su Meng's father, surnamed Lin, had once worked in the grassroots and had a fleeting affair with Lu Shufen. However, due to a job transfer, he had to abandon Lu Shufen and head south. Lu Shufan, in turn, married her second husband, Su Chong, and Su Meng inherited her stepfather's surname. Wang Liang hasn't come, and even blocked me. To be honest, mother, you were too much yesterday. 18,800 wasn't enough. You insisted on a whole house. Now look where we are. Su Meng's temper flared as she began to chastise her mother. What do you know? I'm doing this for your sake. Once your father returns, you'll be close to securing a permanent position. At that point, we'll be recognized as part of the government, and we cannot let Wang Liang off so easily. Faced with her daughter's reproach, Lu Shufan retorted impatiently, Enough. You can't even handle this matter, so let me take care of it. With that, Lu Shufan seized her phone and dialed Wang Liang's number. Since it was an unknown number, it rang only twice before Wang Liang picked up, but as soon as he did, Lu Shufan's sharp voice cut through the line. Wang Liang, what is the meaning of this? Didn't my daughter ask you to come pick us up? How dare you not answer my calls? Have you gotten too big for your britches? I haven't even settled the score for yesterday's incident. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang's temper flared, and he shouted into the phone, Lu Shufan, who do you think you are? Are you so accustomed to giving orders? I'm no longer your son-in-law, and it is not your place to bark commands at me. Did you forget that you said yesterday our engagement was off? So why are you calling me today? Do you think your family can't manage without me? I'm not your father. Don't come bothering me. Lu Shufan was clearly taken aback by Wang Liang's unexpected defiance, her anger spiking. Hey, you little brat. Who are you talking to? Let me remind you. Asking you to pick us up is a privilege, so don't be ungrateful. As for the marriage, just because you say it's off doesn't mean it is. Remember, my daughter has spent time with you, and even if the wedding doesn't happen, you owe her compensation for the loss of her youth. Furthermore, if you fail to come pick us up today, I swear I will make a scene at your house tonight. Let us see who will be the first to lose face. Compensation for lost youth. Causing a scene at his home, Wang Liang found himself laughing in disbelief. Lu Shufan, did you leave your brain at home today? Asking me for compensation for lost youth? Over the past 2 years, you've spent at least 80,000 of our money, if not 100,000. Since you're an elder, I've let many small matters slide. But now that you've spoken so brazenly, don't blame me for being harsh. Throughout these years, what have I purchased for your family? I'll have someone come and take everything back. And remember, when I got engaged to Su Meng, you took 6,000 as a deposit. So you better return that to me as well. You. Lu Shufan was left speechless by Wang Liang's retort and quickly resorted to threats. You dare? Come and try. I guarantee you won't make it back. Wang Liang scoffed, replying quietly into the phone, Oh, I dare. And I'll tell you this. You better prepare that 6,000 deposit or expect a court summons. Also, I remember Su Cheng isn't married yet. If Su Cheng's mother earns a reputation as a deadbeat, do you think anyone will marry him? With that, Wang Liang didn't give Lu Shufan a chance to respond and hung up, blocking her number. Engaging with such people was simply bad luck and disrupted his money-making mindset. Since Lu Shufan had chosen to throw caution to the wind, he saw no reason to show any leniency. Lu Shufan was no virtuous person, but neither was Wang Liang. Mother, how can you speak like that? I still want to get married. If you keep this up, our relationship will be irreparably damaged. After Wang Liang hung up, Su Meng looked anxiously at Lu Shufan. The devoted admirer she had painstakingly found had now become a sworn enemy, thanks to her mother's interference. What do you mean our relationship? He'll drive you to madness. You still want to marry that little brat Wang Liang? I'll make sure to deal with him sooner or later. The mere mention of Wang Liang sent Lu Shufan into a furious rage. Observing her mother's flustered demeanor, Su Meng felt a deep-seated frustration brewing within her. Chapter 7. Save the Day. It is now July 5th. There are 3 days left until July 8th. On the night of July 8th, or rather, in the early hours of July 9th, that night Brazil faced an unexpected defeat. The rooftop was crowded. Countless gamblers lining up to jump. In his previous life, Wang Liang had little understanding of the World Cup and was unsure how to place a bet on the match between Germany and Brazil. Thus, he decided to visit the nearest lottery center for guidance. Currently, he had around 400,000 in hand, and the odds for Germany to win against Brazil at 7-1 were not as exaggerated as those abroad. However, even the domestic odds were sufficient to elevate him to the status of a millionaire. What is going on ahead? The car isn't moving. What is the hold-up? My wife is about to give birth, and we're stuck here for what reason? It seems there has been some sort of traffic accident ahead. While Wang Liang sat in the car, lost in thought, he heard the driver beside him grumbling. Traffic jams are commonplace, but the severity of today's congestion felt rather unusual. Wang Liang's vehicle had been stationary for over 10 minutes, not budging an inch. An accident, wait? From the chatter of the drivers around him, he gleaned a crucial piece of information. There had been a car crash. Suddenly, his memory sharpened. On this very day, on Jinjidao, a semi-truck had overturned, colliding with a fuel tanker in the opposite lane. Shortly thereafter, a massive explosion erupted. In that catastrophic blast, 7 or 8 lives were lost, including the daughter of a provincial leader, who perished amidst the chaos. Wong Leong had once lamented this loss, for the provincial leader's daughter was undeniably a goddess among women. Yet, such divinity had met a tragic end in the explosion. I must save lives. Wang Liang glanced at the time displayed on his car screen. He had less than half an hour before the explosion would occur. There was still time. As a citizen of Huaxia, the instinct to aid those in distress is ingrained within. With that thought, he maneuvered his vehicle onto the grass beside Jinjideo, hastily exited, and sprinted towards the site of the accident. Along the way, he urged onlookers to disperse and move away. The explosion of a fuel tanker was not to be trifled with. Though they were not in the immediate vicinity of the blast zone, the shock waves would still reach them. The accident site was not far. Within minutes of running, he could see thick plumes of smoke rising in the distance. Upon witnessing this, Wang Liang's heart raced. He felt fear creeping in. The explosion of a fuel tanker was no trifling matter. One misstep could cost him dearly. After a moment of hesitation, reason prevailed over fear, and he dashed towards the vicinity of the accident. At the scene, government personnel had already begun dispersing the crowd and had even set up a cordon. However, due to the severe traffic jam on Jinjideo, fire trucks were unable to reach the site promptly. Wang Liang observed a few individuals within the cordon. Several people in white shirts were making phone calls, while others were using small fire extinguishers to combat the flickering flames. Without a moment's pause, Wang Liang leapt over the cordon and charged towards the heart of the chaos. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't you see how dangerous it is here? Get back!" The workers shouted at him, startled by his intrusion. However, Wang Liang paid them no heed, racing towards the source of the flames. "Everyone disperse. Stop trying to put out the fire and clear out," he shouted, waving his arms. Upon hearing his voice, the leaders exchanged bewildered glances. "Stop staring. You all need to evacuate the crowd. This is a fuel tanker. It's about to explode. Why are you still standing here? Move." Seeing their inaction, Wang Liang yelled, nearly resorting to shoving them aside. As he scanned the vicinity for the provincial leader's daughter, he caught sight of a figure atop the semi-truck. She was clad in casual sportswear, her long hair tied into a high ponytail. At that moment, she was grasping the arm of the trapped driver, alongside a middle-aged man in an administrative jacket, undoubtedly the leader from the news. Realizing that his attempts to persuade them to leave were futile, Wang Liang rushed up to the front of the truck, startling Lin Qingqing and Lin Pingzheng. "What are you doing? Don't you see how dangerous it is? Get down!" Lin Qingqing snapped, her face turning cold at his audacity. Clearly, Wang Liang did not resemble a staff member, despite his well-meaning intentions. In such a critical moment, his presence was merely a complication for the father and daughter. With time of the essence, Wang Liang ignored her reprimand and turned to Lin Pingzheng. "Uncle, you must be in charge here. You need to get down and evacuate the crowd. Tell them to stop trying to douse the flames and leave immediately. I fear the tanker might explode." "What nonsense are you spouting? Can't you see we're busy? Get down." Lin Pingzheng, now drenched in sweat, had lost the authoritative demeanor he once commanded, and he shouted at Wang Liang with ire. "Did you not hear what I said? I told you to get down." Lin Qingqing, with her fiery temper, grabbed Wang Liang by the collar, scolding him harshly. As the seconds ticked away, Wang Liang felt a surge of frustration. He could no longer afford the luxury of politeness, regardless of Lin Qingqing's beauty. He was here to save lives, not to court death. "What are you doing arguing with me at a time like this? Save your energy for helping others." He forcefully shrugged off Lin Qingqing's grip. Time was critical, and he was determined to rescue lives, not to be a casualty himself. The fuel tanker could explode at any moment, and engaging in a dispute with the woman before him was tantamount to playing with fire. Lin Qingqing stood stunned, her cheeks flushed with disbelief. Never before had a man treated her with such brusqueness. Wang Liang was certainly the first. "Why are you just staring? Hurry, let us help. Grab a hand," Wang Liang urged, bending down to grasp the arm of the trapped driver. Lin Qingqing, momentarily taken aback, flushed with embarrassment but quickly followed suit, seizing the other arm. Together, they pulled with all their might, while Wang Liang cast a glance at the increasingly impatient Lin Pingzheng. "Uncle, I'm just a junior, but I beg you, heed my advice. Please evacuate the crowd. Can't you see the flickering flames near the tanker? That's a fuel tanker, even encased in metal. It is still at risk of exploding. I implore you, get everyone away. This fire cannot be extinguished." With these pleading words, Wang Liang's eyes glistened with urgency, his tone shifting from commanding to beseeching. With his presence, there were now over a dozen lives at stake. Should the tanker explode, they would all be engulfed in flames. Chapter 8. Escaping the explosion. Observing Wang Liang's earnest demeanor, Lin Pingzheng glanced once more at the flames dancing near the tanker. Almost instinctively, he nodded in agreement. It was not so much the persuasiveness of Wang Liang's words, but the undeniable reality of the flickering flames that struck him. Regardless of how the personnel attempted to extinguish the fire, it only spread further. If this continued, the flames would inevitably reach the fuel tanker, leading to a catastrophic explosion. All right, on the count of 3, we'll pull them out together. With Lin Pingzheng organizing the evacuation, Wang Liang finally felt a sense of relief, focusing on the rescue. Do I need a reminder? Lin Qingqing grumbled, though she nonetheless followed Wang Liang's lead and bent down. 3, 2, 1, go. As the final count echoed, Wang Liang and Lin Qingqing exerted their strength simultaneously, successfully pulling the driver from the driver's seat. In that moment, they could hardly concern themselves with the potential risk of injury to the driver. A few bruises were a small price to pay compared to losing a life. You support him. I'll go down first and catch him, Lin Qingqing instructed, wiping the sweat from her brow after rescuing the driver. As she turned her head, Wang Liang had already leaped down ahead of her, beckoning towards Lin Qingqing. A flicker of annoyance surged within her. What was with this man? Had he grown so accustomed to acting on his own accord? What are you still dawdling for? Time is of the essence. And we need to get that driver out of here, Wang Liang shouted in desperation below. This was the first time he found women to be truly troublesome. The flames were licking at their heels, yet she moved at such a leisurely pace. At that moment, several personnel arrived below. With their combined efforts, they finally managed to drag the unconscious driver down from the cab of the semi-truck. Hey, what is your name? After disembarking, Lin Qingqing did not hurry away, but instead curiously inquired about Wang Liang's name. As she confirmed that the driver was being escorted away by several personnel, Wang Liang, his face darkened, cast a scowl in Lin Qingqing's direction, and snapped, I've realized you talk far too much. Why are you just standing there? Are you waiting to die? Hurry up and leave. Barely had the words left his mouth when he seized her arm and began to march forward, regardless of her willingness. If given another chance, Wang Liang would rather not have to interact with the woman before him at all. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me. I need to check if there are others who haven't evacuated near the fuel truck. The abrupt grasp on her wrist ignited Lin Qingqing's temper, and she struggled to free herself from Wang Liang's hold. However, he was beyond caring, his irritation towards her growing. Women were indeed a nuisance. Wang Liang turned back, cursing at Lin Qingqing, and without regard for her feelings, hoisted her slender waist and carried her away. It is worth noting that Wang Liang had spent the past few years engaged in strenuous labor, so lifting Lin Qingqing, who weighed around 100 pounds, was a trivial matter for him. This weight was hardly more than 2 bags of cement. What are you doing? Put me down. Lin Qingqing exclaimed in outrage as she found herself unexpectedly thrown over his shoulder, her limbs flailing against him. Yet, Wang Liang's pace remained unfazed. The sight of him in such a position, moving with such speed, left the government officials dumbfounded. Was this some sort of public indecency in broad daylight? It was as though they were being disregarded entirely. Particularly, Lin Pingzhen's expression darkened as he witnessed Wang Liang brazenly carrying his daughter away. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Wang Liang managed to bring Lin Qingqing outside the safety perimeter. You scoundrel, you're nothing but a rogue. No sooner had she landed than Lin Qingqing slapped Wang Liang across the face, the sting of the blow jolting him into partial clarity. And a flicker of resentment brewed within him. I'm saving your life, and you accuse me of being a rogue? Before Wang Liang could further address Lin Qingqing, the driver they had rescued stirred back to consciousness. His first words were a frantic plea regarding his cargo. Through inquiries from several officials, it was revealed that the cargo in the semi-truck was not insured and did not belong to any company. It was the driver's life savings, worth hundreds of thousands. After deliberation among the firefighting personnel, they resolved to attempt to extinguish the flames, hoping to salvage at least some of the driver's losses. However, just as the firefighters prepared to advance, Wang Liang stepped forward once more, positioning himself in front of them. At some point, a lighter had found its way into his hand. Everyone, stay where you are. No one is putting out this fire today. His frantic shouts silenced the crowd instantly. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think a lighter can stop us from rescuing? Step aside, or I will have you detained for obstructing public duty. Kid, what are you trying to do? That cargo is my entire life. I'll fight you for it. Voices of condemnation, derision, and threats rained down upon Wang Liang from all directions. As he faced the barrage of insults, his face flushed with anger. Still, he maintained his defiant stance, baring his teeth and shouting at them all, back off. Don't come any closer. That fuel truck is about to explode. Rushing in will only lead to death. Listen, driver, my name is Wang Liang. I'll cover your losses. No one is taking a single step forward. If you so much as move, I swear I'll ignite it myself. He continued, in 5 minutes, no, 3 minutes, that fuel truck is going to blow. You'll only be walking to your doom. I beg you, do not attempt to extinguish the flames. It's futile. This was perhaps the loudest Wang Liang had ever raised his voice. Yet, each word was forced through gritted teeth, drowning out the jeers and silencing the firefighters. Wang Liang understood that the chance to restart his life was a rare gift. Thus, when faced with such a calamity, he wished to save everyone, even those with whom he shared no blood ties. How utterly boring. Go ahead, I dare you to try. Even though Wang Liang's heartfelt roar momentarily stilled the crowd, a faction remained unconvinced, such as Lin Qingqing. Unbeknownst to Wang Liang, she had crossed the safety line and was stepping towards a crash site. At that moment, panic seized him. Glancing at his phone, he realized they had merely 2 or 3 minutes before the explosion. He could almost feel the heat waves surging through the air around him. Turning back, he caught sight of her slender silhouette. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to act. In the next instant, he tossed aside the lighter and lunged towards Lin Qingqing, tackling her to the ground just as a deafening explosion erupted. Chapter 9. Who is the hero? Boom! The violent blast rendered Wang Liang momentarily senseless. Yet, this disorientation was fleeting, for a scorching wave swept over his back. In that harrowing moment, he felt as though he were about to be engulfed by flames. Women truly were a burden. The sudden explosion unleashed a scorching wave that slapped every worker's face. In that instant, nearly everyone felt the searing heat, a stinging sensation that stemmed more from psychological terror than physical pain. Wang Liang's selfless actions had silenced the crowd, and, surprisingly, rather than resentment, they felt gratitude. Perhaps even the utmost respect. Lin Pingzheng opened his mouth, unable to find words as beads of cold sweat trickled down his brow. Mere moments ago, he had been contemplating how this young man dared to act so brazenly towards his daughter. Now, all he felt for that young man was profound gratitude. Reflecting on the previous events and Wang Liang's earnest pleas for assistance in evacuating the crowd, he wished he could slap himself. Had it not been for this young man, they could very well have found themselves engulfed in flames. The mere thought of this sent Lin Pingzhen's hair standing on end. Although they had escaped danger, he couldn't shake the notion that, without the young man's intervention, both he and his daughter might have found themselves engulfed in flames. Moreover, at the critical moment, he had shown no inclination to stop his daughter as she rushed in. Had it not been for the timely intervention of that young man, Qingqing might very well have perished in the explosion. Upon returning home, he would have had no means to explain to Lin Qingqing's mother what had transpired. Not far away, several firefighters swallowed hard, staring blankly at the 2 figures sprawled on the ground. How would he discern that the fuel tanker would explode so swiftly? According to our calculations, there should have been at least another hour, ample time for rescue. One firefighter broke the long-standing silence. Enough of this now. It's not the time to dwell on that. Once the fire is extinguished, we can investigate the cause. However, sometimes one must look beyond the surface. To be honest, I'm rather tempted to invite that young man for a drink. Another firefighter chimed in. What is inviting him for drinks compared to what I'm planning? From this day forth, I intend to erect a statue in his honor, hang our family deity's plaque for him, and offer incense daily. If he and T insisted on stopping us from rushing in to fight the fire, we might have been reduced to mere ashes. Yet another firefighter spoke up, his words seemingly loosening the tongues of the others. This isn't merely a savior. He is a hero. For so long, we have rescued others from peril, but today, this young man saved even us firefighters. He is undeniably a hero of the common folk. Hero, hero, as they shouted in unison. The truck driver sank to the ground, his face a portrait of despair. A lifetime of savings lay within that truckload of goods. With the explosion, everything had turned to ash, leaving no hope of recovery. Fortunately, at the last moment, the young man had shielded all the firefighters with his own body. Otherwise, in the event of such an explosion, he would not only have suffered financial loss, but potentially face criminal liability as well. In truth, he bore no resentment toward the young man. Rather, he felt a twinge of gratitude. Had it not been for him, the losses would have extended far beyond mere goods. As the aftermath of the explosion began to dissipate, Lin Qingqing's faint voice broke through. Hey, how long do you plan to keep me pinned down? Wang Liang sprang up immediately, his reflexes sharp. Youth, indeed, had its advantages. Having just laid upon the girl, he felt a physiological response stirring beneath him. Yet Wang Liang paid no heed to such matters, his expression stern as he barked at the rising Lin Qingqing. You foolish girl. Remember, you owe your life to your father. This was Wang Liang's first time chastising a woman. For a woman with an ample bosom but little intellect, she had nearly led him to his demise. Just a thought sent shivers down his spine. Thankfully, he had emerged relatively unscathed. Otherwise, even if Lin Qingqing were a goddess, he would have felt compelled to give her a couple of hefty slaps. How dare you speak to me like that, calling me a fool? Lin Qingqing having received a superior education, could not tolerate Wang Liang's insults. In an instant, she forgot that he had just saved her life and retaliated fiercely. Wong Leong, uninterested in engaging further, turned and departed, ignoring her shouts. Under the gaze of the crowd, he limped away from the scene. By the time anyone realized it, he had vanished from sight. In that moment, Wang Liang truly became a hero. He completed the entire ordeal without exchanging a single word with any of them. Indeed, he had left silently, concealing his contributions and accolades. Only the driver remained, staring at the slip of paper in his hand, lost in contemplation. He expected that the young man would actually intend to compensate him. Was he really just going to leave? Lin Qingqing gazed at the throng of people, a complex expression crossing her face. She found herself at a loss as to how to assess Wang Liang. On one hand, he had saved her life, yet she had reciprocated with a slap. Logically, he had prevented the disaster from escalating, ensuring that the fuel tanker explosion resulted in no casualties. Conversely, her recklessness and actions may have deeply wounded his feelings, leading him to insult her after his departure. Yet, despite the nature of their encounter, Wang Liang left a profound impact on Lin Qingqing. There's a saying that one should not meet someone too extraordinary in their youth, lest their shadow loom over the rest of their life. That saying now resonated deeply within her mind. She felt unable to summon any anger toward that man. Instead, she felt a sense of indebtedness. If given another chance, Lin Qingqing believed she should sincerely apologize to him. Qingqing, what was that young man's name? I believe we should honor him with a banner and a reward. He truly deserves it. As Lin Qingqing pondered, Lin Pingzheng approached with a serious expression. Yes, you must know his name. Our firefighting team should express our gratitude. I have already submitted a request to the higher-ups to secure him a formal position among the firefighters. Another man clad in firefighting gear also inquired. Surely you know his name. We need to thank him properly. Not just these two, but even some members of the public turned expectantly toward Lin Qingqing. In that moment, nearly everyone was eager to uncover the identity of the figure who had bravely rushed in before the explosion. However, under the collective gaze, Lin Qingqing bit her lip and shook her head. Though she had spent the most time with Wang Liang, she hadn't even had the chance to ask for his name before the critical moment had passed. Instantly, everyone was left yearning to know the identity of this hero. Chapter 10. The reunion of Su Meng and her father after dealing with the fuel tanker explosion. Lin Pingzheng took his daughter to report at the municipal government building. Little did he expect to encounter such a challenging situation upon arriving in Handon. Fortunately, there had been that young man present. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss regarding how to explain the incident to his superiors. As Lin Pingzheng and Lin Qingqing alighted from the vehicle, Lu Shifen, who had been waiting at a distance, immediately recognized Lin Pingzheng. At that moment, her eyes brimmed with tears, despite the years that had passed. The feeling she had harbored in her youth remained fresh in her heart. Lin Pingzheng had changed little. It was she who had aged considerably. Is this really my father? Su Meng couldn't help but exclaim, her emotions stirred by the bond of blood. Lin Pingzheng still looked as handsome as ever, and having worked in the government, he appeared remarkably youthful. In contrast, Lu Shifen had remained in the countryside, exposed to the elements, and had long since lost her former beauty. Mom, let us go, Su Meng urged. Yet Lu Shifen seemed to be frozen in place, hesitant to approach. She recognized the graceful young woman standing beside Lin Pingzheng as his daughter and felt like an outsider in comparison. Ming, you go ahead and speak to your father. Inquire about when he might be able to formalize your position or resolve your rural household registration issue. I'll stay back. Can't you see his daughter is here too? Upon hearing this, Su Meng nodded, aware that her mother was indeed not in a position to intrude. However, upon seeing Lin Pingzheng's daughter, a pang of inferiority washed over her. Compared to this unfamiliar sister, she felt herself lacking in every aspect. Yet, for the sake of securing a better future, she steeled herself and took a step forward. As she neared the point of speaking, the words dad or father refused to escape her lips. However, Su Meng harbored a profound premonition that this man was indeed her father. And Lin Qingqing bore a striking resemblance to her in certain aspects. Before Su Meng could approach, Lin Pingzheng had already noticed her. And Lin Qingqing's gaze also fell upon Su Meng. Their eyes met, and Su Meng, feeling somewhat insecure, lowered her head. As she had anticipated, Lin Pingzheng's reaction upon seeing her was one of joy or perhaps excitement. Yet to her surprise, he wore an expression that was tinged with anger. Soon after, Lin Pingzheng took a few steps towards Su Meng and addressed her with a questioning tone. What are you doing here? I have to report today, so you should go back. In a few days, I will arrange for someone to contact you. It was evident that Lin Pingzheng did not wish Lin Qingqing to know about his daughter's presence. Moreover, having neglected Su Meng all these years, He felt a sense of guilt that compelled him to promise her a job. Yet, Su Meng's sudden appearance undoubtedly disrupted his original plans, inciting his displeasure. Dazed, Su Meng stood rooted to the spot, watching as Lin Pingzheng took Lin Qingqing by the hand and entered the government building. She felt akin to a forsaken child. From the moment Lin Pingzheng spoke to her until his departure, the word dad remained unuttered on her lips. Upon entering the government building, Lin Qingqing cast a glance at Lin Pingzheng and remarked, "Dad, that girl just now, can she be considered my nominal sister?" Seeing the questioning expression on his daughter's face, Lin Pingzheng felt overwhelmed and hastily explained, "Little aunt, you must keep this a secret from your mother. This is a mistake I made in my youth, and we have not been in contact for a long time." Lin Qingqing snorted dismissively, but said nothing further, her mind racing with memories of the woman who bore a slightly alluring figure. In truth, it was through her mother's connections that her father had risen to his current position, and if her mother were to discover this matter, her father's career could very well be jeopardized. After Lin Pingzheng's departure, Su Meng returned to Lu Shifen, her spirit shattered. "How did it go, my daughter? Tell me, can your father help solve the problem?" Su Meng shook her head and replied, "No, he said to come back in a few days after he finishes his work." Lu Shifen, not easily fooled, quickly grasped the implications of Su Meng's father's words, and she cursed at the already departed government building. That scoundrel Lin Pingzheng, leaving without a word. What did he say to me when he left the cornfield? Now he refuses to mention it. Noticing the stares of those around them, Su Meng hurriedly tugged at Lu Shifen's clothing and implored, all right, Mom, there's so many people watching." Lu Shifen's chest heaved in frustration, and as the crowd grew, she finally fell silent. After all, they were at the entrance of a government office, and encountering a leader would not bode well. Amidst her concerns about work, Su Meng was far more worried about the child she carried within her. With each passing day, as her pregnancy became more evident, she realized that if she did not find a suitable partner soon, her unwed pregnancy would be impossible to conceal. In fact, she had contemplated terminating the pregnancy. But the child's biological father insisted she find a suitable partner to ensure a smooth delivery, promising that the benefits would surely follow. However, finding such a partner was not a simple task. In this information age, one misstep could lead to exposure. By then, not only might she lose track of Wang Liang, but even the child's father could sever all ties with her. Deep down, Su Meng held a certain admiration for Wang Liang. After all, he was clean-cut, diligent, and most importantly, obedient. During their relationship, he had always heeded her words. Yet now, due to her mother's insistence on a bride price, Wang Liang had decided against marrying her. "Let's take a taxi back," Su Meng said at the intersection, her face clouded with sorrow. She had hoped to hitch a ride with Wang Liang, but now she found herself waiting for the bus under the scorching sun. "Why take a taxi? It costs money. We'll take the bus back," Lu Shifen retorted coldly. Seeing her mother's growing agitation, Su Meng hurriedly added, "Mom, what if my dad can't help me with the job issue? This is all your fault. Why did you keep pressuring Wang Liang? If it weren't for your last-minute demands for a higher bride price, I might already be married to him." Lu Shifen, exasperated, was further incensed by her daughter's words. "What is so great about Wang Liang? Do you really wish to marry him? Besides, your father never said he wouldn't help you. Why the hurry?" At that moment, Su Meng was not the only one feeling uncertain. Lu Shifen felt it too. After all, there was still Su Cheng to consider. If Su Meng could not find a husband, how could they afford to marry Su Cheng off? The mere thought sent waves of anxiety through Lu Shifen. Originally, the bride price of 188,000 yuan would have sufficed for Su Cheng's wedding. Yet Lu Shifen desired more, which led to Wang Liang, who had been treated as a fool by their family, backing out entirely. He even refused to drive them, leaving Su Meng and her mother with no choice but to take the village bus, swaying back home. Chapter 11. Repay the money? Old Jian, repay the money. Second brother, what were you thinking? How much money can our mother have? What else with you taking 30,000 yuan from her? Hurry up and return it to her. Exactly, second brother, sister-in-law, that's our parents' retirement money, their life savings. Although 30,000 yuan isn't a lot, it's still the hard-earned savings of our parents. How can you take it away? Early in the morning, Wong Leong was jolted from his slumber by the commotion in the yard. From the sound of it, his grandparents had teamed up with his uncle's family to demand money. It seemed that the 30,000 yuan from his grandparents would not be easily relinquished. "Mom and Dad, I truly don't have the money. Liangzi has it all in his bank account. We haven't touched it at all. Parents, look, Liangzi still has nearly 200,000 yuan in car loans to pay off, so can we." Faced with the grandparents' inquiries, his parents' responses were feeble. They had lived their lives as honest and simple folk, unaccustomed to arguing or articulating grand principles. Thus, when confronted by the pressure from his grandparents and uncle's family, they typically chose to acquiesce and endure, especially his father. To him, his grandparents were, after all, his own parents, and he seldom contradicted them. This dynamic had led to the grandparents and the uncle's family becoming increasingly aggressive. This is absurd, second brother. How can such a large bride price be entrusted to a child? Isn't that putting Liangzi in jeopardy? With that sum of money, can he really manage it? Aren't you afraid he'll squander it? Upon hearing that the money was in Wang Liang's hands, his uncle's eyes widened, and his tone took on a condescending note, reminiscent of an older brother reprimanding a younger sibling. Exactly, sister-in-law, you really should have dissuaded Lao Jian. How can the bride price be entrusted to your son? As his aunt spoke halfway, a clever thought crossed her mind, and she turned to Lao Liang, seeking to ingratiate herself. In my view, this sum is too substantial to be safely held by Liangzi or you. Why not hand it over to our parents? Whenever you and Liangzi need it, they could just give back to you. To his aunt, as long as the 188,000 yuan bride price was in the hands of Wong Leong's grandparents, it was equivalent to being in their possession. It was a win-win situation after all. Exactly. I'll go wake Liangzi and have him withdraw the money from his card immediately. No need to wake him. I'm already up. Before his uncle could step into the room, Wang Liang's slightly irate voice rang out. Under the scrutinizing gazes of everyone, Wong Leong, rubbing his sleepy eyes, slowly emerged. His tall figure strode directly toward his uncle, who, clearly intimidated by Wang Liang's aura, stumbled back, his previously assertive demeanor softening, unsure of how to address his nephew. Impudent rascal, where's the money I asked you to retrieve? Have you taken out yet? At that moment, grandmother approached with her cane, her expression decidedly unapproving. Fortunately, Wang Liang's reflexes were swift. Otherwise, that cane might have landed squarely upon him. Why should I withdraw any money? Wang Liang calmly retorted. Why? That is my money, which I generously offered for you to marry a wife. Do you intend for your family to claim it as their own? Besides, it's a substantial sum of 18,000. Can it be entrusted to a mere child like you? Seeing her grandson speak so defiantly, grandmother's face flushed with anger. This boy has turned the tables. Does he not know who is in charge here? Unable to distinguish between big and small Wang? Wang Liang chuckled coldly, his expression tinged with sarcasm. Generously offered? Grandmother, I must ask, how can you shamelessly utter such words without feeling a twinge of embarrassment? Despite being his own grandmother, Wang Liang showed her no leniency and retorted directly. Grandmother, upon hearing this, was so enraged that she struggled to catch her breath, pointing an accusatory finger at him. You little brat, do you even grasp what you're saying? Is it wrong for me to reclaim my own money? Hurry and return it. At this juncture, Uncle also reacted, unable to confront Wang Liang directly. Instead, he vented his frustration on Wang Jian. Second brother, look at your good son. This is how he speaks to our mother? What kind of upbringing is this? If he were my son, I would hang him from a tree. Indeed, Liangzi, what manner of attitude is this? It is unbecoming to address your grandmother in such a way. Uncle chimed in supportively. At that moment, Wang Liang found himself laughing in disbelief. These four had come to his home early in the morning to cause a ruckus, yet they dared to blame him for his demeanor. My attitude is improper? Just look at the time. It's morning. Which grandmother or uncle comes to their second son's home so early to demand money? I may not be a good son, but what are you all? Liangzi, how can you speak like that? Wang Jian admonished coldly. However, he had yet to finish his thought when Mother Liang Xia tugged at her husband, signaling him to remain silent. At this moment, she was keen to observe how her son would resolve the situation. Ever since she married into the Wang family, she had endured the oppression from her mother-in-law, having her house taken over and loans never repaid. Now, they had taken 30,000 from her mother-in-law's family and had the audacity to come here with her elder brother's family to stir trouble. Surely, this was blatant bullying. Although they were honest and seldom spoke up, her son was evidently not of the same disposition. Given the circumstances, why not allow her son to handle this matter himself? Worst case, it could lead to a complete fallout. For a mother, enduring hardship was one thing, but if it involved her son, then it was unacceptable. No matter who came, it would be of no avail. Though Liang Xia feared her mother-in-law's family, if they posed a threat to her son, she would not hesitate to confront them. After all, she had no intention of relying on her in-laws for anything. As they were exceedingly biased, Wang Liang glanced at his mother, and upon receiving her silent approval, he took a deep breath and fixed a cold gaze upon the group. I admit my attitude may be lacking. Now, speak your piece. What do you desire? Wang Liang endeavored to maintain his composure, wanting to ascertain just how low these four would stoop in their moral reasoning. That is more like it. Liangzi, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but isn't it rather unsafe for you to hold such a large sum of money? You'd be better off leaving it with your grandmother, and when you marry, she could even give you more than that 3,000. Aunt initiated the conversation, her tone deceptively sweet. Wong Leong observed her with a smile. Goodness. Aunt's calculations were astoundingly shrewd. It was as if the abacus beads were about to bounce off her face. What are you laughing at? Grandmother maintained a stern demeanor, feigning seriousness, though internally she was elated, for Aunt's words resonated with her desires. No, continue. What else do you have to say? Chapter 12. All-out assault. Uncle, seeing Wang Liang so agreeable, raised an eyebrow and said, Liangzi, don't you still owe a car loan of over 100,000? If you're struggling to repay it, why not let me take the car for you? I can help you pay off a bit. When you find the right person, I'll return the vehicle to you. What does that sound? Wang Liang coldly regarded Uncle S family, offering no response. This couple truly embodied the adage, not a family. Don't enter the same door. They were intent on exploiting him, and just the thought of it made Wang Liang feel a wave of nausea. You want to borrow my car and pay off a bit for me? How much is a bit? 500 or 1,000? You should know, it's practically a new car, and after you've driven it for a while, it will approach the point of depreciation. Their schemes were audaciously transparent. Well, since you're not getting married anytime soon, it's better for your uncle to drive it. It's just sitting there, and it might get damaged. At this point, grandfather, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Clearly, these individuals had lost sight of their original purpose and escalated their demands. Wang Liang took a deep breath, his gaze scanning the group. It was time for him to take the offensive. Are you finished? Wang Liang asked, prompting grandmother and the others to exchange glances. Concluding there was nothing more to add, and they all nodded. Uncle, before we discuss cars, I recall grandmother mentioning that when we exchanged that apartment, your family was supposed to compensate us 5,000. What do you intend to provide that money? Upon uttering this, Uncle and Aunt's smiles abruptly froze, leaving them momentarily speechless. Uncle, what is the matter? Why the silence? Just now, you were so vocal. Let us not discuss the car loan. That 5,000 has been outstanding for over a year now. When will you settle that? Seeing Uncle at a loss for words, Wong Leong pressed further. With just a few words, he had reduced Uncle to a state of humiliation, his face flushed, unable to articulate a response. Liangzi, we came here not to demand money from your grandmother, and my suggestion to have her keep that 18,000 was for your benefit. Why are you now asking us for money? Observing her husband struggling to respond, Aunt was quick to redirect the conversation back to Wang Liang's grandparents. How noble of you to act in our best interests. Have you no conscience? Do you not fear the wrath of heaven for such words? If you truly cared for us, why didn't you offer a single penny toward the 30,000 dowry requested by Su Meng? Are you simply coveting my 18,000 now that my elder sister remains unmarried? You see, child, I only think it's unsafe for you to keep that money. And I'm considering your welfare. How did it turn into coveting? Anne exclaimed, visibly exasperated. Clearly, she had not anticipated Wang Liang's confrontational demeanor. Very well. I'll admit my mistake in saying that. Since you're not coveting, when will you repay the 5,000 you owe my family? Wang Liang quickly countered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. 5,000? What is that? I'll have it to you in a few days. Aunt retorted, clearly incensed by Wang Liang's comments. A few days? If my memory serves me correctly, it's nearly 2 years overdue. When can I expect it? Let us set a date. I'll come to your home to collect. Uncle pointed at Wang Liang, so incensed that he struggled to catch his breath, nearly fainting from the indignation. Liangzi, if you have something to say, then say it. When did it become your place to challenge your aunt? As he watched his wife rendered speechless by the retort, the uncle coldly reprimanded. No. I have not troubled my aunt at all. Uncle, please do not wrongfully accuse me. I was merely inquiring when you would settle the payment. The uncle found himself at a loss for words, as he reflected on how they had been working lately and the scarcity of savings. Their funds were all in their son's hands. Surely not. You can't possibly be without funds. Look at you and my uncle living in a nice apartment, dressed impeccably every day. You can't possibly be unable to produce 50,000. At that moment, Wang Liang's tongue was like a machine gun, firing off words relentlessly. This left the once high and mighty uncle's family utterly humiliated. You little brat. When did it become your role to reprimand your uncle? You lack respect. Just watch. I will teach you a lesson today. At this juncture, grandfather, wielding a stick, stormed forward, seemingly intent on imparting some discipline to Wang Liang. Father, what on earth are you doing? What is the meaning of this? Observing grandfather's imminent aggression, Wang Jian could no longer remain seated and shouted. Now, father, I wish to hear you explain. Has Liangzi said anything incorrect? Does my elder brother's family not owe us money? If Liangzi has erred, then what are you doing here, troubling us over 30,000 early in the morning? Mother Liang Xia cast a surprised glance at her husband. It was the first time in many years that she had witnessed him so boldly countering his mother-in-law's family. What is going on today? You have no right to reprimand your father. No matter what, he deserves your respect. Grandmother coldly scolded, her demeanor resembling that of a shrew. Old hag, I respect you by calling you grandfather, but if it weren't for my dad, what do you think you are? Come on, try to lay a hand on me. Witnessing his father being chastised by grandfather and grandmother, Wang Liang could not remain passive. With red-rimmed eyes, he stepped in front of his parents. Upon seeing this scene, Liang Xia's eyes glistened with tears. The child had grown up. He was now capable of standing on his own, especially as he shielded his parents. He had taken on the responsibility of supporting this family. No longer the babbling infant he once was. Wang Jian opened his mouth several times, but ultimately refrained from scolding his son. In fact, today, he found himself somewhat supportive of his son's actions. What? Do you wish to lay hands on your grandfather? The uncle's eyes widened as he rolled up his sleeves, advancing toward Wang Liang. As for violence, I would advise against it, uncle. Regardless of your methods, I demand to see that 50,000. Otherwise, I reserve the right to reclaim my apartment. As soon as Wang Liang spoke, the uncle abruptly halted, his actions ceasing. The apartment had yet to be transferred. The title still belonged to Wang Jian. Thus, Wang Liang indeed had the potential to reclaim his property. The house, you can forget about it. Do you think you can just challenge the heavens? As for the repayment, I do not care what excuses you have today. I want to see my 30,000 coffin fund. If not, I shall sit right at your doorstep until everyone sees how your family defaults on my coffin money. As grandmother spoke, she began to march toward the door. Very well, go sit at the door, grandmother. Since you have said so, let us have a proper discussion. Chapter 13, Seizing the Vital Point. As Wang Liang spoke, he produced a bank card. Upon the emergence of the card, both grandfather and grandmother's eyes widened. Even the uncle and his family stared fixedly at the card in Wang Liang's hand. Hand it over. Seeing that Wang Liang had no intention of parting with the money, grandmother reached out to snatch the card, but Wang Liang readily evaded her grasp, retreating. I can give you the money, but grandmother, I recall you mentioning the need to renovate the old house, and the 100,000 you took from my father. What does that factor in? I remember you even wrote a note regarding it. Why not just deduct that 3,000 and give us 70,000 instead? Wang Liang shook the bank card in his hand as he spoke. Initially, he had intended to approach the matter with the respect due to his elders, planning to gradually request the money. However, grandfather and grandmother had denied him that opportunity, joining forces with the uncle's family to demand money early in the morning. Even debt collectors did not act in such a manner. 100,000? When did I ever take that from you? Stop spinning your tales and give me the card. Wang Liang's words seemed to strike a nerve with grandmother. In an instant, she transformed into a furious cat. Her face flushed as she fixated on reclaiming the bank card from Wang Liang. It was as if she believed that once she possessed the card, it would equate to 18,000 in her hands. But, grandmother, if you refuse to acknowledge your debts, then it becomes quite simple. We have the written agreement, and, uncle, you need to produce that 50,000 promptly. I wonder if the mortgage payments over the past 2 years have accumulated enough. If not, I can make up the difference, and the apartment will belong to me, while I shall return the house to you. Wang Liang sneered coldly, unleashing his full verbal arsenal. At this point, he was not merely targeting his grandmother. Even the uncle found himself ensnared by the fallout. Oh, are you attempting to defy fate, child? The aunt could no longer sit idly by, witnessing her residence come under threat. We signed contracts regarding that house. It belongs to us, and you cannot simply reverse that. Moreover, we are not refusing to repay the 50,000. Just grant us a few days, and we will return it immediately. She could distinguish the significance of 5,000 compared to her home. However, persuading them to part with that 5,000 would not be an easy feat. At the very least, they would need to have their names registered as the owners. Otherwise, the aunt would never feel at ease. If Wang Liang were to continue this charade daily, it would become unbearable for her. After all, they had exchanged the old village house for this apartment. Having already gained an advantage, they could not sacrifice the house over 5,000. That will not do. We cannot simply trade 5,000 for the house now. Upon noticing the aunt's capitulation, Wang Liang's parents exchanged satisfied nods, but Wang Liang was not willing to concede. What? Do you intend to raise the price? The uncle shot him a fierce glare, nearly ready to strike, convinced that Wang Liang was deliberately provoking him. Did he truly believe that his family was easy prey? In his view, offering his second brother 50,000 was already a generous compensation. If it were up to him, he would have preferred to default on the debt without paying a dime. Raising the price is out of the question, but the title deed for the old house should be returned to us. Although the apartment has been transferred, the deed is not in our possession. Uncle, surely you wish to have the ownership of that apartment transferred to your name, don't you? If so, you must return the deed. Wang Liang had been racking his brain on how to retrieve the deed from his grandparents, and now, with the uncle's interference, he had found a legitimate reason to reclaim the deed. Moreover, he need not even concern himself with the matter. Since the uncle desired the ownership of the apartment, he would have to produce the deed. Otherwise, he should not even think about it. The rest would be a battle between the uncle and the grandparents. The deed is out of the question. What nonsense are you talking about? At such a young age, you are already thinking about deeds? Do you even comprehend what a deed is for? The mention of the deed sent grandmother into a frenzy, as she felt like striking Wang Liang with her cane. At his age, he was already fixated on the deed. Grandmother had kept the deed for her own purposes, planning to pass the apartment to her eldest grandson once he married, intending to use the deed to drive the second family back to their old house. At that time, she could live here with the eldest family. Thus, the deed would certainly not be handed over to the second family. If the deed were given to them, what would she have to provide for the eldest grandson? There would be no discussion on that matter. Now, grandmother, what do you propose for settling the remaining 70,000? Perhaps I shall come to your house first thing tomorrow morning to block your door, Wang Liang remarked, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. He no longer needed to concern himself with the matter of the land deed. However, the 100,000 yuan his grandparents had taken under the pretext of renovating the house must be returned. It rightfully belonged to him. He was determined to reclaim every last bit. What business is it of yours if it's 70,000 or 100,000? I'm inquiring with my son, and you, being but a grandchild, have no say in this. Second brother, you speak. No matter how Wang Liang pressed his grandmother, she adamantly denied the existence of such a matter. Not only was she unwilling to return the 100,000, but she also insisted on reclaiming the 30,000 she had previously lent out. Mother, there's a written agreement for that 100,000 you borrowed back then. Today, with my elder brother present, I shall be forthright. If you truly used the 100,000 for renovations, we would accept it. But your house has not been renovated. Has it? Where has that money gone? Are you truly unaware? At that moment, Wang Jian lowered his head and chose not to respond. Yet, Liang Xia could no longer bear to remain silent, and thus interjected, "Be quiet. This is a family matter. What concern is it of yours? Do you really think you have a right to intervene?" The grandfather bellowed furiously. His words left Liang Xia's face flushed, and she stammered, unable to retort against her father-in-law. "Do not belittle my mother with your seniority. If you are so shameless, do not be surprised if I speak harshly. You think you can reclaim that 30,000? Not a chance. Moreover, grandmother, if you refuse to acknowledge this, then let us meet in court. If you're not afraid, then why should I be? I recall my cousin is preparing for the civil service exam. If grandfathers and grandmothers' names become associated with bad debts, will that not impact him as well?" Wang Liang's voice was not loud, yet this single remark cast a sudden silence over the previously noisy courtyard. Particularly, upon hearing that it could affect his son Wang Lei's civil service prospects, the expressions of his uncle's family shifted dramatically, and even the countenance of his grandparents grew rather grim. For them, Wang Lei was their lifeblood, no matter the circumstances. They could not allow any hindrance to Wang Lei's future. "You little rascal, if I do not beat you to a pulp today, my heart will not be at ease. How dare you use your cousin to threaten us?" At this moment, the grandfather could no longer contain himself, brandishing a stick as he advanced menacingly towards Wang Liang. Witnessing his grandfather's impending aggression, Wang Liang too felt his temper flare, stepping forward defiantly. "Old man, you dare to try it? The moment you lay a hand on me, I shall call the police, and we shall see who truly suffers the consequences." Standing tall and imposing, Wang Liang felt no fear, even before his grandfather. In his eyes, his own grandfather was less significant than a mere neighbor. "Father, do not act impulsively." Despite his uncle's own anger, he still possessed the clarity to discern the consequences of physical confrontation. "Oh, I cannot bear this. My grandson seeks to drive me to my grave." On this side, the grandfather was halted by his elder brother from advancing, while the grandmother plopped down onto the ground, resorting to a display of petulance. Observing this, a smirk crept onto Wang Liang's lips. If they wished to play this game, then he would not hold back. Chapter 14. A Woman Destroys 3 Generations. As the grandmother threw a tantrum in the courtyard, the parents appeared distressed, unsure of how to respond. This tactic of the grandmother was nearly foolproof. It was precisely because of such antics that she often managed to extract what she desired from the second branch of the family. "Yell all you want. Should I fetch a megaphone for you, so the neighbors can weigh in?" Under the guise of renovating the old house, you took 100,000 yuan from my family. Yet we only owe you 30,000. You come here first thing in the morning demanding repayment. Grandmother, shout all you wish from my yard. I shall go call the neighbors to witness. You are not afraid of losing face. We have the truth on our side, so why should we fear? Just wait. I shall summon them. Wong Leong shouted as he strode towards the door, occasionally muttering, "If that 30,000 lacks any written agreement, can I not also refuse repayment? Moreover, your family still owes us 100,000. Let the neighbors see how you manage your household. It will be enlightening for them to know just how biased Wang Lei's grandmother is." His words instantly silenced the grandmother, who had been wailing and throwing a fit. Grandma Li, in the village, was reputed for her management skills and ability to care for her family. Both sons and daughters-in-law obeyed her commands, and she had them all tightly under her thumb, never daring to voice dissent. If Wang Liang were to spread such information, it would be a source of immense embarrassment for her. Of course, even if she did not care about her own reputation. How could she face the neighbors if her eldest grandson Wang Lei returned to the village only to learn that his grandmother was unreasonable after a lifetime of dominance? To end up in such a predicament would surely invite ridicule. No, even if she suffered a loss, she could not allow that 30,000 to slip away. She must close the door and prevent the villagers from gossiping about her. Both the uncle and aunt were respectable individuals and naturally wished to avoid being the subject of ridicule in the village over such matters. Hence, the aunt stepped forward, grasping Grandma Li's arm. "Mother, we cannot afford to lose face like this. We will find a way to deal with the money later. But let us not embarrass ourselves here. Indeed, father, what is this spectacle? At your age, striking your grandson? If word of this got out, we would be the laughingstock of the village. Let's return home." The uncle quickly pulled the grandfather away, continuing to persuade him along with the aunt. "Come, everyone. Come see my family. Be quiet. You silence yourself." As Wang Liang raised his voice, the grandfather once again scolded him. Under the urging of the uncle's family, they quickly made their way towards the exit, eager to leave without delay. Otherwise, they would be the only ones to suffer embarrassment. "You little brat. Just wait. I swear, if you do not return that 30,000, this matter is far from over." Before departing, Grandma Li maintained her furious facade, pointing a finger at Wang Liang as a threat. However, he was undeterred and retorted boldly, "Grandmother, you still hold on to our 100,000. I am about to marry. I urgently need the money. What would be a suitable time for me to come collect? You, how dare you provoke an old woman, Wang Liang? I disown you as my grandson." Grandma Li was evidently displeased with Wang Liang's smug demeanor, her speech faltering. Yet, Wang Liang continued quietly, "Grandmother, do ensure that 100,000 is ready soon, or I will have no choice but to file a lawsuit in a couple of days. By then, let the whole village see how the Li family defaults on their debts and becomes notorious for it. I wonder if my cousin will pass his political examination under such circumstances. Imagine if he cannot secure a high position. Will he not resent you? You waste your breath arguing with me. You should instead return home to devise a plan to gather the money. Do not wait for the court officials to come knocking on your door first thing in the morning. That would be quite an unpleasant sight." With that, both the uncle's and grandmother's families wore expressions of shock, and they dared not respond, retreating in a dejected manner. Wang Liang regarded their hasty exit with a hint of satisfaction. In his past life, he had been not only oppressed by his wife, but also drained by the Li family. It was worth noting that his parents had been driven to death by debt collectors, partly due to Grandma Li's machinations. They endured the scorn of debtors, only to return home and be manipulated by Grandma Li's tactics. Even the very land they owned in the village had been forcibly taken from them by Grandma Li and the uncle, leaving his parents unable to argue their case. For the deed was held in their possession. They say a good woman brings prosperity for 3 generations. However, in Wang Liang's case, a bad woman has wreaked havoc for 3 generations. This statement perfectly encapsulated Grandma Li in the recesses of memory as she approached the end of her days. Grandma Li never cast a glance in his direction. Rather, it was Wang Liang who occasionally brought gifts to visit her. Reflecting on it now, Wang Liang found himself wishing he could slap some sense into himself. Upon turning to behold his father's intricate expression and his mother's rather content demeanor, he felt reassured that he had made the right choice. Yet, it was evident that his father still struggled to accept the truth within. The favoritism exhibited by his grandparents was so pronounced that his father began to question whether he was even their biological child. "Father, I have matters to attend to today, so there's no need to prepare a meal for me," Wang Liang stated as he made his way towards the door. However, after taking just a few steps, he halted and turned back to his father, saying, "Dad, you should refrain from going to work today. Please inquire if there are any plots of land or houses for sale in our village. Keep an ear out for potential contacts if you would." "What is this? You don't mean to suggest you're considering purchasing land, do you?" His father, still processing the news, was interrupted by Liang Xia's inquiry. "Indeed, I plan to collaborate with a friend to establish a small workshop in our village, producing hot sauce or perhaps candy." Wang Liang scratched his head in response. Tycoon very well divulged to his parents that his intention to acquire several properties was merely to await impending demolition in a few months. Some truths, when articulated differently, are more readily accepted. Is this feasible? I hope you won't be scammed. Handling such a large sum of money is no trivial matter. And starting a small workshop is not as simple as it sounds. Liang Xia voiced her concerns. Rest assured, mother, I've been preoccupied with thoughts of marrying Su Meng, which is why I hadn't mentioned it to you sooner. Now that I've decided against marrying her, it's the perfect opportunity to invest this money. I've even secured clients. As soon as we begin operations, there will be orders, and we can also sell locally, Wang Liang asserted, realizing that weaving a benevolent lie was not as effortless as he had anticipated. Noticing the skepticism etched on his mother's face, he quickly added, "Trust me, mother. I've conducted thorough research. If you don't believe me, consult with my brother-in-law. He is in the business too." By invoking his brother-in-law, Wang Liang reinforced the credibility of his plans. In his mother's eyes, his brother-in-law was a figure of success. Although he resided in the village, he ran a small workshop that employed tricycles and small trucks for deliveries, a sign of prosperity. Among the villagers, the one point of pride his parents could boast was that their daughter had made a commendable marriage. Not only did her husband treat her well, but his business was also flourishing. Thus, whenever the village spoke of his sister and brother-in-law, a sense of satisfaction would invariably adorn their faces. Well then, our son has grown up. If he wishes to pursue this endeavor, why not let him give it a try? A man must either establish a family or a career, and since Liangzi has no desire to marry, what harm could there be in allowing him to explore this venture? Who knows, he might succeed. His father, who had remained silent until now, voiced his thoughts. I'll make a call to the factory shortly. I want to be going in today. I'll help you inquire. But make sure to return home early and don't loiter outside, his father concluded. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang sensed that his plans were taking shape. Next, he needed to visit the lottery center. Chapter 15, you're bringing a bank card, right? Hey, Daxi, I need you to help me with something. I'm not going out. It's sweltering outside. Where'd I even go? Just come out. Oh, and remember to bring some cash. Today, I'm going to help you make a fortune. I'd rather not bring cash to make a fortune with you. Isn't this just an excuse to go foot bathing? Foot bathing? I'm taking you somewhere far more exhilarating than that. More exhilarating? Dad, where are you? I'm heading out right now. After hanging up, Wang Liang rolled down the car window and lit a cigarette. As the smoke curled around him, memories flickered through his mind like slides in a projector. Daxi, whose full name was Chun Zheng, had been the first to rush to his side when he had his car accident in a previous life. Daxi was a friend with whom Wang Liang had grown up, their bond having always been strong. In his memories, after marrying Su Meng, he had gone into business with Daxi, but due to various circumstances, they incurred losses. Ultimately, when it came time to divide the profits, significant disagreements arose, leading to a rift between the two once close friends. They had hardly been in contact since Wang Liang's accident. In truth, experiencing gains and losses in business is a common occurrence, and the amount of money involved was inconsequential for both Wang Liang and Daxi. However, the incessant bickering instigated by Su Meng and Lu Shifan ultimately drove a wedge between them, resulting in a complete fallout. Reflecting on it, Wang Liang felt a sense of guilt toward Daxi. Indeed, true friendship reveals itself in times of adversity. When Wang Liang was in his accident, Su Meng and Lu Shifan had quickly decided to abandon treatment, while Daxi had insisted on pursuing medical attention. He took it upon himself to care for Wang Liang, even using his savings to cover medical expenses and surgery costs. Had it not been for Daxi's timely intervention, Wang Liang might have succumbed on the very day of the accident. It was Daxi's perseverance that granted him a bit more time. Of course, Wang Liang had not neglected Daxi. Before his demise, he entrusted all of his assets to Daxi, leaving nothing for that pair of parasitic women. Liangzi, look what I brought you. As Wang Liang was lost in thought, Daxi emerged from his house with an air of mystery. Once in a car, he pulled out 2 packs of cigarettes from his pocket, tossing one to Wang Liang. Here, one for each of us. No one should use the other's lighter. Are you kidding? You haven't sold yourself, have you? Smoking this brand? Wang Liang exclaimed, eyeing Daxi with suspicion. It was well known that Daxi had always smoked red diamonds. Come on, you're the one selling yourself. Someone gave my old man a gift, and I just happened to take one. You can say I'm treating you well, all right? Daxi responded, raising an eyebrow. And look at this. As he spoke, Daxi revealed a bottle of premium Matai. Tonight, we either finish this together, or you take it home for my uncle to try. With a skeptical gaze, Wang Liang accepted the bottle of liquor. He was now seriously questioning whether Daxi had indeed sold himself. How else could he afford such luxuries? Don't be ridiculous. My father got promoted at the factory recently. It's perfectly normal for someone to bring gifts, Daxi retorted, slightly flustered by Wang Liang's scrutiny. Oh, he got promoted? I see now. I'm misunderstood. Wong Leong chuckled awkwardly. No wonder there was both mutai and cigarettes in the mix. In his previous life, shortly after his engagement, Daxi's father had received a promotion, leading to a significant boost in their family's financial status. However, at that time, Wang Liang had been too preoccupied to reconnect with Daxi and had overlooked this detail. Yet, with gifts of cigarettes and mutai being presented at their first meeting, Wang Liang felt a tightening in his gut. Influenced by the short videos he had seen in his previous life, he couldn't shake the feeling that Daxi had ulterior motives for being so generous. By the way, why did you call me out? Who goes for foot baths in the afternoon? Daxi pressed for clarification. Oh, foot baths? What foot baths? I have serious business to attend to. Did you bring any money? Wang Liang felt that Daxi had no other interests apart from foot baths. Did the foot massage technicians somehow brainwash him? Was that all he could think about? Did you bring money? Wang Liang asked earnestly. Hey, when hanging out with me, who needs cash? A bank card is all you need. Daxi feigned nonchalance. Oh, you have a card? That works too. Wang Liang nodded, and as he spoke, he resumed, driving slowly forward. Wait a moment. Wang Liang abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing Daxi to lurch forward, nearly hitting his head on the windshield. The card you mentioned, it's a bank card, right? Wang Liang inquired. What bank card? I meant the card for the foot massage place. My dad just loaded 2,000 into it. Wang Liang's persistent questioning had indeed exasperated Daxi, his tone tinged with impatience. What? You're still at it with your dad? Wang Liang exclaimed, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Can a father and son really partake in foot baths together? Get lost. Stop blabbering nonsense. My mother is worn out. My father took her for a massage, and that is how we managed to get some cash. Oh, so it's my aunt who's tired. Well then, that's settled. Just make sure you focus next time. Otherwise, it could lead to misunderstandings, Wang Liang replied, scratching his head awkwardly. Seriously, did you bring any money? I'm really taking you to handle some serious business today. Wang Liang cut straight to the point, dispelling any lingering hesitation. With the World Cup matches looming, he was eager to make some money, while also hoping she would join in the betting. Naturally, he didn't expect much from Daxi, as he showed little interest in the matter and certainly wouldn't sacrifice his own finances for a mere suggestion. I've got it. I have enough on my phone. She waved his hand dismissively, seemingly displeased with Wang Liang's incessant questioning. All right, if it's not enough, I'll pitch in a bit more. I don't need your help. I have 30,000 on my phone. If that's insufficient, I can always withdraw more from my card. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang's interest peaked again, and he relaxed his grip on the brakes. That should be sufficient. Let us go. The car meandered through the village and soon arrived at a larger sports lottery center in the city. After stepping out, Daxi glanced disdainfully at the lottery center's logo and scoffed. Is this the place you said is more thrilling than foot baths? Just a few scratch-off tickets. And you're expecting to strike it rich? You're not seriously thinking of relying on them to afford Su Meng's dowry, are you? Enough chatter. Just come inside with me. Wang Liang replied with a feigned air of mystery, leading the way toward the center. She shook his head helplessly and followed suit. Once we're in, just by what I suggest, don't make any reckless purchases. Wang Liang reminded him as they approached the entrance. Just go ahead, I can read. You know, Chapter 16. Another trick up his sleeve. The early hours of tomorrow would mark the World Cup semifinals. Consequently, the lottery center was bustling with people, most of whom were placing small bets. Hey, trust me this time, bet on Brazil. They're the host nation. Barring any surprises, I'm convinced Brazil will win. No, let us skip that. Germany is like a dark horse this year, advancing with a winning streak of 15 games. Do you think this is a joke? I think we should bet on a draw. Given the current volatility, it's more likely. As Wang Liang and she entered the lottery center, they overheard a lively debate about betting strategies. The discussions were rife with disagreement. After consulting a few seasoned gamblers, Wang Liang formulated his own plan. Handing a bundle of cash to the clerk, he declared, then I'll place a bet on the score. Germany will defeat Brazil 7-1. At that moment, although Wang Liang was already aware of the outcome, he pretended to be oblivious, as if he were merely making a spontaneous, casual remark. Upon hearing this, the chatter in the lottery center quieted slightly, and numerous gazes fell upon Wang Liang and Daxi. Young man, are you serious? Is this your first time betting? 7-1? Have you not fully awakened yet? Even if Germany is strong, there's no need to go overboard. Listen, I'm just suggesting Germany can win. But I didn't say to bet on the score. If you lose, don't blame me. In a flash, several seasoned bettors chimed in, each holding their ground. Wang Liang chuckled and shook his head, appearing somewhat bashful as he replied, I just saw the high odds. I'm just playing around. Are you sure you want to bet 7-1? The odds are high, but it's almost impossible, someone warned. Well, one must have aspirations. Wang Liang responded with a smile. Fine, since you've made your decision, I won't dissuade you. Just don't blame me if you lose. Enough talk. My brother can bet however he likes. Come on, boss. Give me 1,000 on that. What was it again? Ah, Germany 7-1 against Brazil. Daxi, unable to tolerate the crowd surrounding Wang Liang, waved his hand, deciding to place a bet for fun. In truth, that 1,000 yuan was enough for him to enjoy 3 or 4 foot baths. So claiming he was tea concerned would be an exaggeration. Why not bet a little more? Wong Leong remarked with a sly grin. 2,000 ISN, tea considered little? Daxi replied, his tone shifting. To Daxi, 2,000 was already a significant amount, and he could fathom why Wang Liang would find it insufficient. If you're betting 10,000, then I'll bet 12,000. Wang Liang didn't back down, pulling out a card. It's better to encourage Daxi to bet more than to simply suggest it. 1 10,000, 1 12,000. The clerk began to prepare for the transaction. What? 12,000. As the clerk prepared to place the bet, he suddenly glanced at Wang Liang. This young man appeared to be only around 22 or 23, yet he was ready to wager 12,000. The amount didn't concern him, but the fact that it was for Germany to win 7-1 against Brazil raised eyebrows. As Wang Liang presented his card, onlookers gathered around, evidently curious to see the face of the one betting on Germany to win 7-1. Even the clerk, who was seated at the computer, stood up to scrutinize Wang Liang, skepticism etched on his face. Young man, have you been drinking? An older gentleman leaned in, sniffing the air near Wang Liang, incredulity written all over his face. No, I haven't been drinking, he replied. You're insane. That's 12,000. Boss, this kid doesn't seem old enough. This bet is too risky. Exactly. Young man, I must advise you, betting on football is fine, but it should only be for fun. Don't get carried away. Before the World Cup commenced, everything was uncertain. Most merely placed small bets on who might win. They wouldn't dare to bet as boldly as this young man was doing, especially not with such a scoreline. Don't worry, this is small change to me. Just place the bet, boss. Wang Liang feigned nonchalance, putting on an air of indifference. Having arrived here, Wang Liang had already shown enough restraint. Initially, he had planned to place a wager of over 400,000, but to maintain discretion, he intentionally withheld some of that amount. Who would have guessed that even a 12,000 wager would draw so much attention? As Wang Liang confirmed his bet of 12,000, the expressions of the seasoned bettors around him shifted. Damn, this kid must be a rich second generation. Who cares? Just because he has money doesn't mean he is smart. He'll be crying later. That 12,000 is likely to go down the drain. However, Wang Liang seemed unfazed, even pointing at the promotional posters on the wall. Guys, stop trying to dissuade me. Didn't you see it's for charity? If I lose this 12,000, so be it. I don't care about this small sum. In short, I'm not short on cash. All right, you're impressive. You're extravagant. 666. With that attitude, your 12,000 is going to support public welfare today. Several bettors shouted at the clerk. Kid, are you sure? That is a lot of money. Your family won't blame me, right? Come on, this amount doesn't even need to be mentioned to my father. He'd just scold me. Why would I bother calling him about this? At this moment, Wang Liang was fully immersed in his act. She, clutching a bundle of cash, stared blankly at Wang Liang. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, suppressing the urge to advise Wang Liang against his reckless gamble. After all, he was just too good at putting on a show. At this moment, she pondered whether his misfortunes stemmed from the fact that he had not finalized his engagement with Su Meng. All right, young man, enough of your boasting. I'll place the bet for you. Just then, the boss could no longer tolerate Wang Liang's pretentious attitude and quickly waved his hand. However, under Wang Liang's display of bravado, a staggering sum of 120,000 had already been wagered. The score bet was indeed Germany beating Brazil 7-1. Wang Liang and she swaggered out of the lottery center, holding their ticket under the curious gazes of everyone around. If one were to assert that this lad hadn't been drinking, I would find that utterly implausible. Could it be that he was under the influence of drugs? Perhaps a phone call to report him would be in order. Then again, is it possible that he is genuinely a wealthy heir, puffing on a cigarette, driving a Magotan? Could he truly be that affluent? Yet, what legitimate rich kid drives a bloody Magotan? Could he be addicted to something illicit? Ladies and gentlemen, let us not delve into this young man's background just yet. If Germany really does defeat Brazil with such a score, I'll gladly eat my words. You think you'll eat your words? I'd be willing to eat them for an entire year. Hey, brother, how did you place your bet? What is there to discuss? I obviously bet on Brazil winning. All right, I'm with you on that. Chapter 17, Car Shopping. No, Liangzi, feel my forehead? Is it hot? After exiting the lottery center, she could no longer contain himself. It's not hot. Why do you ask? Wang Liang replied, puzzled. So, you're saying it's either me who has a fever or you. You just wagered 130,000 on the World Cup, and on the score, no less. Have you lost your mind? She raised his voice, drawing the attention of those nearby. Why do you care so much, Daxi? If I told you I had insider information, would you believe me? I assure you, if you follow my lead, you won't suffer losses. You bet 12,000, while I wagered 120,000. By tomorrow night, we'll have our answer. As Wang Liang spoke, he carelessly stuffed the ticket into his pocket. Daxi, however, was far more cautious, carefully folding his ticket and placing it in the pocket of his jacket, even pressing it down to ensure it wouldn't slip away. After all, this seemingly simple piece of paper was worth 12,000, enough to fund over 30 baths for himself. Just the thought made Daxi wince. Once in the car, Wang Liang extracted another 60,000 from Daxi's hands. Over the next few hours, they visited 3 sizable lottery centers, converting the remaining 360,000 into 3 tickets. Each time, the routine was the same. Wang Liang played the role of the affluent heir, nonchalantly spending 120,000 without a hint of hesitation. I must say, this tactic works wonders everywhere. Regardless of which lottery center they exited, the gazes of fellow bettors were filled with the perception of them as naive fools. Watching the duo depart, seated in the car, Daxi's face turned a shade of green. At that moment, it was as if the word fool was scrawled across his forehead. Moreover, he was intensely curious about the source of Wang Liang's wealth. Where did he acquire such a staggering sum? This back and forth had amounted to 430,000. Such a considerable fortune. Was he secretly working night shifts as a gigolo? While he harbored suspicions, his heart ached for the 60,000 he had just lost, savings he had painstakingly accumulated over 2 years, frugally foregoing luxuries. Now, it had all vanished, squandered by Wang Liang without a trace. How was he to survive now? What would he use to woo technician number 6? Normally, borrowing 60,000 from Wang Liang would be manageable, but this time, it had all gone to the lottery center, leaving not a single cent behind. If Wang Liang were to lose this bet, how would he repay him? As she contemplated his misfortune, Wang Liang, in the driver's seat, waved his hand and declared, "Let us go. Next stop, a BMW dealership to check out some cars. I can't have you working for nothing." With that, he pressed the accelerator, heading straight for the city's largest BMW showroom. Knowing he was on the cusp of becoming a newly minted wealthy individual, it was only fitting to upgrade his ride. As for housing, that could wait. Once the lottery winnings came through, he merely needed to purchase a few plots of land in the village. A few months down the line, when the village underwent redevelopment, his share of the housing would suffice for his living arrangements. No need to buy a house at all. Liangzi, tell me honestly, where did you get all this money? Have you resorted to selling your body? Daxi hesitated for a long time before finally asking. Go away. You're the one selling your body. Enough of your nonsense. How about I gift you a car? Do you want it or not? Wang Liang replied, gazing forward with a serious expression. Of course I want it. Why wouldn't I? Seriously, if you buy me a BMW 3 Series, I'll call you Dad. Daxi said earnestly. If Wang Liang truly bought him a BMW, he wouldn't just call him Dad once. He'd be saying it for a lifetime. Damn, is that your only aspiration? Remember, once we step into the dealership, we're not looking at the 3 Series. We're heading straight for the 7 Series. If we're buying, let us get the 7 Series. Why bother with the 3 Series? It's only a crime to boast. Otherwise, someone like you should be shot for 3 days. The duo bickered as they arrived at the BMW 4S dealership. Before they even stepped inside, a middle-aged female salesperson approached them. Her keen eye recognized Wang Liang driving a Magotan 330 from afar. Such quality clients typically held potential for purchasing a BMW. Even if they didn't buy, acquiring their contact information was still worthwhile. However, upon observing Wang Liang and Daxi's attire, her interest waned, and she signaled to a newcomer, "Shout, Shun, come over and attend to these gentlemen." Typically, such clients couldn't afford a BMW, so she saw no reason to waste time on them, casting a dismissive glance at Daxi as she walked away. Damn it, Liangzi, it seems we've been looked down upon. She noticed the shift in the salesperson's demeanor from warm to disdainful. This ignited a sense of diminished pride within him. Why even bother with her? Don't you think the saleswoman we were introduced to is quite beautiful? Wang Liang, ever the optimist, paid no mind to how others perceived him, instead teasing the nearby saleswoman. Flattered by Wang Liang's compliment, the saleswoman blushed and replied softly, "Thank you, sir. My name is Su Meng. Is there a particular vehicle you have in mind? We can start by taking a look. BMW 3 Series. BMW 740. The two spoke in unison, only to present 2 conflicting choices, leaving Su Meng somewhat bewildered. It was quite humorous. They were clearly not in a position to afford a car, yet one was eyeing the 3 Series while the other aspired for the 7 Series. If they could truly afford the 7 Series, I would gladly remove my head to serve them as a chamber pot. Nearby, The middle-aged saleswoman chuckled at their conversation. Sister, keep your voice down. If they hear us, it won't be pleasant. Why waste time on these two losers? Let's get back to our work. A chubby salesperson chimed in. But Wang Liang heard their remarks loud and clear and made a mental note of it. Then, with a sudden slap on Daxi's back, he exclaimed, "Can't you be a little more ambitious? We're about to become wealthy. Why settle for a BMW 3 Series? The 7 Series is much more impressive. Right, Miss Shun? Show us the BMW 7 Series." Daxi stared at Wang Liang, astonished that he was genuinely intent on purchasing the 7 Series. Under Su Meng's guidance, they arrive at the display of the BMW 740. It must be said, the 2014 BMW 740 still possessed an undeniable allure, rivaling even some modern counterparts. "Excuse me, may I take this car for a test drive?" Wang Liang inquired. "Certainly, but I'll need to get approval from the manager first." "What do you mean by a test drive? This car is not available for a test drive." Su Meng, the sales representative, interjected just as the middle-aged female salesperson's voice rose in indignation. In her eyes, two impoverished individuals daring to request a test drive of the BMW 740 was utterly absurd. She had encountered many such people who merely wished to take the car for a spin to snap a few photos for their social media, fishing for likes. Naturally, such a valuable vehicle would not be entrusted to them. "Oh," Wang Liang raised an eyebrow, visibly irritated. This female salesperson was indeed bothersome, ever since they had entered. She had regarded them with disdain. Now, when they sought to test drive a car, she was attempting to obstruct them. "Apologies, sir. The BMW 740 is quite expensive, and we generally do not allow test drives lightly. If you're interested in a trial, we have a BMW 3 Series and a BMW X1 available. Would you care to try one of those instead?" The middle-aged female salesperson forced a smile as she made her suggestion. In her opinion, Wang Liang and she were only worthy of the X1, if not even the 3 Series. Wang Liang stared at her coldly, remaining silent, while Daxi's face betrayed a flicker of anger. "I refuse to test anything else. Today I want to drive this 740. Is that so unreasonable?" Daxi exclaimed, his voice rising several notches and drawing the attention of those nearby. "I came here to look at cars and possibly purchase one, not to be belittled by you. You're just a salesperson. Your job is to recommend vehicles, not to look down on me. Your salary doesn't even match what I spend on a foot massage. Yet here you are, acting superior." With his words, Daxi's disdain rendered the salesperson speechless, her face flushed with embarrassment as she struggled to find a retort. "Brother, you have a point. I've been unable to tolerate her myself. She speaks in such a sarcastic tone, fawning over the wealthy while treating potential buyers with contempt. We are here to purchase a car, not to cater to your whims. This city is not solely yours to dominate." Daxi's words resonated with several other customers, some of whom turned away before even entering the store. As the crowd began to thin, the 4S shop manager hurried out. "What's happening here? Vayu Mai, what are you doing? Even if your sales performance is good, you cannot act as you please." The sales manager reprimanded her sternly. These days were crucial for car sales. They could not afford to lose customers over Wu Mei's remarks. The manager was aware of her tendency to favor the affluent, while looking down upon those who may not appear as prosperous, but still had the potential to buy a car. "No, manager, these two customers want to test drive the BMW 740, and I was merely reminding them that it's not available for test driving," Wu Mei insisted, still unwilling to admit her fault despite the escalating situation. The sales manager shot her a cold glance. He knew the car could be test-driven. While these young men might seem incapable of affording a 740, one should not underestimate their financial capabilities. "I believe the car is available for a test drive, Wu Jia. I recall you had a friend test drive it. Before, what do you mean before?" Su Meng, do not forget that if you fail to meet your sales targets this month, you will be dismissed. Instead of debating trivial matters, you should focus on achieving your goals." Wu Mei shouted, her face flushed with anger, cutting off Su Meng mid-sentence. "Enough, Wu Mei, be quiet," the sales manager scolded, then turned to Wang Liang and she with a conciliatory smile. "Gentlemen, the BMW 740 is indeed available for a test drive. I apologize for the poor impression our sales representative has made on you. Furthermore, should you decide to purchase this vehicle, I can offer you an additional discount." "Enough. We're not interested in this car." Daxi began to protest, but Wang Liang halted him. "I shall forego the test drive. I recall you mentioned that if we could indeed afford a 7 Series, you would twist your head off and let us use it as a urinal," Wang Liang retorted, a smile playing on his lips. "Brother, please calm down. Wu Mei, you ought to apologize to the customers." The sales manager, now exasperated, ordered Wu Mei to extend her apologies to Wang Liang. "No need for apologies. I merely wish to confirm. Was that your statement?" Wang Liang inquired earnestly. Faced with the situation, Wu Mei reluctantly nodded in affirmation. "Very well. I shall take the car. I will pay the deposit today and return in a few days to collect it. As for your earlier comment regarding using your head as a urinal, let us set that aside. However, I do expect you to kneel and bow to me 10 times on the day I pick up the car, calling me father. Wong Leong declared, his voice firm. Wait, you're not actually planning to buy the BMW 7 Series, are you? Daxi, witnessing Wang Liang's resolve, whispered in concern. Why not? I said I would buy a car, and this one is for you. Wang Liang replied nonchalantly. Wu Mei, evidently infuriated by Wang Liang's audacity, retorted sharply. I'll agree to that. But sir, I must warn you that if you only pay a deposit and later choose not to purchase the vehicle, the deposit will be non-refundable. Not an issue. Let us proceed. Xiao Shun, please discuss the specific pricing with me. With that, Shen Ning led Wang Liang and Shi to a nearby negotiation table to discuss the details of the vehicle's price. Wu Mei, watching them from a distance, scoffed. Poor fools pretending to be wealthy. I'm curious to see how long they can maintain this facade. Enough of your comments. Do you not realize how urgent this customer's situation is? Regardless of whether they intend to pay in installments or in full, you should be contemplating your next steps after they make a purchase, the sales manager warned coldly before departing. Regardless of whether the transaction was a full payment or in installments, Wu Mei would ultimately be the one to kneel and bow. It would be she who would face the humiliation. After a thorough discussion between Wang Liang and Shen Ning, they ultimately settled on the top-tier version of the BMW 740. However, during the deposit payment, Wang Liang skillfully negotiated the deposit down from 5,000 to merely 500. In reality, it was 600, as he had taken an additional 100 from Daxi, resulting in a total deposit of 600. To phrase it positively, 600 was an auspicious number. To put it bluntly, Wang Liang and Daxi barely had anything left after that. Consequently, on their way back, they stopped at a corner and each had a bowl of noodles, refraining from adding an egg due to their limited funds. Liangzi, you really have a means to buy a BMW? Daxi asked, finishing his last spoonful of broth. Of course. We have everything ready. We're just waiting for the big reveal. If luck does not favor us, it is entirely plausible that Wang Liang might contemplate ending it all. Based on the market conditions of 2014, earning $6,000 a month was considered a handsome salary, even with frugal living. One could only accumulate a little over $70,000 in a year. To amass $480,000, Wang Liang would need to abstain from all expenditures for at least 7 years. Daxi had contemplated advising Wang Liang against such a reckless endeavor, but he soon realized that his efforts would be in vain. Thus, Daxi acquiesced, placing his faith in the veracity of Wang Liang's insider information. In truth, the two of them had indeed shown remarkable flexibility. They casually purchased over $400,000 in lottery tickets and hastily secured a BMW 7 Series. While this may sound extravagantly bold, the reality was starkly different. Both of them were merely surviving on a large bowl of noodles, unable to afford even the price of an egg. Upon returning home, Wang Liang learned from his father that there were indeed several houses in the village up for sale. Moreover, there was a small factory occupying about 10 acres, priced at approximately $500,000 per acre. This particular option appealed to Wang Liang the most. Additionally, he had conducted a preliminary selection of houses in the village. He deliberately excluded those belonging to impoverished families, understanding that their reasons for selling were likely serious. Purchasing such properties would be lacking in compassion. There was no need to interfere with their prospects of prosperity just before they were due for demolition, as they could very well experience a significant financial uplift post-demolition. Wang Liang was inclined to seek out properties that had been vacated by families who had already settled in first-tier cities. This would also mitigate the risk of those individuals, after receiving their supposed compensation, feeling entitled to a share of his fortune. After careful consideration, he identified 5 potential houses in the village, with prices ranging from $300,000 to $500,000 each. The affordability of these houses was due to their modest size, often not even reaching 1 acre, with some as small as 5 or 6/10 of an acre. However, this was more than sufficient. The total cost for these properties would amount to roughly $150,000 to $160,000, allowing him to maintain his father's dignity while keeping expenses within the realm of $150,000. Furthermore, the small factory would require an additional $5 million. In total, the expenses would be under $7 million, and after waiting 3 to 4 months, these funds might double, potentially allowing for the acquisition of several houses. No matter how one calculated it, this plan was far superior to letting the money languish in a bank account. With everything meticulously arranged, it truly confirmed the words he had shared with Daxi. Everything hinged upon a lottery draw. As for how to allocate his winnings once received, Wang Liang had yet to devise a strategy. In the remaining days, he chose to indulge in idleness, spending his days indoors and only venturing out for meals, during which he endured lectures from his mother, Liang Xia, an occasional reprimand from his father, Lao Jian. After all, he was no longer a child. Lounging at home was hardly commendable. In his previous life, he often found his parents' nagging unbearable and would escape to drink with friends when they scolded him. Yet, in this new life, hearing his parents' admonitions felt like a blessing. The reason was simple. Wang Liang had a penchant for self-deprecation. The more his parents scolded him, the more he relished it. He recognized that he had owed them far too much after marrying in his past life. Thus, he resolved to spend quality time with his parents, Lao Liang and Lao Jian, in this lifetime. Of course, he was not entirely idle during these days. He occasionally ventured out to understand the needs of those selling their homes and negotiated prices with them. He even managed to bolster Lao Jian's reputation, successfully finalizing deals for the houses, requiring only a straightforward exchange of payment for property. In the remaining time, he pondered what to do once the prize was in hand. However, he had yet to form a coherent plan. Once the winnings arrived, his immediate action would be to encourage his sister and brother-in-law to launch an online store, significantly increasing their investment. In his previous life, he had been among the last to seize the e-commerce wave, and although the golden age had passed, the remnants still helped him achieve a modestly comfortable life. Now was the prime moment for e-commerce. By channeling the fierce determination he had exhibited in Hebei's online market, he believed he could quickly rise to the top 10 in several categories. On the evening of July 8th, Wang Liang retired early, perhaps due to the sweltering heat, opting to sleep in the nude. That night would prove to be a turning point for him. However, he seemed rather indifferent, as everything appeared to be predetermined, requiring no further concern on his part. Yet, upon awakening from his slumber, he found himself transformed into a millionaire. He slept soundly that night, while she, on the other hand, was restless, remaining awake until 4 in the morning. Though he had never been particularly interested in the World Cup, he held a betting slip worth 12,000 in his hands. Consequently, she was far more anxious than the players on the field. As time passed, his anticipation grew. The score was aligning closely with his bet. After the match concluded, Daxi remained ensnared in a state of nervous excitement. With the sweltering heat of summer rising, he could no longer contain himself and slapped his own face in disbelief. Tears streamed down his face as he let out a joyous scream, so loud that the Chun couple believed an earthquake had struck, nearly rushing out wrapped in their summer blankets. Fortunately, they reacted swiftly, donning their clothes instead of recklessly dashing out. Each parent rewarded Daxi with a hearty slap on the back. He had won, just as Wang Liang had predicted. Brazil had suffered a shocking defeat, being annihilated 7-1 by Germany on home soil. This match not only created a historic upset, but also introduced unprecedented odds in World Cup history, with each bet of 12,000 at odds of 256. The final winnings amounted to 30,072,000. After deducting 20% in taxes, he would receive 24,576,000. The total from 4 tickets reached 98,304,000. They were tantalizingly close to a significant milestone. Even with Daxi's 12,000 bet, he would pocket over 200,000. In that moment, both of them felt as if they were soaring to new heights. Daxi, amidst his elation, felt a twinge of regret. Had he known they would win, he would have sold everything to place a bet. Unfortunately, it was too late for such thoughts. Nevertheless, he was not overly greedy. Wang Liang had indeed bestowed upon him a considerable fortune. With 2 million, he could afford to take a 10-year sabbatical without concern. Following this event, Daxi contemplated adopting Wang Liang as his godfather. From now on, he would refer to him as Dad whenever they met. It was no wonder he dared to mention a BMW 7 Series post-draw. If he had that kind of money, why settle for a 7 Series when he could drive a supercar? As the sun slowly rose, Daxi could no longer restrain himself and called Wang Liang. This moment could be dubbed the awakening of a millionaire turned billionaire. The happiness arrived with such unexpected swiftness. Chapter 20. Su Meng regrets it. Early in the morning, Wang Liang was roused from his slumber by Daxi's phone call. He was met with a barrage of affectionate expletives, and after venting his frustrations, he silenced his phone and sank back into a deep sleep. However, it seemed he did not rest for long before jolting awake. Wait a minute. What had she just said on the phone? 98,304,000. Almost a significant milestone. Upon this realization, Wang Liang could not help but slap himself, his breathing becoming somewhat rapid. One could not deny the staggering odds of the World Cup. Had his winnings not been taxed, he would have received nearly 100 million. Was this even conceivable? In his previous life, despite capitalizing on the e-commerce wave, he had never amassed such a sum. Just a few days after his rebirth, he had already ascended to the status of a millionaire. Indeed, standing at the forefront of the times. Even a pig can take flight. Wang Liang, however, is no ordinary pig. He is the most flamboyant one soaring amidst this era's winds. Just as Wang Liang rose, the jubilant phone call came through once more. Liangzi, hurry and get up to pick me up. I'll treat you to some tofu pudding. Daji, can you not be so uninspired? You're a millionaire now, and yet you're only offering me tofu pudding? What, should I add an egg to it? Wang Liang found himself at a loss for words, and in a fit of indignation, he retorted, you should treat me to something extravagant, something delicious. On the other end, silence ensued, and after a few moments, Daji's weak voice broke through, bro, although we both have money now, we have to wait a couple of days. I only have $20 on me. 20. Wang Liang opened his mouth in disbelief. Indeed, although one was on the brink of becoming a billionaire, and the other had already become a millionaire, until the money arrived, they both remained impoverished. 20? Damn, Daji. Do you really take your brother for granted? The last time we went out for noodles, you said you had no money, yet you still kept a secret stash. No. Bro, let me explain. Let us just say this 20 could possibly be my dad's secret funds. Wang Liang wiped the sweat from his forehead. One must admit, Daji is quite the dutiful son. Having a father is quite a burden. While Wang Liang and Daji were still pondering how to stretch $20 until their bonuses arrived. On the other side, Su Meng's family faced a far less optimistic situation. Recently, Lin Pingjing managed to meet Su Meng briefly and express his desire to secure a permanent position in a government office, which seemed unlikely. Su Meng would have to pass the exam to get in. To enter government service, one must take an exam. Thus, despite Lin Pingjin's authoritative position, he could not procure any advantages for his daughter. She would have to fight for her own opportunities. However, considering Su Meng's academic qualifications, passing the civil service exam was akin to scaling a mountain. It was simply impossible. Therefore, Lin Pingjing found her clerical job at a factory. Whether Su Meng accepted, it was entirely up to her. At this moment, Su Meng was engaged in a silent standoff with Lu Shifan. After a long while, Lu Shifan took a deep breath and said, how long has this been going on? Not long, just a month and a half, Su Meng replied, her head bowed, unable to meet her mother's gaze. You little girl, you're going to give me a heart attack. Lu Shifan raised her hand to strike. But just as it was about to land on Su Meng's face, she halted. After all, her own experience of being unmarried and pregnant before her marriage to Lin Pingjing was not so different. It seemed her daughter had inherited this trait. Why am I so unfortunate? Lu Shifan exclaimed, slapping her thigh and bursting into tears. It was one thing for her to be unaccomplished, but now her daughter was in the same situation. As Lu Shifan thought of her son, she felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Initially, she had hoped her daughter would secure a stable position through her father, Lin Pingjing, and then, with her daughter's looks, find an affluent husband. That way, she could also afford her son's wedding expenses. Now, all her calculations have fallen apart. Mom, please stop crying. Let us think of a way to deal with the current situation. Seeing her mother's dramatic display of sorrow, Su Meng felt a surge of urgency and spoke up. She had already disclosed everything that needed to be said. Given their family's current circumstances, things were still relatively acceptable. She needed to find someone to marry quickly. Otherwise, as her belly grew larger, who would be willing to take on the responsibility? Solve it? How can we solve it with your condition? Where am I supposed to find someone to take on this responsibility? Lu Shifan threw her hands up, indicating her own helplessness in the matter. Mom, if it really comes to it, let us lower the bride price, and I'll just marry Wang Liang first. Once we have a child, whether he likes it or not, he'll have to take responsibility. Su Meng hesitated for a moment before voicing her thoughts. Even though Wang Liang and her mother were currently at odds, as long as she married him, she had her own means to manage him. With her little tricks, she could easily make Wang Liang into her devoted admirer. Wang Liang, the mere thought of his name, made Lu Shifan want to reject the idea outright, especially recalling the harsh words he had directed at her just days prior. Yet, considering Su Meng's current predicament, Lu Shifan hesitated. Previously, she had believed her daughter might secure a permanent position in the government, and thus had felt entitled to demand this and that. But now, it was a different story. First, her daughter was pregnant. Second, Lin Pingjing had no way of securing a permanent position for her as a temporary worker. Reflecting on this, it seemed that Wang Liang was the only suitable candidate to marry Su Meng. He can marry you, but the bride price cannot be lowered. It must be 300,000. We can forego the house, but we must buy one after marriage. Isn't that asking too much? Upon hearing her mother's demands, Su Meng frowned slightly. She was all too aware that the 300,000 was primarily for her younger brother. Lu Shifan had always favored her son over her daughter. And now, with her daughter pregnant and in need of a partner, she was still calculating her own interests. However, what choice did Su Meng have? If this negotiation fell through, she would have to lower her own worth. As long as she could get married, that was all that mattered. Lu Shifan remained resolute. She was inherently a strong-willed woman, and once she said something, she wouldn't take it back. Thus, Lu Shifan entrusted Aunt Pan from the village to convey her message to Liang Xia. The message was simple. If one wished to marry Su Meng, the house could be disregarded, but the bride price must be raised to 300,000. Without this amount, how could they arrange a wedding for Su Meng? Moreover, once Su Meng married Wang Liang, she intended to find a way to transfer ownership of the car to her son. Lu Shifan felt that conceding on the house was already a significant compromise, but the 300,000 was non-negotiable. After all, 300,000 was not an exorbitant sum for Su Meng's family. She believed that given Wang Liang's financial capabilities, borrowing money would suffice. Chapter 21. The Matchmaker Arrives. Aunt Pan was a well-known matchmaker in Su Meng's village. Since her mother's surname was Wang, she and Wang Liang hailed from the same village. In fact, Aunt Pan's mother had once had a good relationship with Wang Liang's grandmother. Having Aunt Pan act as an intermediary was most fitting. Shortly after Aunt Pan left Lu Shifan's house, she eagerly approached Su Meng and said, Meng, I remember that Zhou Huan from your former workplace seemed quite interested in you. Why not get to know him? He is at least from the city, and who knows what could happen. For Lu Shifan, marrying her daughter to Wang Liang was a last resort. To put it plainly, she was somewhat reluctant. She was unwilling to see her daughter wed to such a poor fellow. Had it not been for the lack of options, she would not have considered someone like Wang Liang. Mentioning Zhou Huan made Su Meng's expression sour. Zhou Huan was indeed decent. He worked in an official capacity, had a stable job, owned a house in the city, and came from a family with government jobs. However, his appearance made Su Meng feel repulsed. Despite his seemingly good circumstances, he was dark and overweight, a stark contrast to Wang Liang's tall and handsome demeanor. Furthermore, even if she needed a partner to get through life, marrying someone like that would not only be unbearable, but might even make her lose her appetite. Especially with the thought of having a clumsy husband and a troublesome child on one side. Her life seemed devoid of meaning. Even though Wang Liang lacked government employment and a house, however, the conditions are relatively favorable, and his appearance is quite acceptable. As long as Wang Liang exerts himself, purchasing a house in the city should not pose a significant challenge. Awakened by a phone call from Daxi in the morning, Wang Liang immediately shook off his drowsiness, feeling invigorated instead. This was partly due to the shock of being roused by Daxi's call, and partly because he was contemplating how to make his money work for him as he approached a minor financial goal. Thus, the two young men, while their parents were still lost in slumber, stealthily ventured out to indulge in some tofu pudding. Indeed, one was worth millions, and the other was on the brink of becoming a billionaire, yet both started their day with a bowl of tofu pudding, complete with an egg, no less. They supplemented the eggs they had missed with their noodles. Returning to the year 2014, Wang Liang realized just how much he could accomplish with nearly 100 million at his disposal. In an era where a bowl of tofu pudding costs merely a yuan and fried dough sticks with egg only a couple of yuan, such a substantial asset afforded him numerous opportunities. However, the foremost task was to collect debts. Wang Liang would not forget the actions of his grandparents and uncle's family. Therefore, in the days that followed, whenever he found a moment, he would knock on his grandparents' door to demand repayment, even when faced with insults or reprimands. They had no way to counter Wang Liang. They had set the precedent, and he would not hesitate to take action. Wang Liang was acutely aware that retrieving money from either his grandparents or his uncle's family would not be an easy feat nevertheless. He persevered, making it a point to run over every morning, much to their chagrin. His grandparents even summoned Wang Jian to mediate, but to no avail. His mother's attitude towards the matter was consistently one of indifference, choosing to turn a blind eye. As a result, Wang Liang often treated Wang Jian's admonishments and threats as mere background noise, continuing his relentless pursuit of repayment. While he may not recover the money, he was determined to create a sense of tension and urgency, ensuring they were always reminded of the debt owed to them. It was crucial for him to remember that whether it was the down payment for their home in the city or the 100,000 taken by his grandparents, all of it had been earned through his father's tireless labor. On this particular day, Aunt Pan, as a mediator sent by Lu Shifan, arrived early with her entourage of matchmakers, engaging in a delicate conversation with Wang Liang's parents. Although she was aware that Wang Liang's engagement to Su Meng had recently fallen through, she perceived this as Lu Shifan lowering her stance, and believed the matter was likely to succeed. After all, if Wang Liang and Su Meng were to marry, she and her fellow matchmakers would undoubtedly benefit financially. Thus, she exerted every effort to facilitate the union. Liang Xia, aware that Aunt Pan had come regarding her son's marriage, had prepared some meat and a few dishes to accompany the drinks. Aunt, since you've been here for a while without eating, why not join us for a meal? She suggested, noticing that Wang Jian was nearly done with his preparations. Aunt Pan, not one to be shy, responded with a grin. That sounds delightful. Let us eat and chat. Once Aunt Pan and the matchmakers agreed, Liang Xia hurriedly served them water, feeling slightly embarrassed. You see, you all came without prior notice. So I just had my husband buy a few ready-made dishes. Please eat first. The braised pork with vermicelli will be ready shortly. It's fine, it's fine. I'm also a niece from the village. I'm not particular about this. I'll eat whatever is available. Once the dishes were laid on the table, Aunt Pan and the matchmaker's eyes lit up, and they began to dig in without waiting for Liang Xia to say more. Liang Xia, feeling a bit awkward, chose not to join them and instead stood by to serve. After a few bites, Aunt Pan got straight to the point. You know, Xia, you should pick a day for Liangzi and Meng Meng to get their marriage certificate. That way, even if Lu Shifeng tries to cause trouble, the marriage certificate will protect them. Nowadays, it's not like in our time when you had to bear sons to keep your wife from running off. Now, once you have a marriage certificate, it's protected by law, and divorce costs money, so it's as good as a done deal. Liang Xia, lacking enthusiasm, merely nodded and encouraged Aunt Pan to eat more meat. Seeing herself valued, Aunt Pan felt elated and fulfilled, saying, I'm just here to help. We're all doing this for the children. Liang Xia smiled again, feeling somewhat constrained. I understand, Annie, so you'll have to work a bit harder. Once this is settled, we'll prepare a little extra for you as a matchmaking fee. However, Meng Meng's family has set conditions that we simply cannot meet. A house and a 30,000 yuan betrothal gift. This is no small sum. Chapter 22. I won't marry. Andy, you can see our family's situation. Just the house has us in a bind, let alone the 30,000 yuan betrothal gift. Liang Xia shrugged her shoulders, a look of helplessness on her face. Aunt Pan slapped her thigh, exclaiming, Oh Xia, broaden your horizons. Just look at Meng Meng's background. She is destined to become an official. If Liangzi marries her, it's not a loss for him. I know your family is struggling, but I've already spoken on your behalf, and Lu Shifeng has agreed. She only wants 30,000 yuan for the betrothal gift, and the house can be set aside for now. Just think about it. Offering 30,000 yuan to marry Meng Meng is a good deal for your family. I've heard Meng Meng's father is back. We could arrange a job for her, and that would benefit your family in the long run. Consider this carefully. 30,000 yuan for a father-in-law who is an official, and Meng Meng is also quite beautiful. Even if others in the village gossip, they won't find fault. After Aunt Pan spoke, the other matchmakers chimed in, expressing disbelief that Meng Meng's father, who had once left secretly, had returned as an official. Exactly. I say, Xia, think it over seriously. If Meng Meng's father becomes a high-ranking official here, Meng Meng will have status wherever she goes. And once Liangzi marries her, perhaps she can even help him secure a job. Listening to the matchmakers chattering about Wang Liang and Su Meng's potential marriage, Liang Xia found herself swayed. Setting aside how to gather 30,000 yuan for the betrothal gift, if Liangzi truly married Su Meng, he would undoubtedly reap benefits in the future. Just as they were fervently discussing Wang Liang and Su Meng's wedding, the front door swung open. Liang Xia and the others turned to see a group of young men swaggering in. So this is my sister-in-law's family? Where's my brother-in-law? The newcomers were Su Meng's brother, Su Cheng, and his rowdy friends. On the day of Wang Liang and Su Meng's engagement, Su Cheng had been at home boasting about his newly purchased Magotan. Just as he was reveling in his glory, Wang Liang snatched it away, leaving Su Cheng seething with resentment. In Su Cheng's eyes, whether Su Meng married or not was inconsequential. What mattered was his own comfort and reputation. Wang Liang had humiliated him, and now, upon hearing that his sister was again engaged to Wang Liang, he planned to take the car away. For Su Cheng, if Wang Liang married his sister, the car would naturally become their shared asset, and it would surely fall into his hands. This time, Su Cheng was determined, not only to seize the car but to take it all. If my sister marries Wang Liang, he will undoubtedly find a way to transfer ownership of this Magotan to his name. Once he drives away in this car, he has no intention of returning it. Today, he has a date with a girl, and what better way to impress her than a cruise around in Wang Liang's Magotan? Su Cheng is notorious in their village for being lazy and living off others. Even though Su Meng and Lu Shifeng are known for their frugality, in the end, the money always ends up in Su Cheng's hands. When Liang Xia saw Su Cheng swaggering in, her heart tightened. This boy entered the house with a shifty demeanor, which naturally put Liang Xia on high alert. After searching for the Magotan keys without success, Su Cheng, under the pretense that his sister needed the car, managed to persuade Liang Xia to hand over the keys. In Su Cheng's mind, since Wang Liang's Magotan was just sitting idle, why not put to good use? He could take it out to charm girls, and when it runs low on fuel, he could simply return it for Wang Liang to refill. If all else fails, he could just ask Wang Liang for money. Once he got the keys, Su Cheng couldn't be bothered to say goodbye, tilting his head and beckoning his friends to follow him out. Seeing this, Wang Jian hurriedly stepped in to stop them, saying, "No, you can't take the car. Liang Zi might still need it." Upon hearing this, Su Cheng became furious and glared at Wang Jian, exclaiming, "Why not? You see, my sister is about to marry your son. This car will eventually belong to my sister and her husband. Besides, I'm not stealing it permanently. I'll return it whenever my brother-in-law wants to drive it. And look, your brother-in-law, isn't even taking the car out right now. So I'll just borrow it until he wants it back." Aunt Pan chimed in, "Xiao Jian, the car is just sitting at home. It would be better to let them take it. Besides, it's not even in Liang Zi's name. Once the two kids are married, it's perfectly normal for a little brother-in-law to borrow the car." Hearing this, Wang Jian's face hardened as he scrutinized the carefree Su Cheng. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. Su Cheng grinned, even throwing a provocative look at Wang Jian, and waved his hand as he led his friends outside. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Liang Xia and Wang Jian, make sure to arrange the wedding banquet early, preferably in the city. "I've had enough of shabby feasts with dead chickens and rotten elbows." Aunt Pan, being a well-known matchmaker in the village, could see the displeasure on Wong Leong's parents' faces and remarked, "Look, Lu Shufan is genuinely invested this time. Sending the little brother-in-law over in advance proves that Liang Zi and Meng Meng's wedding is bound to happen. This matter will not succeed." Just as Aunt Pan finished speaking, a sharp voice came from outside. Upon hearing that voice, Su Cheng froze, unsure of where to place his foot. Not succeed? Who dares to say that? Upon hearing such words, Aunt Pan didn't take it lightly. But before she could respond, Wang Liang entered with an air of confidence. "Return the car keys." Wang Liang ignored Aunt Pan's furious expression and gestured for Su Cheng to hand over the keys. "What's the matter, brother-in-law? You see, my sister's marriage to you is imminent. As your little brother-in-law, what's wrong with me driving your car? Don't you want to marry my sister anymore?" When Wang Liang demanded the keys, Su Cheng instinctively recoiled. He had worked hard to obtain those keys, and wasn't he about to give them up so easily? Besides, with Wang Liang soon to be his brother-in-law, wasn't he only natural to borrow a car? "Brother-in-law, little brother-in-law, you want to marry my sister?" Wang Liang smirked coldly. Not waiting for Su Cheng to respond, he continued, "Haven tea, I told your mother. Whoever wants to marry your sister can do so. I'm not falling for that trick. Also, I am not your so-called brother-in-law. If your family wants to find a fool, let them do so. Don't bother me. Return the car keys." His last shout startled Su Cheng, causing him to retreat repeatedly. Once he regained his composure, Su Cheng, feeling humiliated, forced himself to shout, "Wang Liang, how can you speak like that? My sister marrying you is your fortune. Don't be so ungrateful. In this marriage, your mother has agreed to. It's not your place to speak, right, Aunt Pan?" Clearly intimidated by Wang Liang, Su Cheng even misnamed Aunt Pan. Realizing this, Aunt Pan quickly emerged from the house. "Liang Zi, what are you doing? Your little brother-in-law just wants to drive your car. Is it worth getting so angry over?" Chapter 23. I am not your brother-in-law. Hearing the term little brother-in-law once again made Wang Liang feel nauseated. Let me reiterate, I am not his brother-in-law, and Su Cheng is not my little brother-in-law. I'm not married to Su Meng yet, so he is not considered anything of the sort. Besides, I have no intention of marrying Su Meng. As soon as those words left his mouth, the entire yard fell into a stunned silence. "You little brat, what did you just say? Repeat that." Liang Xia was the first to react, grabbing a broom from the yard and charging at Wang Liang. Fortunately, Daxi reacted quickly and intercepted Liang Xia, saying, "Aunt, calm down. Listen to what Liang Zi has to say. Besides, don't you think the bride price for marrying Su Meng is too high? We don't want to be taken advantage of." Slap. Before Wang Liang could be hit, Daxi was the first to receive a slap. Seeing Daxi get slapped, Wang Liang couldn't help but frown. It looked painful, but thankfully it was Daxi, not him. Daxi, however, didn't let the matter drop. He stood firm in front of Wang Liang. Having been slapped was nothing new to him. For him, the worst beating he had ever received was from Liang Xia's slipper, a memory that remained vivid. Of course, this wasn't the time to discuss that. He needed to prevent Liang Xia from escalating her anger further. "Mom, don't try to persuade me. I mean what I say. I want to marry Su Meng. And you tell Su Cheng that even if she kneels down to beg me, I still might not marry her." Daxi, tall and strong, held onto Liang Xia's broom with one hand while protecting his head with the other. Even if Liang Xia wanted to advance, it wouldn't be easy. Wang Liang's voice dropped even lower. "You think you're something special, Wang Liang? You want my sister to kneel down and beg you? Do you even look at yourself? The only reason my sister could be interested in you is that she must be blind. Without her, you'd be a lifelong bachelor. I'll tell you, if my sister marries you, it's because your family's ancestors are smoking green smoke. It's like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. And you still dare to talk." Clearly, Su Cheng was provoked by Wang Liang's words, pointing his finger at him and shouting, "What? Do you want to fight? Before Wong Leong could respond, Daxi's face turned furious, glaring at Su Cheng. Liang Zi, how can you speak like that? We came here sincerely. You should take back what you just said and apologize to your little brother-in-law. Yes, Liang Zi, you see our matchmaker is here, which means Lu Shufin no longer insists on the previous conditions. Now she only wants 300,000 and no longer requires a house. Lu Shufin has already made concessions. You should be pleased. As the situation escalated, Aunt Pan and the other matchmakers felt compelled to interject. Liangzi, that's enough. 300,000 is still within our family's means. Don't be as stubborn as a mule. If I say you should marry, you should marry. 300,000 isn't much, if necessary. Your father and I can each take out a loan to bring her home. At this moment, Wang Jian also stepped forward to speak. In his view, Lu Shufin's willingness to forego that apartment was already a concession. After all, their daughter would soon join the workforce, supported by her father, a prominent official in Handan. In any case, that 300,000 isn't a loss. Don't, Dad. Please don't go taking out loans with Mom. I may not want to marry this girl. But you absolutely must not resort to high-interest loans. The mere mention of loans sent a chill down Wang Liang's spine. Although he retained many vivid memories from his past life, the most haunting recollection was the one he had chosen to forget. His parents had succumbed to the clutches of predatory lenders and were ultimately driven to their deaths by relentless debt collectors. In this lifetime, upon hearing his parents mention borrowing money, he felt compelled to intervene. Let's put the borrowing aside for now. Liangzi, just tell me whether you want to marry or not. Give in a clear answer, so I can relay it back to Lu Shufin's family. At this moment, Su Cheng, having been silenced by a scolding, kept his mouth shut, while Aunt Pan, eager to finalize the matter, urged him forward. I won't marry. No matter how flattering you make Su Meng's family sound, I refuse to wed. Besides, my parents don't have the final say here. If I say I won't marry, then I won't. Wong Leong snapped back, returning to his senses with a serious expression. Child, you are so obstinate. Why must you be so stubborn? Listen, Liangzi, cherish this opportunity. Once this village is passed, there will be no shop left. Aunt Pan shook her head. After years of matchmaking, she had always encountered the scenario where the woman rejected the man. This was her first experience of being turned down by the suitor. Liangzi, we're not trying to pressure you, but with your family's circumstances, marrying Su Meng is quite an accomplishment. And yet you still hesitate? Another matchmaker persisted, unwilling to give up. They had come for the matchmaking fee, and if Wang Liang remained obstinate, it would be difficult for them to collect their due. Hearing their advice, Wang Liang snorted, Aunties, don't you all have sons? Why don't you gather 30,000 to marry one of them instead? His words rang out emphatically, leaving the matchmakers momentarily speechless. Wang Liang, you little brat, do you think my sister is an object? I'll take you on. Su Cheng rushed at him, eyes blazing. Yet before he could reach Wang Liang, he was swiftly kicked to the ground. When you drive my car, you call me brother-in-law. Now that I don't want to marry your sister, you think you can lay a hand on me? Do you know where you are? This is my house. Try touching me again. Why is this child resorting to violence? Quickly help Su Cheng up. Xia, you really spoil your son. I wonder who will dare to matchmake for you again. Aunt Pan, along with several matchmakers, pulled the struggling Su Cheng to his feet, their displeasure evident. You wait. Wang Liang, I want tea, let this go. Just you wait. I'll repay you for this. After hurling a few insults, Su Cheng retreated, accompanied by his friends, leaving Aunt Pan and the matchmakers to glare at Wang Liang's family. Wait. Chapter 24. Painting Dreams for Parents. What more do you want? Just as Su Cheng was helped up and had barely taken 2 steps, Wang Liang called out to him, igniting his irritation. Liangzi, what are you doing? If you don't want to marry, then let it go. Must you block Su Cheng from leaving? At this moment, Aunt Pan could no longer tolerate Wang Liang's bullying. No matter how arrogant he was in his own home, such behavior was unacceptable. You can leave, but you need to return my car keys, Wang Liang said expressionlessly, extending his hand. This statement left Aunt Pan blushing furiously, casting a reproachful glance at Su Cheng. Su Cheng, filled with indignation, felt his chest heaving. Initially, he had entertained the idea of stealthily taking Wang Liang's car keys, waiting for a day when Wang Liang was out to drive off in his car. Now, it seemed his scheme had fallen through. Xia, your son is the one making this situation impossible today. So don't come asking us to matchmake for him in the future. Aunt Pan snapped, her words tinged with bitterness due to not receiving her matchmaking fee. Wang Jian and Liang Xia exchanged glances, both expressing complex emotions. In their minds, their son was growing older, and if Wang Liang didn't marry soon, he might remain single for life, especially given their family's modest means. For them, finding a wife for Wang Liang was a matter of great importance. This was the perspective of the older generation. Had it been Wang Liang before his rebirth, he would have been more anxious than his parents. But now, things were different. Even if he were to remain single for life, he would never accept being a fallback for Su Meng. After all, he was now a billionaire. If he desired, countless girls would line up for him to choose from. There was no need to settle for Su Meng. Wang Liang may have been unaware, but perhaps his rebirth and the decision not to marry Su Meng, or perhaps other reasons, had created a butterfly effect. In his past life, Su Meng should have obtained an urban household registration and smoothly become a formal employee. Yet now she had neither the urban household nor the formal employment that should have been hers. Mom and Dad, you needn't worry about me. I have my own plans. Also, Dad, you should stop thinking about how to borrow money. I'm not marrying Su Meng. I'm focused on how to make money. Once I earn enough, what kind of girl can I marry? Why should I hang on a Su Meng-esque tree? Seeing his parents' discontented expressions, Wang Liang patted his chest confidently. They're asking for 300,000. I could use that money to start a business. Dad, I asked you about the land deals in our village. That factory looks promising, and even if we don't buy it, renting isn't cheap either. Spending that money on Su Meng's bride price is less worthwhile than trying entrepreneurship. If I succeed, even if one day I do marry Su Meng, $1 million will be a piece of cake. Wang Liang's words caused Wang Jian to nod thoughtfully. He had indeed looked into it. The 10-acre factory, if sold, would be at least 500,000 per acre. Renting it would cost around 70 to 80,000. However, Liangzi would need funds for equipment and other expenses, and 30,000 might not suffice. Liangzi, stop trying to play tricks on us. Starting a business with 30,000? Where'd you get that money? This is serious. Marrying is a lifelong commitment, and there's no guaranteed profit in business. What if you end up losing? At this moment, old Liang expressed his disagreement with Wang Liang's reasoning, deeply skeptical of his son's words. He knew his own son well enough to discern his intentions. This is serious, Mom. You have to believe me, whether you want to or not. Wang Liang stammered, at a loss for words, realizing once again that his mother could see through his lies without hesitation. Mother, you must trust me. Just ask Daxi. This venture is undoubtedly reliable, and it has caught the eye of a significant businessman from the south. We could operate online. Otherwise, I wouldn't be spending my days on my grandparents' doorstep, begging for money. Although Wang Liang's deceit could not elude Liang Xia, he was indeed a master at diverting the topic. You little rascal, what do you mean by that? Are you going back to your grandparents and uncle for money again? How could you stoop to such behavior? Just as Wang Liang finished speaking, Comrade Wang Jian, with a flushed face, began to admonish him earnestly. What do you mean by that? What can it mean? Lao Jian, I'm not criticizing you, but you care for your parents. How have they treated us? Yet you never mention it, do you? This life has become unbearable. Come on, tell me, Lao Jian. I want to hear where our son has erred. Is it so unreasonable to ask for money? Besides, if your elder brother hadn't snatched that apartment we bought in the city, would we have to grovel before Lu Shufin's family? Will we be so distressed over the marriage arrangements for Liangzi? At this moment, Wang Liang found no opportunity to interject, as his father's words ignited a fierce fury within his mother. Presently, Comrade Lao Yang's tongue was like a machine gun, firing away relentlessly. However, the barrage of words shifted from Wang Liang to his father. Observing this, Wang Liang exchanged a knowing glance with Daxi, and the two stealthily slipped into Wang Liang's bedroom, leaving Comrade Wang Jian in the yard, repeatedly apologizing to Liang Xia. Dear, it's not like that. You can't take what the child says seriously. I'm only trying to maintain family harmony. Besides, what more is there to say? I find what Liangzi has said to be quite reasonable. Lao Jian, my life has been more than enough. You say your parents favor your elder brother's family, and yet you still bring them up for explanations. Dear, I was wrong. I shouldn't have. Enough. Don't tell me you were wrong. Tell me where you went wrong. I've endured this humiliation since marrying you, and you expect me to continue? Outside the yard, Lao Liang continued his tirade, while Comrade Wang Jian could only persistently admit his faults. In Wang Liang's village, Wang Jian was famously henpecked, and this moment exemplified it perfectly. Back inside, Wang Liang shook his head with a smile. His mother's sharp tongue certainly knew no mercy. Tonight, it seemed his father would down an entire jug of liquor. Still hurting? Wang Liang glanced at Daxi, inquiring with concern. What pain? Liangzi, if I had known my aunt would strike you, I should have kept my distance today, Daxi replied, rubbing his face, looking quite aggrieved. Oh, don't take it to heart. That is just your aunt's nature, Wang Liang awkwardly responded. I don't care. Just remember to cover for me when I mess up at home, Daxi said nonchalantly. To be fair, Daxi truly didn't mind the slap. After all, he had endured far worse, and who would be bothered by such a trivial hit? Recalling their middle school days when Wang Liang and Daxi climbed over walls to sneak online, only to be caught by Lao Liang and face a severe beating, still lingered vividly in their memories. Just thinking about it sent a shiver down Daxi's spine. However, Wong Leong had also faced a similar fate at home. So one could say they were even. As for blaming family, that was out of the question. Chapter 25, 3 Women, 1 Stage. What? You say that boy said what? Meanwhile, at Su Meng's home, upon hearing her son's words, Lu Shifeng exploded with fury. Mother, you really found yourself a splendid son-in-law. I went to his house today with good intentions to discuss the wedding banquet. And what does Wang Liang do? Before I could utter 2 sentences, he outright said he wouldn't marry, even going so far as to strike me. In this moment, Su Cheng dared not speak the truth, and instead wove an elaborate tale, casting the blame squarely on Wang Liang. Upon hearing this, Lu Shifeng could hardly contain herself, disbelief washing over her at the thought of Wang Liang uttering such words. What did you say? Wang Liang doesn't want to get married? Su Meng asked, her voice tinged with disbelief, stammering slightly. She had already offered him a way out, and no longer demanded an extravagant dowry of a house and 300,000 in bridal gifts. Logically, Wang Liang had no reason to refuse her. Yet, learning this news from her brother, Su Meng found it hard to accept. Wang Liang had always been honest and obedient to her wishes. Even the recent unpleasantness seemed to stem from a bottled-up frustration within him. But to hear him outright refuse her was a significant emotional blow. Did Aunt Pan not tell him that we no longer wanted the apartment, only the 30,000 in bridal gifts? Is that such an unreasonable request that Wang Liang's family cannot fulfill? Lu Shifeng reiterated emphatically. At this moment, Lu Shifeng reflected on her demands during the engagement day, realizing she had perhaps been too extravagant, but she had already lowered her expectations. Given Wang Liang's character, there was no way he would disagree, unless, of course, they truly did not wish for their son to marry. I told you, Su Cheng interjected, but Wang Liang didn't take it seriously at all. I think that boy is simply despicable, taking advantage of my sister and refusing to marry her. With this thought, Su Cheng let out a disdainful snort. Even if he doesn't want to marry my sister, he must compensate for her losses. In my view, he must repay us with that facade. And also, our courtyard needs renovation. For years, he has done all the work around the house. This year should be no different. Even now, Su Cheng failed to grasp reality, still treating Wang Liang as the naive fool he once was. The idea of taking advantage gnawed at Su Meng, who wished she could slap herself. During her years working outside, many had taken advantage of her, but she had specifically warned Wang Liang not to touch her before they were married. Recalling this made her regretful. Now that Wang Liang had openly stated he wouldn't marry her, what leverage did she have to compel him otherwise? Had she allowed Wang Liang to touch her during this time, even if he didn't want to marry her, she could have laid the blame for a potential pregnancy squarely at his feet, forcing him into matrimony. But now it was all too late. Su Meng felt she had not yet reached a desperate point. If she truly couldn't find someone else to take on the responsibility, she would sacrifice her reputation to drag Wang Liang down with her. At present, Su Meng was simply furious. With her beauty, figure, and job, what made her unworthy of Wang Liang? Marrying him would be a blessing for his family. Never did she imagine Wang Liang would dare to refuse her. With this thought, Su Meng's face flushed with anger as she exclaimed, that poverty-stricken Wang Liang, who could ever hold him in esteem? If he doesn't want to marry, then I don't want to marry him either. Exactly. Lu Shifeng quickly added. If this marriage falls through, it falls through. If he doesn't wish to marry, we certainly don't want to marry him. Ming, you'll be working in a big factory in the city soon. What kind of man is hard to find? Just then, Aunt Pan arrived. Having received benefits from Lu Shifeng, yet failing to finalize the matter, Aunt Pan naturally sought an excuse to explain. As she entered the room, she sighed dramatically. Oh dear sister, Wang Liang is not a suitable match for your daughter. His temperament is rather high-handed, and he even resorted to violence against your son. If Ming were to marry him, it would surely lead to domestic abuse. What? Upon hearing this matter, Lu Shifeng felt a perplexing sense of confusion. Strike her own son? She cast a glance at Su Cheng, who seemed reluctant to bring up such a humiliating incident, and swiftly diverted his gaze elsewhere. Observing her son's reaction, Lu Shifeng intuitively grasped his thoughts. Evidently, her son had indeed suffered a grievance, yet he had chosen not to disclose it upon returning home. Before Lu Shifeng could voice her concerns, Su Meng, unable to contain herself, raised her voice several decibels. What did you say? Wang Liang dares to strike my brother? Who does he think he is? Whether he marries me or not is one thing, but hitting my brother is entirely unacceptable. How arrogant does he think he is? To look down on everyone. Who does he fancy? As Lu Shifeng and Su Meng's tempers flared, Aunt Pan began to mediate. Not only kicking Wang Liang figuratively, but also embellishing the tale. She even claimed that Wang Liang had lofty expectations, believing that Su Meng was unworthy of him, as he intended to wed a girl from the city. With these added layers, Lu Shufeng and Su Meng naturally directed their ire towards Wang Liang, deeming him utterly despicable. In truth, Aunt Pan was unaware of Wang Liang's true intentions, yet ascribed to him baseless accusations, aligning herself with Lu Shufeng and her daughter. As the saying goes, when three women gather, a drama unfolds, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Lu Shufeng, upon hearing Aunt Pan's remarks about Wang Liang's aggression towards her son, felt an immense dissatisfaction brewing within her. She mused on how to extract some advantage from Wang Liang. Meanwhile, Su Meng contemplated a more reckless approach, even considering sacrificing her own well-being, believing that at the very least, the child she bore could rightfully be acknowledged as Wang Liang's heir. In this way, even if Wang Liang were reluctant to marry her, he would have no choice but to do so. Let us set this matter aside for now. Meng, you should take a job in the city over the next few days, stabilize your work first. I want to see if this impoverished Wang Liang is truly unwanted or if my daughter is destined to remain unwed. Lu Shufeng declared, her expression icy. Su Meng nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on another front, it must be said that Wang Liang's aspirations had indeed begun to take shape. After the quarrel between his parents, they started to contemplate the feasibility of his words. For them, the concern over their son's marriage was one aspect, but the real hope lay in Wang Liang's future success. As Wang Liang and Daxi discussed their next steps while awaiting their bonuses, Daxi showcased his entrepreneurial acumen. He suggested that, given the current trends, they should establish several milk tea shops or coffee houses in the city. This will be a low-risk investment with substantial returns, considering the low cost of water yet high profit margins. This strategy echoed their previous life, where they had successfully invested in a coffee shop that gained notoriety in the city. However, as various fast food milk tea shops emerged, their business began to decline, eventually leading to its closure, largely due to the interference of Su Meng's family. Had they not been involved, the milk tea shop might have enjoyed a more sustainable future. Despite Daxi's enthusiastic elaboration on the operations and development of a coffee shop, Wang Liang's thoughts had already drifted far from that concept. With his newfound wealth, he regarded such ventures with disdain, yearning for even greater profits. Yet, he lacked a definitive plan. In the coming years, real estate, e-commerce, and platforms like ByteDance would dominate, while the rise of short videos would herald a downturn for the web literature industry, culminating in its near collapse. Suddenly, inspiration struck Wang Liang. Yes, he could delve into venture capital. Establishing a company akin to angel investing, he would be acutely aware of which industries would flourish and which would falter. If he identified promising enterprises or studios, he could secure a stake through investment. This year also presented an opportunity with Bitcoin, though its current price was somewhat steep, and the return period was lengthy. After all, in 2015, Bitcoin would face a dramatic decline, dropping to as low as $170 per coin. Investing now could wait. At that moment, Wang Liang rested his head on his hand, deep in contemplation. Daxi, what do you think? Aren't you intrigued? This investment requires minimal capital, and we could simply sit back and reap the rewards, Daxi inquired, brandishing a newspaper while fanning himself. Wang Liang, distracted by Daxi's interruption, fixated on the newspaper he held. Coincidentally, a bold headline caught his eye. Longcheng Real Estate faces bankruptcy. Will the stock market plummet? Longcheng Real Estate. Suddenly, Wang Liang's mind ignited with possibilities. He remembered from his past life that Longcheng Real Estate would soon teeter on the brink of bankruptcy. However, the owner would execute a cunning scheme by attempting to take over various unfinished buildings, thereby amassing significant funds. This led to an unexpected surge in the stock price, despite the impending collapse. Yet, the truth of the underlying deceit would unravel the following day, as the owner absconded with the funds, causing the stock to crash, leaving investors with substantial losses. Daxi, once this is all over, I'll buy you a halo. You're my brother, and you've turned out to be my fortune bringer. Hand me that newspaper. I need to fan myself for a while. Wang Liang exclaimed, affectionately kissing Daxi on the head before snatching the newspaper from his grasp. Daxi, bewildered by the sudden affection, felt a tightening sensation, though he couldn't fathom Wang Liang's excitement. Nevertheless, he understood one thing. Once you delve into trouble, you eventually pay the price. And Daxi certainly wished to avoid that fate. Wait, I just had a bold idea. It's almost time for the reveal. Wang Liang clapped the newspaper in his hands. He recognized that he could capitalize on Longcheng Real Estate stock. If making money could be this effortless, why complicate matters? Earning through sheer intellect was for capitalists. But Wang Liang was different. Reborn, he was destined for greatness. Forget conventional methods. He was on a winning streak. Daxi, my mom says her second aunt is about to give birth, so I need to head back home for a bit. As Wang Liang's demeanor grew increasingly erratic, Daxi felt a hint of trepidation and hastily concocted an excuse to make his escape. Roll, roll, roll. Remember to bring Dad some tofu pudding tomorrow morning. This time, I want 2 eggs. At this moment, Wong Leong was indifferent to what she was thinking. His mind was solely focused on how to delve into stock trading. Stock trading, this was something he had never even touched in his past life. He had no inkling of how much one could earn by splurging 100 million into the stock market. Yet, the mere thought of it sent a thrill coursing through him. Chapter 27. How much? The next morning, Wang Liang returned home carrying several portions of tofu pudding. After a brief meal with his parents, he hurried out at Daxi's urging. Today was a significant day, the day of the prize collection. Wang Liang, brimming with excitement alongside Daxi, arrived at the redemption center, where they provided their card numbers. Due to the substantial amount involved, both the bank and the redemption center required identity verification before any funds could be transferred. Nearly 100 million. What if it were to go missing? Who would take responsibility? In contrast to Wang Liang's grandeur, Daxi appeared rather pitiful. He merely completed some paperwork and verified his identity, which was soon done. Notably this time, Wang Liang and Daxi were treated with much higher regard. On one side, senior executives from the redemption center were present, and on the other, the bank president personally attended to them. For the bank president, the impending influx of nearly 100 million was a tangible achievement, an impressive feat. It must be said that Wang Liang truly experienced the joy of wealth. Today, regardless of whom he encountered, everyone greeted him with smiles, treating both him and Daxi with utmost courtesy. Even the bank president displayed a newfound friendliness, especially after the funds were deposited into their accounts. President Zhao's face blossomed with joy. He even upgraded Wang Liang and Daxi's cards to supreme VIP status, arranging for a tall attendant to cater exclusively to them in the future. Once all matters were concluded, Wang Liang was elated. However, Daxi's expression betrayed no hint of joy. Instead, he appeared somewhat aggrieved. Just a few moments ago, Wang Liang had once again, under the guise of making money, withdrawn 200,000 from Daxi's card. To his credit, Wang Liang had left a balance of 100,000 for Daxi. Exiting the redemption center, Wang Liang instructed Daxi to take a taxi back to the village while he drove to the securities exchange in the city. The securities company in Handan was rather small and had not engaged in any significant dealings, giving it a somewhat diminutive appearance. Due to the prize collection, Wang Liang was busy until around 1 in the afternoon. Upon entering the lobby of the securities company, he found it almost devoid of people. After stepping inside, no staff approached him to inquire about his needs. It was a sad truth that, in today's society, appearances often dictated worth. Some employees likely assumed Wang Liang was too young and simply dressed to be of any significance. Seeing that no one was attending to him, he settled onto a sofa, observing the stock trends displayed on the large screen. The reason he refrained from approaching the staff was straightforward. He was wealthy, and he felt a certain air of superiority. In strict terms, he was indeed a major client. With 3 million in his possession, plus the 35 million she had transferred to him, he was holding $1 billion. Such a billionaire was a rarity for securities firms and banks alike. Typically, affluent clients seldom flaunted their wealth, and it was uncommon for someone like Wang Liang, a somewhat naive youth, to strut into the trading hall. As Wang Liang sat in boredom, a few staff members cast glances in his direction. Whenever someone looked his way, Wang Liang would return their gaze with sincerity, almost pleading with them to come and attend to him. Come quickly, I'm the big client you've been waiting for. Yet, it seemed they were oblivious to his silent call for assistance, merely glancing past him. Growing impatient, Wang Liang thought it unacceptable to sit idly all afternoon without anyone acknowledging him. Time passed, and eventually, a tall figure emerged from the back, dressed impeccably in professional attire. The individual's figure was showcased to perfection. In Wang Liang's eyes, the outfit seemed slightly snug as the garments swayed enticingly with each step. This woman, surely she couldn't be just a girl. Her beauty was flawless, and her figure scored a perfect 101, with the extra point attributed to her dazzling eyes. The young woman glanced at Wang Liang, momentarily taken aback, her eyes filled with curiosity. She turned to her colleague beside her and asked, "What is the deal with that guy? Don't mind him, on such a hot day. He is probably just here to enjoy the air conditioning," her colleague replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "What is this? They think I'm just here to leech off the air conditioning? Do I not look like a billionaire? Or was it that he didn't seem worthy of being a major client?" After hearing her colleague's remark, the young woman nodded and then filled a cup with water from the dispenser before approaching Wang Liang. "Hello, are you feeling hot? Here, have a glass of water. It's easy to get dehydrated in summer." Undoubtedly, her warm and friendly demeanor instantly warmed Wang Liang's heart, despite her not recognizing him as a client. He decided then and there that she would be the one to assist him. Thus, Wang Liang feigned calmness and cleared his throat, initiating the anticipated narrative. I don't want water. I'd like to open a stock account. Wang Liang stated earnestly. The breathtaking beauty before him froze for a moment, looking at Wang Liang in disbelief. She even cast a doubtful glance at her colleague beside her. The colleague was equally taken aback, seemingly surprised by Wang Liang's response. Oh, I see. Please, follow me. The young woman gestured for him to come along, instinctively asking, I notice you've been here for a while. Why did you approach our staff? Oh, should I have said it directly? I'm not too familiar with these things. As a major client, I thought you'd come to assist me, Wang Liang replied with confidence. This statement fell on the ears of the young woman's colleague, who rolled her eyes in disdain. A major client? This youth hardly resembles one. Major clients certainly wouldn't dress as simply as he did, wearing clothes that seemed a bit worn and faded, the brand barely discernible. In her eyes, someone like him could hardly possess any wealth. The young woman smiled lightly, her enchanting eyes narrowing alluringly. How much are we talking about? Wang Liang, caught slightly off guard, shyly replied, it's hard to say here, right? Ha ha ha. The young woman's laughter, unrestrained, broke down any barriers. However, as she laughed, her figure swayed enticingly, captivating Wang Liang's attention. The visual impact stirred a protest in a certain part of his body. Young man, you may look harmless, but your eyes are rather impudent. So, how much do you plan to transfer into your account after opening it? She quickly resumed her professional demeanor, smiling as she posed the question. Undeterred by Wang Liang's unabashed gaze, feeling flustered by her direct teasing, Wang Liang's face flushed red as he stood there, responding earnestly, after opening the account today. Can I transfer funds? If so, I'm planning to deposit 100 million, but I'll need some bank procedures. Upon hearing this, the young woman's colleague, who had just taken a sip of water, sputtered it out and rushed over to Wang Liang, exclaiming, What? Did you just say 100 million? Chapter 28. He truly transferred 100 million. 100 million. The figure was so colossal that even the girl walking ahead couldn't help but turn around, confirming once more, 100 million. However, the girl reacted swiftly, her delicate face slightly flushed as she asked, When you say 100 million, you mean transferring money? Right. At that moment, a group of seasoned veterans, well-versed in the ways of the world, simultaneously cast knowing glances. Could 100 million be somewhat insufficient? Considering this young man's tender age, how could he have exhausted himself so? That's right, 100 million. Do you see him dressed like someone who possesses 100 million? Yet, it must be said, if one were truly transfer 100 million, wouldn't that be rather stingy? I would need at least 10 billion for a single transaction. Damn, this kid is trying to make me laugh to death. Hoping to inherit my credit line? 100 million. A few around them chimed in, teasingly. Upon hearing such unabashed mockery directed at him, Wang Liang could only helplessly wave his hand, seemingly unfazed. Ahem, when I say 100 million, it should require some operations from the bank, right? Wang Liang reiterated. The girl, her cheeks still flushed, quickly waved her hand. I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn. Wang Liang felt a wave of embarrassment. The term transfer had become so easily misconstrued nowadays. It seemed this sister before him was truly perceptive. He hadn't even said much yet. Is 100 million a lot? Wang Liang had already restrained himself. Had he been trying to show off, he would have used a more extravagant term. In that case, sir, please follow me to the reception room. Let us sit down and discuss this matter at length. After all, it is my first time dealing with such a substantial client. The sister before him appeared to think Wang Liang was jesting. However, Wang Liang's tall and slender figure was quite pleasing to the eye, thus she did not mind too much, immediately leading him to the reception room. After all, there weren't many people around at the moment. She didn't disdain those who pretended to be affluent. Rather, she found amusement in imagining how someone who truly lacked wealth would flounder in embarrassment. How should I address you? Upon entering the reception room, the girl turned to inquire. Wang Liang. Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm Jiang Yen. She introduced herself with a cheerful smile. Wang Liang nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Yen. What a rather unrefined name. Mr. Wang, would you like something to drink? Jiang Yen was oblivious to Wang Liang's internal musings and instead inquired. Anything is fine. Jiang Yen smiled brightly as she fixed her gaze on Wang Liang. He, too, did not shy away, his eyes lingering on her exquisite face. However, Wang Liang's resolve was not steadfast. His gaze wandered from her face to the grand chandelier above after merely 2 minutes. It must be said, the professional attire she wore was somewhat unfairly accentuated. It was taut against her form, with not a single inch of fabric wasted. Jiang Yen tilted her head slightly, meeting Wang Liang's gaze once more, then playfully shook her delicate fist as a warning. Just a moment. With that, Jiang Yin strode out with her long legs. This sight left Wong Leong momentarily spellbound. Those legs were longer than one could imagine. Although Jiang Yin exited, she did not close the door to the reception room. Even with Wang Liang seated inside, he could still overhear the conversations outside. Jiang Yin, you can't possibly think that kid has 100 million, right? Indeed, I believe this lad is simply here to enjoy the air conditioning, just passing time. Why bother treating a nobody with such formality? Can't you see? It's obvious that he is trying to hit on our Jiang Yin, given her beauty. That's why he is boasting. Now that you mention it, it does sound plausible, but he is quite the braggart, claiming 100 million. Why not 100 billion? After Jiang Yin stepped out, several staff members gathered around, chattering away. Oh please, it's not like he is not a client. After all, Jiang Yin retorted. Oh dear. Xiao Jiang, I must say you're lacking in experience. Just by looking at this young fellow, it's clear he is not wealthy. So I couldn't be bothered to entertain him, yet you treat him like a treasure. A female colleague of Jiang Yin, referred to as Sister Wu, advised. Sister Wu, it's all right. There aren't too many people around anyway. Fine, do as you wish, but if he tries anything funny, just shout. The woman known as Sister Wu cast a skeptical glance at the reception room, exchanged a brief greeting with Jiang Yin, and hurriedly departed. Inside the reception room, Wang Liang couldn't help but touch his nose. One could say he was indeed earning money now. Perhaps it was time to adorn himself with a bit of embellishment. Otherwise, everywhere he went, he was treated like a pauper, which was somewhat irksome. Just as Wang Liang was lost in thought, Jiang Yin returned, this time in high heels. Here is the form. Please review the requirements and fill it out. If there is anything you don't understand, just ask me. Wang Liang nodded, handing over his ID and bank card for photocopying. The form was quickly completed, and Wang Liang even made a call to President Zhao, indicating that a transfer could be made. Following that, amidst Jiang Yin's wide-eyed astonishment and the dramatic movement of the chandelier, several procedures were finalized. Before departing, Wang Liang casually advised Jiang Yin, keep an eye on the trends of Longcheng real estate. Buy in fully when the stock price is at its lowest, and sell it all by midday the next day. With that, Wang Liang turned and left, showing no signs of hesitation. This operation left Jiang Yin utterly stunned. To transfer 100 million just like that? It was indeed 100 million. It seemed as though the other party regarded the money as mere trifles, not only failing to elaborate further, but also entrusting the entire matter to her without a second thought. What left Jiang Yin astounded was not solely the 100 million, but rather the stock Wang Liang intended to purchase. Launching real estate, as per her knowledge, was on the brink of collapse. In her view, Wang Liang's investment of 100 million was akin to throwing it away, yet he appeared entirely unconcerned. Nonetheless, since Wang Liang wished to proceed, she had no choice but to comply. Wang Liang's seemingly nonchalant investment of 100 million not only secured this month's performance for her, but arguably covered her business for the entire year. Shortly after Wang Liang's departure, a piercing scream erupted from the reception room, drawing the attention of the entire securities firm's lobby. Upon entering the reception room, they found Jiang Yin with a flushed face, as if she were in a state of euphoric disbelief. Yin, what's wrong? Are you all right? That kid didn't do anything to you, did he? Don't worry, I'll call the police right now. At that moment, Jiang Yin's colleague, Sister Wu, exhibited her protective instincts, bombarding Jiang Yin with questions. No. Sister Wu, I've achieved this month's performance. I've genuinely completed it. Perhaps I've even met my annual target. What? Sister Wu and the others displayed expressions of utter bewilderment. 100 million. That young man hadn't deceived her. He truly transferred 100 million. Realizing the gravity of her statement, Jiang Yin quickly covered her face in embarrassment. Chapter 29. Guests arrive at home. At that moment, the entire reception room fell silent. The individuals present could only hear each other's breaths, with no other sounds permeating the air. For a brief moment, they could even hear the pounding of Jiang Yin's heart. 100 million. That seemingly unimpressive young man had indeed produced 100 million. It was a tangible 100 million. Furthermore, this time, the term transfer was no longer merely a verb. A treat was absolutely in order. In the reception room, someone's exclamation shattered the silence, and soon the entire room erupted into chaos. No. This won't do. As for the invitation, that can be postponed. If I were to extend an invitation, I must also treat him to a meal. After all, my client has played a pivotal role in helping me achieve my annual performance targets. I cannot delay. I shall call him right away. With those words, Jiang Yin dashed out of the reception room in a flurry. Work? What work is there to attend to? Having secured a contract worth 100 million. The commission alone could amount to several hundred thousand. What need is there for work? Even if Jiang Yin were to skip out and head home now, one could easily imagine that the manager from the securities firm would send a chauffeur to escort her. Meanwhile, Wong Leong emerged from the securities company and promptly got in touch with Daxi. "Father, dear father, what is it? How may I serve you?" As soon as the call connected, Daxi's exuberant voice resonated from the other end. This afternoon, not only had he received 2 million, but he had also left Daxi alone while heading to the securities firm, rather than harboring any resentment. This lad affectionately called him father in an endearing and genuine manner. "My son, tidy yourself up. I'm taking you to the largest foot massage establishment in our city." Wang Liang concluded his statement without allowing Daxi a chance to respond, abruptly hanging up the phone. The afternoon was still young. Indulgence in a foot massage was one aspect, but he also deserved to invest in himself. Otherwise, constantly donning old attire would only lead to disdain from corporate receptions. In truth, Wang Liang had little knowledge of luxury goods. To him, the epitome of luxury was Hongxing Erk. Thus he deemed it necessary to familiarize himself with other more extravagant brands. Throughout the afternoon, Wang Liang and Daxi wandered through the storefronts of renowned brands. In their eyes, clothing held no particular allure, nor did shoes possess any discernible quality. Yet, the allure of high prices was undeniable. As long as it was expensive, they were inclined to purchase. On the other hand, as Wang Liang and Daxi embarked on their impulsive shopping spree, Lin Pingzheng, through diligent inquiry, finally confirmed that the individual who had rescued his daughter from peril was none other than Wang Liang. He even brought gifts and a banner. Making his way to Wang Liang's village. "Excuse me, good lady, could you direct me to Wang Liang's home? Are you familiar with the way?" Several government vehicles entered the village in a grand procession. As the lead vehicle's driver drove into the village, he fortuitously encountered Wang Liang's grandparents, who promptly disembarked to inquire. "Excuse me, good lady, could you direct me to Wang Liang's home? Do you know the way?" Upon hearing Wang Liang's name, old lady Li's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of distaste flickering across her features. It was no secret that Wang Liang had caused them no small amount of trouble in recent days, and she was reluctant to respond. However, upon noticing the impressive vehicles, Wang Liang's grandfather nudged his wife, realizing they were likely from the government. If they were indeed there to apprehend Wang Liang, it would serve their interests perfectly. This way, he could at least enjoy a peaceful morning. As for that troublesome grandson of theirs, let him be. Noticing her husband signaling her, old lady Li, somewhat irked, retorted, "Wang Liang? What do you seek him for?" "Ah, you are acquainted with him, I see. You see, a traffic accident occurred on Jinjide Deo in our city some time ago. Had it not been for Wang Liang's intervention, who knows what casualties might have ensued. Therefore, we have come to express our gratitude to Wang Liang. If you could guide us, it would be greatly appreciated." Upon hearing the lead vehicle's driver, old lady Li glanced at her husband in disbelief. He, too, looked back at her with equal confusion. They exchanged glances for a few seconds, silently calculating their options. "Of course I know Wang Liang. He's my grandson. Allow me to lead you there." With that, old lady Li's expression shifted dramatically, and a smile spread across her face, causing her wrinkles to deepen. The driver, however, seemed somewhat taken aback. "Excellent. Please, good sir and madam, hop in the vehicle so we may follow your lead." The lead vehicle's driver, seemingly unaware of the ensuing smoothness of their encounter, invited them warmly. Perhaps he had not anticipated such an easy start, stumbling upon Wang Liang's grandparents right upon entering the village. "No need for that. Old man, please return and inform Wang and his family that we are hosting esteemed guests today. They must certainly come." At that moment, old lady Li was clearly concocting her own schemes. It mattered not that Wang Liang was the one receiving the accolades. As long as she was present, even if the government offered subsidies, it would ultimately find its way into her hands. Wang Liang's grandfather nodded in understanding and hurriedly headed home. Meanwhile, under old lady Li's guidance, the government vehicle successfully arrived at Wang Liang's home. Xiao Jian, come out. We have guests. Why are you not rushing to welcome them?" Before even entering the door, old lady Li called out loudly. Wang Jian had not been working for the past few days, and upon hearing his mother's voice, an uneasy feeling washed over him. Even Liang Xia, upon hearing old lady Li's call, felt a twinge of annoyance. The family often visited, arriving empty-handed and leaving with items from their home. It was reasonable to assume this visit would be no different. "Old Jian, should we call our son back for a moment?" Liang Xia suggested, tugging at Wang Jian. The couple felt powerless against Wang Liang's grandparents, but with Wang Liang absent, the typically assertive Liang Xia felt a bit intimidated. "Why should we call him back? To argue? Let's first see what our mother is up to." Wang Jian was well aware of Liang Xia's thoughts and reprimanded her. The couple then stepped out of the main room. As soon as they stepped outside, however, the sight of a throng of people approaching left Wang Jian weak in the knees. Liang Xia's eyelids twitched as well. What on earth was happening? Could it be that their mother had not retrieved the money from her son and had deliberately come to demand it? Chapter 30, Bonus. Son, daughter-in-law, do you not see our esteemed guests have arrived? Why are you not inviting them in? Seeing Wang Jian and Liang Xia frozen in place, old lady Li reminded them, casting a fierce glare in their direction. In her eyes, the second son and his wife were of little significance. Could they not see that the visitors were all dressed impeccably, evidently leaders from the city? Yet, these two had not uttered a word since stepping outside. Wang Jian and Liang Xia exchanged glances, each unaware of the ulterior motives stirring within old lady Li's mind. Especially Liang Xia, who eyed old lady Li with growing suspicion, knowing that she seldom approached without a purpose. Typically, she would call her daughter-in-law by her name, a clear indication that no good would come of such a visit. In that moment, neither Wang Jian nor Liang Xia responded. Hello, I presume you are Wang Liang's parents? We have come specifically to express our gratitude for raising such an outstanding son. Lin Pingzheng stepped forward from the crowd, extending his hand in a polite introduction. At that moment, Wang Jian was oblivious to the visitor's intentions, but he extended his hand to shake Lin Pingzhen's nonetheless. Wang Jian, may I ask, what has happened to my son? Yes, is my son in some kind of trouble? Liang Xia's face reflected concern as she hurriedly inquired. As a rural woman, she had never encountered such a situation and felt uncertain. Observing the visitors' attire, it was clear they hailed from a government unit. But the sheer number of them left her anxious about her son's well-being. There were no mistakes made, but had it not been for your son, our lives might have been in jeopardy. Liang Xia blinked in confusion. What? Old lady Li scratched her ear, seemingly thinking she had misheard. Upon witnessing the reactions of Liang Xia and the others, Lin Pingzheng displayed a hint of surprise on his face. It appeared that after Wang Liang completed everything that day, he had not briefed his parents on the matter. Reflecting on this, Lin Pingzheng patiently endeavored to explain to Liang Xia and the others. A few days ago, there's an explosion on Jinjid Avenue in our city, wasn't there? Your son was present at the scene that day. Had he not fervently intervened to assist us in the rescue efforts, perhaps my daughter, myself, and these brave firefighters might have perished in that catastrophe. Upon hearing this, old lady Li cast a puzzled glance at Lin Pingzheng. She was not disbelieving of his words. Rather, she found it hard to fathom that Wang Liang could perform such an act of valor. So is this matter? You startled me, Liang Xia exclaimed, patting her chest with a relieved smile before inviting the assembled leaders. Come, everyone, let us go inside and talk. No need to stand out here. I shall fetch you some water. When Wang Jian learned of his son's heroic deeds, he maintained a composed exterior, yet internally, he was overjoyed. His son was truly making him proud, having saved a significant leader. With this thought, Wang Jian hurriedly ushered the leaders inside, while old lady Li shot a disapproving glance at Wang Jian and proceeded into the main room, unable to bear the sight of the second son's family thriving. The Wang family was not accustomed to having so many visitors, and Liang Xia had nearly arranged every available stool in the house. She even asked Wang Jian to borrow a few stools from the neighbors just to accommodate everyone. To entertain these leaders, Wang Jian even brought out his cherished tea that he had kept for many years. Son, in this sweltering heat, go buy some ice pop for the leaders to cool down, old lady Li instructed as soon as Wang Jian sat down. It was indeed hot, and with so many guests, even with air conditioning in the room, the atmosphere felt stifling. Madam, there is no need for such trouble. We are merely here to sit and chat. This is a token of our gratitude for comrade Wang Liang's bravery, Lin Pingzheng said, quickly waving his hand as Wang Jian stood to leave. He then produced an envelope, modest in size, yet bulging with contents. It appeared to contain no less than 50,000. Typically, for such acts of bravery, even government compensation would not be this substantial. This amount included Lin Pingzhen's personal contribution and the sentiments of several firefighters, thus explaining the generosity. Simultaneously, some firefighters set down the gifts they had brought, which included 2 banners of commendation. No, leaders, we cannot accept this gift. As for the monetary reward, it is far too much. Liang Xia fervently shook her head. In her view, as a citizen of Huaxia, it was only natural to support one another in times of crisis, whether in saving lives or assisting in disasters. Although Liang Xia came from a rural background, she felt that Wang Liang's act of saving lives was simply his duty. Please accept it. It is a collective decision from our department. This is a commendation for the good citizens of Handan City and a recognition of heroes. In the future, there may be more unsung heroes. We cannot allow every good deed to go unrecognized, can we? Our government also has regulations regarding such acknowledgments. It is merely a form of encouragement and goodwill. Lin Pingzheng had anticipated that they might refuse the reward, but he did not expect Liang Xia to be so resolute in her rejection. No, no, you must take it back, Liang Xia insisted, her words lacking eloquence as she continued to refuse. This is truly something we cannot accept. You all serve the people of Handan City. How can we accept your money? At this moment, Wang Jian seemed to perceive his wife's discomfort and finally spoke up. Auntie, please accept it. This is truly a token of our appreciation. If you do not, we will have difficulty reporting back. Yes, yes, uncle and aunt, please accept it. Your son saved our lives. And this is just a small gesture from our leaders. Others chimed in, urging them to accept the gift. All right, stop pushing. I shall take it on your behalf. Son and daughter-in-law, do not forget to thank our leaders for coming all this way to present you with gifts. Let's not waste their kindness. Just as both sides were embroiled in a dispute over acceptance, Old Lady Li brazenly took the envelope from Lin Pingzhen's hands, instantly quelling the argument. Seeing his mother take the money, Wang Jian furrowed his brows and said, Mother, how can we accept this? Quickly return it. No need, no need. The reward is rightfully yours, whether it is held by you or not. Auntie is quite understanding. Lin Pingzheng watched in surprise as Old Lady Li seized the money from him. However, as long as the funds reached Wang Liang's family, he was indifferent to the details. You know nothing. Look at our family's circumstances. The leaders have spoken, so we shall accept it. Besides, this is what my grandson deserves. Why refuse what is rightfully his? Old Lady Li scolded Wang Jian with a glare. In response, Wang Jian could only smile awkwardly and offer an apologetic glance at Lin Pingzheng. Lin Pingzheng, however, was unconcerned, waving his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, the younger firefighters exchanged troubled glances. The money should indeed be given to Wang Liang's family. Yet Old Lady Li's words left a bitter taste in their mouths. Liang Xia shot a disdainful look at Old Lady Li, her face full of contempt. Now that she had discovered Wang Liang was her grandson, she had previously insisted he was not part of her family when she sought money from them just days prior. It was evident that the old woman was only motivated by the prospect of money, suddenly eager to acknowledge her grandson. If nothing unexpected occurred, the 50,000 that landed in Old Lady Li's hands would likely never return. Son, why are you still standing there? Hurry and buy some ice pops for these leaders. After pocketing the 50,000, Old Lady Li once again instructed Wang Jian to fetch ice pops. This, however, was indeed Wang Jian's responsibility. After all, it was only fitting to prepare refreshments for the high-ranking officials visiting from the city. Shortly after Wang Jian left, grandfather and uncle's family arrived in a hurry. Oh dear, why have you only just arrived? Esteemed leaders, let me introduce you. This is our eldest son, Wang En, and this is my eldest daughter-in-law. Upon seeing the arrival of uncle's family, Old Lady Li instantly transformed from her previous stern demeanor to a beaming smile, warmly introducing Lin Pingzheng and the others. Lin Pingzheng offered an awkward smile and hastily ushered grandfather and the others to take their seats. Wang En, accustomed to such gatherings, exchanged pleasantries with the leaders, while uncle cheerfully greeted those around him. After all, these were significant figures from the city. When had she ever encountered such esteemed leaders? Step aside. Can't you see your older brother and sister-in-law have arrived? Hurry and find them a seat. As the seating in the main room became insufficient, Old Lady Li chastised Liang Xia. Despite her reluctance, Liang Xia, faced with so many outsiders, could not voice her objections and had no choice but to relinquish her seat for her sister-in-law. It is evident to any discerning observer that Wang Liang's family does not seem to be particularly favored by the grandparents. However, such familial matters are theirs alone, and others are ill-placed to interject. After Wang En and his companions settled in, he began his boastful tirade. After all, Wang En could be considered a city dweller, which rendered him superior to the village folk, Wang Jian and Liang Xia. Consequently, a rather awkward conversation ensued among the group. At this juncture, Liang Xia, Wang Liang's mother, became little more than a backdrop, busily serving tea and refreshments. Xiao Jian, why are you only just returning? I completely forgot to call you earlier. Put down the popsicle. And why not fetch a few packs of good cigarettes? Surely, we can't let the leaders go without proper refreshments. As soon as Wang Jian stepped through the door, he heard his elder brother Wang and directing him to buy cigarettes. A wave of frustration washed over him. Yet, given that this was his own home, how could he refuse to fetch the cigarettes? That was simply out of the question. Liang Xia sighed helplessly as she observed her elder brother's family engaged in animated conversation with the visiting leaders. The officials had come to present a banner and bonus to Wang Liang, yet with the arrival of his elder brother's family, the situation had transformed into a stage for them, relegating her and Wang Jian to mere supporting roles. I say, sister-in-law, don't just stand there. Go on. Arrange a few farmhouse dishes for our esteemed guests. They must be quite busy in the city and likely rarely have the chance to enjoy our village cuisine. Make sure to prepare a generous amount. After Wang Jian departed, Wang also beckoned Liang Xia to prepare the meal. It would not do for these leaders to return on an empty stomach after their long journey. "Oh, there's no need to trouble yourselves. We can just sit for a bit and head back shortly," Lin Pingzheng interjected, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with Wang Yin's arrangements. "That's simply one tea do. I assure you, my daughter-in-law is an excellent cook. Just sit back while she prepares a meal for you," Li Laotai chimed in with a smile, insisting that the leaders stay for dinner. "Indeed, it's not every day that you visit our humble village. How could you leave without sharing a meal?" The grandfather chimed in, directing Liang Xia with a commanding tone. "Daughter-in-law, what are you waiting for? Hurry along and prepare a feast for everyone." Reluctantly, Liang Xia, though not entirely willing, headed to the kitchen, her mind occupied with the daunting task of cooking for so many. Before leaving, she cast a glance at her sister-in-law, who was casually snacking on sunflower seeds, contemplating whether she might lend a hand. Yet, to her dismay, upon meeting Liang Xia's gaze, her sister-in-law turned away, seemingly uninterested in assisting, instead focused on ingratiating herself with the leaders and enjoying the meal without offering any help. With a sigh, Liang Xia ventured alone into the kitchen. "Isn't this a bit too much trouble?" Lin Pingzheng remarked, feeling a touch embarrassed as he observed Liang Xia toiling away by herself. Wang Yin waved dismissively, unconcerned. "Not at all. My sister-in-law often cooks for our entire family alone. It's just that after the division of the family, we've been living in the city and rarely get to enjoy her cooking. Let me tell you, when Wong Leong was young, he was quite the handful, unlike our Wang Lei, who has always been steady and academically accomplished. Wang Liang, on the other hand, was a bit of a wild child, often associating with unsavory characters and getting into trouble." Wang Yin spoke with a hint of pride as he mentioned Wang Lei, eliciting a smile from Li Laotai, who added, "Indeed, my grandsons are both wonderful, but Wang Lei is particularly sensible, currently attending a prestigious university and preparing for civil service exams. Wang Liang, however, has always been rather aimless, flitting from job to job without any real direction. At his age, it's disheartening to see him achieve so little." With Wang Jian and Liang Xia absent from the living room, the atmosphere shifted. The initial praise for Wang Liang turned into veiled criticisms, as the guests began to subtly disparage him. The rapid change in demeanor left Lin Pingzheng and others looking rather grim. Surely, Wang Gu is not that type of person. When he tried to prevent us from providing aid, he was resolute, as if willing to risk his life. "It can't be as serious as you portray," a firefighter interjected, unable to endure the disparagement any longer. "Oh, young man, you only see the surface of the situation. Wang Liang has been known to us since childhood. We are well aware of his character," Li Laotai responded dismissively. "My mother is right. Altruism is a commendable quality in every citizen of our great nation. Wang Liang's decision to save others was merely a fortuitous coincidence. If Wang Lei had been present, he would have acted just as decisively. I would do the same in such an urgent situation." Wang Yin's fervor grew, almost as if he were pledging allegiance in front of the assembly. Yet, the more he spoke, the grimmer Lin Pingzheng and his companions appeared. They had traveled a great distance to express gratitude to Wang Liang's family. Not to hear Wang Yin boast about his own, even the firefighters clenched their fists, their expressions becoming increasingly strained. Just as the tension reached a boiling point, Wang Liang arrived. Upon stepping out of the car, he noticed Wang Jian hurrying toward him, drenched in sweat. "Father, what is the rush on such a hot day?" he asked, puzzled. "Ah, Liangzi, you've returned just in time. Some high-ranking officials from the city have come to express their gratitude for your assistance during the explosion on Jiji Avenue. They've come all this way to present you with a banner," Wang Jian explained cheerfully. "Really? How do they find us?" Wang Liang inquired, taken aback. "How would I know? Your grandmother brought them here. They are currently in our living room. Come, let us go in together," Wang Jian chuckled. As the father and son entered the house, Wang Jian remarked, "To be honest, I don't expect much from Wang Liang. He is unlikely to achieve much beyond marrying and working as a laborer in the factory. But look at my grandson Wang Lei. If he passes the civil service exam, could we count on your favor to have him transferred to the city? Indeed, my eldest grandson excels academically and is destined for greatness. If he were placed in the city, he would undoubtedly contribute significantly," Wang Jian continued. Before Wang Liang and Wang Jian could step fully into the room, they overheard their uncle belittling Wang Liang while extolling the virtues of his own son, with Li Laotai occasionally chiming in agreement. Wang Jian's expression darkened. He had not anticipated his brother would dismiss him and discuss his son disparagingly behind his back. For Wang Liang, however, this was of little consequence. He was well aware of his uncle's character and knew that no amount of goodwill would elicit a kind word from him. In his previous life, his family had often extended warmth to those who returned it with indifference. Thus, Their disparagement was entirely expected. Yet, upon glimpsing his mother laboring alone in the kitchen, he could no longer contain himself. On such a sweltering day, while his uncle and Li Lao Tai lounged in the air-conditioned room, mocking him, his heart grew heavy. The mother must endure solitude in the kitchen, preparing meals for these individuals. "Mom, please stop. What are you cooking for them?" Wong Leong did not enter the house. Instead, he approached the kitchen door to dissuade his mother. Upon seeing her son return, Comrade Lao Liang could no longer contain his emotions, and his eyes instantly filled with tears. It seemed that the mother also felt that the Li family was being excessively oppressive. This was their home. Those high-ranking officials from the city had originally come to present a banner to Wang Liang. Logically, it should have been her family in the spotlight. However, with the arrival of the Li family, they had become the main attraction, while she and Wang Jian were relegated to mere supporting roles, bustling about to entertain these guests. Anyone would feel uncomfortable in such a situation. Witnessing his mother's distress, Wang Liang's temper finally erupted. He strode forward, forcefully kicking open the door to the main hall. The sudden commotion startled Wang An, causing him to drop his cigarette. At that moment, Wang An also felt a bit embarrassed and was about to say something when he met Wang Liang's furious gaze. The words he intended to voice were swallowed back down. "You child, why are you so impulsive? Haven't the adults taught you to knock before entering? No manners." As soon as Wang Liang stepped inside, old lady Li pointed her cane at him, seemingly displeased with his reckless behavior. Even the grandfather beside her shook his cigarette holder, displaying an unfriendly demeanor. It was important to remember that the esteemed guests were still in the house. "Comrade Wang Liang, you have finally returned." Lin Pingzheng, having clearly grown weary of the Li family's boasting, was the first to rise after Wang Liang entered. Following Lin Pingzhen's lead, several leaders and firefighters stood up, smiling at Wang Liang. "Liangge, Liangge." A few young firefighters, regardless of whether Wang Liang was older or not, called him brother. The term brother was not solely reserved for those older in age, but was earned through Wang Liang's commendable deeds. Go on, calling him Liangge. "This is our lifesaver." One leader jested. "I apologize, esteemed leaders, but I must first attend to matters at home." Wang Liang waved his hand dismissively at the leaders. At this moment, his anger had reached a boiling point, leaving him no time for pleasantries with the leaders. His gaze immediately shifted to old lady Li and the others as he exclaimed, Come. Let me ask you something. What are you doing here?" Despite his efforts to suppress his inner fury, the volume of his voice still rose several decibels. Hearing this, Wang Liang's grandfather was the first to express his displeasure, pointing a finger at Wang Liang and scolding, "You little rascal, how dare you speak to adults like that? You must remember that those present are all high-ranking officials, prominent figures." Wang Liang's abrupt and aggressive approach made old lady Li feel somewhat uncomfortable, prompting her to retort, "What do you mean by asking what we're doing here? We are here to host the esteemed leaders, aren't we?" "Indeed, Liangzi, you seem to be on edge today, speaking so harshly. Had I known, we wouldn't have come." The previously quiet aunt shot a disapproving glance at Wang Liang, her tone tinged with discontent. After all, they were the elders. When did it become the prerogative of a younger generation to reprimand them? Wang Liang chuckled coldly, his gaze turning frosty. "Do I care whether you come or not? Or do my parents care whether you come? Stop speaking so grandiloquently, as if we have no choice but to invite you here. Do you not know your true intentions for coming?" Wang Liang was unyielding in exposing the ugly faces of the four individuals before him. "You." Old lady Li was so enraged that she became incoherent, struggling to articulate a response. Logically speaking, had she not led the way today, this group of esteemed leaders would not have found their way to Wang Liang's home in the first place. However, hearing Wang Liang disparage her so blatantly made her blood boil. "Who taught you to speak like that? I will not hesitate to discipline you." Wang Liang's grandfather, also with a stubborn temperament, felt his pride wounded at being so publicly exposed. The motives behind their visit were indeed not innocent. Yet, as Wang Liang laid bare their intentions, he too felt a sting to his dignity and raised his cane to strike Wang Liang. "Uncle, what are you doing? Let's not be impulsive. Let's discuss this calmly. Please put down your cane." Before the grandfather could act, several firefighters intervened to restrain him. Such domestic affairs were not something they could involve themselves in, and even Lin Pingzheng, who had faced numerous challenges, found himself at a loss in this situation. "What's going on? Are you not willing to listen?" Facing his grandfather's furious demeanor, Wang Liang did not hold back, continuing, "What have you done? The leaders have traveled a long distance to present me with a banner and offer condolences to our family. Yet, you lot have made my father run around in this heat, either buying cigarettes or fetching this and that. You even made my mother toil alone in the sweltering kitchen to cook for you. Where's your conscience? Where's your sense of familial duty? Can you honestly eat this food? This is my home. How we choose to conduct ourselves, what we eat or drink, is for us to decide. Who are you to dictate and criticize? At the entrance, Lao Yang gazed at his son's back, feeling a pang of emotion. His son had voiced all the sentiments he wished to express. Even Wang Jian beside him nodded vigorously. This was their home, yet since the arrival of the city officials, the Li family had taken over. Not only were they instructing him to buy cigarettes and ice pops, but they also had his wife laboring in the kitchen under such oppressive heat. They were not financially strained. They could afford to treat others to a meal. Was it truly necessary to put them through such turmoil? What frustrated Wang Jian the most was that while one of them was out shopping, the other was busy cooking. His parents and elder brother's family had not only failed to speak a kind word about their own family, but had also been extolling Wang Lei's virtues while disparaging Wang Liang's shortcomings. At that moment, Wang Jian felt utterly disillusioned with his parents. Wang Liang, how can you speak like that? These esteemed leaders have come to visit your family. Are you expecting me, an old man, to go out and fetch things for you? Or to cook for you? Old Lady Li's wrinkled face flushed slightly, clearly provoked by Wang Liang's words. Indeed, the leaders are all watching. I'm not the one saying Wang Liang lacks understanding. You all saw for yourselves how he spoke to his elders. Unlike our Wang Lei, who always shows care for his elders and never argues back. The aunt chimed in again. Yes, Wang Lei is indeed admirable. I acknowledge he is more accomplished than I am, but I do not deny that I lack understanding. Wang Liang spread his hands, self-deprecatingly remarking, Your Wang Lei is commendable. You can sing his praises at home or boast about him to the neighbors. But what brings you here to my house? Are you trying to flaunt your wealth? Or are you hoping to curry favor with these esteemed leaders? Wang Liang directly articulated the aunt's unspoken thoughts, leaving her utterly mortified. Yet, it seemed Wang Liang was not finished. He turned to old Lady Li and declared, Our family indeed does not require your assistance in purchasing this or that, but we equally do not welcome your presence. Moreover, our family is not destitute. We can certainly treat these esteemed leaders to a meal. Do we need you instructing us? Making my mother toil away in this heat to prepare food for these dignitaries? Do we not have the means to dine out? Faced with Wang Liang's relentless barrage of inquiries, old Lady Li fell silent once more. Second brother, is this how you raise your son? Observe how he speaks to our mother, and with so many leaders present, what a disgrace this is. Are you intending to let these esteemed officials witness our family's humiliation? Wang reprimanded sternly. Witnessing his mother and wife receiving no favor from Wang Liang, Wang had directed his ire towards Wang Jian. After all, Wang Jian was Wang Liang's father. No matter how obstinate Wang Liang was, Wang believed that he would still heed his father's counsel. In an instant, all eyes gravitated towards Wang Jian. Regardless of the circumstances, he was the head of the household. Taking a deep breath, Wang Jian's expression grew solemn as he replied, Elder brother, please do not involve me in this matter. I am a father too, and Liangzi is my son as well. Are you not aware of what you have said within these walls? Now, you dare to blame me for his upbringing? This time, he refrained from chastising his son and instead confronted his elder brother directly. In Wang Liang's eyes, this marked the first occasion his father had argued with his uncle for the sake of their family. Wang Jian's anger stemmed from the fact that his elder brother's family had gone too far. Throughout the years, he had endured the favoritism shown by their grandparents and the various advantages taken by his uncle's family. He maintained the belief that enduring hardships was a blessing. Never having clashed with his family or engaged in disputes. Even when bullied, he chose to overlook it. However, today, he could no longer remain silent. Being manipulated by his uncle's family in his own home was one thing, but to have them besmirch his son's reputation before influential leaders was intolerable. This crossed Wang Jian's threshold. How could you forget? Seeing his father's face redden, Wang Liang could not help but curse. I ask you, uncle, have you prepared the 50,000? How about this? We shall forego the 50,000, given the presence of so many prominent leaders today. Perhaps I could inquire about the matter, considering that the property in the city is still under my father's name. Shall we have it returned? Upon hearing this, his once arrogant uncle suddenly deflated. My apologies, esteemed leaders. Our family situation is rather complicated, and we regret any laughter you may have found in it. Wang Liang turned to address the bewildered municipal leaders. May I inquire if there are any leaders here acquainted with legal matters? I wish to ask, if someone owes money and fails to pay, and all documentation is in order, can they be sued as a deadbeat? This statement caused his grandfather to struggle less. While the previously furious old lady, Li turned pale. Even his aunt was startled, her body trembling. Chapter 34, A Love for Wealth. Witnessing their reactions, Wang Liang smiled. In truth, old lady Li and the others feared the situation, not because they were concerned about the money, but because they dreaded the implications of a lawsuit affecting Wang Lei. Even at this juncture, they still worried for Wang Lei's future. Reflecting on this, Wong Leong felt a pang of discomfort. Despite being equally grandsons of old Lady Li, the differential treatment was stark. Their blatant favoritism allowed Wang Jian to see their true colors clearly. At this moment, Uncle Wang had shed his previous indignation, adopting an obsequious demeanor as he rubbed his hands together. Liangzi, let us speak civilly. What is the purpose of this? Your grandparents are known for their bluntness. There is no need to air family grievances before such esteemed leaders. Wang Liang regarded his uncle with a stoic expression, choosing not to respond. Come now, Liangzi. You all carry on with your affairs. We shall fetch the money for you now, Wang replied with a smile, pulling old Lady Li and the others towards the exit. Should the situation linger, Wang feared that Wang Liang might extort them. The scene had already become quite embarrassing, to the extent that Wang and his family left without acknowledging the leaders. It was utterly humiliating. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, Wang Liang called out just as old Lady Li and the others were about to exit. Wang abruptly turned back, hissing, Liangzi, what more do you want? With so many prominent leaders present today, do you intend to escalate matters to the point of disgrace for all? Ignoring his uncle's inquiry, Wang Liang stepped forward to old Lady Li, gesturing for her attention. The bonus, please. I assume you don't plan to take that with you? At this, old Lady Li's face stiffened, and she glared fiercely at the silent Liang Xia beside her. It was known that when Lin Pingzheng distributed the bonuses, Wang Liang was not home. How could he have known that the bonus was in their possession? This must have been leaked by his scheming daughter-in-law. Under old Lady Li's scrutinizing gaze, Liang Xia instinctively lowered her head, refraining from saying anything further. Is it that you wish to renege on your word in front of so many? Wang Liang scoffed. From his mother, he had learned that the municipal leaders had no intention of accepting the bonus. Yet, old Lady Li had shamelessly seized it from the leaders. What is wrong with this money? Shouldn't it be mine to manage? Old Lady Li gritted her teeth. Indeed, money that fell into old Lady Li's grasp was not easily relinquished. Wang Liang feigned confusion, noting Wang Liang's insistence. Old Lady Li could not help but adopt a condescending tone, admonishing him. I see this money is quite substantial. Shouldn't it be given to an elder for safekeeping? It would be reckless to leave it in your hands, for you would squander it all away. Hearing this, Wang Liang chuckled, amused by how old Lady Li was willing to sacrifice her dignity for such a trifling sum. After his words, even the younger firefighters could no longer bear it, and the leaders' gazes shifted towards old Lady Li, tinged with disapproval. This woman was indeed an extraordinary miser. Grandmother, I am speaking to you respectfully. At your age, should you not consider the implications of your words? Wang Liang smiled. This bonus is rightfully mine, and I possess the authority to decide its use. Even if I were to squander it, that is my prerogative. What concern is it of yours? Furthermore, if you fear I may waste it, then it ought to be entrusted to my parents, not to you. What right do you have over it? Upon hearing this, old Lady Li huffed. Humph, as you said. I am merely concerned you may squander it. What do you mean by saying it should go to your parents? They sometimes entrust me with money for safekeeping. What is wrong with that? Listening to old Lady Li's words, Liang Xia felt a surge of urgency, repeatedly wanting to speak, but ultimately holding her tongue. She had encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent. Regardless of the amount of the bonus, once it fell into old Lady Li's hands, it was as good as gone forever. As for who ultimately possessed the bonus, Liang Xia was all too aware. So, it seems you do not intend to relinquish it? Wang Liang inquired. Of course not. This money is of no use to you now. I will give it to you when you marry. So you want to squander it everywhere. Old Lady Li feigned concern for Wang Liang, showing no intention of giving it up. Ridiculous. Once the money was in her hands, how could it be so easily relinquished? Even if she refused, what could Wang Liang do? Very well, since you have stated it so, I must inquire. Is this money reserved for my marriage, or is it meant to subsidize my esteemed elder brother? Wang Liang asked with a tranquil demeanor, observing old Lady Li's grotesque expression. What are you talking about? This is your money. Why would I give it to your brother? What do you take me for? Suddenly exposed by Wang Liang, Li Lao Tai flushed in embarrassment and tried to argue her way out. Grandma, I was just joking. If it's not urgent for you, why are you so anxious? Wang Liang continued, maintaining his calm demeanor. I am not anxious at all, Li Lao Tai retorted. Well, if you're not anxious, that's good. You can take the bonus, but for today, you all should stay a little longer, Wang Liang said with a smile, his expression deceptively innocent. Let us have a good discussion about the 100,000 you took for renovating your old house for my father and the money from my Uncle S family. Since the big boss is still here, why don't we clarify this matter? Li Lao Tai felt unconcerned. If Wang Liang wanted to discuss it, let him. The bonus was already in her hands, and she had no intention of giving it away. Even if Wang Liang demanded money from her, she wouldn't comply. After all, There was no way that money would leave her hands, and regarding the debt owed to their family, she had no intention of repaying it either. So she was indifferent to how Wong Leong wanted to argue. However, her uncle's family could not bear to watch any longer. Wang Liang's intentions were quite clear. Either Li Lao Tai would hand over the bonus today, or they would settle both old and new debts. Adding everything up, that was over 100,000. Where would they find that? There was no need to lose a watermelon to gain a sesame seed. Mom, what are you doing? Why take little Liang's bonus? It's rightfully his. Hurry up and return it to him. So many leaders are watching. Aren't you embarrassed? Wang quickly intervened. Oh, what is that to you? I'm just holding on to the money for him. Am I wrong? Li Lao Tai stubbornly replied. Chapter 35. How can you let the pigs push the cabbage? Mom, her uncle, now visibly upset, couldn't believe his mother was so miserly. Under normal circumstances, he would have supported her in keeping the 5,000. But with so many leaders present, if Li Lao Tai took the money, who knew how Wang Liang would retaliate? He had finally found a way to slip away from Wang Liang's family. And now, if this bonus caused Wang Liang to get angry, they would be implicated too. Stop with that worthless attitude. I want to see what tricks this kid can pull. Seeing her eldest son's furious expression, Li Lao Tai couldn't help but scold him. Normally, he stood by her side, but today what had changed? Mom, it's just a small bonus. It's not worth it. Besides, with so many leaders watching, if we just take the money, do you understand the consequences? Her aunt whispered urgently to Li Lao Tai. What consequences could there be? Li Lao Tai dismissed her concerns. As Li Lao Tai stubbornly refused to return the money, her aunt grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she leaned closer to Li Lao Tai. Mom, think about little Lei. You are his grandmother. Just now, we managed to say a few good words about him in front of all these leaders. If you cause a scene now, what will they think of you? They will wonder how little Lei could have such a grandmother. Wouldn't that render our earlier efforts pointless? And you know Wang Liang's temperament. If he gets angry, he could take us to court. At that point, it won't just be us affected. The biggest victim will be little Lei. He is about to take the civil service exam. And if the leaders see his grandmother has such a dark history, they surely want him. Don't you fear little Lei holding a grudge against you? After her aunt's heartfelt persuasion, Li Lao Tai's resolve began to waver. She understood the principles her aunt spoke of, but she had previously found them inconsequential. However, the thought that her most beloved grandson might resent her compelled her to reluctantly hand over the bonus. Here, take it. Who cares about your bonus? We're leaving. Finally, Li Lao Tai hesitantly pulled an envelope from her pocket. Her face twisted in discomfort as she tossed it towards Wang Liang. Oh, you've come around quickly. Wang Liang accepted the envelope, unfazed by the way Li Lao Tai threw it at him. Well, it's getting late, so I want to keep you for dinner. You should head home to prepare, as I need to take the leaders out to eat. After receiving the money, Wang Liang coolly began ushering them out. In his eyes, Li Lao Tai and her uncle's family were a source of misfortune that he wished to avoid for even a second. As Li Lao Tai and her family left in a hurry, the hall fell silent, and Wang Liang felt like a victorious rooster, almost ready to display his feathers. At that moment, Lin Pingzheng cast a serious glance at Wang Liang. He suddenly realized that this young man was no ordinary character. At least, he was far more adept at handling family matters than himself. It is known that even the most upright officials find it difficult to resolve domestic disputes. And with the kind of intense family conflict that just unfolded, even he would be at a loss for how to judge the situation. Nevertheless, Lin Pingzheng could see that Wang Liang's grandparents were exceedingly biased, and it was not a simple favoritism. They would rather diminish Wang Liang than uplift themselves. One could not help but note how, through Li Lao Tai and Wang's actions, they had inadvertently made Wang Lei's name stick in Lin Pingzheng's mind. If Wang Lei were truly able to return, he was curious to see just how outstanding he must be to warrant such favoritism from his grandparents. After resolving the matter, Wang Liang bowed deeply to the gathered leaders and brothers. I apologize, everyone, for making you witness this spectacle. Our family situation is a bit complicated. Complicated? It's clearly your grandmother's bias. One firefighter began to speak, but was swiftly silenced by the fire chief beside him. The leaders were present. Such comments were inappropriate. Just as the chief thought that silencing this young recruit would suffice, several team members nearby gave Wang Liang a thumbs up. The chief was momentarily stunned. What kind of crew had he let out? Why was everyone so straightforward? What about their emotional intelligence? This small interlude went unnoticed by Lin Pingzheng and the others. After all, they were young men with straightforward minds. When faced with such injustice, they naturally supported Wang Liang's actions. Lin Pingzheng bore no ill will. Had he been younger, he might well have acted similarly. With no further interruptions, Wang Liang's family sat down to chat with the leaders for a while. During this time, The fire chief repeatedly extended an invitation for Wang Liang to join the hand and fire department, but each time it was politely declined. It wasn't that Wang Liang didn't want to join. It was simply that becoming a firefighter entailed governmental affairs. He didn't want to navigate the treacherous waters of officialdom. If he became embroiled in trouble, where would he seek redress? As mealtime approached, Wang Liang called everyone to head out for dinner. Ordinarily, Lin Pingzheng and the others had no intention of staying, but they couldn't resist Wang Liang's warm invitation. This time, Wang Liang arranged for them to dine at a well-known private restaurant in Handan. Having shared drinks with colleagues before, Wang Liang was well aware of certain internal protocols. Instead of placing good liquor directly on the table, he had the server bring out decanters. This surprised Lin Pingzheng. He hadn't expected someone so young to be knowledgeable about such formalities. As the drinks flowed and conversations became nostalgic, some older leaders began reminiscing, while firefighters chatted quietly with Wang Liang. Just as the meal was nearing its conclusion, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open, and a tall figure stepped in. Upon witnessing a pair of long legs clad in yoga pants striding into the room, Wang Liang immediately deduced the identity of the individual. Those legs could unmistakably belong to Lin Qingqing. However, Wang Liang found himself pondering the reason for her arrival. The entrance of Lin Qingqing instantly captivated everyone's attention. She possessed striking beauty, her fair and flawless complexion highlighted by exquisitely delicate features, complemented by an enviable figure. Particularly, there was an air of military demeanor about her that evoked a sense of admiration from the onlookers. Lin Qingqing scanned the room and made a beeline for Wang Liang, prompting Lin Pingzheng, who had been preparing to greet his daughter, to retract his hands silently and cast a wary glance at Wang Liang. Something seemed amiss with Lin Qingqing. At this moment, Lin Pingzheng's eyes nearly sparkled with disbelief as he watched his precious daughter, like a tender cabbage, approach the boorish Wang Liang. A swirl of conflicting emotions surged within him. What was a cabbage doing wandering into the clutches of pig? Chapter 36. How happy are you? Inside the private room, as Lin Qingqing stepped in, an immediate hush enveloped the gathering, with all eyes converging upon her statuesque figure. There were looks of admiration, surprise, and an undercurrent of barely perceptible hostility. Wang Liang pondered who had informed her of this gathering. You take a seat over there. Lin Qingqing's voice shattered the silence of the room. A firefighter, wearing a bewildered expression, glanced between Wang Liang and Lin Qingqing, rising slowly, seemingly feeling a hint of grievance. After Lin Qingqing settled into her seat, Wang Liang, unable to resist raising his gaze from his meal, regarded her with a hint of disdain, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Logically, Lin Qingqing was indeed a beauty, and a man of Wang Liang's proclivities would typically relish the company of a lovely woman. However, the notion vanished entirely upon her arrival. Wang Liang harbored a complex sentiment towards Lin Qingqing. How could one describe it? It was akin to a couple wherein a girlfriend had committed a misdeed, nursing a grudge without an apology from her partner, and thus withholding forgiveness. No, the feeling was not so intense. It resembled discovering that one's girlfriend had mistakenly believed him to be unfaithful, only to confront him in a fit of anger, only to later find out that the so-called rival was, in fact, his own sister. Yes, that was the sentiment lingering within him, leading to his peculiar gaze directed at Lin Qingqing's unexpected appearance. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a beauty before? Lin Qingqing's tone was frosty, yet her eyes held a peculiar glimmer as they locked onto Wang Liang. Ahem. At that moment, Lin Pingzheng couldn't help but clear his throat a few times. Hearing this, Lin Qingqing looked up, surveying the crowd, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. Why are you all staring at me? Please continue enjoying your drinks. Qingqing, how can you speak like that? Don't you see that your elders are present? Lin Pingzheng chided, his eyes widening. There was no denying that his daughter had been spoiled by her mother since childhood. Hey, you must admit, Lin Gu, this girl does resemble her mother in personality. Both possess that same fiery temper, one of the leaders remarked. Indeed, after several years apart, it was surprising to see how much the Lin family's daughter had grown. He recalled when Madame Lin used to bring her around as a mere child. In the blink of an eye, she had blossomed into such a young woman. Time truly waits for no one. Why dwell on that? We are all aging, while they are still young and carefree. I envy their age. Several leaders seemed unconcerned with Lin Qingqing's previous demeanor, instead reflecting on the passage of time. Why discuss such matters? Who hasn't been young before? Another added, Cool me. Let's raise a glass to our lost youth. To youth. The leaders appeared to be quite accommodating of Lin Pingzheng's dignity, disregarding his daughter's rudeness and instead catering to him. Brother, allow me to introduce you. This is my daughter. Lin Pingzheng smiled, patting Wang Jian beside him. Wang Jian, taken aback by the sudden attention, quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Liang Xia halted in her tracks upon seeing Lin Qingqing. The young lady was undeniably charming. Yet there was something familiar about her that she couldn't quite place. "Hello, uncle and aunt," Lin Qingqing greeted cheerfully. "Ah, hello, hello." Wang Jian managed an awkward smile. Somewhat flustered, Liang Xia nodded, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, a flash of recognition struck her. Su Meng. Lin Qingqing bore a resemblance to Su Meng. And as she glanced at Lin Pingzheng, she felt as though she had seen him in her youth. Hee hee. Lin Qingqing smiled, clearly shedding her earlier haughty demeanor. For some reason, when her father introduced her to Wang Liang's parents, she felt a wave of nervousness wash over her, akin to the sensation of a girlfriend meeting her boyfriend's family for the first time. Wang Leong couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lin Qingqing's pretentious display. Oh, this little lady has quite the duality. Hey, Lin Qingqing, having just taken her seat, feigned aloofness and nudged Wang Liang, attempting to strike a pose she believed to be impressive. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Lin Qingqing. Wang Liang nodded, redirecting his attention to the table, specifically to the succulent piece of pork knuckle. Lin Qingqing's expression stiffened. What was this man implying? Just a mere MM? Generally, such direct men would be overwhelmed by their circumstances, wouldn't they? Was it not unusual for a girl to initiate conversation in such a manner? Contemplating this, Lin Qingqing stole a glance at Wang Liang, only to find his gaze firmly fixed on the pork knuckle. Instantly, her defenses crumbled. Could it be that her appearance lacked allure, or perhaps her appeal was insufficient? Subconsciously, she looked down at herself. No, she was quite well endowed, even surpassing her peers in several aspects. How could her figure fail to captivate when even a pork knuckle seemed more enticing? Hey, shouldn't you introduce yourself? Noticing Wang Liang engrossed in his meal with no intention of acknowledging her, Lin Qingqing pushed him again, her face alight with dissatisfaction. Wang Liang, he replied, still curt, his tone tinged with irritation. In Wang Liang's eyes, this bothersome woman was hindering his dining experience, just as he had anticipated the pork knuckle to be within reach. Her interruption had caused it to evade him once more, inciting his frustration as he hastily grabbed 2 servings of spicy pepper instead. Wang Liang was irked. Yet Lin Qingqing was even more incensed. What was this man's intention? He answered her with a single word, and his demeanor suggested he was displeased. Lin Qingqing took a deep breath, striving to suppress her simmering anger. After all, this man had saved her life. Wang Liang, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang's chopsticks came to an abrupt halt. Oh, so we're playing this game, are we? How pleased are you exactly? He inquired. Little lady, I see you still can't manage your emotions. To be honest, Wang Liang was not inclined to engage with Lin Qingqing. He bore no hatred towards her, yet he felt slighted by her failure to apologize. He had no real interest in her. As these words were spoken, the surrounding firefighters erupted in laughter. Liang Gu is truly Liang Gu. He shows no regard for anyone's feelings. Lin Qingqing, taken aback, fell silent for a moment. However, an idea suddenly struck her, and she leaned in closer to whisper in Wang Liang's ear, Hey, you're not still holding a grudge over that slap, are you? The tickling sensation and her slightly teasing tone sent shivers down his spine. In that moment, a ripple of emotions surged within Wang Liang's heart. Not far away, when Lin Pingzheng observed Lin Qingqing nearly clinging to Wang Liang, he inadvertently snapped the chopsticks in his hand. It was over. His little cotton-padded jacket was about to be stolen away. Chapter 37. A Modest Rejection. Wang Liang nodded. Faced with such inquiries, he found it difficult to feign dishonesty. Well, I didn't expect you to be so stingy, Lin Qingqing teased, her tone slightly playful, casting an eye roll at Wang Liang. The latter shot her a surprised glance. Stingy? Was this even a matter of being stingy? It was evident that Lin Qingqing, with her ample bosom and lack of intellect, was recklessly advancing towards danger. If she continued to indulge her whims, not only would she be in peril, but he might find himself in dire straits as well. That was a matter of life and death. Merely contemplating it stirred enough resentment in Wang Liang to sustain an evil sort of mortal. Lin Qingqing appeared entirely unfazed, abruptly slapping Wang Liang on the shoulder with a chuckle. I was indeed impulsive that day. I apologize. But you mustn't, she began, only to realize that Wang Liang had not erred at all. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she concluded, Forget it, you did nothing wrong. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not have made it out alive. However, her curiosity piqued. She asked, How did you know that the fuel truck would explode? Upon hearing this, Wang Liang's interest was immediately piqued, and he replied enthusiastically, This isn't mere boasting. I have returned from a past life. I found you beautiful then. and I've come back in this life to help you through this calamity. By all rights, I am your fated benefactor. Look at your financial situation. Let's forge a connection. Shall we? Connection? Lin Qingqing asked, her face a portrait of confusion. Yes, as a transcendent being, I typically don't accept payment. I only seek a connection. You owe a total of 18,000 yuan. Would you prefer to pay via WeChat or Alipay? Huh? Lin Qingqing's face morphed into a comically perplexed expression, a stark contrast to her usual cool demeanor. Fine, if you don't want to talk about it, then don't, Wong Leong said with a shrug of resignation. He swore that every word he uttered was the truth, but this little girl didn't believe him, and he felt utterly powerless. After this topic faded, the two fell into a profound silence. Lin Qingqing intentionally sought to dangle her intrigue before Wang Liang, eager to see just how patient he could be. Little did she expect that Wang Liang had no intention of engaging with her. To him, a woman who hadn't prostrate herself to apologize was hardly worth his focus. He preferred to concentrate on the meal before him, relishing the long-awaited succulent pork knuckle. Pretty delightful. Conversely, Lin Qingqing's dissatisfaction with Wang Liang grew the longer she observed him. His silence was absolute, and she wondered if he intended to leave all the conversational effort to her. Just as she contemplated initiating a topic, Lin Pingzheng announced the conclusion of the feast. In truth, Lin Pingzheng was quite pleased with the evening's arrangements. Had it not been for his daughter's appearance, he would have relished another drink. Now, however, he had lost all desire to continue drinking. The longer he lingered, the more likely his little cotton-padded jacket would be whisked away by that rascal Wang Liang. May I add you on WeChat? Lin Qingqing asked, her face tinged with a rosy hue as she sought Wang Liang's contact information. Given their scant conversation, she felt rather bold requesting his details. Noticing her slightly flushed cheeks, Wang Liang momentarily froze, instinctively inclined to decline. Yet, he caught sight of Lin Qingqing's tiny fist raised in a mock threat. A beautiful girl is asking for your WeChat. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Also, I've trained in Bajiquan. Don't make me resort to violence in public. Her words were light, yet they dripped with an unmistakable undertone of menace, an outright threat. Wang Liang was reluctant to add her, yet faced with such an undeniable display of force, he felt he had no choice but to comply. Oh, how could I refuse? You are a beauty and a talented individual. I enjoy making friends with those who possess both charm and intellect. It provides common ground for conversation. I will add you, but you may wish to refuse later. Wang Liang scanned the code to add her, then promptly departed. He had already settled the bill in advance and had no desire to linger any longer. After exchanging farewells with Lin Pingzheng and the other leaders, he hurriedly ushered his parents away. As he drove off, he caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror of Lin Qingqing shaking her phone at him. The unmistakable image showed she had indeed added him. Old Jian, I can't shake the feeling that I've seen Lin Pingzheng somewhere before. Do you recall? Old Liang inquired during their journey home. Of course, we've met. You just don't remember. When Lin Pingzheng was gaining experience at the grassroots level, he was here with us, and it seems he had some connection to your son, Liang's ex-girlfriend's family. I believe Lu Shufin was involved with Lin Pingzheng for a while before she got married. Wang Jian replied. Old Liang smacked his thigh, exclaiming, I've remembered. No wonder I thought Lin Pingzhen's daughter resembled Su Meng so closely when she entered. If that's the case, then Lin Pingzheng is Su Meng's biological father. Therefore, this young lady might be Su Meng's half-sister. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang's hand slipped on the wheel, causing the car to sway slightly. Hey, you little brat, how are you driving? Aren't you worried about straining your father's back? Old Liang scolded from the back seat, clearly displeased with Wang Liang's earlier maneuver. Wife, my back is perfectly fine. How could I possibly strain it? Wang Jian protested stubbornly, only to be met with Old Liang's retort. Silence. Wang Liang, however, paid no heed to his parents' admonitions, lost in contemplation over a pressing question. Lin Qingqing was actually Su Meng's sister, yet, in his previous life, he had been completely oblivious to this fact. Not even a whisper of it had escaped Su Meng's lips. Could it be that his rebirth had triggered a butterfly effect? If understood in this light, everything began to make sense. In his past life, the explosion on Jinjide Deo had claimed Lin Qingqing's life. Naturally, he would have had no knowledge of her existence. And Su Meng had never mentioned it to him either. With his rebirth, it was as if he had inadvertently saved his future sister-in-law. Yet sister-in-law was a stretch, given that in this life, Wang Liang had no intentions of marrying Su Meng. Moreover, this was a matter between two families, even if there was a blood relation. It was unlikely Lin Qingqing would acknowledge Su Meng as her sister. Nevertheless, it had to be said that in terms of physical appearance, Lin Qingqing surpassed Su Meng by leaps and bounds. Their personalities differed greatly as well. One was wholly enamored with money, calculating and viewing Wang Liang merely as a dispensable tool. The other was, well, Wang Liang had yet to ascertain much about her, but at present, Lin Qingqing left him with the impression of being both buxom and somewhat reckless. Just recalling her actions during the fire sent shivers down his spine. Yet, what was all this? He had painstakingly returned to life, saving a beautiful woman who might have ended up as his sister-in-law. Wang Liang mused that his tale could easily fill the pages of a novel. Rebirth, saving my future sister-in-law from a fiery demise. The thought of Lin Qingqing's fierce demeanor before she departed sent a chill down his back. This was all too absurd. He resolved to keep his distance from both of these women. Neither Su Meng nor Lin Qingqing was to be trifled with. Chapter 38. Is Jiang Yin a wealthy woman? Meanwhile, in her car, Lin Qingqing occasionally sneezed. Wang Liang, it must be that rascal cursing me behind my back. Recalling Wang Liang's staggering figure after the explosion stirred a tempest of emotions within her. Since that fateful day, Lin Qingqing had developed a peculiar fondness for this man, a sentiment she could neither articulate nor comprehend. Despite the intentional distance the other party sought to maintain, it did not hinder Lin Qingqing's burgeoning feelings for Wang Liang. Hello. The following morning, Wang Liang was roused from slumber by the incessant ringing of his phone. Upon answering, he was greeted by a sultry voice on the other end. The suddenness of the sound caused him to sit up abruptly. Good grief. Who wouldn't be dazed by such a voice early in the morning? If this were nighttime, I might even have nightmares. Not selling houses, not selling half a box, nor buying sanitary napkins. I'm broke, thank you. Wang Liang replied with an expression of utmost seriousness. Just as he was about to hang up, a delightful laugh echoed from the other side. Hee, little brother, are you short on cash? Surely, I'm well aware. Don't hang up, it's me. Little brother, have you forgotten your sister after just one night? The woman's tone suddenly took on an air of mystery, piquing Wang Liang's curiosity. Recently, he and T indulged in foot massages, so where could this entanglement have originated? All right, I won't tease you anymore. You left too hastily the other day. I didn't even get to ask for your WeChat. It's me, Jiang Yin. Darn it, you should have said that sooner. I love this lively banter. Wang Liang chuckled. There was no resisting such a sultry voice, especially at his age. Hey, little brother, you just invested $1 billion in the stock market, which has helped me achieve my performance targets for the second half of the year. How about letting your sister treat you to a meal? Jiang Yin suggested. Well, I have a small request. Would you mind hearing it? Wang Liang asked, mustering his courage. What request? Since my little brother has spoken, just go ahead and ask. Jiang Yin replied. I'd like to bring my brother along. Simple. The more, the merrier. Well, I have a brother from my enhanced squad. Can I bring him too? After Wang Liang voiced this, he could distinctly hear a deep breath from the other end. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Yin continued. All right, bring him along. I believe the noodles downstairs are quite good. They're generous in portion. Shall I add an egg for each person? All right, I'll send you the location. Come on over. After concluding the call, Wang Liang tidied himself and stepped out. Today, he and T even had breakfast, all for the sake of dining lavishly. In truth, rebirth has proven advantageous for Wang Liang. In his previous life, although he had accumulated a bit of wealth, he was not truly affluent. He could only claim to have achieved financial freedom, yet his life was fraught with trivialities. In this new life, he not only attained financial independence, but also found himself surrounded by alluring women making invitations. Regardless of whether Jiang Yin was motivated by his wealth, it was nonetheless an invitation from a beautiful woman. Is it wrong for a woman to love money? Is it wrong to aspire to join high society? For Wang Liang, these were merely ambitious young women striving for their dreams. Initially, Wang Liang believed Jiang Yin was interested in him solely because of his youthful ability to invest $1 billion. But soon he started to suspect he might be mistaken, as Jiang Yin seemed to come from a well-off family herself. Under Wang Liang's gaze, a Porsche Panamera glided to a halt before him. As the window rolled down, an exquisite face came into view. What are you dawdling for? Get in. Jiang Yin removed her sunglasses and tossed her hair, signaling him to enter the vehicle. At that moment, Wang Liang inhaled deeply. Jiang Yin was undoubtedly a charming heiress. He didn't want to be captivated, yet how could any man resist a wealthy woman driving a Panamera? Little brother, I truly didn't expect you to be so low-key at such a young age. I thought the location you sent me would lead to a villa in the city or perhaps a private estate, but I never imagined you lived in a village. After Wang Liang entered the car, Jiang Yin seemed to open up. For someone capable of casually tossing $1 billion into the stock market, one would expect him to be worth at least several billion. Yet, it was astonishing that such a billionaire resided in a village, creating a stark contrast to his status. This only intensified Jiang Yin's curiosity about the young man before her. There were too many secrets surrounding him, and she was determined to uncover them. Wang Liang felt his cheeks flush at Jiang Yin's teasing. Yes, he had $1 billion, but it shouldn't matter where he lived. You don't need to say it. I understand. Wealthy families like the rural ambience, simple and with fresh air, right? Jiang Yin seemed oblivious to Wang Liang's embarrassment, continuing her musings. She perceived Wong Leong as a rich second generation returning to the village for an experience, unaware that he had lived there for over 20 years. The billion he possessed was a recent acquisition, and he had no idea how to spend it. Let us change the subject. Where shall we eat? Wong Leong waved his hand, not intending to delve further into that topic. Since getting into the car, his gaze had been drawn to the contours of Jiang Yan's figure, accentuated by her seatbelt. The place is already booked. We can head straight there. Jiang Yin smiled, not lingering on the topic, her interest in Wong Leong growing deeper. After spending time with him, she realized there were countless secrets surrounding him. Some questions, if asked directly, would diminish her intrigue. Thus, she sought to unlock them gradually. In Handan, they arrived at a relatively upscale Western restaurant. Wong Leong still couldn't fathom the allure of such establishments. A steak was exorbitantly priced, and he found it far less satisfying than a bowl of noodles. Upon entering, he casually ordered 3 servings of steak. Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. Why are you ordering 3 servings for just the 2 of us? Oh, my apologies. I forgot to include you. Why don't you choose one more? Huh? Jiang Yin was taken aback, realizing those 3 steaks weren't even for her. Can you finish that? If I can't, I can always take it home. I have a godson named Daxi. He has been poor since childhood. I figured since it's my first time having such a lavish meal, bringing him a portion wouldn't be unreasonable. Not unreasonable. Order it. Jiang Yin gritted her teeth, feeling the pinch, but resigning herself to it. Considering she had just met her performance targets, Wong Leong chuckled, thinking, as they say, meeting the right people leads to prosperity. If one were to encounter a wealthy woman, naturally, they would dine extravagantly. What did it matter to a rich woman if she spent a little more? After their meal, Wong Leong briefly discussed the Dragon City real estate stocks with Jiang Yin before asking her to take him home, ready to indulge in idleness once more. However, this time, his parents did not protest. After all, Wang Liang had caught the eye of a high-ranking official and even received a bonus of 50,000 yuan. In 2014, his peers working outside would struggle to earn that much in a year, unless they forewent all expenses. In the afternoon, after dining with Wang Liang, Jiang Yin planned to spend more time with him. Yet, Wang Liang, citing work commitments, sent her back. Following his instructions, Jiang Yin invested the entire billion into Dragon City real estate around 1 o'clock. As she confirmed the transaction, her cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a mix of exhilaration and warmth. This was the largest deal she had ever handled in her career, and indeed, it was likely the biggest transaction in the entire securities firm to date. Yin, have you lost your mind? Have you invested an entire 100 million into launching real estate? Are you not aware that launching real estate is on the brink of bankruptcy? Their stocks are plummeting, nearly hitting the limit down. Hurry, withdraw your investment at once. It's not too late. If you proceed with this, you could end up losing hundreds of thousands, or even close to 1 million. A colleague of Jiang Yin, taken aback by her audacious decision, raised his voice several decibels, nearly shouting, "What? Yin has purchased shares in launching real estate. Goodness, Yin must be confused. How could she possibly buy that stock? Let me see. If the transaction hasn't been finalized yet, we still have a chance to mitigate our losses. Otherwise, our company won't be able to explain ourselves to such a significant client." After his exclamation, several colleagues nearby turned their attention to Jiang Yin. Before long, a group of them had gathered around her computer. Upon discovering that Jiang Yin had indeed made the purchase, their faces reflected a myriad of emotions: concern, sadness, and, for some, a hint of schadenfreude. The male colleagues at the securities firm, mesmerized by Jiang Yin's beauty, were particularly attentive to the unfolding situation. Naturally, a few were envious of her, admiring the substantial order she had placed, which would considerably exceed her performance metrics for the past 6 months. However, upon learning of her investment in launching real estate, they could barely conceal their delight. Divine retribution, indeed. Jiang Yin deserved this. She foolishly squandered such a significant client and even turned against them. Some female colleagues felt a complicated mixture of admiration and resentment towards Jiang Yin. They lamented that when Wang Liang was present, they should have seized the opportunity to engage with him. Otherwise, they could have secured that 100 million client for themselves. Yin, why are you still dawdling? It's not too late. Quickly withdraw your investment. Indeed, if you'd like, I can contact someone at the bank. I have acquaintances there who could help intercept it. Seeing Jiang Yin's hesitance to act, her concerned colleagues grew increasingly anxious. If this continued, not only would Jiang Yin lose her so-called performance, but she could also face complaints from the client, or even worse, be compelled to compensate them. In response to her colleagues' urgent pleas, Jiang Yin shook her head. She had indeed conducted thorough research on launching real estate and felt that this investment should not have been made. During lunch, she had mentioned her concerns to Wang Liang, but he dismissed them outright and insisted she invest fully. This was not her decision. It was a directive from her client, who demanded that the purchase occur just before the stock was poised to hit its limit down. Jiang Yin helplessly raised her hands in resignation, explaining that she was merely adhering to her client's instructions. Once Jiang Yin clarified her reasoning, her colleagues were left momentarily stunned. Had they lost their minds? That major client must be out of their depth to even consider investing in launching real estate. Even with 100 million, such extravagance was unwarranted. I refuse to believe that this stock could yield any profit. I suspect they need to sell within a day. Oh dear, you're all being overly simplistic. Selling requires buyers, and who would be reckless enough to match that 100 million, given the current circumstances? I predict that it will lose significant value in a matter of days. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Does he honestly think launching real estate has any chance of revival? If that stock were to turn a profit, I would gladly eat my words. Not long after, several colleagues, seemingly relishing the unfolding drama, began to voice their opinions. It was evident that none of them believed Wang Liang could turn a profit. Not just them, even Jiang Yin herself harbored doubts about the possibility. Yet, after her interactions with Wang Liang that day, she found him increasingly enigmatic. Jiang Yin even entertained the notion that Wang Liang might have ties to launching real estate or could be a stooge employed by them, deliberately injecting 100 million to exploit unsuspecting investors. Yet, based on her interactions today, Wang Liang did not appear to fit that mold. It was undeniable that this young man harbored countless secrets, intensifying Jiang Yan's desire to uncover more about him. Lost in contemplation, Jiang Yan received a phone call. Upon seeing the caller ID, her spirits lifted and she promptly answered, deliberately softening her voice. Little brother, it hasn't even been 2 hours since we parted. And you're already missing your sister? Have you had a change of heart, realizing that dining with me was a mistake, and now you wish to make amends? On the other end, Wang Liang felt a jolt of electricity at the sound of Jiang Yan's enchanting voice, sending tingles throughout his body. It was undeniable. Jiang Yan was a captivating enchantress, and her mere voice was irresistible. Even his companion, Daxi, couldn't he help but cast a lewd gaze in Wang Liang's direction upon hearing that voice. Goodness knows, this young man had just severed ties with Su Meng, and now he seemed to have found another divine sister. Just the sound of her voice was enough to leave Daxi in awe. Ahem, compose yourself. I appreciate your charm, but I have company, Wang Liang chastised, his face reddening, unable to resist her allure. Now what is it? He asked. Are you financially comfortable? I need to borrow 30,000 urgently. Chapter 40, The Lucrative Industry. What? You want to borrow 30,000? Upon hearing Wang Liang's request, Jiang Yan's elegantly arched brows raised slightly, her stunning visage revealing a hint of confusion. At this moment, she would rather believe she had misheard than suspect any wrongdoing on Wang Liang's part. After all, he was the man who so casually tossed around 100 million. How could he come to her for a loan? It was worth noting that Jiang Yan and Wang Liang had only met twice. How audacious of him to ask her for money, and to start with a request for 30,000. Did he think she was some easy target? Enough with the nonsense. My funds are in your hands. Borrowing 30,000 for a quick fix should be no issue, right? Get to it. On the other end, Wang Liang seemed to grow impatient. This piqued Jiang Yan's curiosity, prompting her to tease him. Oh my, little brother, 30,000 isn't a small sum. It's half a year's salary for your sister. Is it really appropriate for you to ask for such a loan? Upon hearing this, Wang Liang's brow furrowed slightly. How absurd. He was merely asking for a loan, not seeking something scandalous. It's perfectly reasonable, sister. Don't play games with me. You drive a Porsche, so what is a mere 30 or 50,000 to you? Oh, is that so? Then, pray tell, why should I lend you money? Jiang Yan continued her playful banter. Because you're just a fool with money. The bluntness of those 4 words nearly sent Jiang Yan into a fit of rage. How dare he call her foolish? What a cheeky little brat. If it weren't for the constraints of society, she might have driven him off the road. Wang Liang's need for money stemmed from a call he received just half an hour earlier. After returning to his village, he was contacted by an unfamiliar voice, presumably that of a middle-aged man. Given Wang Liang's limited social circle, he struggled to recall who this man might be. However, once the man mentioned being the driver involved in the accident on Jinji Avenue, Wang Liang suddenly understood. It turned out that this driver, named Zhang Song, was genuinely in a predicament. After that explosion, the compensation from the insurance company was merely sufficient to cover the cost of a single large truck. Yet the goods it carried were worth far more. The cargo on that semi-trailer did not belong to any company. It was the personal property of Zhang Song. and he had no insurance to claim for losses. This cargo represented years of his savings. He and his wife had risked everything they owned, banking on the hope that the goods in that truck would turn their fortunes around. Little did they know that, despite having reached hand-in, the truck would suddenly meet with an accident, resulting in the near-total loss of goods valued at nearly $600,000. In truth, Zhang Song had not taken Wang Liang's words to heart that day. Although he had lost an entire truckload of goods, at least his life was spared. The reason he called was to express his gratitude to Wong Leong, with no intention of seeking assistance. However, upon hearing Zhang Song's explanation, Wong Leong insisted on helping him, and the two arranged to meet at a mutton soup restaurant in Handon. The reason was simple. The lunch steak had not satiated Wang Liang's appetite, and he was in dire need of a bowl of steaming mutton soup. Additionally, many truck drivers were also fond of such mutton dishes, and the two found common ground in their tastes. After their meeting, Wang Liang learned what the cargo actually was. It was somewhat awkward for two grown men to discuss such matters in a mutton soup restaurant, but Zhang Song's truckload contained, surprisingly, intimate apparel. The mention of such goods instantly piqued Wang Liang's interest, and he declared he had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. The combination of intimate apparel and Zhang Song's name reminded Wang Liang of a renowned e-commerce mogul from his previous life, who had built an empire on such products. Unbeknownst to him, this very mogul was now sitting across from him enjoying mutton soup. Though selling intimate apparel might not seem like a conventional business, it had firmly established itself on e-commerce platforms. Since the rise of intimate apparel, it had consistently reaped the benefits of the e-commerce boom, remaining popular even in 2023, and at times selling out completely. While the nature of the business might appear disreputable, the profits were substantial. What cost $1 in fabric could be sold for nearly tenfold. This industry was still in its developmental phase. In a few years, it would become a giant in its field, albeit one that thrived in the shadows. Moreover, it carried minimal risk. Small investments could yield significant returns. Most importantly, once sold, the likelihood of returns was almost non-existent. While customers purchasing clothing or shoes might compare prices and haggle, buyers of intimate apparel were unconcerned with such matters. They cared little for the cost or quality, as long as the materials were enticing enough. The two men, their faces flushed from conversation, engaged in lengthy discussions, and Wang Liang waved his hand decisively, pledging to invest in the venture. He initially committed $60,000, with plans to add a few million later. Brother, you appreciate my offer of mutton soup, but there's no need to put on airs. Can someone who drives a Magotin really afford to act so pretentiously? Zhang Song remarked, slurping his soup with a serious expression. I'm serious, brother. If you don't believe me, I can transfer you the money right now, Wang Liang responded, pulling out his phone. However, when he saw his balance was only around $58,000, he felt his face heat up. Yesterday, he had spent nearly $20,000 on clothes and foot massages, which seemed incredibly wasteful, leading to his embarrassing situation. Are you really considering investing in this? Zhang Song asked, unimpressed by Wang Liang's modest balance. Despite the slight shortfall, Zhang Song understood that Wang Liang's account still had a respectable amount. However, he couldn't quite fathom why this robust young man was interested in such a questionable business. If word got out, how would he ever find a wife? Brother, honestly, this is just a portion of my funds. Have you eaten enough? Let us find a quieter place to discuss this further. I believe this industry has immense potential, Wang Liang suggested. He had to admit, Zhang Song's insight was sharp, and this sector seemed poised for explosive growth in the coming years, with low costs and high profits. Wang Liang stood up to settle the bill, throwing an arm around Zhang Song's shoulder, launching into an enthusiastic discussion about their plans. This wasn't entirely my idea. It was your sister-in-law's, Zhang Song said, scratching his head, feeling somewhat shy. Despite being a few years older than Wang Liang, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at the compliment. Regardless of whose idea it was, the business was viable, and he was willing to invest $60,000 as initial capital, splitting the profits evenly. This time, I'll accompany you on the production run. Instead of hauling goods back, we can place orders directly and have them shipped. Just a moment, let me call my brother, he added, as Wang Liang and Zhang Song left the mutton soup restaurant with their arms around each other. The restaurant owner watched them depart, incredulous. What's the big deal about selling intimate apparel? $60,000 investment. Yet, as the thought of intimate apparel crossed his mind, he couldn't resist searching online, suddenly feeling as if he had opened the door to a new world. These items are quite appealing. I should get a set for my wife, he thought, his face flushing as memories of his youth resurfaced. In Wang Liang's eyes, this was a significant business opportunity, one he was determined to expand. He vowed to elevate intimate apparel to new heights. While he couldn't guarantee that he would become a capitalist through this venture, he was resolute in making his brand the dominant player in the market, not for the sake of profit alone, but so that he could enjoy the fruits of his labor without spending a dime and continually experience new products. This rationale was straightforward and utterly devoid of guilt. Thus, Wang Liang and Zhang Song moved to a quieter tea house to discuss the industry's development. Through their conversations, Zhang Song grew increasingly aware of Wang Liang's remarkable acumen. Initially, he had looked down on Wang Liang, assuming that a man interested in intimate apparel must be rather unsavory. However, as they conversed, he realized that this young man was filled with clever ideas, drop shipping, cashback for positive reviews, and a myriad of operational strategies that convinced Zhang Song that he had made the right choice in pursuing this business. As the auspicious day approached, it coincided with Wang Liang's request for a loan from Jiang Yan. After hanging up the phone, Wang Liang found himself gnashing his teeth in frustration. Is she really sulking now? I didn't he say anything too outrageous? When he had dined alone with Jiang Yan, he had repeatedly failed to gain the upper hand. And now, after finally finding an opportunity to respond, he found her surrendering instead. Ding! A bank notification chimed, confirming that 30,000 had been successfully deposited. Upon seeing the message, Wang Liang couldn't help but smile. Despite Jiang Yan's refusal to acknowledge the loan, despite his teasing her for being foolishly wealthy and provoking her ire, she had ultimately lent him 30,000. Little brother, the money has been transferred. But this isn't a loan. Consider it pocket money from your sister. So, for next month, be prepared to work hard for your sister. The message concluded with a cheeky emoji, leaving Wang Liang both amused and intrigued. For a moment, Wang Liang felt somewhat out of place, and thus responded with righteous indignation. Humph, a mere 30,000 yuan, and you expect me to act like your servant? Dream on. Oh, shall I give the bank a call? I wonder if that 30,000 will suddenly vanish. Those words instantly made Wang Liang falter. Sister, that's not what I meant. What I intended to convey is, as long as the money is in place, I don't want to be your servant. I wish to be your steed. After resolving this matter, Wang Liang hastily drafted a shareholding contract with Zhang Song and entrusted it entirely to Daxi for execution. He reverted to being a hands-off proprietor. At worst, when the time came to venture into the realm of intimate apparel, he could allocate some shares to Daxi, allowing Daxi to follow Zhang Song in the meantime. The rationale was straightforward. Wang Liang had yet to marry, and he could not allow anyone to discover his investment in an intimate apparel e-commerce venture. This strategy not only promised profit, but also spared him the burden of public criticism, a perfect win-win situation. As a reborn individual, he was acutely aware of the future demand for intimate apparel among the masses. He understood all too well the nuances of black silk, white silk, gradient silk, and even uniformed lowly outfits. Don't ask. It's merely a consequence of his rich past experiences. Just the thought of this sent physiological reactions coursing through Wang Liang's body. It must be said, youth is indeed a blessing. Merely a fleeting thought could evoke such a response. Once he parted ways with Zhang Song, Wang Liang concocted a casual excuse for Daxi to take him for a foot massage. In truth, Wang Liang was not particularly interested in foot massages. He merely wished to assist those whose husbands were imprisoned, whose families were ailing, and to provide for unfortunate siblings. In the ensuing 2 days, Longsheng Real Estate indeed commenced projects to acquire unfinished buildings, persistently raising capital across various industries. Concurrently, the stock of Longsheng Real Estate, which had been on the brink of a trading halt, experienced a meteoric rise. This spectacle could be deemed a legend in the stock market. In his previous life, Wang Liang had little knowledge of stocks, but he vividly remembered Longsheng Real Estate's exploits. During that year, whispers of their maneuvers echoed throughout the streets of Hansheng. On the first day, the stock had nearly reached its trading limit, only for it to surge dramatically the next day, thanks to new policies. There was a profit margin of 10% to be grasped. Therefore, Wang Liang instructed Jiang Yan to purchase shares during the trading halt, disregarding transaction fees. The profit for a single day was a staggering 10 million. However, this stock only maintained its momentum for 3 days before it abruptly crashed, and Longsheng Real Estate announced its complete bankruptcy. At this moment, in the lobby of the brokerage firm, those who had once envied and even mocked Jiang Yan for investing in Longsheng Real Estate were left dumbfounded. No one had anticipated that Wang Liang's casual purchase of 100 million yuan in Longsheng Real Estate stocks would lead to such a frenzy. Those who had previously watched with a sense of amusement were now blushing with embarrassment. The rise of Longsheng Real Estate stunned even seasoned professionals. Wang Liang's maneuver could only be described as masterful. It was hard not to recall a certain female colleague who had once been envious of him, wishing to slap herself for her earlier judgment. Although her colleagues had not ridiculed her, she felt increasingly restless. Alas, Jiang Yan was truly fortunate. It seemed she had allied herself with a stock market mogul, effortlessly earning over 20 million at a mere flick of the wrist. Within the brokerage firm, Jiang Yan, Clutching her phone, excitedly exclaimed, "It's risen again. Wang Liang, you are truly my deity." On the morning of the third day, Wang Liang was awakened by Jiang Yan's call. To her, it was utterly miraculous how Wang Liang had foreseen the surge in Longcheng real estate stock, and the intensity of the rise was astonishing. Consequently, as she spoke to Wang Liang, she could hardly contain her joy, regardless of the divine nature of this. "It's about time to cash out. Please sell our holdings now." Jiang Yan seemed perplexed by Wang Liang's reasoning. After all, the stock was still climbing. Yet, Wang Liang chose this moment to sell. Did he not care for the money? "What are you talking about? Hurry and sell. There are still buyers. We can't hold on to this until it bleeds dry. It's better to take the profit while we can. If we pursue further and it drops, I sense something amiss." Jiang Yan glanced at the stock's upward trend, bit her lip, and ultimately retained her clarity of thought, not allowing greed to cloud her judgment. Following Wang Liang's instructions, she swiftly sold over 100 million in stocks. "Yin, did I hear that correctly? Your major client just pulled off another stunning move. Is he perhaps Wang Liang, uninterested in profit? I believe there is still room for Longcheng real estate's stock to rise another 2 or 3 points." Yet he decides to sell. As Jiang Yan executed the sale of Wang Liang's stocks, a colleague nearby cast a doubtful glance in her direction. Chapter 42, Repayment. "What? Did I hear that right? That guy sold? I must say, I'm starting to suspect he is Wang Liang reincarnated, unwilling to profit. In my view, the buzz surrounding Longcheng real estate is significant. There should still be room for the stock to climb." Sighing, Jiang Yan found herself surrounded by a throng of colleagues, all chattering about Longcheng real estate stock. Feeling somewhat helpless, she shook her head, unable to fathom Wang Liang's thought process. Nonetheless, his 100 million had indeed invigorated Longcheng real estate stock. Even if he sold all his shares now, he stood to profit around 12 million. In less than 3 days, Wang Liang had earned 25 million. This rate of profit was almost akin to a money printing machine. After a brief discussion with Wang Liang, the 100 million was promptly returned to its original account. This time, Wang Liang executed an even bolder move, investing 20 million with 50 times leverage into stocks of Tycoon company. A formidable entry. The remaining 5 million was transferred into Daxi's account. Under normal circumstances, she would have jumped for joy, given that Wang Liang's earlier 230,000 had more than doubled and returned to his account in just a few days. Was this still his brother? No, this was akin to his own father. Who would he be grateful to this beloved benefactor? In just a few days, Wang Liang had earned such a fortune. Yet, Daxi had grown indifferent to all. Wang Liang was in possession of 100 million, rendering mere hundreds of thousands insignificant. During the stock's meteoric rise, Zhang Song and Wang Liang had taken Daxi to the homeland of intimate apparel. To Daxi's astonishment, this seemingly trivial venture could indeed yield impressive profits. It must be said, the craftsmanship of these items was quite exquisite, igniting a spark of desire within Daxi. Unfortunately, he had neither a wife nor a girlfriend. For now, he could only admire from afar and satisfy his curiosity. The intimate apparel market was vast, and should they execute their plans well, it wouldn't be long before their fortunes doubled. "Liangzi, are you awake?" Around 9 o'clock, old Liang knocked on Wang Liang's door. Ordinarily, if Wang Liang had not risen by 9, old Liang would have barged in with a rolling pin in hand. However, over the past few days, her son seemed to have traveled far and only returned last night. As a parent, who could bear to see their child in pain? Thus, old Liang refrained from waking him too early. "Mother, what is it?" Wang Liang asked, scratching his somewhat greasy hair as he emerged from his room. "Oh, it's nothing of great importance, my dear Liang. I wanted to discuss something with you regarding that 50,000 yuan bonus of yours. Since we don't have an immediate use for it, I thought it might be wise to consider returning a portion to your grandmother." Old Liang appeared somewhat hesitant, seemingly seeking his son's approval. In truth, the 50,000 yuan bonus could easily be utilized by old Liang without needing to consult Wang Liang at all. However, as his son had grown, it was indeed prudent to involve him in certain matters. Upon hearing these words, Wang Liang felt a pang of guilt. Since his rebirth, he had been so preoccupied with making money that he had neglected to visit his grandmother. In his previous life, his grandmother had always treated them kindly. Despite her modest means, she would lavish them with sumptuous meals and discreetly slip money into their pockets whenever they departed. This time of year had been particularly trying for them. All their finances had been directed toward marrying Su Meng, leaving them in a dire state where they could hardly afford meat for an extended period. It was solely through his grandmother's support that they had managed to endure. Just the thought of it brought tears to Wang Liang's eyes. "Mother, there is no need to deliberate with me. If you wish to repay her, then do so," Wang Liang asserted. "I just want to check with you. What if you needed it? If you don't, here is the card. You can go." As she spoke, old Liang handed Wang Liang a bank card. Aren't you coming with me? Wong Leong inquired after receiving the card. No, I want to be going. I have to head to work soon. You go ahead, and I'll visit later in the evening. All right then. Wong Leong gazed at the slightly stooped figure of old Leong, a surge of mixed emotions washing over him. Old Leong worked at a textile factory with an erratic schedule, sometimes toiling late into the night or leaving for work before dawn. Both she and his father were quite busy. Given that he was still unmarried, his parents continued to labor tirelessly, saving up to help him find a wife. Presently, he held a fortune of 100 million yuan, which could easily allow his parents to retire comfortably. Yet, Wang Liang had not yet disclosed this to them. How could he simply announce that he had won 100 million? It seemed the time had come for him to find a suitable moment to reveal his newfound wealth. At the very least, to assure his parents that their son was financially secure. After tidying up, Wang Liang made a trip to the supermarket and traveled a considerable distance to purchase donkey meat sausages and fresh donkey meat for his grandmother. He only stopped when his trunk was nearly overflowing. His grandmother's home was not far from his village, just a short drive of about 10 minutes. Upon alighting from the car, Wang Liang spotted his third aunt sitting at the entrance, enjoying sunflower seeds. The third aunt often dined at his grandmother's house. Given their close proximity, approaching noon, she was likely waiting for lunch. Before Wang Liang could greet her, his third aunt abruptly sprang to her feet and dashed inside, as if she had encountered a plague. This left Wang Liang feeling somewhat dejected. He did not rush home, but instead walked to the trunk to retrieve the gifts he had brought. Before he could even step inside, he overheard his third aunt's voice from within. Honey, come quickly, our Liang has arrived. Hearing this, Wang Liang felt a warmth in his heart. Although he had harbored some dissatisfaction with his third aunt in his previous life, he couldn't help but feel a sense of fondness. You might want to hide. I suspect Liang has come to borrow money again. I've heard the girl he wishes to marry demands quite a dowry. He might very well be seeking funds. Really now, must you be so loud? Do you want Liang to hear you? Borrow money? I have none to lend. Our family can barely make ends meet. Listening to the conversation between his third uncle and third aunt, Wang Liang shook his head in resignation. It was evident that his third aunt still harbored her disdain for others. Rumor had it that she was a sharp-tongued woman with a lofty view of herself, and had looked down on others since her marriage. Together with his third uncle, they had gained a reputation for being particularly stingy and opportunistic at his grandmother's home. Ah, Liang has come. Quick, quick, Liang is here. The voice of his third aunt carried into the ears of his grandmother, who promptly called for his grandfather and prepared to greet him. Liang, my dear, why do you bring all these gifts? Truly, his grandfather, Liang Gue, chided him upon seeing the multitude of packages Wang Liang carried. Indeed, Liang, your grandfather has a point. What is the purpose of all these gifts? It's neither a holiday nor a festival. You spent quite a bit. Haven tea you? Come in and eat first when it's time to leave. Just take these back. We have more than enough to eat and drink. His grandmother, Mu Zhenlian, added with a stern expression. Seeing the expressions on his grandparents' faces warmed Wang Liang's heart, and he felt a surge of emotion threatening to spill over in tears. In his previous life, after he began earning money, he had neglected to visit his grandparents. It was only when his grandmother was on the brink of death that he hurried back. Yet, by then, she could only lie in bed, silently gazing at him, unable to speak, while his grandfather quietly wiped away his tears. Shortly after his grandmother's passing, his grandfather also succumbed to illness. Years later, Wang Liang encountered one of his grandmother's former neighbors, who revealed that in her later years, she would often sit at the door, eagerly awaiting the return of her children and grandchildren. Regrettably, during his rise to success, Wang Liang had forgotten that his grandmother longed for his visits. Return? Why would I return anything? I've earned money now. Look, I even brought you your favorite donkey meat sausages. Wang Liang replied with a bright smile, shaking off his previous gloom. Why must you be so stubborn? His grandfather remarked, playfully threatening him with his old smoking pipe. Wang Liang was not intimidated. After all, his grandfather had only ever used it to tease him and had never truly struck him, unlike his own father, who would not hesitate to wield his pipe without warning. Oh, Grandpa, it really didn't cost much, and besides, my friends are helping me with the business. In the future, if you want any of these things, we can buy as much as you desire. Wang Liang chuckled, ignoring his grandmother's protests, as he marched inside with his goods. Third uncle, there are fruits and other treats in the car as well. I've bought those for you too. Could you lend me a hand? Upon entering, Wang Liang called out, feigning ignorance of the earlier conversation he had overheard between his third aunt and third uncle. After all, he had to maintain appearances. Oh, of course. His third uncle replied, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. He had just been discussing Liang, and now here was Liang, addressing him so warmly. Even after living much of his life, he felt a tinge of discomfort at the sudden shift in demeanor. Please, Liang, Your gifts are too generous for us to accept. Who knows if they come with ulterior motives? His third aunt interjected, her tone dripping with sarcasm. At her words, his third uncle maintained his composure. But the expressions of his grandparents shifted slightly, growing somewhat awkward. Yet, they could not say much. One was their beloved grandson, while the other was their daughter-in-law. The elderly couple found themselves unable to interject. Hey, how do you speak to your husband like that? Uncle Sin shot a glare at Aunt San, but refrained from saying more, casting an apologetic glance towards Wang Liang. Liangzi, don't take it to heart. Your aunt has always had a sharp tongue. It's nothing, really. I'll help you carry your things. Wang Liang merely glanced at Aunt San and chose not to respond further, instead hefting his bags into the house. Liangzi, did you rob a supermarket? Why did you buy so much? Uncle Sin chuckled, though inwardly he mused that his nephew was certainly making a significant investment to borrow money this time. Just the contents of the trunk alone must have cost $1,000 or $2,000. With all that donkey meat and branded nutritional products, Uncle San felt a pang of envy. However, Grandma, upon seeing Wang Liang and her son lugging bags into the house, expressed concern over the expenditure. Oh dear, little ancestor, even if we are earning money, we shouldn't be so extravagant. How much did all this cost? You must take some back with you. We're not lacking here, so why buy so much? Goma, it really wasn't tea that much. Just accept it, will you? Besides, my family isn't in need anymore. This is just a small token of filial piety from your grandson. Hearing this exchange, Aunt San's face betrayed a hint of disdain. This old lady is easily fooled. Wang Liang earning money? How much could he possibly earn? Just because he brought a lot of gifts doesn't mean he won't ask for more when he leaves. He might bring a trunk full of goods, but is likely hoping to borrow tens of thousands from the old couple. Moreover, if Wang Liang truly had money, why hadn't he married Su Meng already? Uncle San sat nearby, chuckling foolishly, oblivious to Aunt San's suspicions. Grandpa, pour Liangzi a glass of water. Liangzi, don't leave for lunch today. I'll cook for you, Grandma said, rising to head to the kitchen. Yet, Wang Liang quickly responded, lifting a hefty piece of donkey meat before Grandma. All right, Grandma, look, I bought donkey meat. How about we make braised donkey meat for lunch? It's been ages since I had it, and I've been craving it. Fine, fine, fine. You've always been picky. If there's no meat, you want to eat. Grandma chattered as she entered the kitchen. Wang Liang felt his face flush at her words, but when he turned around, he found Grandpa sitting on the old sofa with a stern expression, staring intently at him. A strong aura of intimidation emanated from him. Hey, Grandpa, don't look at me like that. I'm scared. Wang Liang instinctively took a step back, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. In his childhood, a stern look from Grandpa always meant a beating was imminent. Liangzi, tell me, what is going on with you and Su Meng? I heard from your mother that she has lowered her expectations, but you don't want to marry? Is that true? Grandpa inquired. That's the case, but smack. Grandpa slammed the table, interrupting him. But what? You're no longer a child. Can't you see how hard your mother is working? After all this time, you have a marriage opportunity. Why back out now? There's no lowering of expectations, Grandpa. You don't understand what Su Meng's family is saying. They've decided they don't want the house anymore, which is a concession. But have you asked what they want instead? They're asking for $300,000 in bride price. Do you think our family is made of money? You should know that in our area, the bride price is typically around $100,000 at most, maybe $200,000 at the most, but $300,000? Wang Liang expressed, his face reflecting a sense of injustice as he understood that if he didn't appear somewhat wronged, a beating was inevitable. Moreover, Grandpa, you know our family has circumstances. How could we possibly come up with $300,000? Chapter 44. Aunt San's regret. One must admit, this tactic proved effective. Under Wang Liang's clumsy performance, Grandpa's brow furrowed slightly as he took a puff from his smoking pipe. This little rascal, whether he was acting or not, was clear to him. After all, he and T lived all these years in vain. However, Wang Liang made some valid points. $300,000 is indeed a substantial sum for an ordinary family. One cannot sacrifice their future for the sake of marriage. With a sigh, Grandpa said, as for the money, we'll think of a solution. You're being too impulsive. Even if you don't marry Su Meng, what are your plans? Do you intend to remain single for the rest of your life? Upon hearing this, Uncle San and Aunt San, who had been silent until now, exchanged glances with Grandpa. Indeed, Wang Liang was playing his cards well. Now, there was no need to openly ask for money. Grandpa was almost ready to offer it himself. There's nothing to worry about, Grandpa. You should concern yourselves with my marriage. Look at how well I'm doing now. Wang Liang shrugged. Isn't being unmarried just fine? I'm wearing Hongxing Erk shoes now. I just need to buy a watch. Besides, I have 100 million sitting in my bank account. The interest alone is enough for my normal expenses. A little money and you're showing off, Grandpa snorted. Grandpa, you've heard about me, right? I'm grown up now. I'm a man. A man must either establish a family or a career. Since I'm not marrying, I'm preparing to start a small business. Aunt San was somewhat puzzled. From Wang Liang's words, it seemed he genuinely did not wish to marry Su Meng. Could it be they had misjudged him, and he wasn't here to borrow money after all? Realizing this, Aunt San felt a twinge of regret. She should have refrained from speaking too soon. Perhaps she could have gained some benefit from Wang Liang. However, Wang Liang's next words shattered her understanding once more. Moreover, I'm currently working with a boss on business deals, and I'm earning quite well each month. Recently, I'm planning to open a processing factory in our village to supply goods to the boss. Just as she suspected, no wonder he bought so many things. It was likely all for the purpose of borrowing money. After all, with the pretext of opening a factory, how small could the investment be? I know about the processing factory. Your mother mentioned it when she came to talk to me last time, saying you've been running around preparing to start a small business. That is a good thing. You can learn a lot from your brother-in-law, who has been doing it for many years. Wang Liang's words also indirectly convinced Grandpa, garnering his approval. After chatting for a while, Grandma announced that lunch was ready. A large pot of braised donkey meat was prepared, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. Grandma used all the donkey meat Wang Liang had bought, insisting that if he couldn't finish it, he should take some back for his parents to taste. Wang Liang didn't refuse this. After all, Grandma's cooking was exquisite, and he wanted to savor it as much as possible. After having 2 or 3 pieces of meat, Wang Liang produced a card. This card belonged to his mother. When a high-ranking official awarded a bonus, Wang Liang had given it to old Liang for everyday expenses, but to his surprise, she had saved it. Originally, the card had 50,000, but he added another 150,000 on his way here. Now the card held 200,000. Grandpa, Wang Liang said solemnly. Previously, when we were engaged, you both took a total of 80,000. Now that we're not marrying, I have no use for this money, and I've added a bit more as interest for you. With that, Wang Liang handed the card to Grandpa. This matter is not to be rushed. If you're in urgent need, feel free to take it back. I recall that your car loan is still not settled. Did your mother not mention that you were to use this money to repay it? If you truly need it, take it for now. We are in no hurry. Before Grandfather could react, Grandmother swiftly snatched the card from his grasp and returned it. Grandmother, I genuinely have no use for this money at the moment. I have indeed earned some. So what does this little car loan signify? You both should keep it. Furthermore, Grandmother, this amount does not solely belong to you. It also includes contributions from my elder and younger uncles. Even if you do not require it, they certainly will, as their children are growing up. This money could prove beneficial for them. Wang Liang exerted considerable effort in his persuasion before Grandmother finally permitted Grandfather to reclaim the card. Child, the money is of no consequence. Who are you discussing interest with? Do you think I care about such trivialities? After sipping his meat soup, Grandfather scolded Wang Liang. It was absurd to speak of interest when they were all family. Feeling chagrined by Grandfather's reprimand, Wang Liang scratched his head, realizing he had failed to devise a more convincing rationale. Perhaps he should start over and concoct a more reasonable excuse. Yes, who asked for your interest? Liangzi. Just tell Grandmother how much you supplemented, and I shall fetch cash. As Grandmother spoke, she rose from her seat. The funds in the card would remain untouched. Later, they would need to be divided with the eldest and second eldest families, but they had cash on hand. Grandmother, it's not much. Please don't trouble yourself. I believe this is unnecessary. Wang Liang hurriedly interjected, preventing Grandmother from returning the card. Fortunately, he had only mentioned a small supplement. Had he claimed there were 120,000 in the card, Grandmother and Grandfather would likely have refused outright. How much could it possibly be? I can simply give it to you. Grandmother, perplexed, shook off Wang Liang's hand and headed towards the inner room. At most, just a few thousand. They can still manage. Grandmother, please don't take it. I added an extra 20,000 in there. Even if you take it, it won't be sufficient. Clatter. The chopsticks of third aunt fell to the ground. What nonsense. 20,000. Where did Wang Liang even find the means to add that amount into the card? Initially, upon witnessing Wang Liang repay the money, third aunt had begun to feel a twinge of regret for her earlier mockery. Now, not only had Wang Liang repaid the debt, but he had also added an additional 20,000 as interest. In that instant, a wave of remorse washed over her. She had once turned Wang Liang away when he came to borrow money, dismissing him with empty excuses. Little did she expect that he would repay the principal along with interest so promptly, and even add an extra 20,000. That 20,000 in interest, even if Wang Liang's grandparents did not accept it, could easily be divided between the eldest and second eldest uncles, each receiving 10,000. Such interest rates surpassed those of any bank. At that moment, the donkey meat in third aunt's bowl lost its appeal. Had she lent Wang Liang 20,000 back then, she would have had a share of that interest. Chapter 45. Grandfather's Attitude. What on earth? You added 20,000 into it. Grandmother could scarcely believe her ears, her steps faltering as she walked into the inner room. Return the card. Upon hearing about the substantial supplement, grandfather's expression darkened, and he tossed the card aside. If you're going to repay, just repay. What else with all this formality? 2,000? Are you trying to show off? Faced with grandfather's inquiry, Wong Leong awkwardly scratched his head. Thank goodness he hadn't mentioned the card contained 200,000. If he had, grandfather would have certainly reacted with indignation. No, it's merely a token of appreciation. If you don't want it, please give it to my elder and younger uncles. They're in need of funds as well. And over the years, you have supported our family considerably. I feel this little supplement is the least I could do. This was indeed a truthful statement. Over the years, their family had often relied on grandfather and grandmother's generosity, while the latter had never allowed financial disputes to come between them. Even during Wang Liang's engagement, when Su Meng's family demanded a sum of 188,000, the elder and younger uncles had handed over the money without hesitation. In contrast, his paternal grandparents had hesitated to part with even 30,000 unless pressed. The elder uncle's family had not only refused to lend a single cent, but had also schemed to benefit from Wang Liang's family. That's more than enough. Hearing Wong Leong's words, grandmother felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Her nephew was indeed deserving of her affection, now that he had begun to earn. He was also considering the welfare of his elder and younger uncles. Please, don't be so quick to anger. 1 or 2,000 is nothing. Take it as my filial piety. That one tea do. Your elder and younger uncles have indeed supported you. You shouldn't need to compensate them so generously. Grandfather firmly rejected the notion. While he was pleased to see his nephew display such generosity, he felt an unease about accepting such sums from Wang Liang. Liangzi, listen to your grandfather. Return the money from the card. If you wish to repay your elder and younger uncles, 1,000 or 2 is sufficient. Why take so much? At this moment, third uncle, who had been quietly eating, finally spoke up. Truth be told, seeing Wang Liang take out such sum had made him a bit envious. Had he lent Wang Liang money in the past, perhaps he would have had a share of those supplements. However, he had resolutely refused to lend a single penny. Influenced by his wife's words, third uncle's intervention stemmed from a place of jealousy. Since he could not gain from Wang Liang, neither would his elder and younger brothers. After third uncle finished speaking, third aunt kicked him, signaling him to remain silent. What business was it of his to meddle at such a time? Wang Liang's financial supplements were his own affair. As long as the money landed in the elderly couple's hands, she could easily find an excuse to claim a portion for herself. Even if they had not lent Wang Liang money, that did not preclude them from sharing in the benefits. Later, they could simply have Wang Liang concoct some reason to borrow a portion from grandmother and grandfather, and once the money was in their possession, it would not need to be returned. Wang Liang glanced at third uncle and third aunt, choosing not to respond as he continued to plead earnestly. I say, grandfather, I truly am earning now. This is a token of my appreciation. Besides, even if you cannot use it, you can keep it for me. Should I ever find myself in a bind or wish to marry in the future, you'll have some funds on hand, won't you? Pa. What kind of negative talk is that? You haven't even started your business yet, and you're already doubting yourself. We will accept the money. Whenever you need it, just come and take it. Grandmother waved her hand dismissively, her superstitions surfacing as she chided him. The older generation often held such beliefs, thinking one should not speak ill of their endeavors before they commence. That's the spirit. You should spend as necessary. I will transfer money to this card every month. Don't skimp on your meals. Eat what you should. I'll cover the expenses. Upon seeing grandmother reclaim the card, Wang Liang smiled broadly. Little rascal. Hurry up and eat. The donkey meat will get cold. Grandfather spoke with a stern tone, laced with concern. All right. Wang Liang cheerfully replied, taking a piece of donkey meat to savor. Elderly folks like grandfather and grandmother often took afternoon naps. Thus, after Wang Liang finished his meal, he left without lingering. After he departed, third aunt peered outside surreptitiously, seemingly ensuring that Wang Liang had truly left and would not return. After confirming that Wang Liang would not return, Aunt San smiled and spoke, Mom. Recently, Xiao Chuan and Han Han are preparing for their college entrance examination. I was thinking, since Liangzi brought so many nutritional supplements that you can't possibly finish, why don't I take some with me? After saying this, Aunt San shot a glance at Uncle San, signaling him to gather the items. Witnessing this scene, Grandma opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words to counter Aunt San's proposition. The family of the third brother has been living quite well. He is diligent and capable, surpassing the first and second brothers. However, he is unfortunately married to a wife who constantly calculates and schemes. Uncle San, too, has a penchant for penny pinching. In truth, with so many items brought by Liangzi, they indeed couldn't consume them all. Logically, it wouldn't be wrong to give them a few, as Mu Zhenlian is not the type to quibble over trifles. Ordinarily, she would have allowed them to take what they wanted. Yet, what have they done? Their nephew hasn't even set foot in the door, and they are already disparaging him, fearing he might borrow money from them. Even when Liangzi arrived, they spoke in a sarcastic tone. Now, after their eldest nephew has departed, they suddenly covet these nutritional supplements, seemingly forgetting how they ridiculed him upon his arrival. As Uncle San typically heeds Aunt San's words, when it came to the nutritional items, he selected the more valuable ones, leaving behind only some worthless fruits and milk. Mom, we are leaving too. We won't disturb your rest. Aunt San beamed, her demeanor turning polite after Uncle San had gathered the items. Wait. When Uncle San and Aunt San were about to step out, Grandpa, with a stern expression, reprimanded them. Hearing his voice, the couple quickly turned around. Third brother, put everything down. Who allowed you to take those? Grandpa, unlike Grandma, who often considers things deeply, is straightforward and never spares anyone's feelings. Dad, what's the matter? Didn't Liangzi say there were things for us in there? Upon hearing Grandpa's demand to put down the items, Uncle San instantly grew displeased and quickly inquired. Of course, there are things for you, but didn't you say you didn't want them before Liangzi even stepped in the door? At this, Aunt San's face turned crimson. Being publicly exposed by her father-in-law left her somewhat embarrassed. Dad, I wasn't. Aunt San began, but Grandpa waved his hand dismissively. No need for explanations. Just put the items down. When Liangzi came, you were so afraid he'd asked to borrow money that you didn't even dare to accept anything. Now that you know he didn't come to borrow money, you're eager to take back the gifts he brought. Even if you take them back, can you live with yourselves? Chapter 46. Industry Jokes. Grandpa closed his eyes and spoke. After hearing his words, Uncle San and Aunt San exchanged glances. Despite their thick skins, they dared not take the gifts back after Grandpa's admonition. Uncle San hastily returned the items to the table, his face flushed as he swiftly left Grandma's house. Old man, what's this all about? If the third brother's family wants to take something, let them. We won't finish all this anyway. After Uncle San departed, Grandma couldn't help but complain to Grandpa. You, a woman, what do you understand? Didn't you hear how the third brother's wife spoke ill of Liangzi as soon as they walked in? You know what kind of temper that young man has. If it weren't for us old folks being here, do you believe Liangzi would have turned around and walked away without leaving them any gifts? Grandpa said while puffing on his pipe, casually making his point. Hearing this, Grandma nodded in agreement. She had thought the same, but refrained from saying it out loud. As her husband is always clear about rewards and punishments. What belongs to whom is what it is. Grandma pointed toward the pile of gifts that filled half the room. Feeling a bit troubled. Tonight, I'll call the first and second brothers to come and take the money. As for these gifts, we'll send them to Liangzi's two uncles. All right. Anyway, I don't understand this bank card stuff. The eldest understands. Let him handle it. Grandma nodded, then began to tidy up the gifts for the inner room. Meanwhile, Wang Liang did not head home directly. Instead, he picked up the Shi and rushed to the BMW dealership. Initially, he hadn't planned to buy a car so soon, as he was unsure how to explain it to his parents. However, when Ning called to inform him that there was only one BMW 740 left, and if he didn't come quickly, it might be sold, he realized that if he delayed, he would have to wait another month to purchase it. With the stakes laid out so clearly, what other reason did Wang Liang have to abstain from buying? Otherwise, wouldn't the 600 yuan deposit he paid be in vain? It was akin to receiving a 5 yuan discount coupon for a Lamborghini in a later life short video. To save 5 yuan, one would have to buy a Lamborghini. Of course, in his previous life, he had the money, but he wasn't foolish enough to waste hundreds just to save 5. The situation was different now. 600 yuan was not a trivial sum. That amount could treat him and Shi to a delightful spa session. How could he possibly pass up this opportunity? Wang Liang and Shi soon arrived at the BMW dealership. Before they could park, a portly salesperson spotted their familiar vehicle. Wu Jia, what you told me was no lie. Look, those two who paid a 600 yuan deposit are back. With that exclamation, several salespeople at the BMW dealership flocked around. Where? Where? Oh my goodness, come. Let me see what the fools who paid a 600 yuan deposit look like. Hey, do you think they came to reclaim that 600 yuan? If that's the case, it would be quite amusing. They shouldn't TB. I doubt they make a special trip just for that little amount. They drove a Magotan. They can't be that short on cash. Perhaps they are genuinely here to buy a car? That is not necessarily the case. Perhaps they truly have the audacity. They already paid a 600 yuan deposit. So why would they care about face? At this moment, several salespeople gathered at the entrance, debating whether Wang Liang and Shi were there to make a purchase or to reclaim their money. If they think they can ask for their deposit back, they're mistaken. I've already told them the deposit is non-refundable. Coming here would be futile. Wu Mei stepped forward, her expression one of disdain. If these two were genuinely there to buy a car, it would be a straightforward matter. However, if they were indeed there to reclaim their money, there would be no coins available. If they knelt down to plead with her, she might even have to dip into her own pocket to make up the difference. All right, enough. Everyone disperse. What are you all doing gathered here? The sales manager scolded, frowning. There weren't many customers in the store, but they couldn't have everyone crowding the entrance. Nevertheless, it was understandable that these salespeople wanted to see what Wang Liang and she looked like. After all, these two brothers had quite the audacity. Among the many clients purchasing cars, they stood out like a muddy stream, having paid a 600 yuan deposit. When Xin Ning first mentioned it, he had doubted his own ears. He had seen pretentious individuals before, but never anyone as audacious as these two brothers who thought they could buy a BMW 740 with just a 600 yuan deposit. Fortunately, in the days that followed, no one else came to look at that BMW 740. Otherwise, it might have been sold, and that 600 yuan deposit would have had to be returned. After Wang Liang and she left that day, Xin Ning became the laughingstock of the entire BMW dealership. Moreover, the manager issued an order that from then on, deposits for car reservations must not be less than 5,000 yuan. As soon as Wang Liang entered, he attracted the attention of everyone present. Their gazes were somewhat peculiar, even scanning him from head to toe, making Wang Liang feel as if he were a comedic star recognized by fans while boarding a plane. Amusing yet awkward. Hello, miss. In the midst of the bustling atmosphere, Daxi appeared indifferent to the gazes of those around him, instead greeting Xin Ning with a casual familiarity. Hello there, said Ning. Her head bowed, felt a slight flush on her delicate cheeks. You wish to refund the deposit, right? I can process that for you immediately. Xin Ning was a straightforward girl, despite being in her internship phase and yet to secure a permanent position. Her kindness shone through, as she was acutely aware that many sales staff in her store were eagerly awaiting the spectacle of Wang Liang and Daxi's misfortune. To avert such an embarrassment for her clients, she chose to cover the costs herself, unwilling to let them suffer humiliation. Xiao Shun, we cannot refund the deposit. Are you really considering using your own money to help a client? Wu Mei interjected coldly, approaching with a pointed reminder. Don't forget, if you fail to meet your targets this month, you might very well face termination from our company. Focus on your own responsibilities first. It's quite absurd to think of others at a time like this. Daxi looked perplexed, seemingly unaware of the underlying tensions. He found Wu Mei's presence irksome, wondering why she was always around. In contrast, Wang Liang scrutinized the other salespeople and quickly understood why Xin Ning had made such a statement upon their arrival. It appeared that most of the sales staff at the BMW dealership believed he could not afford the car, especially given that he had only paid a deposit of 600 yuan. Their keen interest in his interaction with she was likely fueled by a desire to witness their folly. Everything suddenly made sense. However, it was evident that this young lady possessed a genuine kindness, immediately attempting to refund their deposit to spare them from public embarrassment. What is the point of refunding the deposit? I genuinely intend to purchase the vehicle. ISNT the deposit deducted from the purchase price? As these words escaped his lips, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Their gazes toward Wang Liang and she shifted to one of fervent interest. Chapter 47. I'm sorry. I mistakenly used the wrong card. Are you really here to buy a car? Some were incredulous, speculating whether these two individuals were indeed wealthy. How could they still maintain such an air of pretension at this juncture? At that moment, various salespeople were seized by peculiar thoughts. Some believed Wang Liang was genuinely there to buy a car, while others remained skeptical, convinced that someone who could afford such a vehicle would not merely pay a meager deposit of 600 yuan. Sir, are you certain you want to proceed with the purchase? Wu Mei interjected once more. The BMW 740 you desire is our top-of-the-line model, priced at 1.26 million yuan, with a final cost nearing 1.4 million. Even with the minimum down payment, you would need 38,000 yuan. And we aren't even sure if your credit can support a loan of over $1 million. As she uttered these words, a hint of disdain flickered across Wu Mei's face, seemingly attempting to remind Wang Liang that if he lacked the funds, he should not feign affluence. The down payment alone for the BMW 740 was sufficient to purchase a fully equipped Magotan. I almost forgot, Wang Liang remarked, glancing at Wu Mei with a grin. About what we discussed the other day, does it still stand? Oh yes, dear lady. I recall you were kneel and bow to our esteemed brother Liang 10 times. Calling him father, correct? Daxi suddenly remembered their wager, chuckling as he spoke. Initially, he may not have taken the bet seriously, but after the conclusion of the World Cup, he felt that Wang Liang's actions were the embodiment of a triumphant narrative, effortlessly countering the sales staff's arrogance. However, sir, you must prove your capability first. What if you cannot afford it? Wu Mei maintained her obstinate demeanor, convinced that despite their outward appearances, Wong Leong, and she still exuded a certain sleazy aura. All right, Xiao Shun, take this card to your finance department for verification. Wang Liang casually produced a card and handed it to the bewildered Shen Ning. Huh? Shen Ning's reaction was somewhat delayed. She had not anticipated Wang Liang's next move. She accepted the card and quickly followed she towards the finance desk. As Shen Ning and she approached the counter, several salespeople gathered around. Upon she providing the password, the finance staff member stared in disbelief at the string of zeros on the screen. 110, 100, 10,000, 100,000, 100 million. The exclamation from finance reverberated throughout the hall, plunging the space into a profound silence, where even a pin drop could be heard. At that moment, it seemed as if all sound had vanished, and every gaze fixated on Wang Liang. No one had anticipated that this tall young man possessed an astonishing sum of 100 million in his account. Even millionaires, and those worth tens of millions, would have to step aside in his presence. In that instant, Wu Mei's complexion drained of color, nearly causing her to collapse from shock. Finance, what on earth is going on? This is impossible. At his age, even if he were a rich heir, how could he possibly have 100 million? Wu Mei was unable to contain her indignation. I've been in finance for years. I don't need you to remind me. Can I possibly be mistaken about whether someone has money? The irritated voice from the finance department stifled Wu Mei's bravado. She cautiously glanced in Wang Liang's direction, suddenly gripped by fear. Had she offended a billionaire? If he decided to wield his influence, she could be blacklisted across the industry. Oh, I apologize for the mix-up. I have a terrible memory. Wang Liang chuckled, tapping his head in mock apology as he retrieved another card from his pocket. Upon hearing this, Wu Mei felt as if she had grasped a lifeline, frantically pointing at Wang Liang. See? I told you. How could he possibly have 100 million? That card was just a facade. Yet, as she spoke, she faltered, unsure of how to continue. Even if that card with 100 million was not his, it still indicated that he was no ordinary individual. The very act of casually possessing a card with such a substantial balance was beyond what an average person could achieve. As Wu Mei's outburst drew attention, many salespeople once again turned their focus to Wang Liang. What does this mean? Is there more to the story? The revelation of a 100 million yuan card was sufficient to embarrass Wu Mei. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Liang had another card up his sleeve. I'm sorry, Xiao Shun, but the funds on that card are temporarily unavailable. President Zhao issued me a credit card with a limit, likely in the millions or tens of millions. I'm not entirely sure. Should we verify that as well? Wang Liang flashed a grin at Wu Mei. Is it possible to overdraw by 10 million? One salesperson gasped, their expression towards Wang Liang shifting dramatically. This was no ordinary customer. He was practically a VIP at their BMW 4S dealership. In that moment, everyone present, except for Daxi, gasped in astonishment. They had never encountered someone who could overdraw such a significant amount on a credit card. This young man was not only a billionaire, but could casually pull out a card with a 10 million yuan limit. Instantly, all the female sales staff present developed various feelings for Wang Liang. Many began to envy Shen Ning, realizing that this in turn, yet to be confirmed in her position, had struck incredibly lucky. In her first 3 months, she had encountered a billionaire. As some female salespeople envied Shen Ning, their gazes toward Wang Liang transformed, pondering what his standards for companionship might be, and whether he had any requirements or criteria. At present, they're all contemplating the prospect of pursuing him. Firstly, Wang Liang is indeed affluent. Secondly, he is youthful and remarkably handsome. He embodies the quintessential image of a wealthy and attractive young man that one often encounters online. Even if they cannot engage in a romantic relationship with Wang Liang or bear his children, at the very least, he has provided them with material for their dreams tonight. A young, wealthy, and handsome man has invaded their slumber, showering them with cash. Sir, there is no need to verify this card. Your primary card already possesses an impressive balance of 100 million. We trust in your financial capability. Would you prefer to make a full payment, or would you like to arrange for installments? At this moment, as everyone remains in a state of shock, the sales manager swiftly approaches Wang Liang, adorned with a broad smile, and compliments him. Indeed, sir, are you opting for full payment? I can offer you a discount. Upon hearing her manager's words, Shen Ning hastily makes her way to Wang Liang's side, her cheeks flushed. If the BMW 740 is sold, her job would be secure, and her commission substantial. Whatever you decide, however, Wang Liang's words trailed off as his gaze fell upon the astonished Wu Mei. This woman, known for her superficiality, ought to fulfill her promise now. Wun Tishi, Chapter 48, Moral Coercion. Once Wang Liang finished speaking, all eyes in the room turned to Wu Mei. Previously, some may have doubted Wang Liang's financial standing and thought their visit was merely an attempt to reclaim a 600 yuan deposit. No one anticipated that the man who had merely paid a deposit of 600 would possess a fortune exceeding 100 million. The economic strength he displayed left the sales personnel present feeling somewhat scorched by the revelation. Money wields considerable power. Initially, these sales representatives had aligned themselves with Wu Mei. However, as Wang Liang confirmed his wealth, they fell silent, redirecting their gazes toward their colleague Wu Mei. Wu Mei, a woman notorious for her snobbishness, would eagerly pursue the wealthy while dismissing the less fortunate with scornful remarks. Now, it seemed, her comeuppance had arrived. What are you all staring at? Don't you have work to do? Why are you watching me? Wu Mei exclaimed in a fit of rage, her voice tinged with desperation as she cast a fearful glance at Wang Liang. To her dismay, she found his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her. Sir, I apologize. I failed to recognize your stature and underestimated you. I extend my sincerest apologies for my previous actions, Wu Mei said cautiously, bowing deeply before Wang Liang, even adjusting her attire to ensure he could catch a glimpse of her assets. After all, Wang Liang was a billionaire, though she had offended him. That did not deter her from flaunting herself, hoping to capture his interest and alter his perception of her. Wang Liang waved his hand dismissively, barely casting a glance in her direction. There's no need for apologies. You remember the words you spoke, don't you? Upon hearing this, Wu Mei stiffened, her complexion darkening. Sir, I believe there may have been a misunderstanding between us. I have already apologized for my earlier behavior. Is it really necessary to be so confrontational? Noticing Wang Liang's disinterest, Wu Mei's face contorted with embarrassment as she began to plead subtly. Wang Liang raised an eyebrow, his expression languid. Sir, given your esteemed position, why trouble yourself with a mere worker like me? I acknowledge my mistakes and will reflect upon them. I implore you not to persist in making things difficult for me. Wu Mei adopted a victimized demeanor, which elicited a modicum of sympathy from a few of the sales staff. Sir, perhaps we should let this go. Wu Jia has sincerely apologized. Can't we just overlook this incident? A rather portly salesperson stepped forward, defending Wu Mei. Hearing this, Wu Mei cast a grateful glance at him. The affectionate exchange between them piqued Wang Liang's suspicions, as he sensed something untoward was afoot. It seemed that this rotund salesperson and Wu Mei shared a dubious connection, evident in their exchanged glances. Indeed, brother, I believe this situation isn't as grave as it appears. Why must we insist on forcing an apology from a mere employee? Came the chorus of support from the other salespeople, echoing the sentiments of the earlier speaker. Yes, sir, why impose such hardship on them? Wu Jia truly recognizes her error. Can we simply move on? As the conversation escalated, Wang Liang detected an unsettling shift. Remarkably, these individuals who had once mocked him for seeking a mere 600 yuan deposit now turned to moral hectoring when he revealed his financial prowess. What are you all clamoring about? Where was your righteous indignation when this woman looked down upon us? He declared, stepping beside Daxi, who had been quietly observing. Daxi, there's no need, Wang Liang said, patting his shoulder before turning to Ning. Xiao Shun, if you could kindly refund my deposit. I will not be proceeding with the purchase of this vehicle. Throughout this encounter, Wang Liang exhibited remarkable composure, never displaying any overt aggression. Even as others interceded on Wu Mei's behalf, he remained unfazed by the moral coercion they attempted to impose upon him. Ning's expression turned complicated. She had nearly secured the sale of this car. Now, with the salespeople's meddling, the client had withdrawn. Sir, your sales manager seems to wish to say something, she remarked. But Wang Liang merely gestured for silence. Daxi, understanding the unspoken cue, presented Wang Liang with 2 bank cards. At this moment, the faces of those who had previously defended Wu Mei turned pale. They had anticipated rallying in her favor, but they never expected that this billionaire would choose to withdraw from the deal. Selling this BMW 740 would complete their monthly targets. Failure to do so would lay the blame squarely upon them. Please, sir, would you consider this? Wu Mei, undeterred, intercepted Wang Liang and Daxi, her demeanor obsequious. If I were to kneel and apologize, everything would proceed according to your wishes, but I would require the sale to be credited to my name. Perhaps you could consider an installment plan? In that moment, Wu Mei cast aside any pretense of dignity. The prospect of having the sale of this BMW 740 attributed to her name, with a commission amounting to several thousand, was too enticing to resist. The lucrative offer was such that she would gladly endure further humiliation. Wu Mei's proposition sparked a similar desire among the other sales staff, each envisioning the substantial commission that could come with the sale. Wang Liang, however, was all too aware of their ulterior motives and chose to remain silent as he made his way toward the exit. What a spectacle! Before Wang Liang and the others could take their leave, a middle-aged man sporting a prominent beer belly sauntered into the room. Upon noticing the crowd gathered, a flicker of displeasure crossed his features. Hello, boss. What brings you here today? Upon the arrival of this individual, several sales representatives lowered their heads in deference, addressing him with respect. Sir, please don't rush. Let us take a seat and discuss this matter at leisure. Xiao Shun, please prepare a pot of tea for our esteemed client. The man cheerfully invited Wang Liang, projecting an air of sincerity that was difficult to refuse. At that moment, the sales manager swiftly approached the man, whispering a few words in his ear. What? We have such individuals in our store. The man's voice resonated throughout the 4S dealership. My apologies, I'm the owner of this establishment, Luo Ji. I understand the situation now. It appears we have not provided adequate service. Please do not leave in haste. Let's sit down and enjoy some tea. I will ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution. Luo Ji spoke courteously, treating Wang Liang and Shi with equal respect, inviting them to join him at a nearby negotiation table. Liangzi, I believe we need not squander further time here. If a BMW is out of reach, we can consider a Mercedes or an Audi. Given your current circumstances, acquiring a better vehicle is indeed feasible. Daxi, brimming with frustration, took a seat and voiced his opinion for Wang Liang. Let us not be hasty. Let us observe. Wang Liang replied, resting his hand on the negotiation table, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the surface. He was keen to see how this owner would resolve the situation. In truth, he had contemplated Xi's suggestions of a Mercedes or Audi. He had a fondness for Audi, yet found its designs somewhat outdated compared to the stunning models of 2021. His choice of BMW stemmed from the fact that, in recent years, the brand had lost its allure, appearing less impressive than it did now. Upon the owner's arrival, Wu Mei's earlier bravado dissipated, replaced by a sycophantic demeanor as she approached Luo Ji. Boss, I apologize. The trouble here was caused by me. I have already apologized to this customer and even offered to kneel in contrition provided what? That the customer purchases a vehicle under your name so you can effortlessly reap the rewards of others' hard work? Or will you maintain the same attitude when the next customer arrives? Luo Ji interjected coldly, cutting her off mid-sentence. His concise reprimand left Wu Mei flushed, momentarily at a loss for words. Wu Mei, you are to go to the finance department, settle your salary, pack your belongings, and prepare to leave. Once you depart today, I will inform all the 4S dealerships in Handan to be vigilant when hiring in the future. At first, Wu Mei appeared unfazed by Luo Ji's words. But upon hearing that he would blacklist her in the industry, her expression fell. She realized that her entire career had been in sales, where the profits were substantial, and she had the opportunity to meet wealthy clients. Luo Ji's actions would effectively sever her ties with the sales profession. Thinking of her mortgage due this month, Wu Mei grasped Luo Ji's arm, pleading, Boss, I was wrong. I will kneel before that customer and apologize right away. I will never dare to act in such a manner again. Please, have mercy and let me go. Let go of me, and quickly vanish from my sight. Remember, this is a society governed by law. Had it been in my younger days, I would not have let you off so easily, Luo Ji replied, pushing her away with evident irritation. Startled, Wu Mei retreated, ultimately casting a resentful glare at Wang Liang before stumbling away. She dared not provoke Luo Ji, fully aware of his reputation. In his youth, Luo Ji was notorious in Handan for his ruthless demeanor, though he had since transitioned successfully into a business role. Even now, despite his retirement, tales of his exploits lingered in the community. He was not someone Wu Mei could afford to offend. After resolving the matter with Wu Mei, Luo Ji approached Wong Leong, rubbing his hands together. My brother, I sincerely apologize for this incident. It was my oversight in managing my staff. It's no trouble at all, Wong Leong replied with a smile, feeling quite at ease with Luo Ji's handling of the situation. Brother, here is my business card. Even if you don't purchase a vehicle from me today, simply present this card at any major BMW 4S dealership, and they will grant you a discount of 50,000 to 100,000 off the original price. Luo Ji placed a business card before Wang Liang. Wang Liang examined the card, then gazed at the amiable Luo Ji. The owner's approach made him feel comfortable, and he appreciated his straightforward nature. Wang Liang, favoring such candid individuals, took out his card and handed it to Daxi. Since Boss Luo is so forthright, I am not one to shirk my responsibilities. Let us proceed with the card. I will take this BMW 740. Brother, that's the spirit, Luo Ji exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Just remember to have the car cleaned for me. I'll drive it off immediately. Wang Liang waved his hand dismissively. Oh, and please arrange an installment plan for me. Don't let your sales team's efforts go to waste. As Daxi and Luo Ji went to sign the contract, Wang Liang interjected once more from behind. Very considerate. Luo Ji raised his thumb again. It was evident that Wang Liang's intent was to acknowledge the efforts of the sales team, and he might consider giving them a raise after today. Shen Ning was taken aback. her cheeks flushing as she shyly stole a glance at Wang Liang. This unexpected deal felt like a stroke of luck. Shen Ning had initially thought she had lost her big client, as the deal was secured by the boss, and she assumed she would miss out on the commission. However, Wang Liang specifically requested her, which meant she had unwittingly acquired a client and would earn several thousand in commission. Just the thought of it sent waves of excitement through her. Once all the paperwork was completed, Luo Ji deliberately requested Wang Liang's contact information. A person who could casually present a credit card with a limit of 1 million was undoubtedly remarkable. With an eagerness to forge connections, they exchanged WeChat information. Upon exiting the 4S dealership, Daxi was practically glowing with joy. "Dad, you truly are my biological father. Did you really buy me this BMW 740? Daxi clutched the car keys, momentarily lost in disbelief. Even when signing his name on the contract, he struggled to accept the reality. "What do you mean you bought me a car? This car is mine. In a few days, we'll transfer ownership, and my mad goaten will be yours." Upon hearing this, Daxi stood frozen, sensing he had been outwitted, yet unsure how to articulate his confusion. "A BMW? Didn't you tell me that this car is too much for me to handle, and that you would tame it for a few days before returning it to me?" Wang Liang gently patted Daxi on the shoulder and took the keys from his hand. Before Daxi could fully comprehend the situation, Wang Liang had already entered the car, flooring the accelerator, and the BMW 740 surged forward. "Liangzi, you rascal! Da undicesimo!" shouted in disbelief. After signing the contract, he found himself calling Wang Liang dad, only to have the car driven away from him in a series of bewildering events. Chapter 50. Su Meng's Invitation. As they watched Daxi and Wang Liang depart in their respective vehicles, the scene unfolded before them. A smile of contentment spread across Ragi's face, tinged with a hint of envy. Once upon a time, in their youth, they too resembled Wang Liang and Daxi, but now, everything had changed. After returning from the 4S dealership, Wang Liang and Daxi shared a meal together before swapping the car back. The reason was simple. He was uncertain how to explain the origin of this money to his parents. It was certainly not feasible to brazenly drive the car home. That night, many found themselves restless. Uncle San and Aunt San were still pondering how Wang Liang had managed to make money, especially since just half a month ago, Wang Liang's family had been desperately pleading for a loan from them. In merely 2 weeks, even if he had called off his wedding with Su Meng, it was implausible that he could have earned such a fortune in such a short span. Moreover, their dilemma wasn't merely about this matter. It was the fact that they hadn't lent money to Wang Liang. If they had, they wouldn't have faced their father's scathing reprimands at noon, nor would they have received such a meager share of the money. To compound matters, that evening, their eldest and second brother had gone home for dinner. While they had chosen to remain absent, they simply couldn't bear the humiliation. Well aware that tonight was the occasion for dividing the spoils, they felt it better not to attend than to watch helplessly. On the other hand, she was too excited to sleep. He had purchased a BMW 740 in 2014. Owning such a vehicle was a true mark of affluence. Although Wang Liang claimed to have transferred the nearly year-old Passat into his name, given Wang Liang's nature, it was unlikely he would follow through. After receiving the car, she took it for a couple of spins, and he had to admit the vehicle turned heads. Little did he realize, the attention he sought wasn't merely for the car, but rather for the audacious way he honked the horn, proudly flaunting his BMW. Meanwhile, the usually early-to-bed Jiang Yin found herself wide awake that night. Her curiosity about Wang Liang had grown insatiable, as a series of maneuvers had utterly reshaped her perception. From investing 100 million into the nearly bankrupt Longqing real estate to his interactions with her, each move seemed preordained by Wang Liang. Just this morning, he had instructed her to liquidate all her stocks, a decision she couldn't comprehend. Despite the stock's meteoric rise, Wang Liang had chosen to sell at its peak, insisting one couldn't always reap from the same sheep. It felt as though he had already uncovered some hidden intricacies. Jiang Yin had struggled to grasp this until the news that broke that afternoon utterly captivated her. Longqing real estate was embroiled in a fraud scandal, with all implicated personnel arrested. Concurrently, the company's stock plummeted steeply, leaving many investors unable to divest in time, resulting in total losses. Just contemplating it filled Jiang Yin with dread. Had she disregarded Wang Liang's advice that morning, she would have borne the brunt of 100 million in losses. The manipulation surrounding Longqing real estate had treated investors like mere fodder. Before anyone could react, the stock market had crashed. Furthermore, several of her colleagues had lost everything as well. For Jiang Yin, that night was destined to be sleepless. Many investors might have already taken to the rooftops as Longqing real estate crumbled. Notably, the stock of Tycoon company, which Wang Liang had acquired, was steadily climbing, showing no signs of decline. In Jiang Yin's eyes, Wang Liang had transformed into the Chinese version of Warren Buffett. The following morning, Wang Liang was once again awoken by incessant phone calls. After his rebirth, he realized his business had become even busier than before. Previously, no matter how occupied he was, it was improbable that someone would be calling him this early. It was maddening. He could hardly recall a time he had slept in. "Hello," he answered, displaying evident impatience. "Wang Liang, do you have a moment? Can we meet?" Just from the voice, Wang Liang instantly recognized the caller. However, hearing that tone sent a chill down his spine. Su Meng was calling him this early. It was absurd. In his past life, even after marrying Su Meng, it had always been Wang Liang who reached out to her, regardless of her being occupied or not. He had always taken the initiative, while she often appeared exasperated. Now, in this rebirth, it was the first time Su Meng had reached out to him. "I'm busy, no meeting." Wang Liang's response was curt, leaving no room for Su Meng to react as he swiftly hung up. He had already blocked her. How dare she try to disturb him? Did she genuinely believe that after leaving him, she wouldn't find anyone else to marry? Ding. "Wang Liang, I genuinely have something important to discuss. Let's meet. Or I could come to your home to meet your parents as well." Upon reading Su Meng's reply, Wang Liang felt a jolt of realization. This was it. He was wide awake now. He understood well what schemes Su Meng had in mind. However, he had no desire for her to have any significant interaction with his family. It would be best if they never crossed paths again. "You choose the place. If I'm free, I'll consider it," he finally acquiesced, fully aware that he had no choice but to relent. Meanwhile, upon receiving Wang Liang's response, a smile crept onto Su Meng's face. After all, Wang Liang still couldn't quite forget her. Even after their recent unpleasant encounters, there was a part of him that remained attached. This meant she could find a reason to compel Wang Liang into marriage. In Su Meng's view, Wang Liang was destined to be her safety net, whether he liked it or not. Presently, she had lost her job, and with her unreliable father, the factory she had found was far from a suitable office position, demanding physical labor instead. Su Meng was naturally unwilling to accept such a fate. Now, all her hopes were pinned on Wang Liang. The primary purpose of meeting him was to discuss marriage. Even if Wang Liang resisted, she had plenty of tricks up her sleeve to ensure he complied. Chapter 51. Land ownership settled. Wang Liang sat at the head of his bed, contemplating for a moment. He picked up his phone and, after a flurry of calls, roused the still sleepy Daxi. The two of them set off for a breakfast of tofu pudding. Don't ask why they always opted for tofu pudding. The answer was simple. It could be enhanced with eggs, and they added 2 of those. After their meal, Wang Liang had no intention of letting Daxi return for a nap. Instead, he called upon Zhang Song. He bought each of them a tailored suit, transforming them into the image of businessmen. At that moment, Wang Liang assumed the role of salesperson as they made their way to his village. They had one objective for the day: to acquire all the idle houses in the village, primarily under the pretense of reopening a textile factory, thereby acquiring the 10 acres of land in his name. Wang Liang's motivation for this was singular: to ensure the villagers understood that the land they sold was to a prominent figure. Wang Liang, on the other hand, would merely be a worker. Otherwise, who could guarantee that in a few months, when the village houses faced demolition, those individuals wouldn't come seeking him for trouble? Daxi and Zhang Song evidently failed to comprehend Wang Liang's true intentions. They mistakenly believed that Wang Liang was genuinely intent on establishing a factory, preparing to invest in the production of intimate apparel. In Zhang Song's perspective, Wang Liang's investment was exceedingly substantial. He was not only purchasing land to construct a factory, but also engaging in a venture of considerable magnitude. It is crucial to note that their intimate apparel shop had only recently commenced operations, and they had yet to witness any returns. Yet, Wang Liang was poised to establish a complete industrial chain. Initially, this business was merely a small-scale endeavor. Now, with Wang Liang's bold approach, the stakes had escalated dramatically. While self-production and self-marketing could indeed minimize profits, the associated risks were equally pronounced. Should this venture falter, Wang Liang would incur significant losses, having already secured the land before even commencing operations. Daxi, however, did not dwell on such concerns. His role was simply to follow instructions, leaving everything else to fate. Whatever tasks Wang Liang assigned him, he dutifully executed, refraining from questioning the viability of the intimate apparel business. Losses were inconsequential to him, considering Wang Liang possessed a fortune of 100 million. After all, how much could he possibly lose? In response to Zhang Song's apprehensions, Wang Liang exhibited an air of indifference. To him, acquiring land in his village felt akin to discovering treasure. Although the timeline for returns might be extended, Wang Liang considered this investment to be the least burdensome, especially as he would not need to purchase any real estate. Not only could he allocate several properties, but the funds used for land acquisition might even double. Moreover, with the land secured, he could experiment with producing intimate apparel. Though it might be executed in a cottage industry format, it would suffice. It is noteworthy that in the years 2021 and 2022, the meteoric rise of e-commerce in Hebei was largely attributable to such small-scale workshops. They could afford to reduce their profit margins to a mere penny per item, all in an effort to outcompete their rivals. As they often proclaimed, the e-commerce sector in Hebei ascended rapidly within the internet industry, even surpassing manufacturers in Yuwu. Some products in Yuwu were supplied by large factories, which lacked the time and resources to engage in price wars with Hebei e-commerce, as they needed to consider worker wages and the overall operation of their factories. For them, short-term price wars posed little problem. However, in the long run, they would be compelled to surrender. After all, no one wished to squander money on feudal price competitions. Conversely, Hebei e-commerce had fewer constraints, being small workshops with minimal investments, often requiring only one or two individuals to manage operations. Thus, as long as they could meet their basic needs, they could sustain this price war indefinitely. There was once a rumor circulating across the internet. In this product category, I only wish to annihilate all competitors or be annihilated in return. With offers such as $9.99 with free shipping, $10 back on positive reviews, and support for refunds, I implore you to engage in a price war. The intensity reached a peak where they could achieve 10,000 orders in a single day, climbing to the top of their category within 3 days while simultaneously managing 10 stores. In the eyes of Hebei e-commerce, they did not target anyone specifically. To them, all competitors were merely underlings. Fueled by this fierce determination, whenever Hebei e-commerce sought to dominate a particular niche, they would invariably secure the top position. This was precisely what instilled fear in Yuwu e-commerce. What began as a simple price war morphed into a relentless battle. Who could afford to engage in such a contest? This encapsulated Wang Liang's mindset. Even if he ultimately incurred losses, it was of little consequence. After all, the land would eventually be subject to redevelopment. It was a win-win situation, and from any perspective, he was unlikely to suffer financial ruin. Throughout that morning, Wong Leong guided Daxi and Zhongsong in their rounds, successfully acquiring all the land. The trio shared a simple meal at noon. In the afternoon, Wang Liang transferred an additional $5 million to Daxi's account, instructing them to procure machinery necessary for the production of intimate apparel. As for the design of the intimate apparel, there was no need to consult professional designers. The images of intimate garments Wang Liang had retained in his mind, or the products he had purchased in his previous life, were vividly etched in his memory. He merely needed to find an artist to illustrate the designs he envisioned. The rest could be entrusted to others for production. However, alongside the acquisition of textile machinery, Wang Liang tasked Daxi with a laborious job, thoroughly cleaning the dilapidated factory from top to bottom. After all, it had been abandoned for far too long, and immediate use was impractical. Once he had delineated this task, Wang Liang vanished once more, leaving Daxi grumbling in frustration. There was little he could do about a boss who casually tossed $5 million his way without regard for any kickbacks. He harbored no resentment. Grumbling was simply part of the process. Daxi and Zhongsong, undeterred, summoned a few friends and commenced the cleaning. Just as Wang Liang drove away in his BMW, Su Meng's phone call intruded at an opportune moment. Wang Liang, do you even have a shred of credibility left? Didn't we agree to meet for lunch at the Western restaurant in Handon to discuss our matters? You actually stood me up. Wang Liang, I am furious. You better come here immediately to settle the bill. Otherwise, don't even think about my forgiveness. Upon answering the call, Wang Liang was met with Su Meng's nearly furious tirade. Unable to suppress his irritation, he promptly hung up on her. Such a woman should not be indulged. He had merely offered her a stepping stone, and she was attempting to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 52. Treating Wang Liang as a great villain? After hearing the dial tone on the other end, Su Meng stood frozen, staring blankly at her phone. This guy, how dare he hang up on her? The very thought of it filled her with indignation. Sister, what's the situation? Is Wang Liang coming or not? This meal isn't cheap. Even if it's not 10,000, it's still 7 or 8,000. After Su Meng hung up, Su Cheng, with a sullen expression, remarked, had he known Wang Liang had no intention of coming, he would never have ordered such expensive items. Initially, Su Cheng had accompanied his sister with the hope of extracting revenge on Wang Liang for past grievances. However, it seemed that Wang Liang had no intention of showing up, effectively leaving them in the lurch. Now, they were likely stuck with a hefty bill of nearly 10,000. Why are you in such a rush? I told you not to come, but you insisted, and now you're worried about the costs? What if Wang Liang doesn't show up? In response to Su Cheng's outburst, Su Meng also grew anxious, chastising him for his poor judgment. Now you remember to blame me? You were completely unconcerned when I placed the order, and didn't you just call Wang Liang? Did you really think he wouldn't come? Su Cheng, facing his sister's reprimand, displayed his own impatience retorting coolly. It seemed his sister was truly inept, unable to manage even a sycophant, and then turning to blame him. The thought left him feeling somewhat disgruntled. Upon her arrival, she had fervently promised her younger brother that she would ensure Wang Liang would pay dearly. She had even boasted about seeking vengeance on his behalf. However, Su Meng did not anticipate that Wang Liang would so abruptly sever their communication, leaving no room for sentiment, just as he had done with her mother in the past. Logically, as she had initiated the invitation, he should have eagerly accepted without hesitation. Yet, it appeared that Wang Liang had undergone a transformation, growing indifferent towards her. Previously, Su Meng might have speculated that Wang Liang's aloofness stemmed from the exorbitant bride price demanded by her family, but now it seemed she had underestimated the situation. She had naively believed that a simple apology would suffice to win him back, only to be met with his sudden coldness and refusal to engage. Even after she had resolved to humble herself and reach out to him this morning, he not only rebuffed her overtures, but also exhibited outright impatience, effectively dismissing her. Were it not for her threat regarding his parents, it was likely that he would have had no intention of meeting her today. And the thought of this filled Su Meng with profound regret. A once devoted admirer and potential suitor had been lost due to her mother's meddling. It seemed that Wang Liang had resolutely decided against reconciling with her. Yet, despite this realization, Su Meng felt an unexpected sadness. Her sorrow was not rooted in his reluctance to marry her, but rather in the fact that he had completely eluded her grasp. She could no longer treat him as a willing servant to be commanded. Sis, you don't think Wang Liang really intends to stand us up, do you? If he does, who will pay for our meal today? Surely, we can't be expected to foot the bill ourselves. While Su Meng was mired in her thoughts about Wang Liang, her brother Su Cheng could no longer contain himself. The clock had struck 2 in the afternoon, and with each passing moment, the situation grew more precarious. Moreover, Su Cheng could discern that the server was regarding them with a disapproving expression. Accustomed to a life of pampering, he was unaccustomed to such scrutiny, and merely contemplating it made his face flush with embarrassment. I'll call him again and see. Su Meng gritted her teeth, and, her expression shifting, she rose and walked away toward a secluded spot, phone in hand. Hey, where are you going? You can't just leave. Well, I do if you go. I can't afford to pay the bill. Seeing Su Meng stand up, Su Cheng hurriedly inquired. Fearing she might abandon him, he was aware that he only had 200 yuan in his pocket, which he had borrowed from their mother just before heading out. If Su Meng left, he would be unable to cover the 8,000 yuan bill, so naturally, he was desperate to prevent her from departing. Can you please be quiet? Do you want everyone to know we're broke? At this moment, Su Meng was visibly impatient, her previously cheerful demeanor replaced by a fierce expression. I am just worried about you leaving me behind. Sis, you can't just abandon me. I can't pay the bill. Su Cheng's face was one of deep grievance. Throughout his life, Su Meng had been his golden goose. He dared not provoke her, fearing that her displeasure might jeopardize his long-term financial support. Stay put. I'm going to call Wong Leong now, and if you dare to shout again, I'll really leave you behind. This time, Su Meng was not joking. Her brother's outburst had drawn the attention of the server nearby, as well as some other patrons who had yet to leave. In that moment, even Su Meng felt a flush of embarrassment. Had she known it would come to this, she would never have brought Su Cheng along. If not for his incessant chatter, she would not be in such a humiliating position, begging Wang Liang to come. Oh, fine. Su Cheng was about to say more when Su Meng shot him a glare, silencing him instantly. He resigned himself to waiting until his sister finished her call to speak again. At that moment, Su Cheng gazed at the lavish spread of food before them, suddenly losing his appetite. He knew that this modest feast had likely cost more than the monthly salary of many ordinary people. Regardless, he had no money to cover the bill. Even if he did, he would be reluctant to spend it, as he had saved it for playing cards. There was no way he would squander it on this. Chapter 53. You can't possibly be unable to afford this, can you? After leaving the Western restaurant, Su Meng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her rising anger. At such a time, she recognized that showing displeasure would yield no results. She needed to adopt a conciliatory tone to persuade Wang Liang to come and settle the bill for her. Otherwise, she would be unable to bear the nearly 10,000 yuan dining expenses. With that thought, Su Meng lowered her gaze and dialed Wang Liang's number once more. This time, it rang for an extended period before he finally answered. Hello, if you have something to say, just say it over the phone. There is really no need for us to meet. Wang Liang responded with a hint of resignation in his voice. Frankly, he had no intention of meeting Su Meng. Given the extent of their family's discord, any further interaction would be futile. He had no plans to marry Su Meng, so he aimed to limit their contact as much as possible. However, Su Meng was not inclined to let go and clung to him tenaciously. In a previous life, a woman so persistently attached might have stirred his interest, but now things were different. Wang Liang was acutely aware that Su Meng was expecting a child. Regardless of her desperation, he had no intention of playing the role of a benefactor. No, there are some things we need to discuss in person. Can you come? It's important. Upon hearing Wang Liang's reluctant and somewhat disdainful tone, Su Meng clenched her delicate fists in frustration. She could easily hang up on him, but that was not an option at the moment, as she was in dire need of his assistance. She had to coax him into coming to pay the bill. Really? You should just eat without me. I've already had my meal and have other matters to attend to. Perhaps we can talk another time? Wang Liang attempted to suppress his emotions, speaking with feigned politeness. He knew Su Meng far too well. There was no reason for him to go to her now. He felt embarrassed to confront her directly. This woman had remained unchanged, still expecting him to foot the bill. Under normal circumstances, Wang Liang would have rushed over without hesitation, willing to spend lavishly to keep his goddess happy. Even though he was quite wealthy now, he considered spending even a single penny on Su Meng to be a waste. Such a woman didn't deserve his financial support. No way. Su Meng nearly lost her composure, her face hardening as she reprimanded him. Subsequently, she felt a pang of embarrassment and hastily explained to Wang Liang, "I apologize, Wang Liang. Please don't take it to heart. I lost my composure for a moment. The truth is, I intended to invite you to lunch today, but you didn't show up. We ended up ordering more than we could handle. Would it be possible for me to borrow some money from you to cover the bill? I was in quite a rush when I left and didn't anticipate how exorbitant the prices would be. We didn't bring enough cash." As she concluded her statement, Su Meng felt a wave of discomfort wash over her voice diminishing to a whisper. Upon hearing this, a cold smirk crept across Wang Liang's face. It appeared that Su Meng could no longer hide her true intentions. If she wanted to foot the bill, so be it. She was merely cloaking her request under the pretense of discussing matters with him. "How much do you need? Is 500 sufficient?" Wang Liang feigned ignorance, inquiring. 500 is certainly insufficient. However, if Su Meng desired it, she might as well consider it as if he had never said anything. 500. Su Meng was left incredulous, questioning whether she had misheard. Where she was dining was the finest Western restaurant in Handan, and even the cheapest meal would cost around 3,000. Wang Liang would only offer 500. Did he truly think so little of her? What? Not enough. Wang Liang showed no concern for Su Meng's reaction, continuing, "If 500 isn't sufficient, then I have no more money. All my funds are with my parents. I just finished paying off my car loan this month, and I don't have much cash on hand." Upon hearing this, Su Meng's face turned ashen. While she could afford the meal, she believed it was unreasonable to spend such an extravagant amount. This meal would cost at least 8,000, enough to purchase numerous skincare products. Just the thought of it made her heart ache. "Wang Liang, are you deliberately toying with me? You know very well that this is the best Western restaurant in Handan, and you offer me 500? That wouldn't even cover the tip for the waitstaff." At that moment, Su Meng disregarded any semblance of dignity, shouting into the phone at the entrance of the restaurant. "Oh," Wang Liang replied with feigned confusion, chuckling, "I had no idea it was so expensive. My apologies, but I really don't have any spare cash, just 500, and if you want it, consider it as if I never mentioned it." Upon hearing this, Su Meng's cheeks flushed with anger, gripping the phone so tightly that her knuckles turned white. "Wang Liang, I'm not joking. I don't care what you do. I want to see the money today, or I expect you to come over to settle the bill. Moreover, I came here to discuss the bridal price for our marriage. Initially, I intended to persuade my mother to revert the amount to the original figure so that we could become a family sooner. But with your attitude, how am I supposed to bring this up with my mother? Wang Liang, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and settle the bill, so we can discuss our marriage further." Su Meng gritted her teeth. Her previous air of nobility vanished. This insufferable sycophant. When did he learn to turn the tables on her? Did he truly believe she, Su Meng, was so easily intimidated? Facing her aggressive demeanor, Wang Liang parked the car on the roadside, lit a cigarette, and said, "Why should I? Su Meng, at this point, can't you see? I'm not dependent on you. Remember, I don't want to marry you, and that has nothing to do with whether you wish to marry me or not. Besides, we don't have any relationship now. Why should I pay the bill?" The weight of those words struck Su Meng like a hammer, leaving her feeling utterly powerless. "Wang Liang, what's the matter?" Wang Liang interrupted. "Could you please clarify? You chose where to dine. I didn't invite you to this Western restaurant. Are you unaware of your own financial situation? Even if it is the best Western restaurant in Handan, do you truly believe you can't afford it? Impossible, right? You can't possibly be unable to pay, yet you pretend to be a socialite at that restaurant." Chapter 54. The Familiar Older Sister. Wang Liang's tirade brought him a sense of unexpected delight. In his previous life, he would never have dared to argue with Su Meng like this. As soon as he spoke, she would have at least 10 retorts ready. Indeed, Relinquishing personal decorum and indulging in a morally questionable life liberated him from the torment of Su Meng's moral coercion. Wang Liang, you scoundrel. You're just a heartless playboy. I spit on you. Su Meng, must have been blind to ever have feelings for you. The voice on the other end of the line was nearly a shriek of anger. Yet Wang Liang did not hang up once she finished her tirade. He shifted his tone. Su Meng, no, Miss Su, I recall that when we were engaged, your family received 60,000 in betrothal gifts. Since we are no longer getting married, please remember to return that amount. I would prefer not to escalate our relationship from strangers to that of plaintiff and defendant. Having said that, Wang Liang did not give Su Meng a chance to respond and decisively hung up. With the incessant noise from that woman silenced, Wang Liang felt as if the world had suddenly regained its vibrancy. Wang Liang. Su Meng was filled with rage and frustration, yet she found herself powerless. He had hung up without allowing her to retort, and when she tried to call back, she discovered she had been blocked. In that moment, Su Meng's plans crumbled entirely. She had initially thought that if Wang Liang agreed to cover the bill, she could use that as leverage to negotiate a reduction in the bridal price. However, not only did he show no interest in paying, but he also mocked her inability to afford it. Furious enough to smash her phone, she reconsidered, realizing that if she broke her phone, she would have to face the consequences. In the past, if she had smashed her phone in anger, Wang Liang would have taken her out for a lavish meal the next day and even bought her the latest phone. But now, all of this was her mother's fault. If it hadn't been for her disrupting the engagement banquet, Wang Liang would have left in despair. Had her mother not demanded a doubling of the betrothal gifts and insisted Wang Liang buy a house, perhaps Wang Liang would still be her devoted admirer. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Su Meng collapsed to the ground, sobbing bitterly. Passers-by cast judgmental glances her way, their faces betraying mockery. They had overheard the conversation between Wang Liang and Su Meng, understanding all too well that she had deliberately chosen an expensive restaurant to lure him into a discussion. Yet who would willingly become the fool in this situation? Now, she had been stood up by a man and refused to spend money unnecessarily, in their eyes. She was simply reaping what she sowed. As Su Meng cried inconsolably, her phone rang at an inopportune moment. Sister, what are you doing? Can you hurry? They're about to close the kitchen here. You need to come and settle the bill. You know, I don't have that kind of money. Su Cheng's impatient voice came through as soon as the call connected. Upon hearing her brother's words, Su Meng ceased her sobbing, responding coldly. Why are you in such a hurry? If they're closing, then they're closing. Wait a few minutes. I have things to handle. After saying this, she hung up the phone. After much hesitation, she picked up her phone again and called her best friend. Alas, Mammon, I find myself in a bit of a predicament. Yes, I'm in need of some funds. Not a large sum, merely 2,000 to 3,000 will suffice. Ah, you have none? Well, never mind then. It's no trouble. Hello, Nana, might you lend me some? Over here, Su Meng is still desperately seeking loans, while Wang Liang has arrived in a newly purchased BMW 740, making quite the entrance at his brother-in-law's residence. It reminds me of the time I borrowed money from my brother-in-law to bet on the World Cup. It's high time I return a portion of that to my sister and brother-in-law. Come, let us expedite the loading of this cargo. As soon as Wang Liang parked the car, he heard his brother-in-law directing the workers in the yard. It seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment. Just as my brother-in-law is busy with the loading. Clearly, he is beckoning for my assistance. Yet, having come this far, I have no choice but to help. With 2 boxes of supplements in hand, he stepped into his brother-in-law's home. Upon seeing his younger brother-in-law arrive, Zhou Cheng's face broke into a smile as he welcomed him inside. It is well known that this frugal younger brother-in-law is, in fact, a benefactor in his life. Had it not been for Wang Liang's timely advice during the last World Cup, Zhou Cheng might have lost everything, even his undergarments. After hearing Wang Liang's suggestion that day, Zhou Cheng wagered a small portion of his private savings on Brazil, while all remaining funds were placed on Germany. No one expected Brazil to falter so dramatically. The match ended with Germany triumphing over Brazil with a staggering score of 7-1. The modest amount of money he invested multiplied more than twofold. Given the significant sum, Zhou Cheng did not conceal it from his wife, but instead dutifully shared a portion of his winnings with her. Wang Jing was astonished to learn that Zhou Cheng had garnered tens of thousands from betting on football. In her elation, she promptly increased his allowance. It is crucial to acknowledge that all of this fortune was due to Wang Liang's earlier suggestion. Liangzi, you're here today. Do stay for the evening. Zhou Cheng exclaimed, draping an arm around Wang Liang's shoulder with a grin. My brother-in-law is off to the deli to fetch some hearty dishes. Let us celebrate the previous World Cup. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have won so much. Oh, and I have some delightful news. I've received a raise in my allowance. Zhou Cheng continued to embrace Wang Liang's shoulder as they made their way inside. "Boss, what do you plan to do with these goods?" Observing his employer following his younger brother-in-law into the house, a worker in the yard could not help but inquire softly. "You handle it as you see fit. Once you deliver this load, you can clock out for the day. I'll ensure you're paid for full day's work. My brother-in-law is here, and he deserves a proper rest," Zhou Chong replied without turning back, assigning tasks to the workers in the yard. Upon hearing that they could take a paid afternoon off, the workers suddenly felt invigorated and became increasingly diligent in their tasks. "Who and T wish to finish early and leave for the day?" "Zhou Chong, are you out of your mind? Just because my brother is here doesn't mean you should abandon your work. Why forego earning money?" As soon as Zhou Chong and Wang Liang entered the house, they were met with Wang Jing's impatient inquiry. "Yes, the familiar scent. My sister remains as formidable as ever." Chapter 55. This is faster than robbing a bank. Hee hee. "Dear wife, my younger brother has arrived, and I thought we might share a drink together. After all, business at the supermarket has been slow lately. A little afternoon respite won't hurt." Zhou Chong scratched his head, exchanging sly glances with Wang Liang. The latter understood immediately, though he expected his brother-in-law to still be so timid after all this time. "Sister, I'm here to see you. Don't hold it against my brother-in-law. Look at how exhausted he is. Let him rest," Wong Leong said, shaking the supplements in his hands. I thought after you took the money last time, you'd forget about me and your brother-in-law," Wang Jing retorted, though she was genuinely pleased to see her brother. However, her words were far from forgiving. Wang Liang, unperturbed, approached his sister's bedside and gently touched his cherubic nephew's rosy cheek. Smack! Just as Wang Liang was about to touch his nephew, his sister's stern hand landed on his arm, frowning. "Don't move. I finally coaxed this little one to sleep. If you wake him, you'll have to soothe him yourself." What a miserly act, not even allowing a gentle touch. Wang Liang chuckled in response, unfazed. "I wasn't even asking you. What have you been busy with lately? Not even a visit to see your sister? Do you truly see me as an ATM? Coming only when you're short on cash?" Wang Jing's face remained stern. "Of course not, sister. I've been preoccupied with that little workshop, accompanying my boss on market research. Just this morning, I purchased several plots of land in our village, and with some free time this afternoon, I thought I'd come and check in on you." Hey, Liangzi, what is this workshop of yours planning to make? It better not be a fish pond. That business can be quite unprofitable. In summer, people generally prefer not to eat, let alone snack on such treats. Zhou Chong interjected with valuable advice. "This small workshop has been operating for about a decade, and is quite renowned in the area. While it may not yield immense profits, it sufficiently covers the daily expenses of Zhou Chong and Wang Jing, even allowing them to save a little. We're not making fish ponds. But as for what we are doing, I'm not entirely sure. My boss hasn't disclosed the specifics. I'm merely responsible for errands." When his sister and brother-in-law inquired about the workshop's purpose, Wang Liang felt his face flush, reluctant to reveal his plans. To be frank, venturing into the realm of intimate apparel is not particularly prestigious, and discussing it would undoubtedly elicit laughter. Therefore, he had no intention of divulging the details of what their factory would produce. Cut out, acting all mysterious. Wang Jing shot a glance at Wang Liang. Hey. Once we get started, I'll have my brother-in-law come and take a look. Oh, and I came here for another reason. Wang Liang was eager to shift the conversation away from this topic, swiftly pulling a card from his pocket. This card was arranged through to Shi. He saw no need to hold multiple cards himself, so he requested Shi to procure a few extras. As he handed it to Wang Jing, he pivoted the discussion, saying, "Sister, I'm here to repay a debt. Take this card. It holds over $1 million. "What? Repay a debt?" Wang Jing nodded, ready to take the card, but paused, asking how much. "Over $1 million. Zhou Chong exclaimed in astonishment. "Wow." After Zhou Chong's exclamation, the little nephew awoke, wailing loudly. However, in this moment, Wang Jing and Zhou Chong's focus had shifted away from the child, both gazing at Wang Liang in surprise. "Wait, Liangzi, did you rob a bank or something?" Zhou Chong queried. "Zhou Chong, keep your voice down. Liangzi's speech is as turbulent as a gale. Who knows what is accurate?" Wang Jing scolded Zhou Chong, seamlessly taking the child from Wang Liang's arms and beginning to soothe him. After all, Wang Jing knew her brother's character all too well. Had it not been for his rebirth at this age, Wang Liang would never have earned over $1 million. Yet now, for him, $1 million is merely a trifling sum. "Sister, brother-in-law, please don't get too excited. Hear me out. My brother-in-law must have told you about his football betting during the World Cup, right? I had a bit of luck too, and I managed to earn some money from the matches. Here's over $1 million. If you don't believe me, have my brother-in-law check this card. You were so quick to lend me money before. Now it's time for me to show my gratitude," Wang Liang explained. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chong swiftly picked up the phone and called the bank. Once he confirmed that the card held $15 million, he stood frozen in disbelief. Originally, Zhou Chong believed that winning a few $100,000 from purchasing World Cup tickets would suffice. Little did he know that his brother-in-law was even bolder. However, upon discovering that the card contained over $1 million, Zhou Chong, still wearing a skeptical expression, inquired, "Liangzi, tell the truth to your brother-in-law. Did you rob a bank?" "Brother-in-law, that's not quite right. My money came much quicker than a robbery," Wong Leong replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Hey, I'll give you a slap," Zhou Chong said, extending his hand. Upon hearing about his winnings, Zhou Chong displayed an air of entitlement. Only his sister, Wang Jing, scrutinized Wong Leong with a gaze that seemed capable of penetrating him. Wang Jing was not well-versed in matters of the World Cup. Even if Wong Leong had won money, it seemed implausible that he could suddenly produce over $1 million. With this thought lingering, she questioned, "So, how much did you actually win?" "Take a guess," Wong Leong replied, feigning mystery, not intending to reveal the actual amount to his sister and brother-in-law just yet, as the sum was indeed quite substantial. It would require considerable explanation if he divulged the entire truth. $5 million? Zhou Chong ventured. "Guessing high, that's still a bit off," Wong Leong chuckled, shaking his head. "Is it over 10 million? His sister probed tentatively. This figure was relatively easy to explain, and Wong Leong neither confirmed nor denied it. Zhou Chong and Wang Jing exchanged glances. "It must be around 10 million. No prize pool could be 2 or 3 times that amount." Zhou Chong quickly shook his head. He felt that anything over 10 million was beyond his imagination. Wang Jing scrutinized Wong Leong deeply, but chose not to press further. It seemed her brother had no intention of being forthright about his winnings, and the amount likely exceeded 10 million. Yet, considering his nonchalant demeanor, it wasn't entirely impossible that he had struck gold. "Liangzi, regardless of how much you won, it belongs to you. This over $1 million we cannot take. You should keep it for yourself, perhaps for our parents." Zhou Chong promptly refused upon confirming Wang Liang's wealth. They had not lent him much money. There was no justification for taking over $1 million outright. It was simply too much for him to digest. "However, if you don't mind, could you leave us a little something?" he added. "Husband, be quiet." Wang Jing interrupted before he could finish, then turned her attention to Wang Liang. "Liangzi, come here for a moment. Come to your sister." Unbeknownst to him, she had a different intention, and he stepped to the window. Smack! A sharp slap resonated as it landed squarely on Wang Liang's face. Chapter 56. I need to verify if this is real. The sudden slap left Wang Liang utterly bewildered. Not only him, but Zhou Chong also looked at Wang Jing with incredulity. That slap was no trifling matter. Even watching it caused him pain. "Sister, why did you hit me?" Wang Liang protested, covering his face with dissatisfaction. "I just wanted to verify if this is real." "It seems it's not a dream," she replied. "You could verify by hitting yourself, or even hit your brother-in-law. Why hit me?" Wang Liang lamented. "Hey, what's wrong with your sister hitting you?" "Isn't that expected?" Zhou Chong chimed in, reveling in the scene. "Brother-in-law, that's not fair. The strength my sister used was trained on you. I truly couldn't handle it," Wang Liang retorted. "Enough of this discussion. Liangzi, your winnings are no trivial amount. What do you plan to do? Have you told our parents yet?" Wang Jing calmly interrupted as she soothed the child to sleep. Her remark illuminated Wang Liang's purpose for being there. Seizing the opportunity, he said, "Sister, I came precisely for this. I intend to give this money to our parents. I just haven't found the right excuse yet." Wang Liang's words warmed Wang Jing's heart. After winning a fortune, he was not preoccupied with frivolous spending, but rather thought of providing for their parents first before seeking her opinion. All signs indicated that she held an unequivocal position in his heart. "This is simple. Just tell our parents you won the lottery, mention the amount, and perhaps give them a portion while keeping some for yourself to start a small business." Wang Jing offered her straightforward suggestion without overthinking it. "Is that feasible?" Wang Liang asked. "What is impractical about it?" Wang Jing countered. "Won't it be too sudden? Our parents might think I've done something illegal. I'd rather not have to explain so much to our father." He sighed, voicing his concerns. A sudden influx of money would undoubtedly raise suspicions in Wang Jing's mind, leading to exhaustive inquiries about any potential illicit activities. "Indeed, our father is naturally suspicious. Even if he doesn't interrogate you directly, if he hears about your winnings, it could lead to complications." Wang Jing acknowledged the gravity of the situation, sitting cross-legged with her chin in her hands, deep in thought. "Wife, I believe this matter isn't as complicated as you think. Liangzi can simply say he won the lottery. We can give a few million to my mother and keep this for my father for now. Once Liangzi's little workshop is up and running, regardless of its profitability, he can just say the factory is doing well and contribute a bit every month or quarter," Zhou Chong suggested, immediately brightening Wang Liang's spirits. This plan seemed advantageous, allowing him to support his family while maintaining their parents' trust. "No, if the money remains in Liangzi's hands, I fear he might succumb to temptations and engage in illegal activities. Wang Jing shook her head, dismissing the idea. Wong Leong looked perplexed. Did he appear so untrustworthy that he would resort to unlawful deeds for a little money? Wife, you're overthinking it. I believe Liangzi is of good character, Zhou Chong quickly interjected, defending Wang Liang. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang nodded vigorously, appreciating that his brother-in-law understood his true nature. If Liangzi were truly the type to squander money recklessly, he likely would have come to our house in the first place. He gave us $1 million right off the bat and is looking for reasons to support our family. What illegal activities could he possibly engage in? Zhou Chong continued, while Wang Liang nodded in agreement. However, when he heard the phrase, questionable intelligence, his expression faltered. Who has questionable intelligence? He thought to himself. Well, you have a point. Wang Jing conceded, acknowledging Zhou Chong's perspective. Given the circumstances, this was the only viable option. Providing their parents with money required little explanation. Yet Wang Liang's family situation was different, particularly with a father who was honest and overly concerned about his children. Should he reveal this news to Wang Jian? It would require considerable explanation. There was also the risk that their grandmother might borrow the money under various pretenses, rendering the whole endeavor counterproductive. Although Zhou Chong's idea was commendable, it wasn't entirely foolproof. Thus, Wang Liang conceived a more reliable idea in his heart. That evening, his brother-in-law ventured out to procure several hearty dishes and even took to the stove to prepare a few delicacies. This was not only to celebrate Wang Liang's newfound financial independence, but also to express gratitude for the suggestion Wang Liang had provided to Zhou Chong, enabling him to savor a taste of success during the World Cup. Liangzi, I know this $1 million is meant for your sister, but I believe our family doesn't require it just yet. You should take this money back, Zhou Chong remarked, bolstered by the effects of alcohol. In a spirited moment, he once again retrieved the card that Wang Liang had bestowed upon them. In this world, there are countless individuals who are easily swayed by the sight of money. However, Zhou Chong was a man of principle, convinced that he would not take a single cent that did not rightfully belong to him. Zhou Chong's life was already quite satisfactory. He owned a small workshop. His annual income not only sufficed for daily expenses, but even left him with a surplus of 50 to 60,000. This level of income was more than sufficient for him, and thus, he held no significant concept of money. Brother-in-law, since I've brought this money, I have no intention of taking it back. Moreover, this money is not a gift to you. It is an investment in you, Wong Leong declared earnestly. An investment in us. Zhou Chong's face was one of bewilderment, as he evidently struggled to comprehend the implications of Wang Liang's statement. Wang Jing, who had been quietly listening to their banter, lifted her gaze towards Wang Liang. Curiosity piqued about what he meant by investment. Brother-in-law, allow me to analyze the situation. Is the pond currently in its off-season? Wang Liang inquired. Zhou Chong nodded in agreement. I have a method to ensure that this pond never experiences an off-season. Whoa, Liangzi, your brother-in-law is kindly suggesting that you take the $1 million back. He certainly didn't expect to hear you boast about eliminating the off-season. Please go on. Brother-in-law, have you heard of e-commerce? Wang Liang said with an air of mystery. Upon hearing the term, Zhou Chong's eyes lit up. Yet, before Wang Liang could elaborate further, his phone rang unexpectedly. Chapter 57. Engaging in e-commerce? Your nose is quite sharp, ISNT it. I've just started drinking, and you call me without any pressing matter. If not, come over to my brother-in-law's. Let us discuss something. Daxi, the caller, was well known to Zhou Chong, being a childhood friend of Wang Liang, and the three occasionally shared a drink together. Thus, when Wang Liang answered Daxi's call, he felt no need for reservations. Brother, I have something to discuss. Daxi's voice came through, tinged with gravity. Wang Liang glanced at his brother-in-law and stepped out of the room. What is the matter? Speak up, brother. Zhang Song just called me and said your grandmother's house is up for sale. Daxi said cautiously. Huh. Wang Liang was taken aback. The image of old lady Li flashed through his mind. They lacked for nothing. Why would they contemplate selling their house? Could it be that he had pressured them too much, pushing them to the point of considering a sale? However, he quickly dismissed that notion. He was uncertain about old lady Li's financial situation. A few years ago, before the family division, his parents had already provided her with over 100,000. Not to mention the couple received a steady pension monthly, along with cultivating their own land. They were not financially constrained. They can buy it. But I recommend you negotiate the price first and report back to me in real time. Wang Liang's mind began to formulate a plan. How could old lady Li pass up on such a fortuitous opportunity to sell her house? He could even envision her clamoring to raise the price due to the sale and possibly even getting into disputes with the neighbors over it. Buy? Are you sure? Our grandmother. Let us not even mention her. She doesn't deserve to be called our grandmother. By the way, you handle the payment. I can't be the one to face this. As for the name, I personally suggest it be registered under Zhangguo's name. Wang Liang interjected before Daxi could finish his thought. Under a personal name? What is the plan? After selling, you don't intend to use it for employee accommodation, do you? How do you plan to arrange this? If there is enough space, we shouldn't pass on this opportunity. Daxi queried, evidently perplexed. Just buy it as I instructed. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Use your funds to purchase it, and try not to have it under your name. Simply register it under Zhangguo's name, Wang Liang admonished over the phone. All right, we'll proceed as you say. Daxi acquiesced without any intention of arguing with Wang Liang. To him, following Wang Liang's guidance seemed like the wisest course of action. After all, purchasing a house for only 300,000 to 400,000 was a modest expense. He could manage that. Given that Wang Liang had helped him earn over 5 million without batting an eye, he found the current sum of 300,000 to 400,000 to be trivial. After ending the call, Wang Liang began to educate his sister and brother-in-law about e-commerce, articulating his thoughts clearly. Initially, Zhou Chong and Wang Jing believed Wang Liang was merely boasting. Yet as they listened more intently, they began to grasp the validity of his claims. Wang Jing, though somewhat lost in certain aspects, was taken aback by her brother's articulate and passionate presentation. It was perhaps the first time she had witnessed him so invested in a subject. Wang Jing realized that her brother had indeed matured. On the other hand, Zhou Chong was captivated by the grand vision Wang Liang painted, completely disregarding the concepts of off-seasons or peak seasons. As soon as the Taobao store or any other online shop was launched, he could simply sit back and watch the profits roll in. Wang Liang refrained from elaborating excessively, merely showing Zhou Chong some sales records from online shops. Some stores' monthly sales could equate to Zhou Chong's annual income. Moreover, certain shops sold products from small workshops at prices even higher than those in brick-and-mortar stores, yet their sales remained robust. Not to mention, there were shops offering prices lower than those of Zhou Chong's, yielding sales figures that he could scarcely fathom. In his previous life, Wang Liang had witnessed the benefits that online stores could yield. Although he had missed the so-called e-commerce boom by the time he and his brother-in-law entered the market, they still managed to reap substantial profits. The year 2014 marked the pinnacle of e-commerce, and seizing this opportunity to market product from their small workshop could potentially double his sister and brother-in-law's fortunes. That night, as Wang Liang and Zhou Chong drank and deliberated over e-commerce strategies, they found themselves engaged in deep discussion well into the night, effectively awakening Zhou Chong from his previous slumber of complacency. Initially, he had considered maintaining his small workshop for 3 to 5 years before scaling up. However, if he were to adopt Wang Liang's operational methods, he could expand his industry within a year, dramatically increasing his wealth. Let us proceed as you suggest. But I'm still a bit unclear on what you mentioned about customer service, business warfare, and price wars, Zhou Chong declared, slapping the table in determination. This matter was settled. In truth, Zhou Chong had been thoroughly persuaded by Wang Liang. What was once merely a spark of interest had transformed into a fervent conviction. Sticking to his conventional ways of earning money would yield only a meager return. By implementing Wang Liang's strategies, he could see results in just a few months, with his financial success hinging entirely on those forthcoming months. Even if this e-commerce venture were to falter, he would not suffer any significant loss. At worst, he would have spent a few months in vain. Although investment carries its inherent risks, it appears that my personal exposure has now been minimized to the utmost. All right, brother-in-law, stock up on some goods recently. Once I find the time, I will arrange for someone to assist you with the operations. Upon hearing Zhou Chong's agreement, Wang Liang smiled and concurred. In Wang Liang's perspective, the emergence of short video content creators and live stream sales had yet to materialize. However, in this era, the presence of internet celebrities was far from scarce. The remaining task was simply to engage these influencers for advertising and promotion. As for his brother-in-law's products, he felt quite confident. The rest could be entrusted to the influencers for marketing. The drinking session extended into the depths of the night. Due to the alcohol, Wang Liang was unable to drive, and thus compelled Daxi to once again assume the role of his designated driver late at night. When his brother-in-law saw Daxi arriving in a BMW 740 to pick Wang Liang up, he was momentarily bewildered. What on earth had Wang Liang been up to lately? Even his childhood friend, Daxi, was now driving a BMW 740. Initially, his brother-in-law had shown interest in Wang Liang's maggoten, but upon seeing Daxi's BMW 740, he instantly lost his enthusiasm for the maggoten. The next morning, while Wang Liang was still lost in slumber, he was abruptly awakened by comrade Lao Liang with a resounding slap. The reason was straightforward. Lao Liang had arranged a blind date for Wang Liang. Since his son had made up his mind not to marry Su Meng, he could not remain single indefinitely. Wong Leong could hardly fathom that he would have to engage in a blind date. After finally ascending to the ranks of the billionaire elite, he was still unable to escape the clutches of arranged marriage. After all, he was no longer young, and his parents were genuinely concerned about his situation. Although Wang Liang had firmly resolved not to marry Su Meng, he had not explicitly stated that he did not wish to marry at all. He had originally intended to reveal to his mother that he had won the lottery, so she would no longer need to worry about him. However, it seemed that opportunity had slipped away, and he would have to wait until after the blind date to explain this to his mother. Regarding the blind date, Wang Liang believed it was essential to make a grand impression. Thus, he once again commandeered Xi's BMW 740, heading off with a flourish for his rendezvous. This left Xi with a look of resentment. Damn it, Wang Liang casually claimed to have bought a car. Yet he had been driving it far longer than Wang Liang had. Nevertheless, Xi had no time to complain about Wang Liang, as he accompanied Zhang Song to handle various store certification matters. In a restaurant in Handan, accompanied by the melodious strains of a piano and the rich aroma of coffee that invigorated the spirit, Wang Liang idly scrolled through his phone. Tisk, tisk. This woman truly seems unreliable. Could she possibly not show up? Wang Liang felt a twinge of uncertainty. To put it plainly, he had not genuinely considered marriage at this moment. Having returned from his rebirth, he was no longer short of money and had yet to fully relish the opulent lifestyle. He had yet to experience the allure of wealth. Now he was being thrust into a blind date, preparing to be bound by matrimony. This was no trivial matter. Just as Wang Liang was lost in thought, Daxi's call came through once more. This guy, even while Wang Liang was trying to enjoy a peaceful blind date. Wouldn't he let him be? What is it? Speak your mind. Wang Liang replied tersely. Brother, don't rush. Today, Brother Zhang went to negotiate with your grandmother, and she opened with 50,000. You know that area of hers isn't worth that much, Daxi replied with a hint of helplessness. This price indeed exceeded the cost of the several plots Wang Liang had purchased yesterday. If not for Wang Liang's reputation, Daxi was certain that Zhang Song would have left without a second thought. Wang Liang leaned back in his seat, a smile flickering across his face. It was entirely within his expectations for Li Lao Tai to make such demands. Her land inherently held little value. To ask for 50,000 was audacious indeed. Tell Zhang Song to walk away. 50,000 is enough to buy her life, Wang Liang instructed. Huh? Daxi's voice on the other end revealed his confusion, clearly struggling to comprehend Wang Liang's intentions. You're not buying it. That depends on whether they are willing to sell. We have plenty of time to wait them out. Moreover, we need to press the price down to around 35,000, not a penny more. If they want to sell, they can. If not, so be it, Wang Liang directed. Is that feasible? That's too low, protested Daxi. Don't worry, just quote that price. Inform them we've already completed our acquisitions. If they wish to sell, they can do so directly. If not, that's their choice. You handle it as you see fit, but I don't want them to gain any advantage. Do you understand? Wang Liang concluded, his tone indifferent as he hung up the phone. Hello, Wang Liang. After he ended the call, a casually dressed beauty awkwardly greeted him. Wang Liang looked up to find a shy face before him. Lu Ruyan. No matter how hard Wang Liang racked his brain, he could not have anticipated that his blind date would be Lu Ruyan, a high school classmate. In his previous life, Lu Ruyan had been exceptional in every regard and seemed to have opened several branches in Handan. However, she appeared to have remained unmarried. Among their classmates, she had always embodied the image of a strong woman, and during their school days, she was considered a goddess. In his former life, it was unlikely that he would have had any significant interaction with Lu Ruyan. Even when they crossed paths a few times, their conversations were brief. In this life, having chosen not to marry Su Meng, he unexpectedly found himself in a meeting with this formidable woman. So, you're my blind date today? Noticing Lu Ruyan's unwavering gaze upon him, Wang Liang tentatively inquired. Yes, Lu Ruyan replied with a sweet smile. Her gentle demeanor seemed to warm the entire restaurant as she smiled. Well, shall we decide what to order? Wang Liang politely suggested, extending the menu toward her. I haven't been to this restaurant before either. Why don't you take the lead? Lu Ruyan modestly replied. Are you able to handle spicy food? Wang Liang asked. She did not respond verbally, but nodded, quietly observing Wang Liang. To Lu Ruyan, her former high school classmate was indeed a commendable choice. Before arriving, she had heard Wang Liang mention figures like 30,000 or 50,000 in business, although those amounts did not seem substantial. Hearing them from an old classmate carried a weight that far surpassed mere numbers. In truth, Lu Ruyan had been on numerous blind dates. Most of her peers were complacent or merely occupied temporary roles in their workplaces. Those who were more accomplished than her were often older. Even among her contemporaries, there were few who could match her excellence. Many were already married. As a result, Lu Ruyan had hardly engaged in any romantic pursuits over the last few years. In her view, if a man did not surpass her in merits, she would not be interested, regardless of how favorable his conditions might be. She felt justified in her standards, bolstered by her accomplishments. Presently, Lu Ruyan owned 3 beauty salons in Handon, and when the time was right, she intended to open a 4th. Coupled with her striking beauty, she was already far ahead of her peers, to the extent that some of them would pale in comparison when standing beside her. With her striking appearance, Lu Ruyan often noticed that many people who encountered her became somewhat reserved, even feeling a sense of inferiority, convinced that they were unworthy of her. However, Wong Leong was different. He exuded a distinct aura that set him apart. Even in the presence of such a formidable woman as Lu Ruyan, he exhibited no signs of intimidation. All right, let's start with these dishes. I'll have 2 bottles of drinks, 1 chilled and 1 at room temperature. As for the flavors, just ask her, Wang Liang instructed the waiter after placing his order. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but feel an increase in her regard for him. She hadn't anticipated that he would be so considerate, ordering a chilled drink and 1 at room temperature for her, while the flavor was left to her discretion. Lu Ruyan swiftly made her selection and dismissed the waiter. Suddenly, under Lu Ruyan's scrutinizing gaze, Wong Leong felt a twinge of nervousness. This is my first blind date, and I must admit I'm a bit anxious, he confessed, rubbing his hands together with an innocent expression. Really? You've never been on a blind date before? Lu Ruyan teased, her tone playful. Indeed, Wong Leong replied, unable to deny it. In his previous life, he had unwaveringly married Su Meng and had never had the opportunity for such encounters. Furthermore, this was a date with a beauty of Lu Ruyan's caliber. In this life, he had no intention of marrying anytime soon, which naturally made this his first blind date. You're not being honest. I recall you were dating Su Meng, right? Did you break up? Lu Ruyan inquired, resting her chin on her hands, curiosity evident on her face. Why bring up such a cheerful topic? Wong Leong waved his hand dismissively. The mere mention of Su Meng now brought him a sense of foreboding, an almost palpable gloom. No, since we're both here for a blind date, we should be open with each other. Lu Ruyan winked at Wong Leong, her curiosity piqued. At that moment, Lu Ruyan found herself acting unusually chatty. Typically, when faced with men who failed to capture her interest, she would be dismissive. Yet today, Wong Leong's demeanor inspired a playful spirit within her. The bride price was too exorbitant, so it fell through, Wong Leong explained with a hint of resignation, knowing that even without his prompting, Lu Ruyan would undoubtedly pry for more details. The bride price was too high. Lu Ruyan's brows furrowed, revealing her intrigue. Yes, Su Meng's family demanded not only a bride price of 300,000, but also a house in the city. Such conditions are beyond my means, Wong Leong candidly shared, opting for transparency in his current predicament. Lu Ruyan's reaction was one of indignation as she slammed the table, expressing her frustration on his behalf. Wong Leong looked at her in surprise. It seemed she was more invested in his situation than he had anticipated. Indeed, that marriage was doomed to fail, Wong Leong shrugged, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. Absolutely, such matters should be discarded. If you had married, you would have been a total fool, Lu Ruyan remarked sharply, her keen insight impressing Wong Leong. She was astute and perceptive, and he couldn't help but admire her. However, Wong Leong refrained from revealing that his reluctance to marry was primarily due to Su Meng's pregnancy. He had no desire to become a surrogate father. This was a thought he kept to himself, as he felt no need to speak ill of Su Meng, especially in the presence of a woman. Were he discussing this with another man, he would have been far more candid, unwilling to allow another victim to emerge. Yet, Wong Leong, you seem less than forthright. Lu Ruyan's quick wit brought her back to the previous topic, redirecting her scrutiny towards him. What makes you think I'm not being honest? He asked, slightly bewildered. Lu Ruyan had only just begun to know him. Why would she question his integrity? From what I gathered during our conversation, it appears you aren't financially struggling, she said with a smile, her gaze scrutinizing. Struggling? Don't speak as if no one ever lacks money. What gives you the impression that I am well off? Wong Leong countered. Please, when I arrived, you were discussing sums of 300,000 and 500,000. What job are you doing to earn so much? Perhaps you could take me along, Lu Ruyan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Rather than being just an accomplished individual, Lu Ruyan seemed to prioritize financial success above all else. Even though she had established 3 beauty salons in Handon, she remained unsatisfied with her achievements, consumed by thoughts of wealth accumulation. Wang Liang regarded her with newfound seriousness. She truly embodied the archetype of a strong woman. No wonder she had resorted to blind dates. Her focus on financial gain had overshadowed the pursuit of romantic relationships. Sister, do quiet down. I hardly possess such wealth. I was referring to others who were preparing to buy homes. I merely offered a few suggestions, he clarified. Moreover, I've heard from friends that you've opened several beauty salons. Don't you have enough capital already? Why the fuss? In response, Lu Ruyan blinked her beautiful eyes. No. It's not as impressive as they say. I've only opened 3 beauty salons, and honestly, who doesn't wish for more money? That's true. But you've reached the point of blind dates. What's the point of earning more if this is your situation? Wang Liang queried, baffled. You wouldn't understand. My efforts are solely to ensure I can one day match an equally exceptional partner, Lu Ruyan replied, candidly sharing her aspirations. Having witnessed the urban elite, she was determined to amass wealth, ensuring she could purchase whatever she desired without reliance on a man. Naturally, she sought an exceptional partner to alleviate her future burdens. Yet finding a man who was both handsome and wealthy proved far more challenging than earning her own money. Well, you make valid points. From what I gather, my attributes may not meet your standards, Wong Leong said with a resigned smile, shrugging his shoulders. As for myself, I'm fairly decent looking, though somewhat lacking in finances. Aside from that flaw, I'm quite agreeable. Perhaps you might consider taking me under your wing? The conversation shifted back to Lu Ruyan, and Wang Liang's boldness drew a smile from her. Indeed, he was handsome, but whether he was wealthy remained uncertain. Yet, his air of confidence intrigued her. You seem quite pleased with your appearance, Lu Ruyan remarked, diverting the topic back to his looks. Is there something wrong with my looks? Wang Liang touched his face, continuing. I have a decent nose and eyes. It's all quite good, don't you think? So, sister, what do you say? Would you consider me, this little pretty boy? Well, I'm game, but I'll need to see what skills you possess first. Lu Ruyan scrutinized Wang Liang with a mischievous glint in her eyes. As for my capabilities, it's difficult to say, but you can certainly test them tonight. Chapter 60. As long as you are willing to put in the effort. Wang Liang said this while instinctively puffing out his chest, as if deliberately flaunting his masculinity. Cough. If you keep rambling like this, I might just leave, Lu Ruyan replied, her charming face flushing slightly, her brows knitting together in surprise at Wang Liang's audacity to joke so shamelessly. Instantly, her fondness for him diminished a few notches. Oh, come on, that's unnecessary. Even if you were to leave, you should at least finish your meal, Wang Liang advised, feeling indifferent about whether Lu Ruyan stayed or went. However, since they had ordered this meal, it would be a shame to waste it, especially since he couldn't finish it alone. All right, let's discuss some serious matters. Do you have any requirements for a girlfriend? Lu Ruyan asked somewhat resignedly. 2 requirements, Wang Liang replied, slowly raising 2 fingers. Oh, do tell. The woman must be alive. Lu Ruyan. However, after meeting you today, I have added a few more requirements. Good-looking, wealthy, and ideally, someone who can support me. Wang Liang exaggeratedly wiped his mouth with a napkin. TCH, Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes in exasperation, clearing her throat. My standards are a bit higher. First, he must be more accomplished than I am. Second, he should be wealthier than me. As for any romantic affection, I don't require that. If you have money, just provide me with sufficient living expenses, and even if you have a mistress who becomes pregnant, I would still take care of her during her confinement. Wow, how refreshingly candid. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's demands, Wang Liang couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Admittedly, her worldview sounded somewhat distorted, yet was remarkably pragmatic. She couldn't possibly expect a man to be both superior to her and deeply in love with her while also handing over a fixed salary every month. Clearly, such men would be as rare as a lantern in the dark. So, do you believe you meet the requirements I've laid out? Lu Ruyan asked, arms crossed, chin resting on her hands as she gazed intently at Wang Liang. Her expectations were not overly high, perhaps not yet influenced by the toxic rhetoric found online. Unlike some mindless women who squander men's money while yearning for their freedom. Well then, I wish you the best in finding your wealthy benefactor. I won't claim any of your requirements. I'm intimidated, Wang Liang chuckled, clasping his hands together as if in prayer for her. Although Lu Ruyan's requests seemed exaggerated, Wang Liang found himself deeply impressed by her. To him, these were not excessive demands. It was merely that Lu Ruyan was quite realistic. It appeared that this woman had endured her fair share of life's harsh lessons. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such high expectations. What Wang Liang appreciated about her was her honesty. She spoke her mind without reservation. Regardless of his financial status, a woman like her was worthy of a deeper connection. Perhaps she wasn't suited to be a soulful companion, but she could certainly make for a valuable business partner. In a relationship or marriage, if one could provide sufficient financial support, one could have their way. In today's society, she might end up as a plaything for some capitalist or wealthy heir. However, such experiences would only enrich Lu Ruyan's life, making her more pragmatic. Such individuals either blossom in their respective fields or drift along with the tides of time. Nevertheless, based on Wang Liang's understanding of Lu Ruyan from the future, she would likely encounter minimal setbacks. TCH, I thought you would say, "That's exactly me." Lu Ruyan shot him a playful glare, full of charm. Fortunately, Wang Liang maintained his composure. Otherwise, that gaze could easily ensnare him. "All right, let's just enjoy this meal. You know how to explain things when you get back, right?" Wang Liang said, setting down his chopsticks with utmost seriousness. "Huh? How should I explain?" Lu Ruyan clearly did not grasp the implication behind Wang Liang's words. "You see, I was forced into this blind date by my mother, so I plan to tell her that you're not interested. I hope we can synchronize our stories." Wang Liang expressed his thoughts candidly. After all, he was a billionaire. If word got out, he would be inundated with blind dates, which would surely provoke ridicule from other wealthy individuals. "I must say, you are quite intriguing," Lu Ruyan remarked earnestly. In truth, throughout the blind date, Lu Ruyan found Wang Liang rather satisfactory. However, her demands were indeed a bit lofty. Otherwise, he would have perfectly matched her standards for a partner. "Is that so? How about we split the bill for this meal, beautiful?" Wang Liang playfully turned the tables on her. From the moment they entered, Lu Ruyan had dominated the conversation, teasing him intermittently. Now it was Wang Liang's turn. "Wang Liang, you've let me down a bit. Never mind. I had a great time at this meal. I'll cover the bill," Lu Ruyan said with an awkward smile. "What era are we in, where we still split the bill for a meal? Then I must thank the little rich lady for her generous hospitality." Wang Liang clasped his hands in a gesture of utmost respect. "Oof." Lu Ruyan tossed her purse over her shoulder and headed to the front desk to settle the bill. Yet, upon arriving at the counter, she discovered that Wang Liang had already paid. When she turned to look for him, she found he had already left. This man was becoming increasingly interesting, a flutter of excitement blossoming in Lu Ruyan's heart. Typically, it was Lu Ruyan who played with men, but with Wang Liang, she experienced being toyed with for the first time, which only piqued her interest in him further. Originally, she thought that she and Wang Liang would have no further interactions, as it seemed unlikely they would meet again. However, she soon encountered him once more in the underground parking lot. Damn, in such a vast parking lot. Where on earth did I park my car? Wang Liang's lament echoed throughout the garage. Lu Ruyan chuckled softly, then approached a nearby Mercedes-Benz C-Class. "What's wrong, pretty boy? Can't find your car? Need me to help you out?" she teased. When Wang Liang turned around, he was met with Lu Ruyan's smiling eyes. "Wow, sister. You are quite the hidden gem, driving a Mercedes C-Class. It's all right, as long as you are willing to put in the effort. You two could drive a Mercedes one day. So what do you say? Should I give you a ride?" "Oh, no thanks. I'll keep looking for my car. This parking lot is absurdly expensive. Parking for a night would be enough for me to enjoy a meal of chicken pot." "Fair enough." Lu Ruyan leaned against the driver's side door, quietly observing Wang Liang as he searched for his vehicle. Wang Liang, feeling a bit lazy, fiddled with his keys. As luck would have it, his car was parked right behind Lu Ruyan's. "Found it!" Wang Liang exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. Under Lu Ruyan's slightly dazed gaze, he pulled open the door of a BMW 740. "Wait a minute, Wang Liang, you drive a 740? Lu Ruyan's voice came from behind, tinged with disbelief. "Yeah, it's just an ordinary car. As long as you are willing to put in the effort, you two could drive one someday." The same words, the same tone. When they came from Wang Liang's lips, Lu Ruyan felt a wave of nausea wash over her, as if she had swallowed a fly. Chapter 61, Another Slap to the Face. Watching Wang Liang's BMW recede into the distance, a look of astonishment graced Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes. This time, she had misjudged him. She had once thought she was the one who was inscrutable, but it turned out Wang Liang was the one who had kept his true self hidden. This young man had quietly acquired a car worth over $1 million, and she couldn't possibly compare to him. Reflecting on the recent encounter, Wang Liang's shameless demeanor as he shamelessly sought financial support, even suggesting a shared expense arrangement, was quite astonishing. It became evident that he had never intended to engage in a serious courtship. Rather, he had viewed Lu Ruyan merely as a target for his playful antics. From the very beginning, Wang Liang had been orchestrating a scheme, poking fun at himself. In comparison to Wang Liang, Lu Ruyan's approach seemed almost trivial. "Very well, Wang Liang. I shall remember this." Lu Ruyan silently repeated Wang Liang's name in her mind, a knowing smile gracing her flushed cheeks. Upon returning home, Wang Liang candidly recounted the day's events to comrade Lao Liang, disclosing the details of his blind date. He was forthright. He could indeed meet Lu Ruyan's expectations. However, he felt it unnecessary, sensing that the time was not yet ripe. Initially, Lao Liang had assumed that Wang Liang's standards were excessively high, leading him to dismiss potential matches. But when Lao Liang picked up the rolling pin, prepared to deliver a lecture akin to a traditional parental admonishment, he was taken aback to learn that the young lady owned 3 shops in the city. Instantly, his ire dissipated. In Lao Liang's eyes, Lu Ruyan was remarkably accomplished. So much so that he felt his own son was unworthy of her. However, the turn of events was rather swift. Wong Leong retrieved a supplementary bank card from his pocket and declared, "Mother, you need not toil from dawn till dusk anymore. I've won the lottery. This amounts to over 5 million. Our family shall no longer want for money, and you need not worry about my marital prospects any longer. Henceforth, please refrain from arranging blind dates for me." Comrade Lao Liang shot a glance at Wang Liang, initially still absorbed in thoughts of Lu Ruyan's exceptional qualities, believing his son to be wholly inadequate. Yet upon hearing Wang Liang's announcement of winning over 5 million, her emotions became somewhat disjointed. Lao Yang glanced at the bank card in her hand and back at him, for the first time realizing the weight of it. Clearly, she was overwhelmed with excitement, her expression betraying her feelings as she grasped Wang Liang's hand and implored, "Son, do not jest with me. You know that if you dare to deceive your mother, I shall not hesitate to wield this rolling pin. What do you think? I truly won." "Really?" "Indeed." Wang Liang nodded, just as he was about to say more when a sudden gust of wind swept past his ear. Smack! Another slap, delivered with considerable force. In that moment, Wang Liang felt as though his face had become asymmetrical. After a brief flush of warmth, a sharp stinging sensation followed. "Mother, please don't tell me you wish to verify whether this is a dream," Wang Liang exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Indeed, Comrade Lao Liang did not deny it. "You wish to verify? Then why strike me?" Wang Liang began to protest, but quickly closed his mouth. His own sister had just slapped him upon learning of his lottery win. Initially, he felt some discontent, but after receiving that slap from Lao Liang, he comprehended the truth. This trait of his sister's was indeed an inheritance from Lao Liang. "What's wrong? Am I not entitled to slap you? You are flesh of my flesh, after all," Lao Liang retorted, tucking the card into her pocket and delivering several more slaps to Wang Liang. "Mother, please, spare me. I came to bring you good news. How can you treat your son this way?" Wang Liang protested, retreating. "What reason do I have to listen to you? Come now, tell me, how many lottery tickets did you buy with that 18,000? Did you spend it all? If it weren't for the 5 million you brought home, I would have certainly given you a proper scolding today." Lao Yang concluded, brandishing the rolling pin in Wang Liang's direction. Realizing the situation was becoming precarious, Wang Liang recounted precisely how he had spent that 18,000, detailing his purchases without mentioning his winnings. Once he had clarified everything, Lao Yang's excitement began to settle. "Very well. I shall safeguard this 5 million for you until your wedding," she stated, casting a stern look at Wang Liang before hurriedly returning to her room. Moments later, the sounds of her animated voice echoed from within. 5 million. My son has truly won 5 million. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, Comrade Lao Liang would have deemed it impossible to amass such wealth. Soon after, she emerged from her room with renewed vigor. Wang Liang, sensing trouble, quickly distanced himself. "You little rascal, I have no time to concern myself with you right now. And about this matter, do not mention it to your father just yet. We shall wait for the right moment. Tonight, do not venture out. I'll return to prepare some ribs for you." "Understood," Wang Liang replied earnestly. Under Wang Liang's watchful gaze, Lao Yang seized the keys to the family's electric bike and exited the house. She felt an unsettling anxiety regarding the wealth she had seen online. Shortly thereafter, she arrived at the ATM, inserting her card, entering the password, and selecting the balance inquiry option with fluid motions. As the 7-digit number appeared on the screen, she was left dumbfounded, her heart racing as she stumbled backward, collapsing in front of the machine. The heavens have opened their eyes. We are truly prosperous. The balance displayed over 5,300,000. Such a reality was beyond Lao Liang's wildest dreams. No one could have anticipated that fortune would arrive so abruptly. It dawned on her why. During her recent visit to her maternal home, Wang Liang's third aunt had lavished praise upon her son. Clearly, she had caught wind of some news. Yet, the thought of lending money to Wang Liang's third aunt was unfathomable. Absolutely not, she resolved, recalling how Wang Liang had once borrowed money from them in connection with his marriage to Su Meng, only to return the favor with scorn. Just the thought of it stirred Lao Liang's indignation. Now, however, she genuinely possessed wealth, and soon, it would be Wang Liang's third aunt seeking financial assistance from them. That evening, Lao Yang prepared several pounds of ribs and even made a point to buy some delicacies. When Wang Jian returned home, he was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of meat. "What is this? Did we win the lottery?" was Wang Jian's first remark upon entering. At this, Lao Yang and Wang Liang exchanged glances, a hint of guilt passing between them before they quickly looked away. "What do you mean?" Lao Yang shot back. "At ISNT the New Year or any festival, why would we be eating meat if we hadn't won the lottery?" Wang Jian rubbed his hands together and reached for a piece. "Wash your hands first," Lao Yang reminded him. Since discovering their newfound wealth, Lao Yang had not resigned from her job. She continued her routine of work, Notably, she no longer needed to rise at the crack of dawn to labor tirelessly. Occasionally in good spirits, she would even treat herself to some meat. She would also buy new clothes for Wang Jian during her sporadic outings. Meanwhile, Wang Jian remained blissfully unaware, working diligently at the factory from 9 to 5. As a skilled worker, his tasks were generally not strenuous. Thus, Lao Liang refrained from advising him to ease his workload. Rather, she often suggested taking him on trips. In the days that followed, Lao Liang enjoyed a leisurely existence. However, Wong Leong faced a different reality. His online store had commenced operations, and the initial batch of intimate products was gradually entering the market. It was clear that this young man had a talent for the business. Wang Liang merely provided a simple tutorial on operational procedures and subsequent management. Little did he know that she adapted remarkably quickly. He was remarkably diligent in packaging and shipping, demonstrating an impressive work ethic. Occasionally, he even dabbled in the role of a customer service representative, addressing clients with endearing terms like dear and little darling, which nearly made Wang Liang retch. Perhaps he had not anticipated that she possessed such a remarkable talent for online romance. Astonishingly, he even mastered the so-called lowly voice. Just listen, this is hardly the behavior of a person. From Daxi, Wang Liang gleaned a crucial lesson. One must never engage in online relationships. For you can never truly know if that alluring goddess, with her sultry voice and innocent attire on social media, is merely a toe-picking brute behind the screen. Although Daxi could hardly be classified as such, his actions still left Wang Liang feeling quite nauseated. It was utterly revolting. Hey, let's hire a couple of attractive ladies as customer service representatives. To be frank, conversing daily with those older gentlemen feels a bit inappropriate, Daxi implored, sensing Wang Liang's scrutinizing gaze and feeling a twinge of embarrassment. At that moment, he genuinely feared that Wang Liang might take matters into his own hands. After all, one must pay the piper eventually. Imagining the consequences made Daxi's head ache. I see you're thriving your role. Today, I discovered for the first time that you possess such an unusual hobby, Wang Liang remarked as he offered Daxi a cigarette. Having ascended from a state of financial struggle to that of a billionaire, he had upgraded his smoking preferences. Now, he only smoked premium brands, as others made him cough. Damn it, take your ostentatious cigarettes and smoke mine. Mine are inferior. Daxi bashfully rejected Wang Liang's offering, retrieving a pack of yen 1935 from his pocket. One must admit, when it came to patriotism, Daxi truly excelled. Despite being a billionaire, he opted for a brand superior to Wang Liang's. It seemed he was more inclined to contribute a metaphorical cannonball to the nation. Daxi, I've been quite generous to you lately, buying you a BMW 740. You are now a person of status. When out in public, could you perhaps afford me, your boss, a modicum of respect? Wang Liang jested, casually accepting Daxi's cigarette pack and distributing a cigarette to him while surreptitiously pocketing the yen in 1935. Daxi glanced at Wang Liang, his lips twitching slightly. Damn it, what I got myself into. This guy is wealthier than I am and has the audacity to pilfer my cigarettes, Daxi thought. Listen, I'm serious. Can't we hire a couple of good-looking ladies to serve as customer service for our online store? This situation feels quite inappropriate for a man like me. Daxi earnestly pleaded. After all, it felt rather odd for a grown man to take on the role of an online customer service representative. All right, our clothing factory is officially in operation. During this period, you and Brother Zhang should keep an eye out or post some job listings. First, the candidates must be university students. Second, they must be women and attractive. Most importantly, their salaries should surpass the average wages in Handan City, plus commission, Wang Liang outlined, detailing his thoughts. Oh, and Daxi, could you also look into recruiting a designer for our department? Since we plan to produce lingerie, we must ensure it uses minimal fabric. The less, the better, Wang Liang continued, with the intention of establishing a lingerie factory that encompassed a full-service sales model. It was decided that aside from himself, Daxi, and Zhang Song as the three original shareholders, all other staff would be women. This production line needed to remain discreet initially. It was imperative that the villagers or outsiders remained oblivious to their operations, particularly that the boss was Wang Liang himself. After all, he was not yet married, and the thought of others knowing he had built his empire on lingerie was rather embarrassing. Oh, by the way, Daxi, when you have a moment, please enroll me in a photography class, preferably an intensive one. I wish to learn how to take more aesthetically pleasing photographs, Wang Liang rambled on, delegating a plethora of tasks to Daxi. However, Daxi proved to be quite competent, pulling out a small notebook to jot down everything Wang Liang mentioned. After conveying these matters, Wang Liang stood and headed to his brother-in-law's house. The reason for Wang Liang's busyness of late was his need to juggle two ventures. On one hand, he needed to diligently manage his small workshop. On the other, his brother-in-law's workshop was on the brink of transformation, which would undoubtedly demand more time and effort than his own. Whether it was his brother-in-law Zhou Cheng's shop or Wang Liang's own, he needed to take a hands-on approach. Naturally, he had invested in both, holding a 50% stake in each enterprise. In the ensuing period, the battle of price wars loomed ahead. As a person reborn, Wang Liang understood the intimidating dynamics of e-commerce in Hebei. Thus, from the outset, he fired the first shot. Whether in lingerie or in his brother-in-law's small workshop, he strategically lowered prices to boost sales. He even proactively sought professionals to boost sales numbers. Within just 3 days, his two products rose to the second and third positions in their category, even overshadowing the first and second competitors in sales models. Almost overnight, rumors circulated about Wang Liang's shops, with some posts featuring them at the top of trending discussions. Some professionals began to analyze whether Wang Liang's operational strategy was intentionally igniting a price war. However, Wang Liang couldn't be bothered to clarify these matters. For the past few days, he had already experienced overwhelming success. Chapter 63, Rogue Tactics. The revenue from the lingerie shop had accumulated to an impressive 30,000 per day, while his brother-in-law's small workshop generated a staggering 50,000 in daily profit. Since Wang Liang's two shops entered the market, they had gained a reputation for low prices and high quality, or in the case of the lingerie, ease of tearing. This drew an enthusiastic following from older gentlemen. Meanwhile, the small products produced by his brother-in-law, such as fried snacks, became staple offerings on northern Chinese dining tables and for entertaining guests. Indeed, the profits from the workshop were substantial, even with a slight reduction in margins. Each order still netted around 5 yuan. The true e-commerce price war had yet to commence, yet his brother-in-law had already earned a year's worth of profits. In the following days, his brother-in-law seemed invigorated, brimming with enthusiasm. As for the lingerie side, sales continued to soar. The stock of 600,000 units was rapidly depleting. Wang Liang began urging the workshop to expedite production and put to use. The first batch of products could easily be modeled after existing goods. Given sufficient time, Wang Liang could indeed produce his own line. After he initiated the price war, some shopkeepers began to react, lowering their prices and attempting to tarnish Wang Liang's reputation. However, such online attacks had no effect on him. He merely posted a statement on social media, allowing others to insult, malign, and slander him. Yet remaining unscathed by the so-called pressures of public opinion, he instead thrives in adversity, presenting even more exceptional products to the world. Recently, amidst a price war in the realm of intimate apparel, Wang Liang found himself untouched, as his small workshop had yet to commence operations. He simply could not compete. However, it appeared that his brother-in-law was not affected in the slightest. Your prices are low. My apologies, but I shall resort to unscrupulous tactics. I could give it away for free if need be. Thus, the profit margins on those little snacks from Tangfong plummeted from 5 yuan per order to 3 to 1, and eventually to a mere 50 cents per order, effectively squeezing out the competition. The rivals were too frightened to lower their prices further, for doing so would threaten the viability of their factories. Yet, for his brother-in-law, there was absolutely no impact. The profits garnered from the recent price war were sufficient to cover an entire year's wages for the workers under Zhou Cheng. Hence, their operation boasted low costs and high returns. Even engaging in a price war for a year, relying on mere profits of 30 or 20 cents per order, would allow Zhou Cheng to amass a fortune, perhaps even affording to open 2 additional branches. Press those prices down. Go ahead. Even if that batch doesn't yield profit, it must suffocate the competition. Remember this. Either we annihilate all present, or we succumb to our rivals. Yes, proceed as you wish, and later, have Brother Zhang reach out to the suppliers to negotiate lower prices. I intend to obliterate them. After hanging up the phone, Wang Liang lit a cigarette, reclining with his feet propped on the desk, exhaling clouds of smoke. Initially, he believed that those so-called busy magnates merely needed to sign contracts and paint grand visions for their employees. Little did he know, they also needed to teach Daxi a few underhanded tricks. Unable to confront them directly, Wang Liang began to engage in subterfuge. In the realm of e-commerce price wars, if he could compete, he would. If not, he would incur losses but still fight. Having money means one can afford to take risks. The revenue from these 2 e-commerce stores was merely trivial. After August, Tangsoon's underground operations took off, primarily due to a particular player showcasing their gold mining records. This drew the attention of affluent spenders and several studios. With their participation, Tangsoon's stock soared. Within less than half a month, Wang Liang's 2 million had surged to 25 million. In this short span, he earned an astounding 5 million. During this time, Jiang Yin even cautioned him to take a step back, considering the volatility of the stock market. If anything were to go awry in a single night, His 25 million could dwindle to a mere few thousand. There was even a chance he could become burdened with debt overnight. Yet, Wang Liang seemed utterly unconcerned, even doubling down with over 10 million invested in ByteDance stock. In a flash, both stocks began to yield increasing returns. Unable to dissuade him, Jiang Yin ceased her attempts, even covertly purchasing a portion of the stocks of both ByteDance and Tycoon on Wang Liang's behalf. One must admit, Wang Liang's foresight was indeed remarkable. The stocks she acquired were also on the rise. On several occasions, Jiang Yin took the initiative to invite Wang Liang out for dinner, but he consistently declined. He was far too engrossed in e-commerce matters to spare time for dating. One day, after a refreshing nap at his office, Wang Liang was preparing to call Daxi to enjoy a leisurely visit to a new spa when he suddenly received a call regarding his mother, comrade Lao Liang. "Hello, Liang Zi, are you free? What is up? I'm at the factory now. I might not return for dinner. I'm with Daxi. You need to come back right now." "Mother, what is the matter? Just come back. It's nothing serious." Comrade Lao Liang did not elaborate on the reason. Abruptly hanging up the phone, Wang Liang stared at his phone, momentarily dazed. Clearly, he was perplexed about the reason for his mother's summons. Could it be that she intended to arrange another blind date for him? The mere thought of it gave him a headache. Ding! A text message appeared on his screen. "Liang Zi, come back. Your grandmother is at our house, and it seems she has something to discuss with us. Your father is not home, and I'm unsure how to handle it alone." Upon reading this message from his mother, Wang Liang frowned slightly, a pang of sorrow washing over him. It appeared that comrade Lao Liang had lost hope in his father, which was likely why she reached out to him. An unsettling premonition crept over him. Old Lady Li had suddenly appeared. This did not bode well. Had someone leaked information? Were they coming to their home to demand repayment? This seemed unlikely. Could be they were there to borrow money. With those thoughts racing through his mind, Wang Liang wasted no time and called Daxi. He had been so preoccupied lately that he had completely forgotten about the matter of Old Lady Li selling her house. He was unsure whether she had indeed purchased that property. Chapter 64. Borrowing money again? What is it? I'm busy. As soon as the call connected, the clamor of the factory and Daxi's boisterous shouts filled the line. "I've been swamped. Did you sell my grandmother's house?" Wang Liang mimicked Daxi's tone sternly. "Yes, I bought at the price you suggested. I even added an extra 10,000 as a courtesy." Daxi replied, "Oh, you bought it." Upon hearing Daxi's confirmation that Old Lady Li had sold her old house, Wang Liang's eyes narrowed slightly. Purchasing it for 36,000 was a guaranteed profitable venture. This price was significantly below market value. In time, once government projects commenced, that 36,000 could easily quintuple. Although Wang Liang's family resided in a rural area, their village was merely a bridge away from the city center, where towering buildings stood, while their side was adorned with self-constructed rural homes. "Xia, we are truly in a dilemma. Please assist us. We have come prepared this time. See, we have even written an IOU. As long as we have the funds, we will repay you immediately, including the previous debts." Wang Liang had not yet entered the door when he overheard Old Lady Li desperately pleading with Liang Xia. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang's brow furrowed slightly. Initially, he had assumed Old Lady Li would repay her debts after selling the house. It seemed he had underestimated her family's intentions. They were indeed there to borrow money. Had he not instructed Daxi to purchase Old Lady Li's land, he would have likely fallen into their trap again. With this realization, Wang Liang's frown deepened as he stepped into the living room. As he entered, he was greeted by Old Lady Li's beseeching visage and his grandfather Wang Quangguo, who remained silent in the main seat. "Oh, Liang Zi is back. Come. Have a seat." Upon seeing Wang Liang approach, both Old Lady Li and Wang Quangguo displayed subtle expressions of disdain. However, they quickly masked their disdain, turning to adopt a flattering demeanor, attempting to bridge the gap with their grandson. Yet, Wang Liang was clearly unperturbed by their charade. No one would have expected these two elderly figures to possess such duplicitous natures. Just half a month prior, Old Lady Li had severed ties with them over a mere 50,000 yuan in bonus money. Now, once again contemplating the prospect of extracting money from their household, they adopted a deliberately subservient demeanor, pondering how to curry favor with the Wang family in hopes of securing a few more gold coins from them. However, through two tumultuous visits initiated by Old Lady Li and her family, Comrade Liang had come to see the true nature of his mother-in-law's family. There was no chance they would lend any money. Yet, Old Lady Li's schemes were relentless, leaving Liang Xia at a loss. It was worth noting that her son had just informed her of winning 5 million. Comrade Liang was genuinely apprehensive about being targeted by Old Lady Li's family for a loan, which is why he purposefully refrained from disclosing this news to Liang Zi's biological father. Was it possible that someone had let the cat out of the bag? "So, tell me, what is it that you want this time?" Wang Liang retorted, his tone laced with irritation. Confronted by his grandparents, who resembled vampires in their insatiable greed. Wong Leong naturally wore a displeased expression. The Li family was solely focused on how to extract some benefit from him, never once considering offering assistance when their own family faced hardships. They sought to reap rewards without ever extending a hand to help. On the contrary, old Uncle S family, despite contributing nothing, was lavished with praise and favoritism from the elderly couple, even though they were mere shadows of worth. What kind of attitude is this? Is this how you speak to us? Wang Quan Gue, as cantankerous as ever, brandished his smoking pipe, attempting to intimidate Wang Liang. Old man, what are you doing? Speak civilly. Before Wang Liang could respond, it was old lady Li who shot a glare at Wang Quan Gue, admonishing him. It was crucial for them to adopt a softer tone during this visit, as they were there to borrow money from Wang Liang's family. Despite their intentions, neither old lady Li nor Wang Quan Gue was particularly short on funds. The reason they had sold their house and approached Wang Liang was singular. They desired to purchase a luxurious vehicle for their promising eldest grandson. Although Wang Liang's family consisted solely of laborers, they likely looked down upon them. Nevertheless, even with that disdain, Wang Liang drove a respectable Magotan 330. Their eldest grandson, Wang Lei, was on the cusp of graduation and was expected to secure an internship position as a civil servant. It would be inconceivable for him to ride around on a dilapidated electric bike. Thus, old lady Li conspired with Uncle Wang and to sell their ancestral home to fund an Audi or Mercedes for Wang Lei, believing it befitting his status. Old lady Li considered herself a person of some standing in the village and could not allow Wang Un and Wang Lei to continue coveting the fine vehicle Wang Liang drove. Recently, an opportunity arose as someone in their village was aggressively purchasing homes. The elderly couple approached with hopes of selling their property at a favorable price. However, upon stating their asking price of $600,000, the buyer simply walked away after making a phone call. This prompted old lady Li to hastily assure them that the price was negotiable, but the buyer seemed indifferent, departing without a second thought. Eventually, old lady Li sought assistance from the village authority, which led to contact with the buyer again. Yet, the buyer initially offered only $350,000, significantly lower than their expectations. They even contemplated negotiating the price, as accepting a $25,000 reduction from their original asking price was unacceptable to anyone. However, the buyer showed no willingness to reconsider, insisting that they could take it or leave it. This left old lady Li in a quandary, and after much deliberation, she reluctantly sold the old house for $360,000. Nonetheless, even with this sum combined with their savings, it was evidently insufficient to procure a luxury vehicle for their grandson, prompting them to once again resolve to borrow money from Wang Liang's family. After all, once the money was borrowed, they had no intention of repaying it. With this thought in mind, old lady Li dismissed any lingering discomfort from their previous unpleasant encounter with Wang Liang's family. Liangzi, how can you speak to your grandfather like that? You know his temperament. Are you not afraid he might strike you? Old lady Li feigned a smile, her insincerity glaringly obvious. Wang Liang regarded her coldly, choosing not to respond, but he found her behavior revolting. Chapter 65. How much will Uncle S family take? Suddenly, Liang Xia, who had been silent, lifted her gaze to old lady Li. Was the sun rising in the west today? It was unusual for old lady Li to speak well of Liangzi. This was not her typical style. Liang Xia felt a wave of surprise. Has he not hit me enough? Oh, by the way, did you come here to repay the money? Wang Liang took the initiative, feigning ignorance. Repay money. At the mere mention of those words, grandfather Wang Quan Gui's face turned beet red with fury. Wang Liang's reference to repayment sparked memories of being woken each morning by Wang Liang knocking at his door, demanding repayment. His grandson was demanding money from him first thing in the morning. This had turned Wang Quan Gui and old lady Li into the laughingstock of their neighborhood. Wang Quan Gui had recently become so embarrassed that he had avoided going out, despite his numerous threats to Wang Liang to cease these early morning demands. The boy remained resolute, arriving ever earlier each day. Now, both old lady Li and Wang Quan Gui regretted provoking someone like him. Liangzi, we cannot possibly produce that money right now. You see, we are both of such advanced age. Where can we acquire funds? We will need to rely on you both for our retirement. Old lady Li feigned distress, continuing her act of desperation. If you have no money, then what brings you to my house? Wang Liang retorted coldly. Hey, you temperamental brat, who do you think you're speaking to? Wang Quan Gui began to rise, but a single glare from old lady Li silenced him. Remembering their purpose for being there, he thought better of prolonging the confrontation. Old lady Li, suppressing her anger, cleared her throat softly and produced a medical document, fabricating a tale. Liangzi, your grandfather is ill. See this medical record? The hospital has been urging him to be hospitalized. As you can see, we have no spare funds for this, so I was hoping to borrow some money from you to cover your grandfather's medical expenses. Upon hearing that Wang Liang's grandfather was unwell, Liang Xia felt a pang of compassion. If it were true that the elderly couple was indeed ill, borrowing some money might not be out of the question. Regardless of how poorly old lady Li and her husband had treated them, they were still elders. If they truly required assistance, it would be unbecoming to ignore their plight. Listening to old lady Li's words, a familiar sensation washed over Wang Liang. In a previous life, after marrying Su Meng, old lady Li had similarly produced a false medical record, claiming that his grandfather was gravely ill and borrowing money from them. At that time, Wang Liang, despite being financially strained, had borrowed 50,000 through online loans to give to old lady Li's family. However, not long after, Su Meng discovered that Wang Quangue was in perfectly good health. Coincidentally, during that same period, Wang Lei had suddenly acquired a Mercedes. Such matters are easily discerned, even by the dim-wit. It is clear that old lady Li has conspired with the affluent Wang family to swindle money from Wang Liang. Thus, Su Meng, accompanied by Wang Liang's parents, sought to reclaim their funds. Yet old lady Li resorted to tantrums and obstinacy, refusing to relent. Despite Wang Liang's recollection of Su Meng as a woman devoid of reason, she was unable to extract any advantage from old lady Li. The outcome was not only a failure to recover the money, but also an incident where his mother suffered a slap. From that day forth, the Wang family severed all ties with old lady Li's clan. Upon his rebirth, Wang Liang found that many events had indeed transformed along his timeline. Even though he had not wed Su Meng, the insatiable greed of old lady Li's family remained unchanged. Mother-in-law, what has happened to my father-in-law? How much do you require? In response to Wang Liang's prolonged silence, Comrade Lao Liang feigned concern. Examine the medical records for yourself. It is rather serious. You needn't contribute excessively. Just 100,000 will suffice. After all, wasn't Liangzi just awarded a sum recently? And since he hasn't married Su Meng, that 188,000 in betrothal gifts is still with you. I reckon 10,000 will be ample. Should it fall short, we can devise another plan. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang exclaimed in disbelief. In his previous life, old lady Li had merely requested 50,000. This time, she not only sought to claim the prize money from Wang Liang, but also harbored intentions towards the betrothal gifts of 188,000. To demand 100,000 outright was indeed brazen. Is 100,000 sufficient? Comrade Lao Liang wore a face of worry, believing that such an amount might not even cover the medical expenses for his father-in-law. After all, he was a millionaire, while 100,000 was considerable. It was not insurmountable. Mother, wait a moment. Wang Liang shot a glance at Comrade Lao Liang. The latter, recognizing the unspoken cue, refrained from further words, though concern lingered on his brow. Observing the foolish daughter-in-law who deemed 100,000 inadequate, old lady Li's eyes glinted with a scheming assurance. 100,000 should suffice. If not, we can discuss it further. If you can produce the funds, I can draft an IOU. I will certainly repay it. Old lady Li intended to first extract 100,000 from Liang Xia, then later seek another opportunity to press for more. Repay. Wang Liang shot a cold stare at old lady Li and continued. What do you propose to repay with? You previously denied the debts owed, and now you seek another loan. Is it possible that one of my brothers has encountered a predicament? How dare you speak to me like that? Old lady Li could no longer contain her frustration, shoving Wang Liang while brandishing the medical records before his eyes. Come, Liangzi, examine the medical records. Is this not serious? Perhaps your grandfather requires surgery. Can I jest about such matters? As old lady Li's temper flared, Wang Kangui rose, barking coldly, Grandmother, look at your grandfather's state of mind. Does he resemble an ill man? He frequently threatens to strike and berate me. Yet you expect us to provide you with money? I dare say, my grandfather is still quite robust. Could it be that these medical records are fabricated? Wang Liang retorted with a smirk. Upon hearing Wang Liang's accusation of forgery, both Wang Kangui and old lady Li exhibited signs of discomfort. You impudent child, we are merely discussing matters with your mother. What concern is it of yours? Must your grandfather lie bedridden before you acknowledge his illness? Wang Qiangui's facade crumbled, his face flushed with indignation. Indeed, Liangzi, we have watched you grow since childhood. Such cynical remarks are unbecoming. Old lady Li reprimanded sternly. Seeing the two elders in a flustered state, Wang Liang could not help but chuckle. While I might be amenable to providing funds, there exists a pertinent question. Ask, Grandmother, you assert that grandfather is unwell. Yet your sole focus is on extracting money from our family. I am curious as to how much my uncle's family has contributed. At this, old lady Li and Wang Qiangui's expression stiffened. Clearly taken aback by Wang Liang's mention of his uncle's family, Wang Qiangui faltered, Your uncle. Well, Your uncle's family contributed, but as you know, they are not affluent and only managed to gather 50,000. 50,000, Liang Xia gasped, incredulous. Just moments ago, she had contemplated how much to offer her parents-in-law. Yet now, learning that her uncle's family had contributed only 50,000 while they were being asked for 100,000 seemed absurd. Was this not unjust? Even Liang Xia, aware of her in-law's bias, could not fathom why they would expect her family to bear the burden of 100,000. What gives you the right? Wang Liang narrowed his eyes. Liang Xia admired her son's audacity. His question echoed her own sentiments. What gives you the right? I have stated that your uncle's family is financially strained, so it is commendable that they could produce 50,000 upon learning of your grandfather's illness. But does that mean our family must possess wealth? Confronted with Wang Liang's inquiries, old lady Li's gaze wavered, her confidence shaken by being scrutinized by someone younger. Indeed, your uncle's family has limited means, but does that imply we are affluent? Wang Liang countered. That is mere sophistry. I have witnessed the substantial red envelope given to you by the esteemed leader, which surely contained no less than 50 or 60,000. Old lady Li retorted sharply. In response, Wang Liang merely smiled, feigning amusement. Sophistry? Who is truly engaging in such tactics? You claim your uncle's family is struggling, yet they reside in an apartment while we dwell in a self-built home in the village. They receive 50,000, yet you demand we provide 100,000. Have you considered the difficulty we faced when I was unable to gather 30,000 for my bride's dowry? Under Wang Liang's piercing scrutiny, old lady Li found her fury lacking an outlet. In recent encounters, whenever Wang Liang was present, she found herself at a disadvantage in their arguments. Enough. Your grandmother's perspective is undoubtedly considerate. Both your family and your uncle's are facing hardships. While your uncle's contribution is modest, during my hospitalization, you need not worry. Let your uncle and aunt tend to me, allowing you to focus on earning a living. As old lady Li struggled to counter Wang Liang's logic, Wang Qingwei interjected. If what you just said struck Wang Liang as familiar, then my words should raise a note of caution in Liang Xia. Previously, they had claimed the need for renovations due to the house's age and extracted 10,000 from them. Was this not the same line of reasoning? Suddenly, Liang Xia felt a prickle of vigilance. Could it be true, as her son suggested, that the medical records were fabricated? Perhaps they sought to extract funds under false pretenses to support her uncle's family. This was not beyond reason. After all, they had employed similar tactics before. Thus, Comrade Lao Liang and Wang Jian had been preoccupied with strategies for earning money, never once visiting old lady Li's household. After an extensive period, they eventually came to realize that the funds elder Li had taken from them were not utilized for the renovation of her house. As for where the money had been spent, Liang Xia and Wang Jian could hardly be oblivious. The truth, however, was somewhat difficult to accept. Upon hearing Wang Qingwei's remarks once more, Liang Xia's anxieties dissipated entirely, replaced instead by a sense of wariness towards the two individuals. Wang Liang, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in old Liang's mind, nonetheless discerned the underlying sentiments of his grandparents with ease. The notion that his uncle's family was there to attend to them was utterly absurd. There was nothing inherently wrong to begin with. If they wanted money, they should simply ask for it, rather than concocting such grandiose justifications. Just contemplating this left a wave of nausea washing over Wang Liang. Yet, he refrained from directly exposing the vile nature of Wang Qingwei's words. Instead, he feigned a smile, saying, "Very well, grandfather, I shall cover your medical expenses. You can have uncle return the 50,000 to me later. At that time, I will have my parents attend to you. What does that sound?" Wang Qingwei's heart sank at these words, which effectively stifled any further comments he had intended to make, leaving him no grounds to continue his deceit. Elder Li, too, regarded Wang Liang with a hint of surprise. She found herself increasingly unable to fathom her grandson's intentions. Could it truly be that he was so benevolent as to shoulder all the medical expenses for his grandfather? It seemed utterly implausible. Nevertheless, Wang Liang was keen to probe whether his grandfather's ailment was genuine or feigned. No need for that. Your parents know nothing about such matters. It would be best to let your uncle's family take care of it, Wang Qingwei replied coldly. This response inevitably saddened Liang Xia. And even anger flickered in Wang Liang's eyes as he retorted, "Is that so? My parents may indeed lack knowledge. But why should they be expected to part with their money? It's as if you think I cannot afford my own wedding or dowry without your assistance." At this juncture, Wang Liang had no intention of extending any semblance of kindness towards Elder Li or Wang Qingwei, resolutely dismissing any thoughts of lending the money. Upon hearing this, Elder Li immediately bristled, declaring that she must procure funds today, or else how could she purchase a fine car for her beloved grandson? With this thought, she shot a fierce glare at Wang Qingwei before quickly pivoting to say, "Liangzi, I know you believe your uncle's family receives too little money while yours receives too much. Since you seem indifferent, how about you provide us with 50,000, and you needn't worry about taking care of your grandfather? Let your uncle and aunt handle that instead. Liangzi, don't be angry. You know your grandfather has temperament. He wouldn't say much, so why argue with him? Elderly, occasionally glancing at Wang Liang's expression, noticed a slight softening and thus turned to Liang Xia, asking Xia, do you think we could settle for 50,000 instead of 100? Surely you can manage that? Having failed to secure funds from Wang Liang, Elderly now turned her plea towards Liang Xia, convinced that if she agreed, Wang Liang would not dare to oppose her. Just as Elderly was inquiring of Liang Xia, another unexpected guest arrived. Chapter 67, Dog Bites Dog. Old Jian, Liang Xia. Come out here and see the good deeds your son has done. I demand an explanation today. In a main room, while Elderly watched Liang Xia intently, an almost thunderous voice erupted from outside. Liang Xia furrowed her brow and shot a glare filled with malice at Wang Liang. Who knew if this rascal had stirred up some trouble again? Wang Liang, puzzled, reflected that he had not been gallivanting about lately. At most, he had engaged in some soulful exchanges with foot and massage attendants, but had certainly not compromised himself in any way. Moreover, the voice outside bore an uncanny familiarity. As the two remained bewildered, Elderly, her face drawn, opened the main door, eager to confront whoever dared to disrupt her attempts to borrow money. Upon opening the door, Wang Liang's gaze fell upon Lu Shifeng and Lu Daxi, who stormed in with a fierce demeanor. Their arrival took Wang Liang by surprise. Having already clarified matters with Su Meng, why were they still here? Why couldn't they take a hint? All of you are here. How fortuitous. We must thoroughly discuss this matter. Lu Daxi feigned an air of authority, surveying the room with a stern expression. Little brat, you're still at home. And your grandparents are here too. Come, let them adjudicate this matter. Lu Shifeng barged into the room, dragging a chair over for herself without regard for anyone else. Noticing Lu Shifeng and Lu Daxi's sudden visit, Liang Xia did not grow agitated by their words, but instead smiled and said, Shifeng, what brings you here? Is it something concerning my son Liang? Lu Shifeng, momentarily setting aside her usual boisterousness, snapped back. What's the rush? Your son's wedding to my Meng has fallen through. So why the commotion? Elderly coldly rebuked, this isn't about defending my grandson. I simply think your arrival has disrupted my plans. Lu Shifeng shot a glance at the visibly displeased Elderly and retorted, Elderly, if I'm a shrew, what does that make you? Aren't you just as bad? What's wrong with me? When did it become your place to lecture me? Elderly, incensed by Lu Shifeng's words, brandished her cane and threatened, you better back off, or I'll make you regret it. However, Lu Daxi intervened, pushing Elderly's cane away and warning, if you lay a hand on my sister, you'll regret it. With her brother's support, Lu Shifeng stood tall and declared, what's wrong? Don't you know? Elderly, we're not far apart. Who doesn't know how you and your spouse dote on your eldest son's family? Scheming to extract money from the second to support the first? With that, Lu Shifeng cast a pointed glance at Wang Quangui, her tone dripping with sarcasm. You two shouldn't give me those looks. Do you think Liang Xia is unaware? I know better than anyone what you're plotting. Are we interrupting your plans to borrow money? Undoubtedly. Lu Shifeng's words struck at the heart of Elder Li and Wang Quangui's intentions, leaving them feeling utterly mortified. Throughout this exchange, Wang Liang and his mother, Liang Xia, remained silent spectators, watching the unfolding drama as the two sides clashed. Who let you in, you meddling woman? Get out. This is our home. Wang Quangui was clearly incensed by Lu Shifeng's comments and stormed toward her. What do you mean by favoritism? You Lu Shifeng, who doesn't know your own motives? Who else would demand an exorbitant bride price of 300,000 on the day of your engagement? And now that my grandson has decided not to marry your daughter, you come here desperate to plead for him to marry your cheap daughter? Pathetic. In the village, old Lady Li was renowned for her eloquence. When Lu Shifeng boldly exposed her secrets, Li did not hold back in her retort. Upon hearing this, Lu Shifeng became furious. Her face flushed as she scolded Li. You old hag, clarify yourself. Who's regretting? Whose plans have fallen through? Let me tell you, I came here solely to seek justice for my daughter. Who on earth wants your grandson to marry her? I wouldn't even desire it. Furthermore, what's wrong with me wanting 300,000? It's for my son's wedding. You two don't think you can intimidate me. Come on, let us see you try. I'm not one to be easily cowed. Lu Shifeng was undeterred, standing her ground against both old Lady Li and Wang Quangguo, showing no signs of backing down even when outnumbered. The heated argument between the three escalated rapidly. Wang Liang sat off to the side, watching the spectacle unfold as if he were a mere spectator. Originally, he was supposed to be the center of attention, yet as Li and Lu began their quarrel, he found himself relegated to an observer's role. Reflecting on this, he took out his cigarette, lit it, and quietly enjoyed the dramatic scene before him. As the argument threatened to escalate to violence, Lu Deshui interjected, positioning himself between the two women, and barked, "Old man. Old woman, do you truly believe the Lu family has no one to stand up for them? I'm right here, and I dare you to lay a hand on my sister." With his broad shoulders and imposing stature, Lu Deshui's presence alone was enough to intimidate both Old Lady Li and Wang Quangguo, causing them to involuntarily step back. Given their physiques, they were clearly no match for Lu Deshui. Realizing this, Wang Quangguo glanced at Wang Liang, and with just a look, he felt a surge of frustration. Here were his own parents nearly ready to come to blows with strangers while his grandson sat idly, puffing away and watching the farce unfold. In this moment, Wang Liang had become a bystander. This thought only heightened Wang Quangguo's ire, and he pointed a finger at Wang Liang, exclaiming, "You little brat, what are you waiting for? Don't you see they're bullying your grandfather?" At the mention of Wang Liang, even Lu Shifeng and Lu Deshui turned their attention to him. Particularly irked by his seemingly indifferent demeanor, they felt a twinge of discomfort. Lu Deshui, spotting the cigarette on the table, furrowed his brow. This kid has truly gone astray if he's taken to smoking. Clearly, it was time to teach Wang Liang a lesson, perhaps even strip him of his bravado. In response to the mounting tension, Wang Liang calmly extinguished his cigarette and said nonchalantly, "You all continue your quarrel. Why should I care?" His casual dismissal of the situation ignited the anger of the four individuals present. "You little brat, you better take a good look. He is your grandfather, and I am your grandmother. We have both been bullied in our own home, and you say it has nothing to do with you." At that moment, Old Lady Li was seething with rage, her tone suggesting she would gladly inflict harm upon Wang Liang if she could. "Oh, now you remember I'm your grandson?" Wang Liang shrugged, his disdain evident. "When my grandfather was hitting me, he certainly didn't treat me as a grandson, and when you wanted money, you didn't think of me as one either. And now that trouble has come, you start with the moral high ground, claiming I'm not acting like your grandson?" His words struck a nerve, causing Old Lady Li to visibly tremble with anger. She pointed an accusing finger at him before glancing at the silent Liang Xia, rendered momentarily speechless. For years, Old Lady Li had held sway over Liang Xia and Wang Jian, dictating their actions without question. Yet now, Wang Liang dared to defy her authority, infuriating her to the point of silence as she glared at Liang Xia, her eyes conveying a message that spoke of disappointment in the son she had raised. Meanwhile, Wang Quangguo shook his head in resignation, his own anger growing evident. Once Wang Jian returned, he would ensure that his son taught this ungrateful grandson a lesson. Despite having exploited Wang Liang and his family for a prolonged period, Wang Quangguo felt justified in his expectations of Wang Liang's obedience, as he saw him as a mere extension of his will. Wang Liang's words gave the impression of rebellion, a betrayal of familial loyalty when they should have been united against outsiders. As he pondered this, Wang Quangguo's gaze at Wang Liang became increasingly hostile. He had never had a fondness for Wang Liang, and this latest exchange only deepened his disdain. In comparison to his older brother, Wang Liang was nothing. "You little brat, do you even hear yourself? Are you trying to provoke me?" Wang Quangguo spat through clenched teeth, the veins on his wrinkled face visibly throbbing with rage. Both Old Lady Li and Wang Quangguo were incensed by Wang Liang's boldness. Yet, Liang Xia felt a sense of relief wash over her upon hearing her son's words. In that fleeting moment, it was as if the years of pent-up grievances had found a voice through Wang Liang. Indeed, for years, her in-laws had either demanded money or imposed laborious tasks upon them without gratitude. Liang Xia and Wang Jian had devoted themselves to their parents-in-law, working tirelessly and with little complaint, even as they witnessed the blatant favoritism shown towards Wang Liang's family. What truly weighed heavy on their hearts was the realization that, despite their unwavering support, their in-laws spoke ill of them within the village. Today, as her in-laws clashed with outsiders, Liang Xia held no desire to assist them. Instead, she found herself reveling in the unfolding drama. Wang Liang's words resonated with her, serving as an unexpected vindication for her own struggles. The relief she felt was palpable. "Just don't die in my house. I can't stand the bad luck," Wang Liang remarked, his face contorted in disdain. "You, Wang Liang, are unworthy of being our grandson." Old Lady Li trembled as she pointed an accusatory finger at him. "Look at your own grandson, refusing to help you. You must be utterly detestable for him to despise you so." She failed to consider her past treatment of Wang Liang, and instead blamed him for his refusal to assist. "Your audacity rivals that of City Wall," Lu Shifeng interjected gleefully, clapping her hands in delight, though she had come to stir trouble. Witnessing Old Lady Li's family falter filled her with joy, akin to a sweet indulgence. "You're not saints either. Don't forget why you're here." As Lu Shufeng reveled in the unfolding chaos, old lady Li cast a chilling gaze at Wang Liang. Xia, let your son continue on this self-destructive path from now on. If anything happens, we won't lift a finger to help you. Wang Quanguo's stern expression conveyed an underlying threat, ostensibly aimed at severing ties, but actually intended to coerce Liang Xia into scolding Wang Liang, forcing him to recognize the importance of respecting his elders. Yet Liang Xia appeared indifferent to Wang Quanguo's words, seemingly oblivious to what he had uttered. Is that so? Well then, we truly may not require your family any longer. Since the discussion has reached such a point today, shall we also forego the money? Wang Liang's remark fell like a bolt from the blue. The previously fierce expressions of old lady Li and Wang Quanguo instantly collapsed. After Lu Shufen's arrival, they had been so preoccupied with arguing with her that they had entirely forgotten the purpose of their visit. With Wang Liang's nonchalant words, old lady Li and Wang Quanguo nearly struck themselves in the face for their recklessness. They had come to borrow money, after all. Now it seemed that Wang Liang's words had sealed their fate. Repayment was surely out of the question. At this moment, the countenances of old lady Li and Wang Quanguo were as grim as could be. Tisk, tisk, I indeed guessed correctly. You two elderly folks are relentless in your pursuits, coming to Wang Liang's home solely to seek financial assistance. Over the past 2 years, the sum you have taken from Wang Liang must be close to 300,000, if not more. In my view, the reason Wang Liang remains unmarried is largely due to you. With such a significant sum taken, how could he possibly afford a wedding? Lu Shufeng watched with glee, fanning the flames from the sidelines. Nonetheless, her words only served to darken Liang Xia's expression further. Indeed, how could Liangzi not marry Su Meng? Should they be blamed for not earning money? Absolutely not. Regardless of how much they earned, it was all siphoned away by their in-laws. Even on the day of Wang Liang's engagement, when 18,800 was required as a betrothal gift, old lady Li reluctantly handed over 3,000, promising to return it promptly after the wedding. It should be noted that over the years, most of the money earned by Liang Xia and Wang Jian had flowed into the hands of their in-laws. If one were to tally it all up, it would nearly amount to 300,000. Pay it back. Liang Xia's emotions spiraled out of control as she shouted at old lady Li. Chapter 69. Wang Liang is furious. Upon hearing Liang Xia's desperate outburst, Wang Liang was momentarily taken aback. Then his gaze gradually narrowed. His mother, who had been honest all her life, was finally awakened by Lu Shufeng today. Previously, his parents had worked diligently, enduring hardships without complaint, even when their in-laws appropriated their money to support Wang Liang's uncle's family. In the past, Liang Xia and Wang Jian would often turn a blind eye to such matters. However, after Lu Shufeng revealed such a horrifying figure, even Liang Xia, typically so mild-mannered, could no longer contain her outrage. What are you shouting about? Who are you yelling at? Wang Quanguo's expression turned cold as he reprimanded Liang Xia. You little brat, have you gone mad? Do you dare to challenge me? I can have my son deal with you. Old lady Li joined in the scolding as well. At this moment, both she and Wang Quanguo had already torn their facade with Wang Liang, no longer needing to feign civility, especially upon hearing Liang Xia's audacity to shout at them. One can only imagine the depth of anger surging within old lady Li and Wang Quanguo. Previously, Liang Xia had always been submissive to them. The sudden shift in her demeanor would inevitably cause them to feel a sense of imbalance. Enough. Wang Liang slammed a cup down onto the table. Crash. As the cup shattered, it startled old lady Li and Wang Quanguo, causing them to retreat. Even Lu Shufeng and Lu Deshui, who were nearby, were taken aback by Wang Liang's actions. In that moment, Wang Liang's eyes glimmered with red, and his chest heaved with intensity. Throughout this period, he had never allowed anyone to sway his emotions. Yet today, upon witnessing his parents being berated by old lady Li and Wang Quanguo, he could no longer suppress his fury. Who are you trying to intimidate? Wang Liang, whom are you throwing cups at? We have yet to settle accounts with you, and you are already losing your patience. Lu Shufeng rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Liang. Clearly, Wang Liang's earlier action of shattering the cup had frightened her. In her mind, he had always been a simpleton. His sudden outburst was difficult for her to digest, prompting her reprimand. I will deal with your matters later. If you utter another word, get out. Wang Liang glared at Lu Shufeng, his eyes red with intensity. With just that glance, he intimidated Lu Shufeng, causing her to retreat in fear. Old lady Li, today you either repay the money, or we shall meet in court. Wang Liang spoke coldly, the respectful address of grandmother long gone from his tone. Old lady Li was evidently taken aback by Wang Liang's attitude, rendered motionless. Upon hearing this, Wang Quanguo raised his smoking pipe, ready to strike Wang Liang. However, Wang Liang was not about to give him the chance. He snatched the pipe from Wang Quangwo's grasp and hurled it away. You little brat, what do you mean? Do you want to hit an old man today? Wang Quangwo was furious. That pipe was his treasure. The fact that it was tossed away brought him immense distress. Yet Wong Leong appeared unfazed by the threat, even taking a couple of steps closer to Wang Quangwo. You better behave yourself. Don't think you can intimidate me with your status as a grandfather. If you lay a finger on me, I can ensure you won't get back up. His words, coupled with the fierce aura radiating from Wang Liang, made Wang Quangwo swallow hard. He was aging, but his grandson was still in his prime. Should it come to blows, Wang Quangwo would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Liangzi, don't be impulsive. At that moment, Liang Xia, her eyes reddened, tugged at Wang Liang. In her view, no matter how wrong their in-laws had been, they were still Wang Liang's grandparents. If he struck his own grandparents, he would inevitably earn the title of an unfilial descendant in the village. Moreover, Wang Liang was not yet married. He must not commit such a foolish act. Mother, rest assured, I won't resort to violence. Despite the anger coursing through him, Wang Liang still possessed a semblance of reason. At the very least, he understood that no matter how furious he became, he could not lay a hand on Wang Quangwo. His earlier words were merely intended to intimidate. While I still possess some semblance of reason, you all, including you, should leave at once. Wang Liang turned back, shouting at Lu Shufeng and Old Lady Li. Perhaps he had not anticipated that the situation would escalate to such a degree today. Originally, Old Lady Li had come to borrow money. Wang Liang had no intention of lending it. He merely sought a reason to irritate the blood-sucking Old Lady Li. Then Lu Shufeng barged in, and the argument escalated, while he maintained an air of detached indifference. It was only when both sides unleashed their fury upon his mother that he could no longer remain passive. Leave. Upon hearing Wang Liang's demand for them to leave, Lu Shufeng was the first to object, quickly rising to scold him. Why should I leave? When my daughter's affairs are not yet settled. And now you wish to expel me? Not a chance. Wang Liang shot a cold glance at Lu Shufeng. What unresolved matters are there regarding your daughter? Is it about the 60,000 deposit? What? You don't plan to return it? Upon hearing the mention of repayment, Lu Deshui's eyes widened. Repay what money? Have you ever seen a family demand back engagement money? Don't use that to argue with me. Yes, let us not even mention that 60,000 deposit. Let us discuss how you ought to compensate my daughter, considering she has been with you for such a long time. I tell you, when my daughter was with you, she was still an untouched maiden. After being with you for so long, she never asked for any compensation for emotional distress, which is already quite generous. Lu Shufeng interjected. Listening to the siblings attempting to evade their debts, Wang Liang could only laugh in exasperation. Although the sum of 60,000 yuan was not exorbitant, it represented the fruits of his labor, painstakingly earned alongside his parents. How could he allow Lu Shufeng's trifling words to dismiss such a significant amount? So, you have no intention of repaying that 60,000. Furthermore, you claim your daughter is a virtuous maiden. Are you truly still asking for compensation for emotional distress? Wang Liang's disdainful inquiries left Lu Shufeng and Lu Deshui inexplicably enraged. What is wrong with what I said? Lu Shufeng retorted defiantly. Lu Shufeng, have you considered your own conscience? Do you truly hear what you are saying? You dare to call your daughter a virtuous maiden? Do you not feel any shame? I must be clear. During the time I spent with your daughter, I did not even embrace her. So how does your daughter's virtue concern me? Are you insinuating that I violated her? Wang Liang's words shattered the carefully prepared arguments of Lu Shufeng, leaving her utterly speechless. Even Lu Deshui, who had previously strutted about with arrogance, seemed deflated upon hearing that Wang Liang had never even touched Su Meng. Chapter 70. Changing the subject. In that moment, both Lu Shufeng and Lu Deshui stood frozen, realizing that their schemes had crumbled following Wang Liang's revelation. They had initially intended to exploit Su Meng's pregnancy to place the blame squarely on Wang Liang, even if he was reluctant to marry their daughter. Lu Shufeng believed that Liang Xia and Wang Jian, the honest couple, would not allow their son to run amok after learning of the situation. If Wang Liang refused to acknowledge the issue, Lu Shufeng planned to spread rumors throughout the village to tarnish his reputation. She thought that, after such a campaign, Wang Liang would no longer be so brazen, and that matters of betrothal gifts and housing would fall under her family's control. Moreover, she envisioned Wang Liang experiencing the predicament of unexpected fatherhood. However, her plans were swiftly dashed by Wang Liang's blunt dismissal. Fortunately, she had refrained from slandering Wang Liang just yet. Otherwise, his declaration of innocence would have exposed her deceit. Moreover, with Old Lady Li present, it was certain that news of Su Meng's pregnancy would soon spread to several neighboring villages, jeopardizing her daughter's prospect for marriage. Oh, so she is a virtuous maiden? If you want to extort money, just say so. Why bother with useless talk? Who knows if your daughter is truly virtuous. Do you really think people are so easily intimidated? Such shamelessness. As Lu Shifeng and Lu Deshui faced humiliation, Old Lady Li could not resist taking a jab at them. Be quiet. Old Lady Li, what good are you? Lu Shifeng snapped, glaring fiercely at her. I knew your family had ulterior motives. You owe money and still expect to borrow more? When borrowing, one should adopt a humble demeanor, not act so high and mighty. Who would dare lend to you? I fear you won't repay it. Both Lu Shifeng and Old Lady Li were known as tough characters in the village, never backing down from a quarrel. In rural life, such individuals would assert their dominance, regardless of whether they were right or wrong. As tensions flared, Wong Leong had no intention of indulging them. He pointed towards the door and barked, enough. If you wish to argue, take it outside. I don't want my neighbors thinking I'm keeping a couple of dogs that bark incessantly. Typically, if Old Lady Li and Lu Shifeng were to clash, Wang Liang might have sat back with a snack to watch. But at that moment, he had no interest in their petty squabbles. You little brat. Who do you think you are? We didn't come to see you. We came to see your father. Wang Gue, though hesitant to confront Wang Liang physically, still spoke with arrogance. Yes, since when did this household come under your authority? Whether or not to give money is not for you to decide. So shut your mouth. Realizing Wang Gui's words, Old Lady Li understood that in the second family, the second son held the sway. As for whether to lend money, it was not Wang Liang's prerogative. They would have to wait for Wang Jian to return for a decision. Thus, she felt no need to be polite with Wang Liang. Adopting a more assertive tone, Wang Liang, you better watch your tongue. Who are you calling a dog? Lu Deshui reprimanded sternly. Exactly. Just because you tell us to leave, we must? If you don't provide us with a satisfactory explanation today, we're not going anywhere. Compared to Old Lady Li and others, Lu Shifeng sat down on the ground, tearfully lamenting. Liang Xia, look at what kind of son you've raised. Not long ago, your son invited my daughter out, and she booked a rather upscale restaurant. That meal cost her 2,000 yuan, but your son stood her up. In the end, my daughter had to beg and borrow just to settle the bill. Now tell me, should your son compensate us for that money? In truth, the total expenditure at the Western restaurant was only around 8,000 yuan. However, since Lu Shifeng was there to demand money, she naturally inflated the figure. In an instant, the ire that had been directed at Old Lady Li shifted entirely to Wang Liang. Oh, you claim we are here to demand money. But aren't you asking for money, too? And right off the bat, you asked for 2,000. By the way, Lu Shifeng, did you inquire what kind of magical dish your daughter consumed? Is it a longevity elixir, or was there gold in her meal? Bah. Upon realizing that Lu Shifeng was also there to demand money, Old Lady Li became displeased. Before Wang Liang could retort, she interjected, What do you know, old woman? Have you ever tasted anything exquisite? 2,000 for a meal? Let me tell you, there are meals in the city that cost over 100,000. Look at you, clearly unaccustomed to the finer things in life. Lu Shifeng rolled her eyes in response. Yes, I may not be well-versed in the world, but I certainly know my limitations. I wouldn't dare touch what I cannot afford. Unlike some, who cannot even afford to treat their own daughter, yet insist on going out. Now look, my grandson doesn't even want to go anymore. Serves them right. Old Lady Li, feeling victorious, launched a relentless assault on Lu Shifeng regarding the 2,000. Not only that, she even cast a pleased glance at Wang Liang and Liang Xia, hoping to unite against the crazy woman and drive her away. However, Wang Liang remained silent, having no time to ponder Old Lady Li's motives. He was well aware that she was simply trying to ease the tension between her and his mother, Liang Xia, while subtly bringing up the topic of borrowing money again. Of course, this could just be his conjecture, but it was clear that Old Lady Li's eagerness to call her grandson did not bode well. Who are you calling unable to afford anything? Lu Shifeng snapped in frustration, pointing accusingly at Old Lady Li. Up until now, Lu Shifeng had been the one revealing Old Lady Li's shortcomings, leaving her and Wang Gue with no way out. Now, the tables had turned, and as Old Lady Li pointed out Lu Shifeng's faults, her expression began to darken. What's wrong? Are you going to lay hands on this old woman? Old Lady Li taunted, stepping closer, feigning a desire to provoke. As long as Lu Shifeng dares to lay a finger on him, this matter would not be so straightforward. I, Lu Shifeng, raised my hand, but ultimately refrained. At her advanced age, if I were to strike her, it would certainly lead to her becoming a persistent nuisance. At that point, even if I were in the right, I would find it difficult to articulate my case. Step aside. This matter does not concern you, I thought. Moreover, you claim Wang Liang is your beloved grandson. But does he acknowledge you as his grandmother? Lu Shifeng huffed coldly, then turned her gaze toward Wang Liang. Speak up. How shall we resolve this? Chapter 71. Is Lin Qingqing here? After Lu Shifeng attempted to shift the focus, the crowd's attention naturally fell upon Wang Liang. In Lu Shifeng's view, since the muck could not tarnish Wang Liang, she must at least extract some benefit from him. She contemplated that since she was present. She was determined to wring something of value from Wang Liang before leaving. Insane. Wang Liang retorted icily, brandishing his phone as a threat. You had better leave quickly, otherwise I shall call the police. What are you going to report? Lu Shufin snapped, attempting to snatch the phone from him. However, Wang Liang was not about to let her succeed, responding coldly, if you don't want me to call the police, then leave. Leave? You must provide some explanation first. You invited my daughter out, and she only went to such an expensive restaurant because of you. Otherwise, it wouldn't have cost so much, Lu Shufin insisted. Her face brazen. Now, she was fully aware of her objective. Money. Even if Wang Liang could not provide a substantial sum, she would be satisfied with 10,000 yuan. What explanation do you need? Even if I did invite your daughter out for dinner, I did not dictate where she had to dine. She chose it herself. What does that have to do with me? Wang Liang frowned, speaking in a cold tone. How could it not concern you? If you hadn't invited her, where would she have dined? Moreover, who takes a girl out to dinner and expects her pay? I believe you bear half the responsibility. Thus, you need not compensate me 20,000. Just a mere 10,000 will suffice. Lu Shufin seemed to think she was making a significant concession, feigning reluctance. Yet Wang Liang was not swayed, stating bluntly, 10,000? Lu Shufin, how audacious you are. I assure you, I will not part with a single cent. I didn't even take a bite of the meal, and you expect me to cough up 10,000? Am I some sort of fool? If you can't afford to eat, then don't, and stop acting like a big shot. Upon hearing this, old lady Li became animated, her face dripping with sarcasm. Indeed, if you can't afford it, don't eat. Even if my grandson invited your daughter out, at the very least, the choice of venue should be determined by him. Your daughter, however, went straight to such an expensive place, feasted heartily, and only then thought to have my grandson foot the bill. Isn't that just a ploy to take advantage of him? Don't think my grandson would be so eager to pay just for anyone. What, does her daughter think she is some sort of star? With people clamoring to treat her to dinner? After old lady Li finished speaking, she deliberately glanced back at Wang Liang, seemingly to boast. However, the latter didn't even spare her a glance. Hearing their words, Lu Shufin trembled with rage, yet she realized she was in the wrong. After much hesitation, Lu Shufin spoke again. Wang Liang, regardless of the circumstances, you did invite my daughter out, didn't you? Do you dare claim this matter has nothing to do with you? At this, a smile curved Wang Liang's lips. I invited your daughter? Why don't you call Su Meng and ask her? Inquire whether she invited me, or if I invited her. With Wang Liang's outburst, Lu Shufin's expression shifted. She had anticipated that Wang Liang had become so articulate. After several exchanges, she realized she had gained nothing. Seeing Lu Shufin remain silent, Wang Liang continued. You say this time it was I who invited your daughter. Thus, I must bear half the responsibility. But what if it was your daughter who invited me? Would she then also bear half the responsibility? I recall spending over 100,000 that day with the she. Why not have your daughter contribute half as well? With his words, Lu Shufin felt her face flush with humiliation. At that moment, had there been a crack in the ground, she would have plunged into it without hesitation. Wang Liang, what nonsense are you spouting? What gives you the right to claim you spent over 100,000 in a single day? Bring forth the receipts. As Lu Shufin realized she could not extract money from Wang Liang, Lu Deshui stepped forward, coldly reprimanding. Oh, are you in a hurry? Wang Liang retorted. To my knowledge, Su Meng and that day at the Western restaurant, the two of them at most spent 8,000. If there were 20,000, then present the evidence. What an embarrassment. You little brat, what did you just say? Dare you repeat that? Lu Deshui, provoked by Wang Liang's words, erupted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, seizing Wang Liang by the collar and threatening him. If Wang Liang dared to speak again, Lu Deshui would not hesitate to slap him. What's going on today? It's quite lively in here. Just as the atmosphere in the hall grew tense, Daxi swaggered in, rubbing his hands together. But when he saw Wang Liang being grasped by Lu Deshui, without hesitation, he shoved Lu Deshui aside. What the hell? Old man, are you tired of living? How dare you grab my brother Liang's collar? Do you believe I'll make you leave here horizontally today? As Daxi spoke, he prepared to teach Lu Deshui a lesson. Yet before he could act, 5 slender fingers extended from behind him, pulling Daxi back. Don't be so quick to resort to violence. Otherwise, you'll find it hard to explain yourself. Upon hearing the cold voice, Wang Liang's brow furrowed slightly, his face a mask of astonishment as he turned to look at the woman behind Daxi. Lin Qingqing, what is she doing here? With Lin Qingqing's arrival, everyone's gaze shifted to her. Old Lady Li and Wang Quangguo appeared to be in disbelief, even rubbing their eyes to scrutinize Lin Qingqing more closely. This young lady looked so familiar. Could she possibly be a relative of Su Meng? Meanwhile, Lu Shufin took a few steps back upon seeing Lin Qingqing, perhaps shocked that Lin Pingzheng's daughter had come to Wang Liang's home. Hello, Auntie. Lin Qingqing greeted the bewildered comrade Lao Liang, then approached Wang Liang, whispering, "What is happening now?" Observing Lin Qingqing's curious expression, Wang Liang replied testily, "You arrived just in time. These two have intruded upon private property. According to your bureau's regulations, what should be done?" "Oh." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing's gaze shifted to Lu Shufin and Lu Deshui, her expression growing increasingly frosty. After hearing Wang Liang's words, Lu Deshui hastily rose from the ground, feeling somewhat guilty as he hid behind Lu Shufin. Just moments ago, Daxi had shoved him down, and he had been fuming, contemplating how to extort Daxi. But now, Wang Liang's words made him nervously glance at the young woman in athletic wear. Could she also be affiliated with the bureau? Regardless of whether she was or not, Lu Deshui dared not act recklessly anymore, fearing he might attract unnecessary trouble and end up in custody. "Miss I, you needn't speak. I know who you are," Lin Qingqing interrupted Lu Shufin coldly. She then produced a police badge from her pocket. "I am currently off duty, but if you insist on causing trouble here, I would not mind working overtime." Chapter 72. What to do when owed money. Upon hearing those words, Lu Deshui's expression subtly shifted. This young girl is indeed one of those from the precinct. Misunderstanding. We shall take our leave immediately." Lu Deshui raised his hand slowly, his face adorned with a fawning smile as he retreated. He approached Lu Shufin and did not forget to tug at her, signaling her to depart and avoid any trouble. "Wait." Just as Lu Deshui was pulling the bewildered Lu Shufin to leave, Lin Qingqing suddenly spoke up. In that moment, Lu Deshui felt an unsettling, prickling sensation at the back of his head and hurriedly explained to Lu Shufin, "That girl, it's surely a misunderstanding. You see." "Be quiet," Lin Qingqing commanded. At this, Lu Deshui obediently closed his mouth. Lin Qingqing had no intention of engaging with Lu Deshui. Her gaze remained fixed on Lu Shufin. After Lu Shufin turned around and met Lin Qingqing's scrutinizing stare, she felt an aversion to holding eye contact. "I do not know if you still keep in touch with my father. You have your family, and he has his. Let the past be forgotten. As a younger generation, I advise you not to seek unnecessary trouble." Lin Qingqing spoke with an air of indifference. Lu Shufin nodded in trepidation upon hearing her words. Wong Leong could hardly believe that the usually fearless Lu Shufin also had someone she feared. At that moment, Li Lao Tai and Wang Quangui seemed to grasp something. No wonder this girl looked so familiar. She is Su Meng's sister. Lu Shufin was once quite the rebellious spirit in the village. Eventually, she became pregnant, and the only option left was to marry. Observing Lin Qingqing's demeanor, it appeared she was the child of Lu Shufin's former lover. With that, everything fell into place. "If there's nothing else, we shall take our leave," Lu Deshui chuckled awkwardly, pulling his sister towards the exit. As the siblings quickly departed, Wang Liang stood at the doorway, waving to them. "Lu Shufin, I advise you one last time. Return the 60,000 yuan deposit promptly, or we shall see each other in court." At these words, Lu Shufin nearly lost her footing. Lu Deshui cast a fierce glare at Wang Liang, his mind racing with thoughts. To him, today was merely Wang Liang's stroke of luck. In the future, he vowed not to allow this brat to escape his grasp. If he did, things would not go well for Wang Liang. Are you saying they owe your family money?" Lin Qingqing retorted. "This matter is rather lengthy. I will explain it to you later." Wang Liang waved his hand, unwilling to waste breath on the subject. To think, Lin Qingqing nearly became his sister-in-law. "Oh." Lin Qingqing nodded obediently. "However, I do have something to consult you about regarding the money." Wang Liang cast a mischievous glance at Li Lao Tai and Wang Quangui. Clearly, the two were unaware that Wang Liang had already set his sights on them. What question do you have?" "Please feel free to ask," Lin Qingqing said, taking her seat and noticing Wang Liang's dubious expression, which made her feel somewhat uneasy. "Let us say someone has money but deliberately refuses to repay. What should we do?" Wang Liang asked, intentionally glancing at Li Lao Tai and Wang Quangui. Following his gaze, Lin Qingqing looked at them as well. Under their scrutiny, Wang Quangui began to feel anxious, while Li Lao Tai exhibited a defiant demeanor, even scolding Wang Liang. "What are you looking at? You little brat, what do you mean? When did we owe your family money? Don't speak nonsense with your eyes wide open." In Li Lao Tai's mind, repayment was out of the question. Even if they had the money, they would never return it. Lin Qingqing seemed oblivious to the awkward atmosphere and did not respond to Wang Liang, instead quietly observing the current situation. "Li Lao Tai, you cannot escape the debt now. We have an IOU, explicitly stating how much you owe us, and you even left your fingerprint," Wang Liang said nonchalantly. Previously, they had wanted to reclaim the money taken by Li Lao Tai, but lacked an IOU, making it unrealistic to retrieve. However, he had no intention of letting go of the 100,000 yuan this time. "You little brat, how dare you speak to me like that? I'm your grandmother. What is wrong with taking your family's money? Besides, when was there an IOU? Show it to me. I don't recognize any such document. Li Lao Tai made it clear she intended to deny the debt, even plotting to take the IOU from Wang Liang to destroy the evidence. Look. Wong Leong spread his hands, feigning helplessness. However, he had already hatched a plan in his mind. This time, he intended to teach the bloodsucker, Li Lao Tai, and Wang Quangui a lesson, ensuring they thought twice before coming to his family to demand loans again. You see, if we have an IOU, can we take them to court if they refuse to repay? Now, Wang Liang could not be bothered with Li Lao Tai and Wang Quangui, instead turning to Lin Qingqing for her opinion. Certainly, but you must have all the necessary documentation to proceed with a lawsuit. Lin Qingqing spoke frankly, having nothing to conceal regarding such matters. Excellent, that is splendid. You should find a reliable lawyer, since some individuals refuse to repay. Let South take this to court and see who will be embarrassed then. After reminding Daxi, Wang Liang shifted his gaze back to Li Lao Tai, who was evidently incensed by Wang Liang's sardonic tone and shouted in anger, "You little brat, stop trying to scare me. Go ahead and sue, if you can. I truly don't believe a grandson would sue his grandmother. You said it yourself." Wang Liang reiterated, undeterred by her obstinacy. "I mean it. Even if the King of Heaven were to come, I would still stand my ground. You little brat, look at you, wanting to sue your grandmother. When your father returns, let us see if he doesn't deal with you." Faced with Wang Liang's relentless provocations, Li Lao Tai was on the verge of erupting in rage. Just then, Comrade Wang Jian walked in, pushing a Yamaha motorcycle. Chapter 73. Wang Jian's Seven Wolves. Wang Liang stood frozen in place, thinking to himself, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Wang Jian, at this moment, had finished work. "Oh, what is going on? Why is the house so lively? Father, mother, what brings you here?" Wang Jian greeted them with a silly grin. Despite the recent unpleasantness with Li Lao Tai and others, these were still Wang Jian's biological parents. Could he truly expect them to remain silent for life over a trivial disagreement? The previous incident was indeed his parents' fault, and in his anger, he had chosen not to acknowledge them. Now that they had come to visit, how could he possibly turn them away with a cold demeanor? Wang Jian was not one to hold grudges. To him, they were family. Even if they occasionally quarreled, it was nothing monumental. Family is something one can always reconcile over. "Uncle." Lin Qingqing stood up and offered a polite bow. Comrade Wang Jian gave a slight wave of his hand and said, "My dear girl, please take a seat." Lin Qingqing was not a stranger to him. After all, she was the daughter of a high-ranking official. It was quite curious that she had come to his home today. With this thought in mind, Comrade Wang Jian cast a wary glance at Wang Liang, pondering whether his son had developed some ulterior motive regarding Lin Qingqing and perhaps was reluctant to marry Su Meng. If that were indeed the case, Comrade Wang Jian would not let Wang Liang off easily. He was well aware of his son's character and could not allow such a delicate flower as Lin Qingqing to be planted in the muck that was Wang Liang. He must prevent Liangzi from making any foolish decisions. With their family standing, how could they possibly be worthy of the daughter of a distinguished leader? "Ah, you're back at just the right time." Upon seeing Comrade Wang Jian enter the room, Old Lady Li snorted and pointed an accusing finger at Wang Liang. Come here. This is the fine son you've raised. He wants to report me to your father, this old bone. Indeed, your son would gladly send us both to prison." As soon as Wang Quangui saw his son arrive, he felt emboldened, his disdain for Wang Liang growing stronger. Upon hearing this, Comrade Wang Jian swiftly drew out his 7 wolves. "Liangzi, come here. What is this? You want to send your grandparents to jail? How dare you?" As he spoke, he advanced toward Wang Liang, who could not help but take a few steps back. The 7 wolves wielded by Comrade Wang Jian were notorious for their ferocity, a true nightmare from Wang Liang's childhood. Moreover, the old man had no idea what had transpired that day and was ready to strike him. Wang Liang felt somewhat wronged by the impending beating. "Old Jian, stop. If you dare lay a finger on your son today, I will no longer live with you." Just as Comrade Wang Jian was about to act against Wang Liang, Liang Xia, her eyes reddened, shouted, "Do you even know what has happened? Are you aware of the situation? Why are you so quick to strike your own son? Yet you never show such ferocity towards outsiders?" Liang Xia's words, laced with emotion, momentarily stunned Comrade Wang Jian. He was at a loss, gazing vacantly at his aggrieved wife and then at his displeased parents. Could it be? Who is the outsider? And who do you consider an outsider? After Liang Xia's voice broke with a hint of tears, Old Lady Li retorted through gritted teeth, "Cry, cry, cry. All you do is cry. Old Two hit me. I don't believe she would actually dare to leave. I will break her legs." Wang Quangui slammed the table and roared. Following their outburst, Liang Xia took a few steps back in fright, her gaze towards Wang Jian becoming increasingly sorrowful. At that moment, Wang Jian seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. a surge of anger swelling within him as he turned his gaze toward his parents, his expression darkening. "Shut your mouth, old man. If you dare speak ill of my mother again, even if my father would kill me, I would make sure you suffer." At this moment, Wang Liang's fierce rebuke diminished Wang Quangui's arrogance, and even his gaze towards Wang Liang bore a hint of trepidation. Meanwhile, in this tense atmosphere, the outsiders, Daxi and Lin Qingqing, found themselves stuck in an uncomfortable position, unable to sit or leave, filled with an awkwardness that made them wish to vanish into the ground. "Daxi, I am not joking. When we return, we must contact a lawyer." Wang Liang turned towards old lady Li and firmly stated, "I will ask you one last time, will you return the money or not?" Unable to bear the sight of his mother's pitiful demeanor, Wang Liang could no longer remain seated. Even with comrade Wang Jian present, he called out old lady Li by her full name. "Return the money?" Old lady Li sneered. "What money? I owe you nothing." "Old two, do you understand this clearly? Your son is demanding money from us. When have I ever owed your family anything? Speak up." Old two, in her eyes, no matter how much Wang Liang protested or how justified he was, it had nothing to do with her. The money she had taken from her second son was hers by right. Why should Wang Liang expect her to return it? Return the money? Not a chance. As long as it's in my hands, it's mine. Besides, Wang Lei is about to graduate. There are many places where money is needed. I cannot afford to return it to old two. Wang Jian watched his mother's brazen attitude, opening his mouth but finding no words to express himself. His emotions were a tangled mess. On one hand, his wife Liang Xia had suffered, and on the other, his mother was demanding the money back, which felt somewhat justified. "Don't ask me, father. Old lady Li, let me inform you, I have the IOU in my possession. This is your choice to sever ties. Do not blame your grandson for being merciless." Wang Liang spoke coldly. "Fine, I will see how merciless you can truly be. Are you really going to take us old bones to court? Go ahead and inquire. If you're not ashamed, then send us both to jail." Old lady Li showed no mercy, openly challenging Wang Liang. She was eager to see who would end up more humiliated after her grandson took them to court. "Very well. Let's see." Wang Liang was unconcerned about how the neighbors would perceive the situation. After all, who in the village did not know that his grandparents favored the eldest uncle's family? Even if he took them to court, it would be well-deserved. Wang Liang, please calm down. This cannot be done recklessly. Is it really worth it over that little bit of money? At this moment, Lin Qingqing, who had been silent, suddenly interjected. "Is it not worth it?" Wang Liang glanced at Lin Qingqing, pointing at old lady Li and Wang Quangui. "Am I just supposed to stand by and watch them bully us?" Faced with Wang Liang's near-violent gaze, Lin Qingqing could not help but wave her hands in denial. No, that is not what I meant. What I intended to convey is that if this escalates to court, it will be detrimental for both families. Regardless of whether you win or lose, your entire family will bear a stain on their record. This mark could affect your future endeavors, whether in the military or in politics, and it could impact 3 generations. Chapter 74. Old Lady Li is deterred. After Lin Qingqing's words resonated, Wang Liang's eyes gradually softened. It must be said that her intervention was nothing short of divine assistance. Wang Liang understood that once the court was involved, both parties would bear some responsibility, while he himself was indifferent to the potential consequences. After all, he had no plans to join the public service or the military. This indifference did not extend to others. Upon hearing Lin Qingqing's implications, both old lady Li and Wang Quangui visibly displayed signs of panic. Despite her insatiable greed for money, the thought of a potential blemish on her record, which could affect her descendants and hinder her eldest grandson Wang Lei's prospects, sent a shiver down her spine. She realized that had she known this would leave a mark in Wang Jian's hands, she would have never written an IOU in the first place. "Listen, Wang Liang, I warn you, do not act recklessly. If you dare to take us old bones to court, we will not let this matter rest." Old lady Li's eyes darted, and she threatened Wang Liang with her cane. "Yes, old two, you should control your son. Do you not feel ashamed? I am embarrassed for you. Do you truly want to witness your own grandson take his grandfather to court?" Beside them, Wang Quangguo once again addressed Wang Jian, attempting to persuade him to rein in his disobedient son. At this juncture, Wang Jian found himself in a dilemma. He glanced at the aggrieved Liang Xia, then at his own son, and finally let out a sigh, choosing silence. Though he was well aware that his parents had always favored his elder brother's family, he had refrained from voicing his discontent. Yet, this did not imply that he accepted the bias. He merely felt a sense of injustice, carrying burdens he could not articulate. Typically, he would endure such matters, but today, with his parents having crossed the threshold into their home, he felt indifferent to the unfolding drama. "Hey, are you deaf? I'm speaking to you. Can't you hear?" Wang Quangguo, noticing Wang Jian's reluctance to speak, grew anxious. In his perception, the second son had always been obedient and compliant. Yet today, it seemed as though he had taken leave of his senses, disregarding his father's words. Observing his father's indecision, Wong Leong understood there was an inner conflict at play. Thus, he interjected, "All right, don't trouble my father any further. He has likely reached his limit. She, regarding the matter I assigned you, see to it tomorrow. It's merely a minor blemish. I couldn't care less. After all, I'm not applying for public office, so I'm not concerned about any dark history." Upon hearing this, Old Lady Li and Wang Quangguo were thoroughly infuriated. Wang Liang's words were laden with implications. It was evident he was subtly chastising them. "Wang Liang, how dare you? If you continue like this, what do I have to fear? Didn't you repeatedly assert that you owe us nothing? Then let South meet in court." Wang Liang interrupted Old Lady Li, seemingly unfazed. Upon hearing this, Old Lady Li grew increasingly flustered. "I'm sorry, but the opportunity has already been given. You were the ones who acted unscrupulously. Come Judgment Day, don't blame your grandson for failing to respect his elders." Wang Liang chuckled coldly, though he feigned remorse. His words struck harshly in the ears of Old Lady Li and Wang Quangguo. Wang Liang was clearly provoking them, while Old Lady Li and Wang Quangguo were indifferent to the matter of the records, if it were to affect Wang Lei's employment prospects. The situation would undoubtedly become untenable. "Shall I go handle it now? The lawyer should still be in the office. By tomorrow morning, the court summons will arrive." She, scratching his head, appeared earnest. He understood that as an outsider, he should remain uninvolved. However, even he found it difficult to endure Old Lady Li and Wang Quangguo's conduct. "Get out of here. What does this have to do with you? Why are you meddling in our family affairs?" Wang Quangguo barked in anger. Yet, she exhibited a shameless demeanor, shaking his head and seemingly disregarding Wang Quangguo's words. "All right, second brother, Wang Liang, do you really intend to take this to such extremes?" Old Lady Li's voice trembled slightly as she collapsed onto the ground, throwing a tantrum. "Oh, I can't go on living. My son neglects me, and now my grandson wants to take me to court. What's the point of my old bones living on? I might as well just die faced with Old Lady Li's near-reckless behavior." Wang Jian and Liang Xia exchanged glances, somewhat disconcerted. At this moment, Old Lady Li still harbored no intention of repaying the debt. Instead, she was scheming to evade her financial responsibilities. In her view, as long as she acted shamelessly, Wang Jian and Liang Xia would be powerless against her. They would have no choice but to help her up and coax her back to reason. Unfortunately for her, Wang Jian and Liang Xia had no intention of falling for her antics this time, choosing instead to observe her performance in silence. "Go ahead and make a scene. I couldn't care less." She turned to Liang Xia and said, "Hey, that Lin Qingqing, right? You haven't eaten yet. Let us go grab a meal." Wang Liang chose to ignore Old Lady Li's antics on the ground and instead conversed with the Shi and Lin Qingqing. "Oh, by the way, you mentioned that if Grandpa and Grandma have a dark history, wouldn't that jeopardize my grandson's employment prospects?" Just before leaving, Wang Liang, with a hint of mischief, inquired of Lin Qingqing. "If it's discovered before he officially starts, it's certain, even if he is already employed. Having such a dark history would hinder his future progress." Lin Qingqing answered candidly. Upon hearing this, Old Lady Li felt a jolt run through her. Hastily scrambling to her feet, "Wang Liang, you can't leave. You can't sue us." Old Lady Li held a special fondness for her eldest grandson, Wang Lei. If this matter were to hinder his employment, not only would he resent her, but she herself would never forgive her actions. Presently, Wang Liang had resolutely made up his mind to take legal action against her. No matter how much she protested, he remained unmoved. Seizing the moment before matters escalated to court, Old Lady Li believed she still had a chance. Compared to the 100,000 she owed Wang Liang, her grandson's future was far more significant. With this thought, she grasped Wang Liang's hand, pleading, "Liangzi, we will repay you. You can't sue us. We can repay you, can't we?" Seeing Old Lady Li's sudden capitulation, Liang Xia couldn't help but smile. One had to admit, her son had a knack for handling such situations. A few words from him had stripped the old lady of her earlier bravado, turning her into a supplicant. Chapter 75, Crying Poverty. Observing Old Lady Li's earnest demeanor, Wang Liang was taken aback. He never anticipated that the miserly Old Lady Li would choose to repay her debts for the sake of her eldest grandson. She glanced at Wang Liang, acknowledging his cleverness. Faced with such a troublesome situation, he truly wouldn't know how to resolve it. Yet Wang Liang had effortlessly turned it around with just a few words. When it became evident that Wang Liang wouldn't be leaving, Old Lady Li's mind raced, and she hatched another scheme. She cleared her throat a couple of times and once again resorted to emotional appeals. "Liangzi, we will certainly repay the money. But not right now. You know that your grandfather and I Haven T earned much in recent years. Furthermore, 10,000 is quite a sum for us. Why don't we repay you a portion now, and the rest later? Could you give us the IOU for now? Wang Liang grinned. Old Lady Li's cunning had not been directed elsewhere, but rather at her own family. She still hoped to reclaim the IOU, but that was out of the question. With Old Lady Li's current temperament, she was likely to offer a few thousand in exchange for the IOU. Once the IOU was in her possession, there was no doubt she would turn her back on them. Not a chance. Unless you repay the entire amount, I'll 1T give you the IOU. Who doesn't T know that once you get your hands on it, you'll deny the debt? Wang Liang had no intention of negotiating with Old Lady Li. He simply wanted his money. You wretched thing, what do you take my old lady for? How could I possibly take the IOU and then refuse to pay? Old Lady Li retorted, her voice rising in indignation. What kind of person are you? Wang Liang chuckled, incredulous. What kind of person am I? How can I not know? You were just thinking of evading your debts, but now that you know the IOU cannot be denied, you're backtracking. Hearing the mention of court proceedings impacting Wang Liang's future was the only thing that prompted her to consider repayment. Had it not escalated to this point, would you have willingly repaid? Save your breath. Everyone can see through your little schemes. Wang Liang's words left Old Lady Li's face flushed with embarrassment. Very well. I shall repay the debt. Surely, it can be done. However, given our current circumstances, would it not be more reasonable to allow us to repay at a more leisurely pace? As Li Laotai's inner machinations were systematically dismantled by Wang Liang, her face turned a deep shade of gray, each word she uttered seemingly squeezed from between clenched teeth. Forcing Li Laotai to repay the money was akin to demanding her life. It was a task she could not execute with any semblance of ease. Even though she was currently affluent, that wealth was earmarked for purchasing a luxury vehicle for her eldest grandson. Naturally, it was untouchable. Li Laotai contemplated how long she could postpone repaying Wang Liang's family, wishing for it to stretch until her own burial. After all, there was no way Wang Liang could effortlessly extract that sum from her. No, I shall grant you a mere 3 days to produce the funds. Otherwise, brace yourselves for a summons from the court, Wang Liang declared, casting a knowing glance at Daxi, who understood perfectly. 3 days? Is it your intention to drive this old woman to her grave? Li Laotai retorted, her breath coming in sharp gasps from the anger. Speak up. I assure you, I can repay you, but what is this nonsense of only 3 days? Are you attempting to emulate that unfilial descendant in bringing us to ruin? As Li Laotai struggled to articulate her outrage, Wang Quanguo could no longer contain himself and shoved Wang Jian. Coming back to his senses, Wang Jian was about to speak when Daxi interjected, Old lady, how could you possibly be out of money? Not long ago, I recall you sold your house for 36,000, did you not? Daxi propped his chin on his hand, as if pondering this figure intently. At this proclamation, silence enveloped the room. Wang Jian, who had intended to defend his parents, wore an expression of astonishment. Father, mother, what house did you sell? Who gave you permission to speak? Li Laotai was incensed, her gums itching with fury. Where had this insolent child come from? What words should remain unspoken? He uttered without hesitation. Was he not merely seeking to embroil them in further trouble? Surely, you sold it for a higher price? Daxi continued, oblivious to Li Laotai's discontent. Li Laotai felt darkness encroach upon her vision, nearly collapsing to the ground. Mother, have you encountered some grave difficulty? How would you have sold the house? Wang Jian inquired with concern. Yet, this question seemed to play into Li Laotai's hands. Since you are all aware, there is nothing left to conceal. Your father has fallen ill, and we urgently require this money for his treatment. Yet, to my astonishment, I come to borrow from your family, only to be met with Wong Leong demanding repayment. Li Laotai lamented. Wong Leong, do you possess no conscience? We have sold our house, and yet you still press us for repayment. In Wang Liang's eyes, Li Laotai had begun her personal performance, growing more animated with each word, even resorting to slandering herself. Bah, what illness does your grandfather suffer from? Just moments ago, he was brimming with vigor when he struck me. Hardly the demeanor of a sick man. Wang Liang had no intention of allowing Li Laotai to continue her theatrical display and retorted, what do you know? What if your grandfather is suffering from internal injuries? Wang Jian reproached Wang Liang with a stern gaze before turning to Wang Quanguo, his expression filled with concern. Wang Liang spread his hands in resignation. Observing his father's serious demeanor, he felt a pang of anxiety. It was evident to him that Li Laotai's intentions were nefarious. What ailment could Wang Quanguo possibly have? Just a moment ago, he had been so imposing. Even if it were an internal injury, it hardly warranted selling the house for treatment. See? I told you. Your son has no compassion, only thoughts of how to extort money from us. completely indifferent to our plight. Li Lao Tai exclaimed dramatically, dabbing at her eyes with feigned tears. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian raised the 7 wolves, determined to let his son experience its might. Father, do not act rashly. She is deceiving you. Just moments ago, my grandfather was preparing to strike me. Silence. You have no right to speak. Did you not see your grandfather's medical records? Wang Jian interrupted sharply, leaving Wong Leong bewildered. Father, when did you become so easily deceived? Wait, that day. Did I not hear that the old lady sold the house to buy a car for her eldest grandson? Chapter 76, A Double Loss. At this moment, Daxi understood clearly that if he remained silent any longer, the 7 wolves might fall upon Wang Liang. As Daxi finished speaking, Wang Jian's grip on the 7 wolves faltered, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Li Lao Tai. Suddenly, a wave of anger surged within Wang Jian, accompanied by a bittersweet realization. His mother had sold the house not for his father's treatment, but merely to purchase a luxury vehicle for his elder brother, Wang Lei. Thus, their visit today was solely to swindle money for his brother's car. Despite Wang Jian's awareness of the bias that Li Lao Tai and her family exhibited towards his elder brother's household, he chose to turn a blind eye, burying his feelings deep within. Yet, confronted with Li Lao Tai's blatant favoritism, he found it increasingly difficult to accept this reality. Meanwhile, Liang Xia's eyes widened as she glanced at Daxi and then cast a begrudging look towards Li Lao Tai and Wang Quangwo. In that moment, a complex array of emotions swirled within her. Had Daxi not exposed Li Lao Tai's misdeeds, she might have remained blissfully ignorant. Upon hearing that Wang Quangwo was ill, she had even feigned deep concern. Had it not been for Wang Liang's intervention, she might have actually lent them money. Now, realizing that Li Lao Tai was seeking funds to purchase a vehicle for her grandson, her anger flared uncontrollably. How absurd. You insolent child. What does this have to do with you? Get out of here. This is none of your business. In her desperation, Li Lao Tai pointed an accusatory finger at Daxi. Had Daxi not possessed a formidable stature, she might have already struck him. Now, Li Lao Tai was eager to know which family Daxi hailed from. Since he dared to thwart her, she would certainly cause a ruckus that would disrupt their household. I have not uttered a single falsehood. I merely spoke the truth. The house you sold was purchased by a friend of mine. What is the issue with that? Daxi retorted, unfazed by Li Lao Tai's threats. Stop spouting nonsense. Who knows how much truth lies in your words? Li Lao Tai snapped, her face darkening. You insolent brat. Do you not realize this is our family's affair? Hurry and leave. Wang Quangwo stepped forward, shoving Daxi. Hey, this is not your home. I came to see Liangzi, not to see you. On what grounds do you push me? Daxi protested, growing impatient after being shoved. Enough. Have you all finished your commotion? At that moment, Wang Jian, disregarding the presence of others, bellowed in anger. Wang Jian's outburst startled Wong Leong, as he seldom witnessed his father in such a rage. Clearly, the actions of Li Lao Tai and Wang Quangwo had deeply wounded Wang Jian's heart. Out of respect for the elders, Wang Jian refrained from uttering any harsh words to the 2 individuals, instead articulating slowly, Leave, all of you. This edict served as a dismissal, ostensibly directed at both Old Lady Li and Wang Quangwo, while simultaneously serving as a reminder to the Shi and Lin Qingqing. Why are you yelling, second brother? Wang Quangwo turned around to scold Wang Jian. Historically, Wang Jian had been exceedingly compliant with the elderly couple, making his sudden departure from that norm all the more unsettling for Wang Quangwo. Leave if you must. Old Lady Li, unfazed by Wang Jian's demeanor, had long wished to extricate herself from this den of discord. Presently, her deceit had been thoroughly exposed by the Shi, and she realized she had little dignity left to maintain in this place. The longer she lingered, the greater the risk of Wong Leong demanding repayment, a prospect she wished to avoid at all costs. You're free to go, but I expect to see the money by tomorrow. As Old Lady Li and Wang Quangwo hurriedly made their way to the exit, Wang Liang's calm voice echoed from behind. Upon hearing this, Wang Quangwo initially contemplated turning back to defend himself. However, Old Lady Li firmly pulled him towards the door. Old Lady Li, don't pretend you didn't hear me. Tomorrow, either I see the money, or you'll be served with a court summons. As she neared the exit, Wang Liang's warning rang out. This left the elderly couple in disarray. While Old Lady Li had considered confronting Wang Liang, the necessity for such an action had evaporated. After all, their schemes had long been unraveled by Wang Liang's family, and any further attempts at unreasonable behavior would be futile. Regret washed over both Old Lady Li and Wang Quangwo. Had they foreseen this outcome, they likely would have refrained from seeking financial assistance from Wang Liang's family. Now, they found themselves not only empty-handed, but also facing the prospect of repaying a debt of 100,000 yuan to Wang Liang. The more they pondered, the the more they felt the sting of loss. Once old lady Li and Wang Quangwo departed, Wang Jian lost interest in conversing with the Shi and Lin Qingqing, retreating instead to his room. Observing Wang Jian's troubled back, Wong Leong clenched his fists. It was evident that the commotion caused by old lady Li and Wang Quangwo had profoundly affected him. Even the usually exuberant comrade, Lao Liang, cast a glance at Wang Liang before following Wang Jian into the room. "Hey, Liangzi, should I head back first?" Daxi suggested, pointing toward the door. He understood that Wang Liang had just settled a domestic dispute and, with a lovely lady waiting nearby, he did not wish to play the role of an unwelcome guest. "Leave? Can't you see my parents have disregarded me? Seize the opportunity. Let me treat you to a meal." Wang Liang smiled nonchalantly, seemingly unperturbed by the confrontation with old lady Li. "Why is it always me? You?" She began, but abruptly halted, glancing toward the inner room before shaking his head in resignation. "All right, fine. What are you waiting for? Let us go. Now that's more like it. Come give Dad a smile." Wang Liang playfully patted Daxi before heading outside. "Hey, you just asked me a question. And this isn't the attitude to take. Now that you've resolved your family issues, am I of no use to you?" Lin Qingqing interjected, her delicate features set in a frown, as if protesting Wang Liang's apparent disregard for her presence. Almost forgot about you," Wang Liang said, smacking his forehead apologetically as he glanced at Lin Qingqing. Truth be told, he was reluctant to engage too deeply with her. Her boisterous nature and lack of intellect, aside from her appearance, left much to be desired. No, to be precise, this girl can be quite bothersome. Ever since she added me on WeChat, her messages come flooding in like there's no tomorrow. Wang Liang found himself overwhelmed by the barrage of messages. In this modern age, the app featured a do not disturb function, and he felt as though he had inadvertently muted her. We're gonna have a meal. Would you like to join us?" Wang Liang extended an invitation, inwardly hoping that Lin Qingqing would decline. However, she unexpectedly agreed without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 77. The Runaway Princess? Wang Liang stared at Lin Qingqing in astonishment. "Goodness, you truly don't consider yourself an outsider." In truth, her presence merely added another pair of chopsticks to the table. But Wang Liang silently wished she would finish her meal promptly and not delay him from his footbath with Daxi. "Oh, by the way, Daxi, why are you here?" Wang Liang asked as he was about to step out. "Oh, nothing much. Brother Zhang mentioned that the first batch of product from the factory is ready for inspection. I came over because I couldn't reach you by phone." Daxi recalled the reason for his visit upon Wang Liang's inquiry. "Let us postpone it until tomorrow." Wang Liang nodded, then turned to Lin Qingqing. "What about you?" He was genuinely curious about her presence. "Well, I came to tell you that my mom is coming to Handon soon. She wants to meet you," Lin Qingqing stated with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this news, Daxi's ears perked up. His face contorted in disbelief as he glanced between Wang Liang and the composed Lin Qingqing. In that moment, Daxi's expression mirrored someone who had just bitten into a piece of unsavory food. Is Wang Liang embarking on a new, romantic endeavor? This realization struck him harder than any physical blow. They had previously agreed not to pursue relationships, focusing solely on foot massages, yet Wang Liang had seemingly betrayed that pact. Moreover, he had chosen such a stunning girl as his partner. Listen. The girl said she wants Wang Liang to meet her mother. Is he really going to get engaged so soon? Daxi's heart sank at the thought. He had memberships at several bathing and foot massage centers in Handon, and Wang Liang's latest development meant he might not enjoy those luxuries for ages to come. "Mind your language," Wang Liang admonished. "Can't we converse civilly? We have no relationship whatsoever, so why would your mother want to meet me?" Daxi was taken aback, his expression one of bewilderment as he awaited further developments. "Is there a twist in the tale?" Lin Qingqing blushed, retorting playfully, "What are you thinking? You saved my life. My mom merely wishes to meet you. Who is looking to establish a relationship with you?" Previously, Lin Qingqing had held a dismissive view of romance, believing that if she excelled, she wouldn't need to concern herself with men. However, since encountering Wang Liang, her perspective gradually shifted, especially upon hearing Wang Liang mention relationships. She felt an unexpected yearning. Before meeting Wang Liang, Lin Qingqing had no clear criteria for choosing a partner. Yet now, she found herself with a newfound direction. Whenever her feelings blossomed, she would recall Wang Liang's unsteady silhouette and his furious, anxious demeanor. "Next time, just get to the point. Don't scare me like that." Wang Liang waved his hand, leading the way outside. "Oh, by the way, Liangzi, Qisheng has organized a class reunion. I wonder if you'd be interested?" She nudged Wang Liang with a knowing look. A class reunion, indeed. The prospect of reuniting with old classmates, particularly some long-lost female acquaintances, stirred excitement within Daxi. He anticipated the inevitable moments of boasting and posturing that would accompany such gatherings. If fortune favored him, perhaps he would even encounter a charming classmate, a thought that exhilarated him. Moreover, Daxi has now attained a modicum of wealth, granting him certain opportunities to flaunt his status. What nonsense is this reunion? If you wish to attend, by all means, go ahead. I, however, shall not. Wong Leong waved his hand dismissively, signaling his lack of interest. You won't go? I recall Lu Ruyan specifically inquiring about your attendance. Daxi remarked, a hint of regret in his tone. A reunion, clearly an excellent opportunity to show off. And Wang Liang is reluctant to partake. Moreover, he was the subject of Lu Ruyan's keen interest. Her? Wang Liang responded, somewhat disheartened. Why is she asking me? Daxi looked momentarily taken aback, questioning, are you not aware? I remember just a couple of days ago, Lu Ruyan was asking for your WeChat on QQ. Could it be that you didn't agree? She wanted my WeChat? Surely there must be some mistake. Wang Liang waved his hand in resignation. I can't recall anyone adding me. Perhaps you've misremembered. Not at all. Check your request list. I believe her online name is... what was it? Yes, Disney's Runaway Princess. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang could no longer suppress his laughter. Oh, so that is her. I thought it was some tea-selling girl. Honestly, with a name like that, I half expected Disney to have cracked down on illicit activities, suddenly releasing a plethora of princesses. She exhibited a knowing expression, while Lin Qingqing covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. The man before her truly had a knack for humor. In the midst of their conversation, Wang Liang's attention was captured by a striking Ducati parked outside. The vibrant crimson color, coupled with its sleek design, instantly drew his gaze. As the saying goes, a motorcycle carries the soul. After all, every boy harbors a dream of owning a motorcycle. Wow, this bike is absolutely stunning, Wang Liang exclaimed, circling the Ducati, unable to tear his eyes away. If given the chance, he would even entertain the thought of taking it for a spin. Do you like it? Lin Qingqing asked, brushing her long hair aside as she retrieved a helmet designed for female riders from the handlebars. Is this Ducati yours? Wang Liang looked up, his expression serious as he regarded Lin Qingqing. He had not anticipated that this magnificent machine would belong to her. However, he quickly regained his composure. Lin Qingqing exuded the aura of a capable woman, and with her free-spirited nature, it was hardly surprising that she had a penchant for motorcycles. Of course, who would love a bike? The thrill of speed and passion is exhilarating. Wang Liang ran his hand along the motorcyclist's body, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Come on, let me take you for a ride, Lin Qingqing urged, effortlessly turning the hefty Ducati around. The sight left Wang Liang and Daxi utterly dumbfounded. This girl possessed remarkable strength. Despite her slender frame, she managed to maneuver such a heavy motorcycle with ease. Indeed, she was no ordinary person. In that moment, Wang Liang felt a twinge of trepidation toward Lin Qingqing. If he were to provoke her, one punch might very well leave him in a dire predicament. Come on, Lin Qingqing called, urging him from the back of the motorcycle as Wang Liang stood in a daze. Am I allowed? Wang Liang asked, excitement radiating from him as he pointed at himself, momentarily forgetting his earlier thoughts amidst the beautiful girl's invitation. Less talking, let us go, Lin Qingqing insisted. All right. Wang Liang nodded eagerly, gripping the back of the motorcycle as he mounted it. However, as he settled onto the bike, his body inadvertently brushed against Lin Qingqing's, leading to an unexpected physiological reaction. Chapter 78, Being Provoked? There was little he could do. It was entirely natural for a young body to react in such a manner upon physical contact with the opposite sex. Seizing the opportunity before Lin Qingqing could respond, Wang Liang smoothly hopped off the back of the motorcycle. This left Lin Qingqing momentarily bewildered, her expression one of confusion. Why did you get off? Don't you want to experience speed and excitement? Are you afraid? Facing her barrage of questions, Wang Liang turned away, slipping his hand into his pocket to adjust himself discreetly. Otherwise, the situation would become rather awkward. He was not afraid. He merely felt it inappropriate for a young woman to be riding with a man like him. If she were to take him out of the village, it wouldn't be long before he became the talk of the town. I must remind you, I am still single, should I fail to find a wife. Will you take responsibility? Wang Liang said seriously, his brow furrowed. I will take responsibility, Lin Qingqing replied unexpectedly. As soon as the words left her lips, she regretted them. Why did she always say the most surprising things in Wang Liang's presence? Since moving to Handan with her father, she had been known as the cold-faced goddess. Yet, when it came to Wang Liang, nothing seemed to matter. Upon hearing her response, Wang Liang's expression grew somewhat awkward. This girl certainly had the audacity to retort. Even if Lin Qingqing was willing, he was not particularly inclined. After all, What if he ended up being abused by this martial arts trained girl if they were to marry one day? Meanwhile, Daxi, gripping the steering wheel, felt a surge of jealousy. Why should Wong Leong be so fortunate? The beautiful girl before him harbored feelings for Wang Liang. In an instant, Daxi's thoughts turned dark. After this little interlude, Daxi drove his BMW 740 to a nearby eatery, Lushi Hot Pot. Since Daxi was treating, he naturally opted for the most economical choice. Lushi Hot Pot was relatively popular in Handan, known for its affordability. 58 yuan for a 3-person pot, accompanied by a few complimentary dishes. Wang Liang had no objections to Daxi's selection. Regardless of his financial situation, he enjoyed a good meal. When it came to dining, Wang Liang wasn't particularly picky. As long as it was enjoyable, he was content. The remaining funds would be just enough for a foot massage. Even though both Wang Liang and Daxi had money, they still adhered to the principle of spending wisely, ensuring that their expenditures were justified. Upon entering the restaurant with Lin Qingqing, they quickly attracted the attention of those around them. Lin Qingqing's striking beauty, combined with her cool demeanor, made it impossible not to notice her. As they settled down, several diners occasionally stole glances in her direction. Before they had even finished half their meal, a portly man, reeking of alcohol, approached their table with a drink in hand. "Excuse me, beautiful, could I add you on WeChat?" He leaned over the table, a lecherous grin on his face as he leered at Lin Qingqing. She merely cast him a dismissive glance, offering no further response. However, Wang Liang set down his chopsticks, speaking coolly, "Buddy, if you can't hold your liquor, perhaps you shouldn't drink at all. Do you really think you're worthy of someone like her?" Encouraged by Wang Liang's defense, Lin Qingqing felt a warmth in her heart, her gaze toward him softening. The man, taken aback, turned sharply to Wang Liang, his expression turning hostile as he pointed a finger at him. "Hey, did I ask you to speak? Kid, don't go looking for trouble. You ought to know whose territory you're in." Before Wang Liang could utter a word, Daxi abruptly rose to his feet, casting a fierce glare at the opposing party. It must be said, Daxi's imposing physique alone was enough to intimidate the other man. Upon witnessing Daxi's formidable presence, the man instinctively recoiled a few steps, his expression betraying a hint of panic. "Buddy, if you want to drink, then drink properly. Don't go looking for trouble." Wang Liang chuckled, shaking his head as he nonchalantly picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth, completely disregarding the man who sought to stir up conflict. "What the hell are you puffing up for? Do you really think you're something special? Just wait," the man threatened, jabbing his finger at Wang Liang before shooting Daxi a warning glare. My temper." Daxi, unable to withstand the man's glare, was on the verge of taking action when Wang Liang's hand firmly restrained him. "Don't be impulsive. What is the point of arguing with a drunken fool?" Wang Liang patted Daxi, signaling him to sit down. All right, you little punk, just wait." The man pointed at Wang Liang, then at Daxi, before striding out of the hall without a backward glance. The commotion drew the attention of several nearby patrons. After all, Lin Qingqing's stunning beauty was bound to attract unwanted attention. Nevertheless, Wang Liang seemed utterly unfazed by the man's threats, continuing to enjoy his meal and share laughter with Daxi. "Liangzi, should I call Brother Zhang and have him bring a few people over?" Daxi leaned closer to Wang Liang, unable to contain his concern. "That man just now seems to be dining in one of the private rooms here. If he really brings a few big guys, just the two of us might not stand a chance. Just eat your food. Why are you so tense? This is a law-abiding society. What can they do to you?" Wang Liang replied with an air of calm, seemingly unperturbed by the earlier incident. "Oh," Daxi nodded, reassured. After all, he wasn't particularly afraid. Worst case, he'd just take a beating. He certainly wouldn't let the beautiful woman beside him suffer indignities. Lin Qingqing glanced at Wang Liang, her curiosity about him piqued. What could this man possibly rely on? Faced with the threat of a drunkard, he remained completely unconcerned. "Brother, it's him." Just as Daxi and Wang Liang were conversing, the drunken man returned, flanked by 5 or 6 burly men, all reeking of alcohol. Their arrival drew the attention of the surrounding diners, as there were always those eager to witness a spectacle. "Oh, is this the little punk?" A bald man scrutinized Wang Liang. "Yes, that's him. I was merely trying to get acquainted with the beauty, and this kid dared to insult me." The man spoke with an air of arrogance. After his declaration, the crowd's gaze shifted to Lin Qingqing, momentarily captivated by her grace. Chapter 79, Not to be Provoked. Hiss. Several onlookers gasped in astonishment. "Brother, this young lady is quite the catch." One remarked, "You know, this chubby guy has a discerning eye. She truly is a beauty." Another added, "Tisk, tisk, tisk, just my type." The group of men commented, their expressions revealing their lecherous intent. Wang Liang scratched his head, reflecting that in the future, he should avoid seeking out overly attractive women like Lin Qingqing, as they inevitably attracted troublesome attention. He never anticipated that in this day and age, anyone would dare to harass a woman in public. Thus, she felt a twinge of apprehension as the men continued to make lewd remarks about Lin Qingqing. Quietly, he began to gather the cutlery from the table, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. In stark contrast, Wang Liang maintained an air of indifference, appearing utterly unconcerned. "Hey there, miss. How about we date? What do you think of me?" The leading man struck a pose he presumed to be charming, even raising an eyebrow at Lin Qingqing. Yet, she seemed disinterested, her gaze shifting instead to the smiling Wang Liang. At this juncture, Lin Qingqing couldn't help but admire Wang Liang's courage. After all, he was surrounded by several imposing figures. Although she attempted to appear calm, he could feel a flush creeping onto his face. Yet Wang Liang, how could he exude such composure? Did he possess some hidden skill, or did he simply disregard these men entirely? Noticing Lin Qingqing's unwavering gaze on Wang Liang, the lead thug redirected his attention to him. "Kid, what are you grinning at? Get lost and don't bother my brother here. Watch out, or he might take you down." The fat man boasted, his confidence bolstered by the presence of his companions. Clang, clang, clang. Before Wang Liang could respond, the lead thug banged on the table, causing the utensils to clatter. "Kid, since I'm in a good mood today, scram now. And don't interrupt my chance to meet this beauty." The thug leaned forward, locking eyes with Wang Liang. Wang Liang found such behavior distasteful. "If you're going to show off, at least do it properly. Why come so close? Do you expect me to kiss you?" The thug stared intently at Wang Liang, but the latter remained unfazed, even breaking into a smile. With a swift motion, he brushed the thug's head aside with his fingers. "Brother, you got a mouthful of garlic. Don't you think it's a bit pungent?" Wang Liang remarked, maintaining an air of indifference. This demeanor left the lead thug momentarily bewildered. Was this kid backed by some mighty force? He was openly threatened, yet he displayed such calmness. This wasn't right. The situation felt off. The thug was merely a local ne'er-do-well, lacking funds and reveling in a facade of bravado. In this era, no one truly wished to resort to violence. A fight meant money lost, a concept he was well aware of. Yet, pushed by the bravado of his companions, he felt compelled to act tough. Initially, he intended to merely intimidate Wang Liang, but seeing the latter's indifference to his threats left him flummoxed. Could this young man have some significant background? If he provoked someone he shouldn't have, he might find himself in serious trouble. As this thought crossed his mind, the thug's gaze turned contemplative as he regarded Wang Liang. "Hey, who do you think you're messing with?" At that moment, one of the thugs, a hefty fellow, attempted to strike Wang Liang across the face. However, Wang Liang reacted quickly, seizing the thug's arm. "Oh, you dare to fight back?" The thug, attempting to pull his arm free, found Wang Liang's grip surprisingly strong. Wang Liang smiled calmly. If he allowed the thug to withdraw his arm, all those years of hard work would have been for naught. "Listen, I'll give you one last piece of advice. Don't go looking for trouble," Wang Liang said coolly, his demeanor unwavering. "What do you think you are?" Upon hearing Wang Liang's words, the individuals beside him stepped forward. "Get lost while I'm still calm," Wang Liang bellowed, his voice resonating loudly. In an instant, he attracted the attention of several people nearby. Some patrons, witnessing Wang Liang's composed demeanor in the face of confrontation, grew increasingly curious about this young man's identity. At that moment, a burly man stumbled, losing his footing and crashing to the ground. The leader, seeing this, barked defiantly, "What are you all waiting for? Get him!" As soon as the leader's words fell, the surrounding individuals began to brandish their fists, advancing toward Wang Liang. Recognizing the escalation of the conflict, Wang Liang ceased to feign indifference and shouted at Lin Qingqing. "What are you still dawdling for? Get involved." No sooner had he spoken than Wang Liang retreated a step. However, Daxi, acting impulsively like a brute, charged forward with cutlery in hand. Yet before Daxi could strike, Lin Qingqing, nimble as a monkey, swiftly raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to the nearest burly man's nape, incapacitating him with a single blow. As the rotund man approached Wang Liang, Lin Qingqing deftly extended her slender leg, sending a chair flying towards him. The chair collided with the burly man and the leader, knocking them both to the ground. Within a minute, 3 men lay sprawled on the floor. The remaining 2 glanced at Lin Qingqing's fierce countenance and swallowed hard, deterred from advancing further. They had scarcely comprehended how Lin Qingqing had dispatched 3 foes so swiftly, and under such circumstances, they dared not approach. Seeing the others hesitating, Wang Liang exhaled in relief, shaking off the sweat from his palms. Fortunately, Lin Qingqing showed no inclination to boast about her prowess. Otherwise, relying solely on himself and Daxi to handle these burly men might have ended in disaster. Wang Liang's confidence stemmed not from his own abilities, but from his desire to gauge Lin Qingqing's combat skills. It was evident now that she was indeed formidable, too formidable to provoke. Chapter 80. Lin Qingqing's identity. With that thought, Wang Liang smiled and took a few steps forward, patting the bewildered Daxi, signaling him to lower his cup. Daxi, momentarily stunned, gazed at Lin Qingqing with newfound admiration. To him, she was no mere beauty. She was a heroine, especially after her impressive display of skill. Damn it, I'll fight you. At that moment, the leader, struggling to rise from the ground, attempted to salvage his dignity in front of his remaining subordinates. However, Lin Qingqing showed no mercy, seizing his head and forcefully slamming it against the table. Simultaneously, she produced a police badge from her pocket, thrusting it before the leader while commanding, "Recognize this." Her nearly icy voice echoed throughout the entire hot pot hall. The leader merely glanced at her and promptly crumpled to the floor, utterly defeated. He had always assumed that the troublemaker was Wang Liang, but now he realized he was gravely mistaken. After indulging in a few drinks, he thought he had crossed paths with a significant figure, only to discover he had entangled himself with someone of official standing. The charges of public intoxication and assaulting an officer were now firmly established against him. Meanwhile, the hefty man sprawled on the ground, feigned unconsciousness, filled with regret. Initially, he had approached Lin Qingqing due to her attractive appearance, but had he known it would lead to such consequences, he would have heeded Wang Liang's advice and left without a fuss. Instead, he consumed a few drinks and foolishly tried to show off, even bringing along some idle acquaintances to instigate trouble. Now, they had not merely hit a snag. They had struck solid steel. Excellent. At this moment, the previously tranquil atmosphere of the hall was shattered by a voice of approval from one of the patrons. Yes, this is how it should be. We are a civilized city. Others joined in, expressing their agreement. They think they can just harass young ladies after a few drinks? They needed to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, who would dare go out at night? As the first patron spoke, several others applauded in agreement. The two remaining companions of the leader hung their heads in shame, having become the objects of public scorn. All right, Daxi. You won't be keeping any of that money today. Be proactive later, check for any losses the restaurant incurred, and settle the bill, Wang Liang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Daxi's previously admiring expression dimmed. He suddenly regretted not having taken action. Wang Liang was absolutely right. He needed to pay for the damages incurred today, so why had he hesitated? Within minutes of Lin Qingqing subduing the drunken troublemakers, the duty officers from the precinct arrived in haste, followed closely by personnel from various departments. The scene left the surrounding diners in disbelief. After all, Lin Qingqing was the daughter of a prominent official. If anything were to happen to her, it could send shockwaves throughout the entire city of Handan. Thus, when the precinct received a call for assistance regarding Lin Qingqing, they rushed over without delay, fearing any potential harm that might befall her could jeopardize their entire division. It was well known that her background was exceedingly sensitive, as she worked within an official capacity and her family's influence extended nationwide. Any incident involving her would undoubtedly draw the attention of provincial authorities. As vehicles from various departments, along with luxury cars, began to arrive at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, the diners were left astonished. After all, incidents of brawling or drunken disturbances in Handan rarely warranted such a response. This day would likely become one of the busiest in the history of the hot pot establishment. After the drunken troublemakers were escorted away, various department heads exchanged brief greetings with Lin Qingqing before hastily departing. The next day, her heroic actions would undoubtedly make headlines. In Wang Liang's view, the response was somewhat excessive. A mere handful of drunken men had caused all this commotion, and Lin Qingqing could have easily managed the situation on her own. The ensuing events would have been straightforward. But the number of personnel dispatched was solely due to the sensitive nature of Lin Qingqing's identity, making it impossible for them to overlook the situation. Reflecting on this, Wang Liang found everything falling into place. In his past life, Lin Qingqing had perished in an explosion, causing an upheaval throughout Handan. Numerous policies had emerged in response, aimed at enhancing public safety and fire awareness. Even before his rebirth, he had felt the repercussions of that tragic event. In this lifetime, however, Lin Qingqing had survived. However, the repercussions of one's identity naturally engender a chain reaction. At present, Wang Liang finds himself somewhat concerned about the rowdy companions who have indulged in drunken antics. To so audaciously provoke Lin Qingqing is tantamount to sealing their fate in Handan. Should they commit any further transgressions, they will undoubtedly face severe repercussions. For this time, they have offended Lin Qingqing. Next time, this matter will certainly be dealt with more stringently. As the patrons gradually departed, the expressions of those remaining shifted from respect to astonishment as they regarded Lin Qingqing. Initially, they may have been awed by her prowess, but now, Upon witnessing the arrival of various officials, they began to grasp the gravity of Lin Qingqing's status. At first, it was not just the inebriated troublemakers who had been taken away. Even they might have harbored a sliver of fantasy regarding Lin Qingqing's appearance. Now, however, these individuals likely do not dare to entertain any such illusions. The thought of fantasy is out of the question. In their eyes, at such a moment, merely casting a glance at Lin Qingqing demands utmost caution. Indeed, the adage holds true. The more exquisite the woman, the more formidable she is to provoke. This truth has remained unchanged throughout the ages. Lin Qingqing cast a glance at Wang Liang and Daxi. The former appeared composed, seemingly unfazed by the influx of officials, while the latter wore a look of melancholy, though Lin Qingqing could not decipher Daxi's thoughts. She could not fathom why he bore such a sorrowful expression, as if mourning a dearly departed. I must thank you both for today. We didn't quite finish our meal. So how about we find another place where I can treat you? Lin Qingqing proposed with a bright smile, extending her sincere invitation. Regardless of whether Wang Liang and Daxi had truly aided her, their goodwill was palpable. Oh, there's no need for that. If we go again, I fear we might get beaten up. Let us just grab a bowl of noodles. Wang Liang waved dismissively, his reluctance evident. He wished for this incident to remain a singular occurrence. Chapter 81. To test the waters? Wang Liang had no desire for a repeat. He and Daxi were not fond of inciting trouble. A second round of this would truly be beyond their tolerance. Thus, he resolutely declined Lin Qingqing's invitation. Upon hearing Wang Liang's firm refusal, Lin Qingqing did not press the matter further and departed on her Ducati alone. After her departure, Wang Liang and Daxi lost all appetite for food. They exchanged glances, each able to discern a glimmer of understanding in the other's eyes. Their intentions aligned, and Wang Liang drove his BMW 740, taking Daxi to a foot spa to indulge themselves after such a tumultuous day. Hey, doesn't that man driving away in the BMW 740 look a bit familiar? One of the youths about to enter the Luxi Hot Pot restaurant remarked. Familiar? What nonsense. Su Cheng, take a good look. Isn't that your brother-in-law? Indeed, the more I look, the more it resembles your brother-in-law, another chimed in. As Wang Liang and Lin Qingqing left in their vehicle, a group of youths turned back to Su Cheng, inquiring about the seemingly familiar figure. Impossible. Besides, he is not my brother-in-law. Su Cheng's words trailed off as he caught sight of Wang Liang behind the wheel. In an instant, his thoughts became lodged in his throat, unspoken. Wang Liang, it truly is him, he thought, astonished that Wang Liang could drive such an impressive car. Just moments ago, when his companions discussed Wang Liang, Su Cheng had regarded him with disdain due to his previous actions. But now, as he witnessed Wang Liang departing in a BMW 740, a subtle shift occurred within him. How could Wang Liang, who ostensibly came from an average background, afford such an extravagant vehicle? This thought twisted Su Cheng's perception. If Wang Liang could afford a luxury car worth over $1 million, how could he possibly fuss over a bride price for his sister? With this realization, Su Cheng suddenly found a meal he had just shared rather unappetizing. Well, Su Cheng, your brother-in-law drives a luxury car now. Even if it's entry-level, it's sure to impress the ladies, another friend remarked. Yeah, indeed. You should ask around. If it really is your brother-in-law, we might just benefit from it, another added. Lost in thought, Su Cheng's friends began to flatter him. Overwhelmed by their praise, Su Cheng felt somewhat dazed. All right, you all go ahead and drink. I have some matters to attend to and must head home first. At this moment, Su Cheng had no inclination to indulge in drinking. After bidding farewell to his friends, he hurried home, eager to share the news with his sister. Could it be that Wang Liang had struck it rich lately? Regardless of whether the BMW truly belonged to Wang Liang, the mere fact that he could drive it signified he possessed substantial means. If his assumptions held any truth, Su Cheng resolved to persuade his sister to keep Wang Liang close. After all, once she married him, she might not just settle for a Magotan 330. She could very well become the proud owner of a BMW. What did you say? Wang Liang is driving that BMW 740? Lu Deshui exclaimed, sitting upright at the revelation. Even Lu Shifeng, seated beside him, wore a grim expression, though she did not exhibit the same level of excitement, instead pondering whether the BMW truly belonged to Wang Liang. After all, she had noticed a BMW parked outside when she and Lu Deshui had left. Now, hearing her son's words, she began to suspect that Wang Liang might have recently come into some fortune. If that were the case, their family would have missed a golden opportunity. Reflecting on this, Lu Shifeng felt a pang of regret. Had she known this would transpire, she would not have allowed their relationship to become so strained. Just as Su Cheng and Lu Deshui were fervently discussing Wang Liang's BMW, Su Meng returned from outside. Uncle, Mom, what are you discussing so animatedly? Su Meng inquired, her spirits high. In recent days, She had met a man from Handan City. Although he might not be exceptionally handsome, his overall attributes were commendable. He owned a home in the city, drove a BMW 3 Series, and was quite generous. Most importantly, he treated Su Meng with great care. In an instant, Su Meng felt that this man surpassed Wang Liang in every conceivable way. After only a few days of acquaintance, their relationship had progressed to intimate levels, and now, Su Meng intended to secure her hold over him through the news of her pregnancy. In her mind, this man was far more suitable than Wang Liang to assume the role of a dependable partner. Sister, let me tell you, you really should soften your stance with Wang Liang and discuss the bride price with him. Su Cheng interjected eagerly before anyone else could speak. In his view, as long as he could persuade his sister to compromise, he believed Wang Liang, that loser, would not dare refuse. The previous incident at the Western restaurant had merely been a fluke. However, this time, Su Cheng was genuinely eager for his sister to forge a connection with Wang Liang. If it were to develop into something more, he could finally take the wheel of that BMW 740. Upon hearing the name Wang Liang, Su Meng's brows furrowed, and a hint of disdain flickered across her face. The previous incident had left her feeling quite humiliated. Had it not been for her connections, it was likely that she and Su Cheng would have remained trapped within that Western restaurant. With this thought, Su Meng's delicate features hardened, and she coldly remarked, "Is this all you aspire to? Wang Liang, Wang Liang. You seem to only remember his name. Do you think that once I distance myself from him, I shall be without suitors?" The mention of Wang Liang stirred her temper, and her tone towards Su Cheng grew noticeably frosty. No. Su Cheng hastily shook his head, attempting to clarify, "Sister, you are unaware. Today, I actually spotted Wang Liang. He was dressed remarkably well and driving a BMW 740. That car is worth over $1 million. Do you think Wang Liang has struck it rich recently?" "What?" Before Su Meng could express her thoughts, Lu Shufen's expression morphed into one of astonishment. She had initially believed that Wang Liang had merely acquired a BMW, but to discover that it was a car worth a fortune was beyond her expectations. Chapter 82. The worries of both families. Su Meng was momentarily taken aback, inhaling deeply. As she scrutinized Su Cheng anew, her gaze bore a hint of skepticism. "Did you possibly misjudge? How could someone like Wang Liang afford a car worth over $1 million? I suspect he might be borrowing it. To my knowledge, he still has a loan on that Magotan worth over $100,000. How could he possibly afford a BMW nearing $1 million? Su Cheng had pondered Su Meng's words. Yet regardless of whether Wang Liang drove a Magotan or a BMW, it was evident that the young man had indeed earned some money. Otherwise, how could someone of his humble background be acquainted with friends who drove luxury vehicles? Nevertheless, both points served to illustrate Wang Liang's impressive stature. "Dreaming. Listen to your uncle," Su Cheng continued. "I genuinely saw a BMW parked outside Wang Liang's house today, along with an expensive motorcycle. That motorcycle must be worth around $300,000. As Su Cheng spoke, Su Meng remained skeptical, prompting Lu Deshui to add, "Regardless of whether Wang Liang can afford the BMW, I truly believe he's made some money. Dreaming, why not try reconnecting with him? What if he really has come into wealth?" After Lu Deshui's statement, Lu Shufen couldn't help but chime in with encouragement. Her thoughts were straightforward. She merely wished for Su Meng to engage with Wang Liang. Despite Lu Shufen's personal misgivings about Wang Liang, if he were indeed driving a BMW, her opinion would swiftly change. As long as he was sufficiently wealthy, she would welcome him, even if he insulted her daily. Such is human nature. Wealth can transform adversaries and distant relatives into allies who greet you with smiles. Lu Shufen was a prime example of this. "What?" Su Meng was taken aback, her expression momentarily dazed. Suddenly, she recalled that a long-lost classmate, Lu Ruyan, had recently inquired about Wang Liang's whereabouts, mentioning that he had recently acquired a BMW and asking about his business ventures. Initially, Su Meng had dismissed this as trivial, even suspecting that Lu Ruyan was jesting about her supposed engagement to Wang Liang. But now, hearing it again from her brother, uncle, and mother, she began to harbor doubts. Dreaming, listen to your mother. Why not discreetly reconnect with Wang Liang? There's no harm in it. If it turns out that he is indeed driving a BMW, this could be your chance. Even if he denies your previous encounter, he won't be able to escape the situation." Lu Shifen said, instinctively touching her belly. Su Meng understood her mother's implication, but hearing such words from her mother made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. "Indeed, sister, you might as well give it a try." Su Cheng wholeheartedly supported her, continuing to entice. If Wang Liang can truly afford a luxury vehicle, he must be doing quite well. Associating with him would be advantageous. If it turns out to be a ruse, you can always sever ties later. You would have lost nothing. Lu Deshui cleared his throat, offering his counsel. "Dreaming, technically, this is not my place to intervene, but if Wang Liang can afford a luxury car, you might as well prepare for a life of comfort should you choose to marry him. Under the collective persuasion of her family, Su Meng found herself nodding in agreement. Even without their urging, she was already inclined to investigate the veracity of these claims regarding Wang Liang. As for the man driving the BMW, she could afford to ignore him for a couple of days. Should it turn out that the rumors about Wang Liang were unfounded, she would still have a backup plan. Resolute in her decision, Su Meng nodded and retreated to her room. That night would prove to be extraordinary for Su Meng's family. Meanwhile, on the other side, matters were equally tumultuous. At the Wang household, following the thorough explanation of the afternoon's events by old lady Li to Wang Quangue, Wang Yin's wife, Li Lian, erupted in anger. Mother, did Wang Liang truly say that? Wang Yin inquired, his face dark with displeasure. Is there any doubt? Old lady Li shot back, glaring. Wang Liang's words had enraged her to the point that her tone with her eldest son had taken on a sharp edge. Upon hearing his mother's words, Wang Yin lowered his head in silence. No one knew what schemes were brewing in his mind. In Wang Yin's view, borrowing money from his younger brother's family was only natural. Repayment was not impossible, but certainly not at this moment. Enough, my dear wife, prepare the money. Tomorrow, let our eldest son deliver it to the younger brother's family. Seeing Wang Yin lost in thought, Wang Quangue sighed. Wang Liang was not jesting this time. If his family did not see the money by tomorrow, they could very well face legal action, which would only complicate matters. It was better to settle the debt swiftly to protect their eldest grandson from being dragged into this mess. The 100,000 originally belonged to Wang Liang's family. Years ago, the old couple had fabricated a reason to borrow that amount, concerned about their eldest grandson, Wang Lei, not having enough to eat or wear. Although they were reluctant to repay, they had no choice but to do so. Regret gnawed at them, particularly for having voluntarily signed a promissory note. Had they not done so, they would not have found themselves in this predicament. Old Lady Li remained silent at Wang Quangue's words, her heart heavy with regret. Had she foreseen this outcome, she would have approached the younger brother's family directly to borrow money. Not securing the funds was one matter. The repayment date had never been specified. Now Wang Liang had given them a mere 3 days, no, just one. Originally, the money from selling the house amounted to only 30,000, and with their reluctance to spend, they had managed to save enough to buy a better car for their grandson. Now, Wang Liang insisted on taking away 100,000. Just the thought made old lady Li feel faint. She was not petty, but she believed that spending any amount of money on her eldest grandson was entirely justified. As for repaying Wang Liang, let alone a sum as substantial as 100,000, even the thought of returning a mere 1,000 made her heart ache, even though this money was rightfully theirs. Father, please don't be anxious. Tomorrow I will speak with the second son to inquire about this matter. We still have time. Why should we feel compelled to repay just because Liangzi says so? Observing that old lady Li and Wang Quangue were at a loss, Wang Yin confidently assured, yes, father, mother, you need not prepare any money. Tomorrow, I will accompany Anza to ask. As long as the second son and his wife relent, I cannot believe that Wang Liang can turn the tide against us. Chapter 83. Young yet quite astute. Alas, we are left with no other choice. Wang Quangue sighed as he lit a cigarette for himself. The moment Li Lian caught a whiff of that low-quality tobacco, she frowned, about to voice her discontent, but suddenly held her tongue. It should be noted that the couple had sold their house in preparation to buy their son a good car. Given this situation, Lilian ultimately chose to swallow her words. Ah, you have reminded me. Eldest, please tell the second son to delay repaying the money for a while. If he insists on demanding payment at this critical juncture, then he can forget about me as his mother. I refuse to believe that they would sever ties with us just to compel us to repay. After uttering this, old lady Li displayed an air of haughtiness, firmly convinced that this tactic would delay the repayment. Indeed, if he is adamant about repayment, let us demand support from the second son's family. At our age, should they not be taking care of us? Wang Quangue flicked the ash from his cigarette, speaking in a low tone. Upon mentioning the issue of support, Wang exchanged glances with Li Lian. Wang Quangue's remark had sparked a realization in both of them. With this newfound understanding, Wang seemed to possess a certain confidence to negotiate with the second son's family. That night, Wang Liang and she spent the night in a private room at a bathhouse. The reason for not returning home was Wang Liang's apprehension about having another heart-to-heart with comrade Wang Jian. He knew that the events of that afternoon had deeply wounded both Wang Jian and comrade Lao Yang. Over the next few days, Wang Liang had no intention of returning to add to their troubles. He wanted the elderly couple to enjoy some peace and quiet. The following morning, a bleary-eyed Wang Liang was dragged into a car by Daxi. The previous day, their investment in a small workshop had produced the first batch of samples, crafted to meet Wang Liang's standards. Zhang Song was eagerly awaiting Wang Liang's return to oversee the quality and commence mass production. Throughout the journey, Wang Liang yawned repeatedly. Initially, He had envisioned himself as a hands-off manager, delegating the factory's affairs to Daxi and Zhang Song, while he focused on courting women and indulging in leisure. However, he did not anticipate the exhaustion that accompanied the early operations of the workshop. Had he known that being a boss would be so arduous, he would have never ventured into business. It would have been far better to dabble in stocks, invest in promising companies, and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Company? Investment. As these two keywords flitted through Wang Liang's mind, a bold idea began to take shape. No one understood which industries would be lucrative better than someone who had been reborn. Therefore, if he were to establish an investment firm, he would possess unparalleled insight into the future trajectories of various enterprises. Henceforth, Wong Leong would only need to allocate funds. With this thought, he shook his head to clear his mind, reaching into the glove compartment to retrieve a pack of mid-sized Huaza cigarettes. He lit one for himself, letting the remaining cigarettes fall into his pocket. In the driver's seat, she couldn't help but twitch his lips. Wang Liang was indeed a true grandson. That pack of cigarettes was something she would hesitate to smoke himself. Yet here Wang Liang was taking the entire pack, not leaving even one for himself. Upon returning to the factory, Wang Liang hastily grabbed a bag and rushed toward the office, anxiously avoiding the gaze of certain female employees. Following closely behind, she wore a puzzled expression. He couldn't fathom why Liangzi always appeared so secretive at the factory. After all, Liangzi was technically the boss. Why the need for such stealth? Upon entering the office, Zhang Song and his wife, Wang Jinlian, were already waiting. Wang Jinlian was the backbone of the small workshop, given that it produced intimate apparel. If Wang Liang or Zhang Song were to handle recruitment, they would likely be misconstrued as perverts, although it was ostensibly Wang Liang's factory. In reality, Wang Jinlian called the shots. Zhang Song and she were only responsible for e-commerce operations, while Wang Jinlian managed all matters within the factory. Brother Zhang, sister-in-law. Wang Liang greeted with a smile. All right, no need for formalities. Let's take a look at the products. Wang Jinlian replied with a wave, signaling to Zhang Song. The latter promptly displayed an array of intimate garments. As Wang Liang gazed at a nearly transparent piece of lingerie, his breath caught, and his eyes took on a fervent glow. Quickly, he reined in his surging adrenaline and pretended to examine the garments with composure. The craftsmanship is commendable, far superior to the previous supplier. After his assessment, he picked up another piece, running his fingers over the fabric. This one is also quite good. Without hesitation, Wang Liang tore open the third piece in front of Zhang Song and Wang Jinlian. Ripping apart the intimate apparel seemed to invigorate him, as he continued to shred through the subsequent pieces without restraint. Sister-in-law, these garments don't need to be of such high quality. We should use a lighter fabric that can be easily torn, Wang Liang stated earnestly. This suggestion left Zhang Song and Wang Jinlian feeling perplexed. Why would that be? Shouldn't these pieces be of higher quality? Wang Jinlian inquired, struggling to suppress her amusement. Wang Liang, being a young man, displayed a facade of nonchalance while discussing the quality of the intimate apparel. However, as he spoke, a certain physiological reaction seemed to betray his composure. You know, the materials are quite substantial, very impressive, Zhang Song remarked, blushing slightly. Liangzi, we can't afford to be reckless with this. If we make them disposable, won't our sales plummet? Zhang Song voiced his concerns, believing that Wang Liang aimed to reduce costs by compromising on quality, which could inadvertently lead to a decline in sales. Don't worry, Brother Zhang. You don't understand. In fact, disposable items tend to appeal more to men. Wang Liang began, glancing at Wang Jinlian. He quickly adjusted his statement. I think they might not be suitable, but after customer feedback, I believe they will place repeat orders. They enjoy the thrill of tearing. With that, Wang Liang leaned closer to Zhang Song and whispered, once the next batch is ready, take 2 pieces and try them out with sister-in-law. Then you'll understand. What? Zhang Song was taken aback, subsequently nodding in a manner that suggested a semblance of understanding. Wang Jinlian's fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. It must be said that despite his youth, Wang Liang possessed a remarkable degree of insight. Chapter 84. Joining a milk tea shop. After clarifying the matter at hand, Zhang Song and Wang Jinlian departed in succession. Daxi, stifling yawn, prepared to find a place to take a nap, only to be forcibly pulled back by Wang Liang. Where are you going? Wang Liang inquired. To work, what else would I do? Daxi replied sheepishly. It was hardly appropriate to admit to Liangzi that he was fatigued and seeking a place to rest. Was it? You have the day off today. No work for you, Wang Liang declared with a grand gesture. Really? Foster father. Daxi's face lit up with joy. Could it be that the beautiful technician sister had provided Wang Liang with some comfort last night, leading him to grant a holiday? Yes. Today you should go out for a stroll. Find a suitable commercial building. Liangzi, have you lost your mind? You can't possibly be thinking of purchasing an entire building. Can you? She questioned, bewildered. Purchase a building? Am I so foolishly indulgent? No. What I need is for you to find a building with office space available for rent, ideally an entire floor, Wang Liang retorted, exasperated. It seemed that ever since she began following him, his cognitive faculties had diminished significantly. Oh, huh, duh, she nodded, but then displayed a puzzled expression, struggling to comprehend. What do you need that space for? It's exorbitantly expensive to rent. What a waste of money. Wang Liang regarded she with utmost seriousness and said, my great-grandfather lived to the age of 83, indulging in smoking and drinking. Do you know why he lived so long? Aren't we discussing offices? Why are we talking about your great-grandfather? She looked at Wang Liang, who was earnest in demeanor, and added, why? Because he never meddled in others' affairs. With that, Wang Liang abruptly flexed his leg and delivered a swift kick to Daxi's rear, admonishing, go and take care of this, and stop with the unnecessary chatter. Find a suitable location and finalize it quickly. Also, make sure to identify 2 office spaces that can be operational immediately and recruit a few customer service representatives and designers, prioritizing those with e-commerce experience. Remember, Daxi, I require an entire floor. As for the decor, you can handle that. I want 3 areas, the largest for office space, and the rest for e-commerce operations. Understood, Daxi replied, turning on his heel to depart without a hint of hesitation. Given Wang Liang's remarkable capabilities, it was evident that whatever he said would be followed. Don't rush off just yet. Before Daxi could exit, Wang Liang called out to him again. Aren't you interested in opening a milk tea shop? Wang Liang asked. Huh? She scratched his head, looking utterly bewildered, then nodded. I've been searching for a location these past couple of days, but I haven't found anything suitable yet. At that moment, Daxi clearly hesitated to divulge the truth. In reality, ever since Daxi's bank balance swelled from 2 million to 5 million, his entrepreneurial ambitions had waned. He found himself contemplating how to simply relax, or rather, be carried along by Liang's success. Ever since Wang Liang's broken engagement with Su Meng, his career had soared as if propelled by unseen forces. Within less than a month, he had won a lottery, dabbled in stocks, and now ventured into the business of lingerie. Each endeavor had been executed with exceptional skill. Without delving into his earlier remarkable achievements, let's focus on the lingerie business. From procurement to e-commerce sales, his profits had doubled. At present, he had established a small workshop that was generating revenue from both ends, not to mention the profits from stocks. The operation of this small workshop alongside his e-commerce ventures was already sufficient for Wang Liang to live comfortably for the remainder of his life. With such a lucrative partner at his side, did Daxi truly need to engage in any business endeavors himself? Forget about it. Finalize everything swiftly. You need to find a shop. As for the milk tea brand, just join me, Shui Bingcheng, directly. While speaking, Wang Liang handed Daxi a business card. This was a postcard Wang Liang had specifically requested from the brand at a recent tea beverage conference. Shui Bingcheng had seen its franchise stores multiply exponentially this year, thus becoming a well-known name among the public. Currently, there were likely only a few in Handan, and Wang Liang's intention for Daxi to engage in this business was to monopolize the surrounding areas and various counties. Oh, you've arranged all of this? Daxi chuckled, scratching his head. One must admit, Liang's had truly had his hands in many pies, even venturing into the milk tea industry. Despite the low investment and minimal costs associated with a milk tea shop, the potential profits and sales figures were undeniably substantial. What arrangements? Wang Liang was momentarily confused, but he dismissed Daxi's implication and instead reminded him, remember to call the vendors and express our desire to monopolize all franchises in Handan. Also, open a couple more shops in the university town, train station, and shopping plaza, secure several locations, and establish multiple stores. One must understand that in the future, the influence of Shui Wang would be formidable. This was the allure of the Shui Wang brand. Even with numerous negative press later on, it would not diminish sales. As for any incidents involving foreign objects in the beverages, some customers might even blame themselves rather than the drink. My word, how much will this cost? Daxi frowned, a hint of bitterness crossing his face. It was important to note that Daxi was not nearly as affluent as Wang Liang. While Wang Liang's wealth exceeded 100 million, allowing him to indulge freely, Daxi only had a few million. Merely opening so many milk tea shops would require a significant investment. Well, you can decide whether or not to do it. The postcard is in your hands, and you have the authority to make the call. Just get it done quickly. Don't delay my sleep. Wang Liang waved his hand dismissively, picking up his newly purchased Switch game console and embarking on a delightful day. Fine, Daxi exhaled, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Wang Liang. It appeared that Wang Liang had no intention of investing in the milk tea shop, leaving Daxi's participation entirely at his discretion. Disappointment lingered, but Daxi bore no complaints. If it were not for Wang Liang's guidance, he might still be earning a meager salary as a server. Oh, and to she, make sure to bring me some grilled meat rice for lunch, and pick up some duck products as well. Just as she was about to leave, Wang Liang called out to him again. Liangzi, I truly look down upon your avaricious capitalist facade, you scoundrel. She gestured an obscene sign before shutting the office door behind him. Wang Liang chuckled, opting to remain silent. He draped a summer blanket over himself and happily immersed himself in his game. As noon approached, just as Wang Liang was lost in a pleasant dream, a phone call jolted him awake. Chapter 85. Who on earth would do this? Hello, Wang Liang. Upon hearing such an innocent yet alluring voice, Wang Liang was instantly pulled from his slumber, and his lower body reacted inappropriately. Jiang Yin, the little heiress? This girl had been reaching out to Wang Liang with increasing frequency lately, persistently suggesting outings for meals or leisurely strolls, which had become quite bothersome. One would think that someone like Jiang Yin, who was both beautiful and well-endowed, would have a plethora of suitors. Yet, this girl seemed determined to bombard him with an incessant stream of messages, sometimes sending as many as 800 in a single day. If he failed to respond, she would resort to calling him. It all stemmed from a lavish dinner Wang Liang had treated Jiang Yin to. Why is Jiang Yin still thinking about this? Does she really expect me to invite her back? What is the matter? Wang Liang rubbed his bleary eyes and sat up from the foldable bed. Are you free right now? Jiang Yin asked urgently on the other end of the line. Not free, Wang Liang replied curtly. You are free, aren't you? Where are you? I need to see you about something. Ignoring Wang Liang's words, Jiang Yin cut straight to the point. Sister, I said I'm not free. Stop wasting time. Where are you? I'll come pick you up. I'm in the village. Before Wang Liang could finish a sentence, the line went dead with a series of beeps. He slapped his forehead in resignation. Great, now I can't avoid this meal. With that thought in mind, Wang Liang quickly tidied up, gently pushed the door open, and, like a thief, dashed out of the factory. It would be a joke if someone recognized him. After all, he owns a lingerie factory. How would he face anyone he knew? Liang's awake. Just as Wang Liang was about to slip out the door, he heard Wang Jinlian's voice behind him. Hearing her, he couldn't help but grimace. He had been relieved not to have run into anyone familiar. But Wang Jinlian's call immediately altered his expression, making it somewhat awkward. I thought you were still asleep. Are you heading out for a meal? Don't go just yet. I have something to discuss with you. As Wang Liang turned back, Wang Jinlian hurried forward to stand in front of him. Sister-in-law, can we talk outside? It's not really appropriate in the factory, is it? Wang Liang said, his face contorted in discomfort as he glanced around the factory, ensuring no one was listening before he sighed in relief. Oh, all right, let us step outside then. Wang Jinlian nodded, completely unaware of Wang Liang's thoughts. She assumed that as the boss, he understood that some conversations should be kept away from the employees to avoid any negative influence. Little did she know, Wang Liang simply wished to keep his identity hidden from the factory staff. With that, Wang Jinlian followed closely behind him as they exited the factory. Sister-in-law, could we refrain from calling me by name in the factory? This is my village, and if someone I know sees us, before Wang Jinlian could respond, Wang Liang jumped in first. What is wrong? Wang Jinlian asked, puzzled. You're the boss of this factory. Why would you be afraid of running into acquaintances? Stop right there. Don't say it like that. Sister-in-law, just tell everyone you're the factory manager. I can remain inconspicuous as the owner, Wang Liang quickly clarified, waving his hands. How can that be? You're the boss. What is there to hide? Wang Jinlian questioned, confused by Wang Liang's reaction. She found it hard to comprehend why young people today prefer to be so low-key. In her eyes, someone like Wang Liang, who had acquired land and established a factory in the village, would typically receive admiration from passing villagers. Yet, here he was behaving as if he were sneaking around. Sister-in-law, you would understand. Who would want to be recognized as a boss? But if someone were to ask what I do, how could I explain? Should I admit that I run a lingerie factory? Wang Liang felt his cheeks flush as he voiced this concern. Just mentioning it made him feel embarrassed. What is the big deal? Who cares what you do? People in the village only care about whether you're making money, Wang Jinlian said casually, seemingly oblivious to Wang Liang's anxieties. However, she couldn't help but notice that his face was growing increasingly red. No, sister-in-law, I'm not even married yet, Wang Liang exclaimed, quickly raising his hands to clarify. I'm just a young man without a wife. If it gets out that I'm the owner of a lingerie factory, my potential matchmakers might think I'm some sort of weirdo. Who in their right mind runs a lingerie factory? As soon as he uttered those words, Wang Jinlian squinted and smiled. At that moment, she seemed to understand why Wang Liang was reluctant to admit his role as the factory's owner. It was undeniable that this young man, despite his age, had considered the implications thoroughly. In fact, even someone like her, who had been married and had children, would feel shy if asked about her current occupation, especially if it involved lingerie. Oh, so you can be shy too? Wang Jinlian teased. All right, sister-in-law, enough of that. What did you want to discuss with me? Wong Leong waved his hand dismissively. Oh, about that. It's something similar to your situation, Wang Jinlian said, feigning mystery. Similar to my situation? Wong Leong was taken aback, still unable to grasp what she meant. Yes, look at our factory. We've hired mostly female workers. Although they're older, they still feel embarrassed about this kind of work. Some of the women have only been here a short time and are already considering leaving. What should we do about this? This time, Wang Jinlian didn't hold back, sharing all the trivial matters concerning the factory with Wang Liang. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang furrowed his brow slightly. This was indeed a pressing issue. The villagers held conservative values, and initially, they would likely have reservations about a lingerie factory. After all, many of them were grandparents, and wouldn't want anyone to know that their daughters-in-law worked in such a field. I had not thought this through, Wang Liang mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. The challenge of establishing a lingerie factory lay not in attracting customers, but in retaining employees. Sister-in-law, why don't you offer each employee an additional 500 yuan a month? Those who wish to stay can do so, and those who don't, we won't force them. Soon, Wang Liang had made up his mind. If the female workers felt ashamed of their jobs, perhaps a salary increase would quell some of the gossip. Chapter 86. Tempted by my body? Hearing Wang Liang's solution, Wang Jinlian's face brightened. The idea of raising salaries was indeed a brilliant one. Not only would it help retain workers, but it would also effectively silence their murmurs. Wang Liang was quite generous, offering each employee a 500 yuan increase. Given that there were over 20 people in the factory, this meant Wang Liang would need to allocate more than 10,000 yuan in a month. All right, I'll talk to them and see who is willing to stay. Wang Jinlian nodded, clearly approving of Wang Liang's approach. Yes, if all the female workers are willing to remain, that would be ideal. If some are reluctant, I'll think of another way. Wang Liang scratched his head, admitting that he couldn't think of a better solution at the moment. As Wang Jinlian and Wang Liang were discussing, a brand new Mercedes E-Class slowly pulled up in front of them. Upon seeing this, Wang Jinlian's face flushed, and she quickly turned away. Wang Liang also reacted swiftly, pulling on a short-sleeved shirt. In any case, neither Wang Jinlian nor Wang Liang wanted to engage with acquaintances in such a setting. Liangzi, could this possibly be your factory? The car window on the driver's side rolled down, and Jiang Yan exclaimed in surprise. She seemed oblivious to Wang Liang's embarrassment, instead surveying the factory that appeared rather modest. Upon hearing Jiang Yan greet Wang Liang, Wang Jinlian turned her head and stole a glance. With just a glance, Wang Jinlian felt utterly captivated. The young lady in the car before her was breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a star from the television screens. Oh, no, that's not me. This one is the factory director. I merely happened to pass by and exchanged a few words with an acquaintance. Upon being questioned by Jiang Yan, Wang Liang's face flushed with embarrassment, and he hurriedly explained, fearful that this young girl might seize any pretext to visit the factory. At that moment, he knew his reputation was at stake. TCH, if it's not yours, then it's not yours. Why the fuss? Jiang Yan rolled her eyes and greeted Wang Jinlian with a smile. Wang Liang, agitated by Jiang Yan's words, glared at her and retorted, "Who's nervous? You are the one who's nervous. Ah, did you just say you wanted to see me for something?" As they spoke, Wang Liang unhesitatingly hopped into Jiang Yan's car, thinking he needed to escape this place of gossip swiftly. If he were to encounter another familiar face, it would be a convoluted explanation. Sister-in-law, we'll meet again. Wang Liang lowered the car window to wave at Wang Jinlian, who was momentarily taken aback, waving back in confusion as she watched the Mercedes E-Class drive away. Oh my, that young lady is truly stunning. And that car she drives must be quite expensive. Wang Jinlian pondered while walking back. When did Wang Liang become acquainted with such a beautiful girl? Anyone who could afford such a fine vehicle must come from a well-off family. The young lady seemed quite compatible with Wang Liang. Meanwhile, Wang Yin and his wife were preparing to confront Wang Jian for an explanation. Yet, as they entered the village, they spotted Wang Liang driving off in a Mercedes E-Class. Hey, Anzi, ISNT that little brat of Liangzi? Li Lian, seated on the electric scooter, pointed at the speeding Mercedes. It seems so. When did this kid become friends with someone so wealthy? That's a Mercedes E300, worth over 600,000. Wang was momentarily stunned, struggling to believe how well Wang Liang was doing. Dear, since Liang's ISNT home, should we still look for the second one? Wang halted the scooter and turned to Li Lian. At this, Li Lian became irate. Why not? With Wang Liang not around. We had no intention of discussing this with him anyway. What's the matter? You're still feeling uneasy because that little brat ISNT here? Do you need someone to scold you to feel satisfied? Realizing his oversight, Wang replied, right, we came to talk to the second 1S family anyway. With Wang Liang absent, there won't be anyone to argue with us. With the way Li Lian and I can talk, I'm sure the second one will listen. Once they left the village, Wang Liang sighed in relief and glanced at Jiang Yan in the driver's seat, asking, what is so urgent that we had to meet? Don't tell me you're going to make me treat you to a meal. I'm short on cash. TCH, who said I needed you to treat me? Today, I'll treat you. Let us go. We'll talk more when we get there. Jiang Yan shot him a glare. Wang Liang couldn't help but clutch his chest and protested. Hey, young lady, last time you treated me because I helped you achieve your goals. What is your motive this time? Are you after my body? As soon as the words escaped his lips, Jiang Yan abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing the car to halt abruptly on the deserted rural road, giving Wang Liang's forehead an intimate encounter with the windshield. Hey, are you crazy? Can't you just drive properly? Wang Liang began to scold, but his words were cut short as he caught Jiang Yan's serious gaze locked onto him. Her scrutinizing look sent shivers down his spine. Actually, your physique, after a moment, Jiang Yan provocatively continued. Brother, no sister, I was just joking. Don't take it to heart. Wang Liang, feeling a surge of anxiety, instinctively shrank towards the car door. Oh, Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile gracing her lips. In the next instant, she leaned closer to Wang Liang. Little brother, I don't find this joke amusing at all. However, you did say something right. I am indeed tempted by your body with that. She playfully bit her lower lip, showcasing a tantalizing expression. Now, closely observing Jiang Yan, he noted her high-bridged nose, captivating large eyes, and the alluring red lips made even more enticing by her gentle bite. Each feature ignited a fire within Wang Liang. A mere 2 seconds of eye contact made him feel a surge of heat rising from his feet to his head. Facing Jiang Yan's fierce advance, he found his breath quickening, the scent of her perfume enveloping him. At that moment, he felt himself succumbing. A sister is still a sister. Even the simplest gestures rendered him powerless to resist. Little brother, don't forget to buckle your seatbelt. Sister is about to take you for a wild ride. A tingling sensation washed over him as her voice reached his ears, prompting Wang Liang to close his eyes in understanding. Chapter 87. The Car Crash. Wang Liang felt a warmth coursing through his body. At that moment, everything felt eerily quiet. He could even hear Jiang Yan's heartbeat. Just as he experienced a physiological reaction and began to anticipate what would happen next, the car suddenly lurched forward. Wait a minute. This plot seems off. Wang Liang blinked in confusion. Who are you? After giving you the green light, why did you suddenly start the car? Jiang Yan's playful demeanor, juxtaposed with her serious facade, reminded Wang Liang of a saying, a heartless woman in a Mercedes. It seemed this phrase described Jiang Yan perfectly. However, she appeared quite pleased with Wang Liang's reaction, noticing his flushed face as he stared at her intently, filling her with a sense of satisfaction. Just wait. I'll keep you on your toes. At this moment, Wang Liang stared blankly at Jiang Yan, a flutter of excitement igniting within him. After returning from rebirth for so long, he believed he had grown immune to emotions. Yet, who knew that with a mere tease from Jiang Yan, his once placid heart would begin to stir? Wang Liang was not against marriage, but based on the experiences from his previous life, he concluded that as long as he had enough wealth, who needed love? After all, being single was far more appealing. With sufficient wealth, women would continuously surround him. In other words, who wouldn't he want to live the life of Principal Wang, where romance was a daily affair and internet celebrities changed like the seasons? Sisters don't remain 18 forever, but there will always be 18-year-old sisters. From the start, Wang Liang harbored such thoughts. The relentless pursuit of wealth was merely a means to inch closer to his dreams. Yet today, Jiang Yan's unexpected advance left his heart racing and stirred feelings within him that he thought had long been buried. All right, I'm not wearing any makeup, little brother. Focus on the road. Jiang Yan reminded him with a grin while gripping the steering wheel with one hand. Wang Liang's face flushed, yet he had no intention of diverting his gaze. This was his nature. I'm sorry, though I know I'm wrong. I refuse to change. After this brief interlude, Jiang Yan brought Wang Liang to Union Building. Gazing at the Union Building nestled in the heart of the commercial district, Wang Liang was momentarily taken aback and inquired, what brings you here? You'll find out shortly. Let me just park the car first, and then we can head upstairs to talk, Jiang Yan replied with a mysterious smile, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel as they entered the parking lot of the Union Building. At that moment, an old-model Volkswagen Sagittar suddenly lurched forward from a parking space. With a resounding crash, it collided directly with a brand-new Mercedes-Benz E-Class. In that critical moment, Wang Liang instinctively shielded Jiang Yan's head with his arm, while a decorative item from the car struck him forcefully. Had he not acted to protect Jiang Yin, that ornament could very well have struck her face. Are you all right? Jiang Yin asked cautiously, nestled in Wang Liang's embrace. Her heart raced. After the accident, she felt no fear. Instead, the instant he pulled her into his arms made her heart race even faster. She had not expected that this man, whom she had only met a couple of times, would choose to protect her in a moment of danger. A hint of sweetness bloomed within her. No, I'm fine. Just a minor bump, Wong Leong replied, loosening his grip on Jiang Yin and brushing off the ornament that had fallen onto his back. Upon seeing the ornament, Jiang Yan's eyes widened with gratitude as she glanced at Wong Leong. Had he not shielded her, that ornament could have disfigured her. From now on, let us not keep such random ornaments in the car. They're truly bothersome, Wong Leong remarked with a wince. The impact from the ornament left a sharp pain in his back, serving as a stark reminder that one should never keep such items in a vehicle. In the event of an accident, they could easily cause harm. Knock, knock, knock. Enough of your lovey-dovey display in the car. You could have caused an accident. Came a loud rapping on the car window, followed by a middle-aged woman shouting at them. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Yan's brows furrowed, and a flicker of anger crossed her strikingly beautiful face. Just as the woman prepared to knock again, Jiang Yan flung open the car door, catching the middle-aged woman off guard and causing her to stumble back, nearly falling. Seeing Jiang Yan's fury, Wong Leong quickly opened the door, concerned that she might confront the woman physically. When a stunning beauty emerged from the vehicle, the middle-aged woman cursed. Hey, you little vixen, did your mother die? Or are you just eager to reincarnate? How do you even drive? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's cheeks flushed crimson. She stepped forward, ready to retaliate. But Wong Leong restrained her. Don't escalate things, he cautioned. In a parking lot, minor collisions are common. If they encountered someone reasonable, the matter could be easily resolved. But if faced with an unreasonable individual, it could quickly escalate into a physical confrontation. Clearly, Jiang Yan had encountered someone unreasonable today, initially intimidated by Jiang Yan's fierce demeanor. The middle-aged woman quickly regained her bravado upon seeing Wang Liang intervene. Oh, what is this? You want to fight? Come on, give it a try. Hit me, and let's see if I don't squeeze money out of you. The woman's raucous taunts drew the attention of onlookers, and the vicinity of Yunyun Building, being a commercial area, was bustling with pedestrians. After Wang Liang's intervention, Jiang Yan managed to regain her composure. She understood that engaging in a physical altercation would complicate matters, even if she was in the right. Yet, her simmering emotions flared once more, and she pointed accusingly at the middle-aged woman, exclaiming, You lunatic, take a good look. You're the one who crashed into my car. The middle-aged woman, taken aback, retorted vehemently, You're talking nonsense. You clearly crashed into my car. Didn't you see I was about to turn? You knew I was turning, yet you still came up beside me. If you didn't hit me, who else could it be? After her outburst, the surrounding crowd shook their heads in disbelief. The fault in this incident was clearly with the middle-aged woman. Yet she continued to hurl accusations at the young lady. A normal vehicle exiting a parking space should at least signal with a turn signal. Yet, neither vehicle had shown any signs of signaling prior to the collision. Calmly, Wang Liang interjected, Excuse me, ma'am, isn't the evidence of this accident quite clear? You didn't even signal. How are we to know you were turning? And with the speed you were going? It's fortunate our vehicle was there to absorb the impact, or else your car would have taken flight. I agree with the young man. She didn't signal at all. How can she claim she was turning? Now she's the one who crashed into your car, and she is trying to talk her way out of it. Exactly. If you don't signal when turning, how can anyone know your intentions? Now that you've collided with someone else's vehicle, you expect to talk your way out of the responsibility? You all don't know anything. This doesn't concern you. It's our private matter, so mind your own business. The middle-aged woman shouted in frustration at the surrounding spectators. Though the situation stemmed from her failure to signal, she refused to accept the blame. In her mind, both parties were at fault. Had it not been for the young lady's reckless driving, her car would never have collided. For the middle-aged woman, the issue was simple. Regardless of who was right or wrong, her vehicle had been damaged, and she intended to extract compensation for her losses. Otherwise, the young lady would not be permitted to leave. Stop trying to argue about who hit whom. How do you intend to resolve this? Jiang Yan asked coldly after glancing at Wang Liang. Faced with such an unreasonable woman, she could only lament her misfortune. If she didn't have pressing matters to attend to, she would have insisted that this madwoman compensate her for the damages. However, she was not interested in wasting time. Compensation? I estimate that this new Mercedes E-Class is worth over $600,000. The fender alone will need to be replaced, costing at least $10,000. Don't worry, miss. We are all witnesses and can attest that it was this woman's vehicle that caused the damage. She should take responsibility. I cannot abide by someone who clearly crashed into another's vehicle and offers no apology. She must pay. Yes, compensation. We support you in demanding her payment. At that moment, Jiang Yin displayed no signs of displeasure. Rather, the surrounding crowd was visibly indignant. A few words had rendered the middle-aged woman's face flushed with embarrassment. However, upon realizing that the cost of repairing the Mercedes would exceed 10,000, her temper flared, and she yelled at the onlookers, "What are you all yelling about? This has nothing to do with you. Can't you see I was turning and she crashed into me?" Wong Leong couldn't help but chuckle at her outburst and replied, "Thus, my friend, while driving, collided with the front of your car? Have you ever heard of yielding to oncoming traffic when making a turn? The facts are laid bare before us. Do you really believe that twisting the truth here will serve any purpose?" After a few exchanges, the middle-aged woman's fierceness waned slightly, yet her words remained obstinate. "Who are you? Am I speaking to you? Since when is it your place to interject? I don't need you lecturing me." The woman's brazen demeanor caused Wang Liang to furrow his brow slightly. Just as Wang Liang was about to speak, Jiang Yin placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "Enough. Don't bother with this crazy woman. Let us just go. We can let her off the hook for compensation." With that, Jiang Yin prepared to get into her car and leave. Today's events had been rather urgent, and with her car damaged, Jiang Yin could only chalk it up to misfortune. Though Wang Liang felt a sense of injustice, he recognized that Jiang Yin had not voiced any concerns, and thus he had no grounds to make decisions on her behalf. "You can't leave." As Jiang Yin attempted to depart, the middle-aged woman stepped forward, grasping Jiang Yan's arm. "You haven't compensated for my car yet. Look at the state of it. We haven't settled this matter, and you're not going anywhere." This display left the onlookers utterly astonished. The young lady driving the Mercedes had already shown remarkable restraint. Despite the fact that the middle-aged woman had been the one to crash into her vehicle, the young lady had not pressed for compensation. Instead, the woman who caused the accident was now demanding payment from Jiang Yin. "Release me. I have pressing matters to attend to, and no time to waste on your nonsense." Jiang Yin replied coldly, forcefully shaking off the woman's grip as she headed toward her car. Yet, the middle-aged woman had no intention of allowing Jiang Yin to leave. She stepped forward again, blocking Jiang Yin's path and covering the car door. "I don't care what you have going on. You crashed my car, and you must compensate for my damages. Otherwise, you're not going anywhere." At that moment, Jiang Yan's face flushed with anger at the woman's outrageous behavior, her voice rising several octaves as she spoke. "I didn't hit your car. You hit mine. I'm not demanding compensation from you. So what more do you want?" The surrounding crowd shared her frustration, aware that such unreasonable individuals are not uncommon in real life. Engaging in rational discourse with such people is futile, for they always believe they have the upper hand. When confronted with such a person, it is often best to involve the authorities. The middle-aged woman scoffed. "What do you mean I hit you? Even if I did, what's the rush? If you don't pay me today, neither of us leaves." At this point, the woman's shamelessness was on full display as she clutched the car door, showing no intention of allowing Jiang Yin to enter. Despite having crashed into the young lady's vehicle, she felt no urgency to depart, as she had nothing to lose. However, the young girl appeared visibly anxious, which the woman intended to exploit to extract some money for her repairs. Otherwise, she had no intention of letting Jiang Yin walk away easily. Jiang Yin's expression darkened, her gaze toward the middle-aged woman growing increasingly disdainful, nearly pushing her to the brink of violence. At that moment, Wong Leong stepped in front of Jiang Yin, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "No matter how urgent your situation is, you must resolve this matter first. Otherwise, with her temperament, she might pursue you later, complicating everything." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin looked up at Wang Liang. He was right. Although her brother's issue was pressing, if she failed to handle the situation properly, this troublesome woman would surely follow her to her brother's company and create a scene. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yin's eyes sharpened as she declared, "All right then. If you insist on not letting me go, we'll call the police to handle this. We'll get the traffic officers involved. There are cameras here. Let them determine fault. And let me tell you, if it's deemed your fault, not only will you have to cover my vehicle's repairs, but you'll also owe me for lost wages. Just for wasting my afternoon, that amounts to 1,000. Let us see how long you're willing to drag this out." Her words echoed with authority, even startling the middle-aged woman. "Yes, this is how you handle it. Give this unreasonable person a lesson." A chorus of support erupted from the crowd, who recognized that this stunning young lady had pressing matters and was not inclined to haggle over compensation. Yet, the middle-aged woman insisted on making things difficult and even sought to extort the young lady. Now, with Jiang Yin's frustration boiling over, the question of who would compensate whom was uncertain. Hearing the murmurs from the crowd, the middle-aged woman's face shifted from green to white. She wanted to retort angrily, but lacked the courage to do so, especially when Jiang Yin mentioned calling the police. The woman was now fully panicked. Her driving license had already been depleted of points. If the traffic officers caught her driving, she might lose her license altogether. Oomph. Do you think you're a big deal? Wasting my afternoon, and now you want 1,000 for lost wages? The middle-aged woman exclaimed, releasing Jiang Yan's car door and hurriedly heading toward her own vehicle while the crowd remained oblivious. Initially, she had intended to extort some money from Jiang Yan, but upon realizing that the young lady was calling the police, she panicked. Whether or not compensation was an issue became secondary. She feared the police would revoke her driving license and impose fines. If the officers determined that the fault lay with her, the consequences would be dire. Having made her decision, the middle-aged woman turned to leave in haste. However, Wong Leong would not permit her to escape so easily. He seized her arm and said, "Hey, I say, miss, you were just demanding compensation. Don't walk away. Let us wait for the police to arrive before you go." Yes, she couldn't leave. Just moments ago, she had insisted that the young lady not depart, and now she thought to flee? Brothers, could it be that this woman doesn't have a driving license? The moment she hears the police are coming, she wants to slip away. This was unacceptable. She had just made the young lady's life difficult, and she could not be allowed to leave so easily. They encircled her quickly, pointing fingers and criticizing her. Faced with the crowd's scrutiny, the middle-aged woman gritted her teeth. "Let go of me. And you all, what does this have to do with you? Are you all just so idle?" She struggled fiercely to break free from Wang Liang's grip, but no matter how much strength she exerted, she could not escape. Panic set in, and a glint of malice flickered in her eyes as she threatened Wang Liang, "Fine, hold on to my hand if you can. I'll call my husband. He is a senior executive at Union Group. Let us see how you act when he arrives." After saying this, she took out her phone to call her husband. Yet, Wang Liang remained unfazed by her threats. "Let him come. Who is afraid? I'm in the right here. Let her try," he thought, feeling no apprehension about the situation. Indeed, what does it matter that her husband is a high-ranking official in Union Group? Is Union Group a criminal organization? In my opinion, this woman must be lacking in financial resources and desires her husband to bear the consequences of her actions. As the middle-aged woman engaged in this spectacle, the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. "Who, pray tell, dares to bully my wife?" Shortly thereafter, several figures hurriedly emerged from the building. At the forefront was a bald man, followed closely by 7 or 8 security personnel from Union Group. The sight of such a formidable presence caused the crowd to instinctively retreat, quickly making way for them. "Darling, I'm right here. It was him, that brat." Upon witnessing the arrival of her husband, the middle-aged woman suddenly perked up, shouting at the bald man. In no time, the security personnel, under the bald man's direction, swiftly surrounded Wang Liang. "You brat, if you don't let go of my wife, you must be tired of living." The man, introducing himself as Old Wu, threatened menacingly, raising his arm in intimidation. In response, Wang Liang narrowed his eyes slightly, but did not relinquish his grip on the middle-aged woman's hand. He surmised that the man would likely refrain from resorting to violence, as attacking him in such a public setting would yield no benefits for Old Wu. Thus, Wang Liang remained unperturbed. "Perhaps you should first inquire what your wife has done," Wang Liang remarked calmly, casting a glance at Old Wu. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not afraid, especially since he had no formidable ally like Lin Qingqing by his side this time. Engaging these men would likely lead to his own detriment. At present, Wang Liang was gambling on the hope that these security personnel would not dare to act against him in front of a crowd. "Are you out of your mind? Don't you have work to do?" As Wang Liang found himself in a predicament, Jiang Yin crossed her arms defiantly, accentuating her assets. However, her words, paired with her striking presence, exuded an aura that could command respect. "Who do you think you're addressing? I haven't even demanded compensation for my car yet." The middle-aged woman couldn't help but scream in response to Jiang Yan's remarks. Old Wu cast a dubious glance at Jiang Yan, feeling a sense of familiarity but unable to pinpoint where he had seen her before. "Am I speaking to you? Are you deaf? Who allowed you to congregate here during work hours?" Jiang Yan reprimanded the security personnel once more, who remained silent. Observing this, Wang Liang raised an eyebrow, pondering whether Jiang Yan had some connection to Union Group, given her audacity to reprimand the security staff. Could it be that the Yin in Union Group referred to Jiang Yan? "Shut your mouth, you little wench," Old Wu bellowed, unable to contain his frustration. "Exactly. Who do you think you are to tell us what to do?" One of the security personnel chimed in, while another added, "Whether we work or not is none of your business. Don't think you can lecture us just because you're attractive. Do you think you're a boss?" As the taunts continued, several security personnel began to voice their disdain towards Jiang Yan. Sensing the tide turning against her, Wang Liang released the middle-aged woman and swiftly positioned himself in front of Jiang Yan, shielding her with his presence. All right, just wait." Jiang Yan pointed at the security personnel behind her, her tone unusually assertive. Unbeknownst to them, she had already dialed a number on her phone. Chapter 90. Let me slap your face. Brat, you have 3 minutes to move your car, or else don't blame us for being rude. Upon seeing Wang Liang release his wife, Old Wu assumed the young man was intimidated and resumed his threats. He had just learned from his wife that their car had collided with someone else's. According to her, the other party had already called the police. If the officers arrived and discovered that his wife's driving license had no points left, they would be in serious trouble. However, that was just a minor concern. The most pressing issue was that when the police arrived and investigated the accident, they would undoubtedly be found entirely at fault. At that point, not only would they face fines and a suspension of their license, but they might also have to compensate for the damage to the other vehicle. Just thinking about it amounted to a significant financial burden. For now, he needed his wife to drive the car away. Once the police arrived, Old Wu would have a plan to deal with the aftermath. Hearing this, Wang Liang chuckled and replied, "Brother, I can't move the car an inch. But if you let her drive away, that would constitute a hit and run." The onlookers observed Wang Liang maintaining his composure in the face of so many security threats, which garnered their admiration for his bravery. "Brat, I think you're misreading the situation." Old Wu feigned a tough demeanor, poking Wang Liang's chest with his finger, their faces nearly touching. Wang Liang despised being so close to another person's face. "Threaten me if you must, but don't put on a show for anyone." Before Wang Liang could retort, Old Wu's voice dropped ominously. "Brat, you've hit my wife's car, and I haven't even asked for emotional damages yet. What are you talking about, hit and run? If you're sensible, let my wife go. When the police come, just say you were the one driving. And don't create unnecessary trouble for yourself. Do you understand?" As he concluded, Old Wu slapped Wang Liang's face, taunting him. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Liang seized his wrist with a swift motion. With a forceful pull, Old Wu's face turned a deep shade of crimson, and he collapsed to the ground due to the sudden shift. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the parking lot. Everyone saw that he struck first. "I'm merely acting in self-defense." In the midst of the crowd's stunned silence, Wang Liang raised a hand to declare his innocence. The next moment, his palm came crashing down mercilessly against Old Wu's face. "I'll let you slap my face. I'll let you neglect dental hygiene. Did I invite you to be so close?" The resounding slaps rang out sharply against Old Wu's cheeks, bringing a wave of satisfaction to the onlookers. "Ah, what are you all waiting for? Get him." After a few resounding slaps, Old Wu howled in fury, attempting to retaliate. However, Wang Liang's grip was too strong. Any movement he made sent shockwaves throughout his entire body. In his youth, Wang Liang had learned a few moves from his uncle. While they were not martial arts per se, they sufficed for dealing with a couple of ruffians. Upon hearing the commotion, several security personnel rushed forward. "Let us see who dares to move." As the security staff advanced, Jiang Yin stepped forward again, barking orders at the crowd. For a moment, some of the security personnel appeared intimidated by her presence, while others, emboldened, shouted, "You little brat, get out of the way." "Exactly, you're not our boss, so stop shouting. Even if you were, we still follow Old Wu." The older security personnel, emboldened, approached Wang Liang with fists raised. They knew that Old Wu was their superior at Union Group, and by pleasing him, they might find opportunities for advancement. "Quickly restrain this brat. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on me will face severe consequences." Old Wu croaked, his voice strained and desperate. As Wang Liang's grip tightened, Old Wu was on the verge of kneeling before him. After all, Old Wu was a senior member of the Union Group. Having never experienced such humiliation, he vehemently protested. "Stop right now. Who the hell told you to lay a hand on me? Try it if you dare." Just as several security personnel appeared ready to act, a furious shout echoed from a distance. Upon hearing the commotion, everyone turned to identify the source of the voice. Even Wang Liang, upon hearing that gruff tone, couldn't he help but glance back at the newcomer. Upon hearing it, Jiang Yin felt a wave of relief wash over her. Reinforcements had arrived. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, several burly men, broad-shouldered and imposing, hurried towards them. The sight of these men made many onlookers gulp nervously. The aura emanating from these hulking figures was enough to intimidate everyone present. How to describe them? They resembled enforcers from a criminal syndicate. Each one bore a formidable physique, exuding strength and power. With their arrival, not a single security personnel dared to step forward. They feared that any misstep might lead to a brutal confrontation. "What are you all waiting for? Don't you want to help me? Hurry up and save me." Old Wu's face turned a deep shade of anger as Wang Liang clutched his wrist. At this moment, he couldn't dare to struggle. He was terrified that if he exerted even a modicum of strength, Wang Liang might actually wrench his arm off. "Brother Wu, I. The previously arrogant security personnel now stuttered, visibly shaken by the imposing presence of the newcomers. Among these muscular men, Wang Liang recognized a familiar face. It was Luo Ji, the owner of the BMW dealership. Luo Ji rushed forward, panting heavily, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Upon seeing Jiang Yin, he scratched his head and awkwardly smiled. Hey girl, did I arrive just in time? Brother Yin will be here soon. In response to Luo Ji's flattery, Jiang Yin merely crossed her arms and nodded slightly, offering no further acknowledgement. Unfazed, Luo Ji's attention shifted to Wang Liang, exclaiming, "Ah, young brother, what a coincidence. We meet again." As he spoke, he wiped his beer belly and extended his hand to shake Wang Liang's. With an awkward smile, Wang Liang extended his hand in return. Indeed, it was quite a coincidence. Seizing the moment as Wang Liang's grip loosened, Old Wu swiftly wriggled free from his grasp. Damn it. What are you all standing around for? Get moving. If anything goes wrong, Union Group will take the heat for it. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Jiang Yun. Upon hearing this, Luo Ji, who was still shaking hands with Wang Liang, froze momentarily. Could it be that this middle-aged man was also connected to Union Group? Brother, are you blind? Can't you see the situation? Is this really the time to act? Exactly. If you want to throw your life away, go ahead. But don't drag us down with you. The previously inactive security personnel chimed in, mocking Old Wu. Hearing them, Old Wu finally glanced up in shock. A single look at the imposing figures before him made him take several steps back, his eyes wide as he stared. Good heavens, if Old Wu were a thug, then these burly men were nothing short of the gang. Unable to suppress his trepidation, Old Wu swallowed hard, feeling cold sweat trickle down his back. Despite having brought numerous security personnel, the sheer presence of Luo Ji's men was enough to intimidate him and his crew. Meanwhile, a middle-aged woman watching from the side was utterly dumbfounded. Perhaps she never imagined that the young woman she had encountered today held such formidable connections. At this moment, her lips trembled slightly, and she couldn't even dare to look Jiang Yin in the eye. Driving a Mercedes E-Class indicates either wealth or certain status. But she never expected this young lady to have such an impressive background. Do you even know who I am? Old Wu shouted, pointing at Luo Ji. In his mind, Luo Ji was the ringleader of these hulking men, and he hoped to leverage his position to intimidate Luo Ji. Oh, Luo Ji chuckled coldly, looking down at him. Who are you? Black Whirlwind, Li Kuei? At this, the burly men following Luo Ji erupted into laughter. What are you laughing at? I'll have you know, I'm Manager Wu of Union Group. Upon hearing this, Luo Ji regarded him with a bemused expression before casting a glance at the silent Jiang Yin. Manager Wu, I don't believe I've heard of you. When Luo Ji and the burly men remained silent, Old Wu assumed his identity had intimidated them and smugly declared, So, are you scared now? Let me tell you, if you offend us, you're offending Union building, and our young master Yin 1T let you off easily. Hearing this, Wang Liang shot an odd glance at Jiang Yin from a distance. Surely, the plot couldn't be this cliché. Could it be that Jiang Yin was connected to Union Group? Was it possible that this young lady was the sister of the owner of Union Group? Oh, how impressive. Luo Ji clapped his hands with a grin, then extended his hand towards Old Wu, saying, Do you recognize this lady beside you? At this, Wang Liang couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, the storyline was unfolding just as he had suspected. From the very beginning, Wang Liang had harbored doubts about Jiang Yin's unassuming identity. Who else but someone of significance could afford to drive a Panamera while working at a securities firm? Even though Wang Liang had thought Jiang Yin was merely a wealthy young lady, little did he know that she was the sister of Union Group's owner. Thus, the Union Building and Union Group were essentially her family's enterprises. With this realization, Wang Liang looked at Old Wu with a newfound sense of sympathy. Why should I care who she is? What is it to you? Are you implying she is our boss's sister? Old Wu scoffed. After working at Union Group for so many years, he had encountered plenty of people claiming to be the boss's sibling. Jiang Yin before him might just be another one of those. What if she truly is my sister? A sudden voice cut through the air, startling Old Wu and draining the color from his face. In that instant, he felt a cold sweat break out on his back, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. It was the voice of the boss, or more accurately, the voice of Jiang Yun, the young master of Union Group. Manager Wu, wasn't he this fellow in charge of logistics? A man clad in a polo shirt and sporting gold-rimmed glasses stepped out from beside Luo Ji. This man was none other than Jiang Yun, the executive director of Union Group. Why, yes. Old Wu stammered, nodding vigorously. I'm sorry for being late. Jiang Yun approached Jiang Yin, whispering, I apologize for the delay. Humph. By the time you arrived, I might have already been beaten. Jiang Yin retorted, keeping her distance from Jiang Yun with an expression of disdain. Jiang Yin chuckled, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement and elegance. However, Wang Liang was perceptive enough to discern the gradually cooling gaze of Jiang Yun behind those glasses. To think that this girl is actually the little princess of the Union Group? It truly is unexpected to encounter the current chairman of the Union Group here. How intriguing. The situation is becoming increasingly fascinating. Now, I am curious to see how Manager Wu will navigate this predicament. As those around learned of Jiang Yan's identity, their gazes towards her were imbued with a newfound respect. It is worth noting that the Union Group holds a significant position in Handan, boasting an impressive array of subsidiaries, including steel manufacturing, dining establishments, and numerous hotels. Even the commercial district surrounding the Union Building is under the auspices of the Union Group. Upon hearing the crowd's commentary regarding the Union Group's financial prowess, Wang Liang couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. Who would have anticipated that the petite heiress he had met at the securities company possessed such an illustrious background? At that moment, old Wu's face turned ashen, and he hastily gestured towards Jiang Yun, attempting to clarify, "This is a misunderstanding. Had I known she was your sister, I wouldn't have dared to act so recklessly." "Oh," Jiang Yun chuckled softly, inquiring, "So, if she were not my sister, you would feel free to behave with impunity?" At her words, old Wu broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly stammering, No. This is all a misunderstanding. I was momentarily confused. I won't dare again." "You won't dare?" Luo Ji chuckled. "You seemed quite bold just now, attempting to leverage young Master Jiang's name to intimidate us. I had wondered why there were rumors circulating since young Master Jiang inherited the Union Group. It appears you have been using your connections to bully others." Upon hearing this, old Wu was taken aback, exclaiming, "No, I didn't. I have never done such a thing. Young Master Jiang, please believe me. I am not that kind of person." Beside him, a middle-aged woman observed her husband's predicament in utter shock. Initially, she thought the young girl merely had connections. But now she realized that this seemingly innocent girl was, in fact, the little princess of the Union Group. The realization struck her like a thunderclap, leaving her mind reeling. This situation was never meant to be so convoluted. What began as a simple fender bender with a promise of compensation had spiraled out of control. Jiang Yan had not even intended to demand compensation. Yet, witnessing Jiang Yan's urgency to leave, she contemplated extorting a hefty sum. Now, not only had she failed to extract any money, but she had also entangled her husband in this mess. It was crucial to remember that the young girl's brother was the chairman of the entire Union Group. Her husband now faced the very real threat of unemployment. Chapter 92. The Commercial Tycoons of Half of Handan. Wang Liang coldly smiled at old Wu's pleas and gently patted his sister before turning to leave. "That's enough. How you choose to bully others is beyond my concern, nor do I have the time to intervene. Luo, I leave this to you. I'll take my sister upstairs now." With these words, old Wu's fate was effectively sealed. He would not only be dismissed from the Union Group, but would likely be blacklisted across the entire industry. However, that was not the most pressing concern. After offending the formidable owner of the Union Group, whether old Wu and his associates could continue operating in Handan was uncertain. "Understood, young Master Jiang." Luo Ji nodded, signaling to a few burly men nearby. They promptly lifted old Wu from the ground, and even the dazed middle-aged woman was hoisted by two of them. They did not immediately escort the pair away, as Jiang Yan had informed Luo Ji that she had already contacted the authorities. The remaining matters would be handled after the police arrived to ascertain liability. "Let us go, Wang Liang. Shall we head upstairs to discuss?" As Wang Liang remained in a state of bewilderment, Jiang Yan grasped his hand and led him towards the Union Building. Observing the scene, Jiang Yun adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and scrutinized the handsome man beside her. It appeared that her sister was quite taken with him. "Oh, Luo Ge, you're here too?" As Wang Liang and Jiang Yun approached the Union Group, they were met with the voices of several police officers behind them. "Forget about Luo Ge, my friend. Let me tell you, today this incident is a goldmine for your precinct." Luo Ji glanced up, taking in the direction Jiang Yun had departed. He pulled out a cigarette, casually drifting away with the officers. The police could assess the fault in this collision with ease. However, they were astonished to find that the middle-aged woman, old Wu's wife, was driving without a valid license. It was indeed, as Luo Ji had remarked, a fortuitous opportunity for them. Today, Wang Liang had witnessed the methods of the affluent, further igniting his ambition to amass wealth. He vowed that when he became wealthy, he would outshine Jiang Yun in terms of extravagance. As he walked, Wang Liang found himself increasingly enlightened about the world of the wealthy. He realized that the receptionists and hostesses in the elite circles had legs that seemed to stretch for miles, far surpassing the average. "Wang Liang, what are your impressions of our company?" Jiang Yin inquired, blinking her eyes playfully. "Quite impressive, at the very least. The legs are quite long," Wang Liang responded without hesitation. Immediately after saying this, he regretted it. Under the scrutinizing gazes of Jiang Yin and Jiang Yun, he felt compelled to lower his head. Curse it! Why did he let his thoughts slip so freely? "Ha ha, little brother, I didn't expect you to be so candid. If you have your eye on someone, do tell me. I'll get your contact information, Jiang Yun nonchalantly remarked. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang shot his head up, his eyes gleaming with hope. At that moment, he realized that capitalists like Jiang Yun weren't so despicable after all. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun shot her brother an exasperated glare. What does it matter how long their legs are? Do they surpass my own? Even if those hostesses have long legs, do they compare to mine? As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind, I am undoubtedly a rare beauty in this world. Once they entered the chairman's exclusive elevator, Wang Liang could no longer contain his curiosity. I must admit, I'm a bit puzzled. Why would affluent individuals like you seek out someone like me, a mere commoner? In response, Jiang Yun and Jiang Yin exchanged a glance, both registering a hint of astonishment in each other's eyes. Wang Liang, that jest is hardly amusing. Jiang Yun replied with a smile. Huh? Wang Liang was utterly perplexed. To casually invest 100 million in a failing stock, if you are a commoner, then what do we qualify as? Jiang Yun expressed her admiration for Wang Liang without reservation. To toss 100 million into the stock market is a feat that only someone audacious like Wang Liang would dare attempt. Even Jiang Yun, with her vast fortune, would hesitate to casually throw 100 million into the market unless she had absolute certainty. Even a 50% chance would make her wary. Upon learning from her sister about Wang Liang's audacious venture that netted over 20 million in just 3 days, Jiang Yun felt a deep sense of respect for him. Oh, that was just a stroke of luck. Wang Liang scratched his head, unable to suppress a glance of annoyance towards Jiang Yun. How could this little girl be so indiscreet? As they chatted, Jiang Yun led Wang Liang and Jiang Yin to a conference room on the top floor. In this conference room, one could gaze upon the entirety of Handan City. Walking upon the opulent carpet, Wang Liang felt an almost surreal sensation. How could a man of his humble background possibly gain entry to such a prestigious venue? As Wang Liang and his companions entered, the attention of those gathered in the room fell upon him. Allow me to introduce this distinguished individual, Jiang Yun announced. This is Wang Liang, the man who recently made headlines by investing a staggering 100 million in my sister's securities company. As her words resonated, the entire assembly turned their gaze toward Wang Liang, their surprise evident. His youth was astonishing, exceedingly so. Instantly, whispers circulated among the attendees, speculating about the powerful lineage from which Wang Liang might hail. Come, Wang Liang. Let me introduce you, Jiang Yun remarked, gently pulling him aside. This is Mr. Kong Tianzheng, the esteemed CEO of the Kong Group. The elderly gentleman seated in the corner of the room smiled warmly at Wang Liang. The Kong Group, known for transforming the area near the train station into a bustling fashion mall, was a name synonymous with success. And this is Ms. Lu Jinghui, the president of Qi Cosmetics. Wang Liang recognized her from television, yet in person, she surpassed all expectations of beauty. Remarkably, this woman appeared to be in her 40s, yet her vitality suggested she was in her 20s. And this is Mr. Zhao Guangxin, the head of Asia-Pacific Real Estate. And here we have Mr. Sun Zixiang, the founder of Zhengxiang Fu, and Mr. Qian, the CEO of Yuta Steelworks. As Jiang Yun elaborated on each distinguished individual, Wang Liang struggled to comprehend the enormity of the moment. The realization dawned upon him. Half of Handan's business elite was convened in this very room. What is going on? Wang Liang inquired cautiously to Jiang Yin, who stood beside him, having never encountered such grand affairs before. This is precisely why I brought you here, Jiang Yin replied, a mysterious glint in her eye. Wang Liang's confusion deepened. Was this a display of wealth? A showcase of familial prestige? Surely, Jiang Yin had not invited him merely to introduce him to a few notable figures. Why are you still standing there? Mr. Wang, please take a seat, Lu Jinghui said with a smile, inviting both Wang Liang and Jiang Yin to sit. Yes, please do, Jiang Yun added, gesturing to an empty chair in the conference room. Wang Liang hesitated, pointing incredulously at himself. The entire table of magnates awaited his presence. Oblivious to his reservations, Jiang Yin firmly guided him to sit down. Once settled, the powerful figures surrounding him offered friendly smiles. Although they might question Wang Liang's qualifications to occupy such a seat, the mere fact that he could invest 100 million in the stock market granted him a certain degree of legitimacy. Now, let us proceed to the matter at hand, Jiang Yun stated, glancing at a beautiful assistant who promptly activated the projector before them. The screen illuminated with data regarding the Qianxing stock market. As you may have noted, our leading conglomerate in Handan, Qianxing Group, has been experiencing a persistent decline in stock performance. As Jiang Yun elaborated, the assistant pressed a button revealing a more detailed analysis. The prominent attendees scrutinized the data with utmost seriousness, leaving no detail overlooked. In contrast, Wang Liang found himself utterly bewildered. While they spoke with authority, he grasped none of it. Our recent employee investigations indicate that Qianxing real estate and the dining sector are currently facing dire financial challenges. Additionally, their various enterprises are at a standstill, with numerous suppliers pressing for deliveries. However, it seems the company is grappling with a financial crisis. Raw material costs are skyrocketing, and their products are suffering as a result. Jiang Yun adjusted her glasses, her demeanor reflecting a newfound seriousness. Though Wong Leong struggled to comprehend the analysis, he sensed the underlying implications of her words. Qianxing Group. The keywords reverberated in his mind, each recollection heightening his alarm. In the future, the group appeared to thrive. Yet in this year of 2014, it was facing economic turmoil, a stark contrast to its future successes. Perhaps, during his past life, Qianxing had encountered such a crisis. Yet he had lacked the capacity to grasp its significance back then. Zion, there is no need to elaborate further. We are already aware of Qianxing Group's weaknesses and their current financial troubles, interjected the CEO of Asia Pacific Real Estate, who tapped the table for attention. Indeed, Zion, we need not dwell on the preliminaries. Let us focus on the crux of the matter. Kong Tianzhong smiled, affirming the sentiment. I concur with Kong. We are all eager to proceed, another voice chimed in. Honestly, Qianxing Group has monopolized too many industries in Handon. It's time they felt the pressure. We must strategize our approach. My only concern is ensuring that my products can dominate Handon's market. The rest is of no consequence to me. With this, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted as the gathered magnates began to align their intentions. Wang Liang's eyes sparkled with understanding. He began to grasp why this assembly of titans was convened at Union Group. Clearly, significant plans were in motion. Gentlemen, let's not rush. I intend to introduce our new ally. Jiang Yun interjected with a smile, glancing toward Wang Liang's seat. Why waste time on a mere child? Let us cut to our next course of action. Qian's cold voice broke through, a reminder of the stature he embodied. Wuda Steelworks was renowned throughout Handon. Historically a pillar of industry, even playing a crucial role in alleviating unemployment during the 1980s and 1990s. Despite the rapid advancements of the new century, Wuda Steelworks had maintained its presence, albeit no longer as the dominant force it once was. Wang Liang regarded Mr. Qian with interest, unperturbed by his dismissive tone. He was merely a junior in this realm. Jiang Yin nudged him, signaling not to take offense, to which Wang Liang responded with a calm smile, acknowledging his outsider status without concern for fitting in. At this moment, although Wang Liang remained silent, Jiang Yun's expression was somewhat displeased. After all, Wang Liang was a guest he had invited. How could one be so unreasonable toward a guest? In Jiang Yun's view, Qianzong's actions were nothing more than an attempt to wield his seniority, believing that his extensive experience rendered him above sharing the same table with Wang Liang. Very well, let us delve directly into the matter at hand. Jiang Yun extended his hand once more, prompting the attendant beside him to press the remote control again. Simultaneously, the screen switched to display the stock performance of Qianxing Group. According to expert analysis, it was predicted that the stocks of Qianxing Group would likely plummet in the coming days. Therefore, we must prepare our capital to acquire shares of Qianxing Group in 3 days, aiming to short sell the stock. Once we induce a crash in Qianxing's shares, the subsequent management of his actual assets will be entrusted to you all. Jiang Yun explained to the assembly while pointing at the stock market chart. Operation? How shall we operate? One of the executives inquired. Engage in a price war. Take the initiative to strike, came the succinct explanation from the previously silent Lu Jinghui. As the saying goes, one must take advantage of another's weakness to deliver a fatal blow, gradually attacking each of Qianxing Group's subsidiaries. Chapter 94. The Troublemaker. Lu Jinghui's statement was brief. Throughout the discussion, she maintained an air of aloofness. As a formidable businesswoman, she exuded a unique aura. To others, this might be perceived as the high-handed demeanor characteristic of a domineering female CEO. Yet in Wang Liang's eyes, it was not merely an aura. She was a wealthy woman, radiating the unmistakable scent of affluence. Associating with Lu Jinghui could ensure that he would never have to worry about his livelihood for the rest of his life. Merely contemplating this sent a thrill through Wang Liang's heart. To say that he had lost interest in romance or marriage would be an understatement. However, the prospect of engaging in a sweet relationship with a beauty like Lu Jinghui was undeniably enticing. He relished the thought of her nonchalantly handing him a few million, saying, "It's a holiday, and I have no gifts for you. Take this and enjoy." Such a straightforward, albeit somewhat cliched, display of wealth was precisely what Wang Liang adored. Moreover, Lu Jinghui's beauty was striking, surpassing even the goddess-like Jiang Yin in his eyes. The key lay in her demeanor, an unmistakable aura of a wealthy woman. This alone was enough to ensnare Wang Liang's heart. So, were the opinions of everyone present. After Liu Jinghui's remarks, Jiang Yun spread his hands, his expression calm and collected. For the assembled magnates, their thoughts were consumed by how to topple Qiancheng Group, the leading enterprise in Hancheng. Should they succeed in dismantling Qiancheng Group, they would undoubtedly multiply their existing economic foundations. The prospect of such pure profit was enough to make these tycoons salivate with desire. Perhaps it was this lure of profit that ignited their ambition to bring down Qiancheng Group. Bring it down? One executive boldly declared in the conference room. I believe Liang Zi is correct. We should short sell Qiancheng Group stocks to gradually undermine the company. If we are to act, let us do so together. As individual warriors, we may not stand a chance against Qiancheng Group, but united, we can prevail. Thus, it was decided, after short selling the stocks, we will determine who will dominate which segment of the market. Under Jiang Yun's leadership, the assembled magnates expressed their opinions. Although their views varied, their singular aim remained, to devise a strategy to dismantle Qiancheng Group. It is worth noting that Qiancheng Group is the cornerstone enterprise of Hancheng. Even if it were to collapse, the spoils would be substantial enough to leave the gathering of magnates with overflowing riches. Who knows, perhaps after Qiancheng Group's downfall, new capital would flood in, allowing them to reap the dividends. A mutually beneficial scenario. Who would refuse such an opportunity? While the attendees were engrossed in discussions on how to short sell Qiancheng Group stocks, Wang Liang's expression grew increasingly tense. He admittedly lacked understanding in the realm of stock trading. However, he recalled a significant event from the future, when various industries in Hancheng engaged in economic warfare against Qiancheng Group's subsidiaries. Capital stealthily infiltrated the fray, delivering a devastating blow to all local enterprises. From that year onward, capital surged into the market of Hancheng. Following that battle, numerous companies faced bankruptcy and closure. That year, Hancheng experienced a wave of layoffs, with many enterprises collapsing under financial strain, some even resorting to outright sale. In Wang Liang's recollection, Yunyan Group bore the brunt of this upheaval, having invested nearly half of its cash flow in the conflict between local businesses and capital. However, following the conclusion of this commercial war, Yunyan Group's value plummeted by 2/3. Contemplating this, Wang Liang abruptly stood up. No! His sudden exclamation captured the attention of the surrounding magnates. It is essential to note that while everyone was contemplating how to prepare for the short selling of Qiancheng Group stocks, only Wang Liang stood in opposition. Ladies and gentlemen, I must clarify that I am not an affiliate of Qiancheng Group. However, I implore you to reconsider your course of action. I may not grasp the intricacies of stock trading, but I firmly believe that your ambitions to short sell Qiancheng Group are misguided. Our chances of success in this commercial battle are less than 30%. As all eyes converged upon him, Wang Liang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Yet he could not afford to be overwhelmed. He had to voice his reservations. How can you concede defeat before the battle has even begun? Qianzong exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in indignation. Indeed, if you feel your capabilities are insufficient, you may choose not to participate. However, there is no need to undermine the confidence of others. Another executive countered. They perceived Wang Liang's presence at the table as an equal. Yet they did not believe that his age and experience granted him the right to interject in their strategic discussions. Yes, what are you doing here? If you do not even comprehend the concept of short-selling stocks, are you merely putting on a show? I expected someone capable of investing $1 billion in the stock market to be formidable. Yet here you are, a coward, surrendering before the fight has even commenced. And you dare suggest we rethink our approach? What authority do you possess to make such claims? Moreover, on what basis do you conclude that our success rate is merely 30%? After Wang Liang spoke, nearly half the attendees began to vocally criticize him. In an instant, he became the target of their collective ire. In response to the doubts raised by the assembly, some business tycoons maintained a stoic silence, watching Wang Liang without offering any defense or support. At this juncture, unless Wang Liang could present substantial evidence, these magnates would remain skeptical. Without concrete proof, no one would readily accept his words. Jiang Yun, remaining silent, scrutinized Wang Liang. He could discern from Wang Liang's expression that the latter's dissent was not born from affiliation with Qiancheng Group, but rather from genuine concern for everyone present. Wang Liang's expression was one of anxiety, as if he were worried for every individual in attendance. Thus, he urged caution against taking unnecessary risks. I am uncertain how to articulate my thoughts to you regarding this commercial contention. Logically, I should have no voice in this matter. I merely urge you to contemplate your actions with utmost caution. Although the stock prices of Qiancheng Group are currently unstable, and indeed on a continuous decline, I perceive that everything the Qiancheng Group is undertaking resembles a cunning trap. The stocks of Qiancheng Group stand as a snare. patiently awaiting unsuspecting prey to fall into its clutches. Just as you are poised to engage, the net will inevitably be drawn tight. After articulating these sentiments, Wang Liang resolutely rose to his feet. Jiang Yin, if you hold any trust in me, you must implore your brother to refrain from entering the fray. With this declaration, Wang Liang afforded the assembled company no opportunity for rebuttal, swiftly turning on his heel and departing.